Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 7LH. Chapter 233 Two Hokage advisors and Tsunade are standing together. 233 330ths. Chapter 233 Two Hokage advisors and Tsunade are standing together. Yu Ming laughed and said, Teacher Yamato, Naruto and others are more difficult to manage, so you still need to worry about it. Yamato looked at Yu Ming. Originally, Yamato only regarded Yu Ming as a child, but he didn't expect that he became Hokage's guard at the age of only 16, and possessed great strength, and might even be the number one in Konoha. Jiraiya is not necessarily Yu Ming's opponent. Yamato was still a little emotional. Okay, but this mission, I thought it would be Yu Ming who came by yourself. Yu Ming smiled and said, I don't have that much time, but this time it can be regarded as investigating whether Orochimaru has any conspiracy against Konoha. After his hands were sealed by third Hokage last time, it should not be better now. After waiting, you may attack Konoha again, so when you go out this time, I hope you can investigate clearly Orochimaru's purpose for the Wood Group. As for whether to bring Sasuke back, I don't think you can bring Sasuke back this time, maybe now Sasuke is stronger than Naruto, little Sakura and you combined. Because Orochimaru knows the Sharingan better, I am afraid that Sasuke has opened the taboo eyes by now. I think Kakashi-sensei also talked to you about these things, about the Mangekyo Sharingan. Hearing this, Yamato frowned slightly, and finally understood the danger of this mission. If Sasuke really activates Mangekyo Sharingan, then neither he nor Naruto nor the little Sakura is an opponent. In fact, you don't even need to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan, just use the 3 Tomo Sharingan proficiently, and they can't be opponents. You know, when Sasuke's Sharingan was in Sangoyu, it had the function of suppressing Nine Tails chakra. Obviously, this is a particularity of the Sasuke Sharingan. It may also be the reason for Indra chakra. Sasuke's Sharingan is much stronger than the Sharingan of the Uchiha family at the same level. Although in terms of talent, he can't compare with Uchiha Itachi, but Indra's chakra, coupled with the particularity of his own chakra, Sasuke is indeed much stronger than the general Uchiha clan. Even Uchiha Madara appreciates it. I think his Sharingan is very special. Yamato thought for a while, and said solemnly, I know, I will protect the two of them for this mission. Yu Ming looked at Tsunade and said with a smile, I guess we still need to deal with inquiries from 2 Hokage consultants and Danzo about this matter. After all, Naruto is Jinchuriki, and Tsunade just lost one tail, so if Naruto wants to go out this time, you have to compromise with these 3. Tsunade nodded, well, I will clarify this matter with them. Yamato didn't express any opinions, this is the style he grew up in Anbu. Like Kakashi, he has been in Anbuin roots, so he knows what to do in times like this. Sure enough, as soon as Yu Ming finished speaking, Shizune entered the Hokage room. Master Tsunade, 2 advisors are here. Tsunade sighed, looked at Shizune, and asked calmly, you and the 2 of them said it. Shizune's heart suddenly tightened. She and the 2 Hokage consultants were indeed the ones talking about this matter. Because she thinks this matter is really important. Naruto is Jinchuriki, Tsunade just lost Jinchuriki, how can Naruto leave the village at this time? What if Akatsuki captures him? Shizune lowered his head and said, I'm sorry, Master Tsunade, because this matter is really important, so I. Tsunade looked at Shizune solemnly, I don't want a next time. Shizune heaved a sigh of relief, in fact, he did nothing wrong by standing still. After all, Jinchuriki had to go out of the village at such a time, and he really needed to have a good discussion. It would be a big deal for Konoha if he was captured, and Tsunade would definitely be responsible if something happened. Shizune is also thinking about Tsunade. Yu Ming stood up and said with a smile, Master Hokage, I will go with you. Tsunade nodded. At this time, Yu Ming, as a well-known person in the ninja world during this period of time, stands beside Tsunade, which will increase the chances of the 2 Hokage advisors agreeing. Of course, even if they disagree, they cannot really object. Because they have almost no power now, they only have the right to suggest, not the right to make decisions. Tsunade's control of power is much more concentrated now than it was during 3rd generation. Just because Tsunade is not an autocratic person, he still has to listen to 2 Hokage consultants in many cases. In fact, Yu Ming feels that Tsunade's political skills are indeed quite terrifying, and they appear to be very gentle on the surface. In fact, almost all of Konoha's real power is in her hands. It can really be done under one command, and all the Konoha shinobi followers will go back and work hard. As her bodyguard, Yu Ming really learned a lot from watching her deal with things every day. In fact, it was Tsunade's intention to teach Yu Ming, otherwise, he would never ask Yu Ming to stay by her side as long as there is no task. Although there is a factor of wanting to stay with Yu Ming for a while, but more because I hope Yu Ming can learn how to make a Hokage. Tsunade walked towards the adjacent counseling room, followed by a terrified Shizune, Yu Ming and Yamato. This lineup can be said to be quite terrifying. A Hokage, a guard with a great reputation in the ninja world, an Anbu's head, and a Hokage's secretary. And all of them are at the level of Jonin, and the strength is 2 Kage levels, 1 elite Jonin and 1 Jonin. At this level, even the level of guards visiting another Donin village is very high. Came to the consultant room. Mitokado Homura and Udatane Kaharu were already sitting indoors. Tsunade walked over with the 3 of them. The very big sister was leaning on the sofa with her legs crossed, looking very arrogant. But Yu Ming is very clear that Tsunade's move is not because of her arrogance, but because she is somewhat informal. Looking at the two old people sitting in front of him, Tsunade said, "Tell me, what are the conditions?" The two looked at Tsunade and sighed. As soon as Tsunade came to power, it took a few months to take back all their powers. Now, as Hokage consultants, they only have the right to make suggestions and no decision-making power. But even so, these two never thought of changing someone to be Hokage. Although they are indeed a little selfish, they all think that Tsunade is the most suitable choice to be Hokage. As for Danzo, they didn't think about it at all. From the very beginning, their philosophy was completely different from Danzo's. Perhaps, maintaining the stable development of Konoha is their bottom line. On top of that, the power held by these two people is actually no worse than that of Danzo. Danzo has a root, but the two of them also have a lot of their own in Anbu. Don't think these two Hokage consultants are just talking nonsense. The reason why third generation respected the two of them before is because they have their own people in various departments of Konoha. The power is also smaller than Hokage. Chapter 234 Jinchuriki is very important to Konoha. 234 330ths. Chapter 234 Jinchuriki is very important to Konoha. But unfortunately, after Tsunade took over Hokage, he didn't get used to them at all. Most of their powers were taken back, and only the power of suggestion to Hokage was retained. Of course, the reason why Tsunade can do this is because of the support of Jiraiya and Yu Ming, as well as her own prestige. The most important thing is that Tsunade can be recognized by the major families in the village. In fact, Tsunade is a Hokage, and the major families in the village are very welcome, because Tsunade is a more neutral person than third generation. Not as weak as third generation, nor as extreme as Danzo. Moreover, she is also the granddaughter of first generation, she was born in a famous family, her own strength is very strong, and she also has a great reputation in the ninja world. Naturally, when she became Hokage, it belonged to everyone's expectations, so when they took back the power of the two Hokage consultants, they actually didn't stop them. It can't be stopped. After all, Tsunade is Hokage and really has the power to decide everything. In the past, the third generation distributed a lot of power to the two Hokage consultants, but it was not very difficult for him to take it back, but he used to think that these two old classmates were really thinking about Konoha. And it is in line with his philosophy. So give them more power. And now seeing Tsunade like this, at the same time the two saw Yu Ming standing behind Tsunade. They were relieved. Although Yu Ming's strength is strong, Yu Ming's behavior is still good. They all know that Yu Ming may have strength beyond fourth Hokage, but at the same time, he doesn't seem to have any desire for power, and he doesn't even want to be Hokage. The two of them actually thought the same as Tsunade, thinking that Yu Ming is the best candidate for sixth Hokage after Tsunade. Because after working in Tsunade for a few years, Yu Ming has enough qualifications and age, and also has a great deterrent force in the ninja world. And it's completely different from Danzo, but more like Tsunade. So they all felt that Yu Ming was the best candidate to become the sixth Hokage. Although Tsunade took away the power of both of them, these two people would hate Tsunade, but they didn't. They all know that Hokage has the right to do this, and it is impossible to clean it up. In fact, the idea of these two people is also very simple. As long as they are not on Danzo, then in the village, as long as they are qualified to be Hokage, they will support them. In comparison, Yu Ming is the most suitable. Although these two people seem to be classmates with Danzo, but like third Hokage, they let Danzo do a lot of dirty things, but they will never support him as a Hokage. However, the reason why third generation does not deal with Danzo is also because a village needs doves and hawks to change and supervise the other faction according to changes in the current situation. The third generation and the two Hokage consultants belong to the dovish faction and are relatively moderate. And Danzo is a total hawk. And Tsunade is actually a dovish person, and she doesn't want to trigger a war like the Ninja World War. And now Konoha has not recovered at all. If Danzo comes to power at this time, it is estimated that there will be serious consequences. Maybe even blood mist, like Kurigakure. In fact, Kurigakure has been pursuing a brutal rule since the first Mizukage, not because of the fourth Mizukage. It's just because fourth Mizukage has been done more thoroughly after being controlled by Obito. If Danzo was Hokage, Konoha would probably be like that. So although the two Hokage consultants support many departments, it is impossible to support him to become a Hokage, and even try to prevent him from becoming a Hokage. It is precisely because the third generation and the two Hokage consultants have such an idea that Danzo will have the third generation assassinated. Because he knows that the third generation will not die, and he has no chance to become Hokage at all. Even if he launched Orochimaru, the favored disciple of third generation immediately reluctantly re-supported Namikaze Minato to succeed him. In the eyes of third generation, Danzo becomes Hokage, unless he dies, otherwise absolutely not. Even if he dies, he will train a young man to take over. It's just that the third generation was too anxious to die before and didn't have time to arrange it. If there is no accident for third generation, it is estimated that within 3 years, third generation will let Kakashi serve as the fifth Hokage, and then he will become a Hokage consultant. Let Kakashi become Hokage. In fact, he had this idea when he fished Kakashi out of the root. And after Yu Ming appeared, he even felt that let Kakashi become the fifth Hokage, then let Yu Ming go through the growth period, and when Namikaze Minato is old, let Yu Ming become the sixth Hokage. And when Yu Ming just graduated, he arranged for Yu Ming to perform S-level missions. The purpose is to test Yu Ming. Obviously, after that test, third generation decided on the idea of Yu Ming as the sixth Hokage. It's just that Orochimaru's sudden appearance disrupts his plans. But choosing Tsunade is actually better. The current Kakashi simply doesn't have enough qualifications and prestige to become fifth Hokage. If it is after the Fourth Ninja World War, there is no problem, because he already has the military exploits and prestige to become Hokage. To become a Hokage, in addition to military exploits, you also need to have enough prestige. After the death of third generation, the reason why Kakashi was not chosen was that besides Kakashi's strength was only elite Jonin, it was also because Kakashi did not have enough prestige. In terms of military exploits, in fact, in the later period of the Third Ninja World War and when he was in Anbu, he was almost done. After all, there are dozens of S-level missions and hundreds of A-level missions. This kind of military exploits is completely enough. It's just that his strength and prestige in the village are really not enough to deter other ninja villages. Sunagaku also chose Gaara because there were no strong enough ninjas. If there is a ninja as powerful as Luo Sha, it is definitely impossible to choose Gaara. If Yu Ming is in Sunagaku, he will be selected as Kazekage, that's for sure. But Konoha doesn't have a choice like Sunagaku. In addition to Kakashiji, Wang Lijiao, there are Jiraiya and Tsunade, both of whom are quite suitable to be Hokage. Because of these reasons, although the two Hokage consultants seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied with Tsunade's behavior, they never thought of opposing Tsunade as a Hokage. Of course, it is one thing to oppose or not to oppose, but another thing to be able to do it. But in any case, the qualifications of these two people still have a bit of prestige in the village. If these two people publicly oppose Tsunade as Hokage, even if it is unsuccessful, it will have some influence on Tsunade. But obviously, although these two people can't understand Tsunade's actions, they still stand on the same front as Tsunade. So looking at Tsunade, the two sighed and said, after all, Jinchuriki is the most important thing in the village. Now Akatsuki is hunting around for Jinchuriki. If something goes wrong with Naruto, you will be responsible. Besides, the loss of the tailed beast makes it easy for the surrounding villages to have ideas about Konoha. Chapter 235 I am here, Akatsuki is not a threat to Konoha. 235 330ths. Chapter 235 I am here, Akatsuki is not a threat to Konoha. Tsunade looked at the two Hokage consultants and said seriously, Naruto is different from what you imagined, and I also asked Yamato to follow me, so I don't need to worry about this problem at all. The two Hokage consultants disagreed, saying, the current situation in the ninja world, we cannot agree with your risky idea, and why do you have to bring Sasuke back? When he left Konoha, he was not listed as a traitor. It's already our biggest concession. In fact, these two people are right. In other ninja villages, leaving the village without authorization will generally be judged as rebellious ninja. What's more, Konoha sent someone to chase him back, but he clearly refused. If it weren't for Tsunade, Sasuke would definitely be judged as a traitor. The two Hokage consultants are also very clear that third generation actually had the idea of cultivating Sasuke at the beginning, otherwise they would never have agreed with Tsunade's idea. Although it doesn't really matter whether they agree or not. At first Yu Ming thought that third generation would be very defensive against Sasuke, but after thinking for a long time, Yu Ming felt that if third generation was a smart person, they would definitely not guard against him, on the contrary, they would focus on training him. Because at this time, apart from Sasuke, Konoha has no other members of the Uchiha clan. At the beginning, third generation insisted on making Kakashi the leader Jonin of the 7th class. The purpose was actually to teach Sasuke Sharingan. He hoped that Sasuke would become the last strongman of the 253 Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan is very vigilant, but there is only Sasuke, who does not need to be vigilant, let him become stronger and become the pillar of Konoha. Third generation and Danzo have different attitudes towards the Uchiha clan. He has the same attitude as Senju Tobirama, he should be wary of the Uchiha clan, but he should give them a little living space. After all, the Uchiha clan's knife is quite easy to use. Had it not been for the death of 4th Hokage, perhaps Konoha's high-ranking officials could really achieve reconciliation with the Uchiha clan. At least the relationship should be eased a little, so third generation actually has high hopes for Sasuke. There is absolutely no need to worry about the Uchiha clan threatening Konoha. With the cultivation of Sasuke, another master can be produced. In the situation of Konoha at that time, if third generation still wanted to destroy Sasuke, an obvious genius, it would be because of his brain problem. And the most important purpose of Kakashi becoming the 7th class teacher was to teach Sasuke, and monitoring Naruto was just incidental. And the idea of third generation has always been the same as that of the two Hokage consultants. This is why, after third generation died, no one in Sleepy Leaf took a shot against Sasuke. BGFE otherwise, if the two Hokage advisors didn't care about anything, Danzo would have already attacked Sasuke after third generation died. The talent Sasuke showed in the Chunin exam is no joke. Even if it is to train him into a weapon, it is very suitable. After all, third generation only promised to let Sasuke live, but didn't promise how to let him live. It's just that this time Naruto, Konoha's Jinchuriki, and the two Hokage advisors are sensitive. After all, the tailed beast is the most important thing in every village, and they dare not take risks at all. And I heard two Hokage consultants hear Tsunade's words, but they frowned and said, Akatsuki's strength, but they all have cage-level strength. How Tsunagaku's Kazekage was captured, I think you should be very clear bar. In Tsunagaku, Kazekage was captured in front of all the ninjas in Tsunagaku. Can Yamato keep this kind of thing? Tsunade glared at the two of them, what do you guys want? Anyway, Naruto will go out this time anyway. The two sighed, glanced at Yu Ming and said, if you say to let Yu Ming follow, we will definitely not talk nonsense, because we think that with his strength, he can completely guarantee Naruto's NG. In fact, Yu Ming did not expect that he would have a good relationship with the two consultants. Originally, Yu Ming thought that he and the two Hokage consultants would get along very badly. After all, Yu Ming looked down on these two old guys before. It was only after getting along for a long time that Yu Ming realized that these two people really thought much more than ordinary people. They have a selfish side, but they do have their own persistence, and their persistence is the stability of Konoha. Of course, although Yu Ming doesn't hate them now, he definitely won't like such people. However, there has been no conflict between the two sides for more than 3 years. Yu Ming looked at the two and said, I won't follow this mission. In fact, you two are really worrying too much. With Mr. Yamato following, Naruto will never have any problems, and no one in the ninja world knows about Naruto falling. On the contrary, Naruto in Konoha will attract Akatsuki to Konoha, don't you two think so? The two consultants thought for a while, sighed and said, well, since you have said so, I know, we can't object, but Danzo among the three-person team wants to discuss it. Yu Ming froze for a moment, then smiled and said, I said, you two can't be so determined. When discussing with Tsunade in the past, these two people were rarely so tough. It turned out that Danzo was behind him. The two smiled bitterly and said, as for Jinchuriki, we have to discuss it with Danzo. Naruto is too important to Konoha. Yu Ming didn't say anything. Tsunade frowned and said, the old guy is still alive. Hearing this, Mitokado Homura and Zhuanqing Kaharu felt helpless. Danzo, come in, the two said to the door. Soon, the door of the consultant room was opened. Danzo pretended not to hear what Tsunade said just now. Walked over on crutches. He didn't go to a few people, but walked to the window. Looking at the birds outside the window, I didn't speak for a long time. Tsunade looked at Danzo, frowned and said, what exactly do you want to arrange? Danzo said calmly, this time, I only want one spot. Tsunade was stunned. She thought that this time the captain would be replaced by his subordinates. Although the route disbanded, there are still many ninjas who obey Danzo's orders. It's just that I didn't expect that Danzo only needed one spot. Yu Ming looked at Danzo. He felt that Danzo's behavior was a bit abnormal, but he thought, it seemed that Danzo was going to let his own people negotiate with Orochimaru. In fact, over the years, Danzo has mastered many intelligence agencies. There are Hanzo in the Land of Rain, and there are also Orochimaru. Although this guy has a stubborn obsession with being a Hokage, he doesn't want other strong men in Ninja Village to pose any threat to Konoha. After all, he is still Konoha's ninja. And Tsunade nodded, only this condition. Danzo nodded and said, well, there is only one condition. Then he turned around and looked at Yu Ming standing behind Tsunade. Yu Ming, how sure are you when facing Akatsuki? I think you should know the strength of Xiao Xiao's people. With this question, Yamato, Shizune, Tsunade and the two Hokage advisors all looked at Yu Ming at the same time. Yu Ming didn't feel the slightest pressure, and said calmly, I can only guarantee that when I'm here, they won't pose any threat to Kai Konoha. Chapter 236 Even Six Paths Madara may not be able to defeat the current Yu Ming. 236 330ths. Chapter 236 Even Six Paths Madara may not be able to defeat the current Yu Ming. Danzo stared slightly, before letting go after a long time. You are really sure, but I hope you can keep your promise. After speaking, he walked outside step by step. The two Hokage advisors looked at Yu Ming, and for some reason, he seemed to see the original fourth Hokage. In other words, the current Yu Ming has surpassed fourth Hokage in strength. The reason why the two admired fourth Hokage so much is because, at the beginning, fourth Hokage belonged to their lineage, that is, Hokage's lineage, and fourth Hokage was promoted by them in the main generation Hokage. But the fourth Hokage is indeed known as the most perfect Hokage of all time. But it is inevitable that there is a feeling of over-reputation, because Namikaze Minato has only been Hokage for 1 year. Just as a ninja, both the third generation and the two Hokage consultants think he is a perfect ninja. The two stood up, looked at Yu Ming and said, although I don't know what you think, but I think you can surpass the original fourth generation and become the sixth generation Hokage. After speaking, the two left here. Although this is their office, they basically don't come here very often. Hearing this, Yu Ming felt helpless. I don't want to be Hokage either. But Tsunade is quite happy. After all, although the two Hokage consultants appreciate Yu Ming, they have never expressed their hope that Yu Ming can become Hokage in front of others. Today this is directly recognized. Although their approval does not seem to be that important, it also has a certain effect. Because these two people can recommend a ninja to be Hokage after Hokage died in battle. Of course, the premise is that Hokage is dead, otherwise, they don't have this power. The power of the Hokage advisor is this. In fact, Chiyo is Tsunagaku's Kazekage advisor. Shortly after third Hokage disappeared, she elected Rasa, who was powerful at the time, as fourth Kazekage. In fact, it is very difficult to get their approval. It's just that they didn't know what was going on today, so they said it directly. Although Tsunade has always looked down on these two old guys, but there is still some respect. Yamato looked at Yu Ming and was also very pleased. At the beginning, I just thought Yu Ming was a very talented kid, and he was quite interesting. I didn't expect that it could grow to this point, and it might even become Hokage. And Shizune was shocked too. Unexpectedly, these two old guys who had been keeping their mouths shut all this time would let go. In fact, Shizune will be a Hokage consultant in the future. Tsunade stood up, looked at Yu Ming and smiled. Now Konoha, after I leave office, you will be the 6th Hokage. Although those two old guys are a bit pedantic, they still have good appeal. In the future, if you want to become Hokage, there will be no difficulty at all. Yu Ming smiled wryly. Why do you always want me to be Hokage? I told you I'm not suitable. Tsunade looked at Yu Ming, his eyes gradually became serious. Ming could only appease Tsunade first, and smiled. Well, who knows what will happen in the future. Let's talk about this kind of thing later. Now that they have agreed, Naruto should be free to enter Konoha in the future. Mr. Yamato, I still need you to keep an eye on Naruto along the way. I have strengthened the seal in his body, but I haven't completely sealed Nine Tails, because I still hope that Naruto can master Nine Tails chakra, as long as he masters Nine Tails chakra, then it will become a pillar of Konoha. So when Naruto was out of control, this seal affixed to him. There is the power that I seal into here. Yamato found Yu Ming's talisman, which is a sealed talisman. In fact, the power inside is the power to suppress Nine Tails. Yamato originally controlled wood style, which has a certain suppressive effect on Nine Tails. And if you integrate into Yu Ming's chakra, you can suppress the runaway Naruto. At least Naruto in Six Tails state is perfectly usable. After Yamato put it away, he smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will take good care of him." Tsunade said at this time, not only looking at him, but also looking at the people sent by Danzo. I think the old guy Danzo must have some kind of conspiracy. Pay attention to the ninja he sent. Yamato nodded. Yes, because of people. After speaking, Yamato disappeared. Tsunade went to the window and leaned on the ledge. Right now Akatsuki doesn't know what the tail-grabbing beast is doing, and with the strength of those ninjas Akatsuki, it would be very difficult to resist attacking any Dainin village. 0. Now, we just know that there are Uchiha Itachi, Kisame, Deidara, and Scorpion among the strong ones in their organization. Now Scorpion is killed by you, but the remaining 3 have cage-level strength, who I know how many powerful ninjas there are in Akatsuki. In a big ninja village, 3 or 4 cage-level experts are already very good. Like Konoha, the strong cage-level players are Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Yu Ming. Because Danzo has not fought all year round, his current strength is at the level of a quasi-shadow. And Sunagakure is even more uncomfortable, not even a cage level, the current Gaara, at most, is at the level of Xuanying. But Gaara's talent is very good, so it is estimated that within a year, he will quickly upgrade to cage level. Gaara's level in all aspects is quite good, the only thing that is poor is his physical skills. 0. But now he is asking a master of physical arts to help him practice physical arts. When the 5 cages fought against Uchiha Madara, the strength Gaara showed was definitely a cage-level powerhouse. As for the 2 traditional strong villages, Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure, it goes without saying. Whether it is 4th Raikage, Darui, and the 2nd Wooden Golem, or Killer Bee, etc., there are many cage-level strong players. And the overall strength is still the strongest, whether it is military or economic, it is the strongest among the 5 major ninja villages. Although Iwagakure only has Onoki and Wangtu as cage-level powerhouses, its overall strength is similar to that of Cloud Shinobi Village. Among the current 5 major ninja villages, its overall strength ranks 2nd. The rest is down to Konoha. Now Konoha's overall strength can only be ranked 3rd. This is because of the existence of Yu Ming. It is impossible for the 5 great ninja villages to enter the Fire Country. Moreover, Yu Ming is also a ninja-like map gun, so he can completely reverse a battlefield and guarantee Konoha's undefeated. Yu Ming also has no idea of attacking other ninja villages, not only Yu Ming, but also Tsunade. So according to the overall strength ranking, Konoha can only rank 3rd now. Yu Ming smiled. No matter how many cage-level experts they have, as long as I'm here, there will be no accidents in the village. This is Yu Ming's current self-confidence. There is no one who can be defeated in the ninja world now. Even 6 Paths Madara may not be able to defeat Yu Ming. So Yu Ming is very confident for Chapter 237 The Ghost Kingdom. 237 330ths. Chapter 237 The Ghost Kingdom. Maybe Shizune doesn't understand Yu Ming's self-confidence, but Tsunade knows why. No one knows what Yu Ming's real strength is, but Tsunade is the person who knows Yu Ming's strength best. Just the power of Yu Ming's Rinnegan is enough to make Tsunade feel terrified, and even feel that it is the power of a god. After Yamato made Sai, Naruto and little Sakura know each other, he took them out. Yu Ming stayed in Konoha and had nothing to do all day long. Either reading books, or dealing with Tsunade in government affairs. After all, Yu Ming's current occupation is a ninja, and it is impossible to chat with Tsunade about some messy things. In fact, Yu Ming originally wanted to teach Tsunade some ninjutsu, but after learning a few, Yu Ming gave up. Only now did he know that the direction of human energy and talent is determined. With Tsunade's fighting style, melee combat, strange power and medical, 903, ninjutsu are the most suitable for her. There is no need to learn ninjutsu specifically. In fact, what kind of ninjutsu she wants to learn. There are many secret runes of the Senju family, and not only the ninjutsu of the Senju family but also the ninjutsu of many families in Konoha. The very precious learning materials for commoner ninjas are everywhere in the secret runes of the Senju clan. And there is a more comprehensive library in the Hokage building. So it's not that Tsunade doesn't have the resources to learn, it's just that those ninjutsu are not suitable for her. So Tsunade didn't learn much ninjutsu, and Yu Ming didn't teach it. When Rinnegan Yu Ming taught Tsunade, it took nearly a year. It's not that Tsunade is stupid, but because she is not good at learning this kind of ninjutsu. You know, medical ninjutsu requires more precision in the control of chakra, but who dares to compare with Tsunade? And learning ninjutsu also requires the control of chakra to be qualified. It's just that Tsunade is really not very good at learning ninjutsu, so he learned Rinnegan after a year of learning. Tsunade has learned 2 ninjutsu from Yu Ming, one is Rinnegan and the other is Lei Shunshin. Lei Shun is Yu Ming in order to make up for the gap in Tsunade's speed. In fact, Tsunade's speed is not slow. After all, Uchiha Madara said that her speed is slower than 4th Hokage. This comparison object is quite outrageous. There are not many ninjas who surpass 4th Hokage in ninja speed. 4th Hokage was known for his speed. So it's normal to be slower than 4th Hokage, it's not normal to be faster than him. But after learning Yu Ming's Lei Shun, Tsunade did increase his speed. It's still not as good as 4th Hokage, but it's pretty close. Just when Yu Ming thought that life would return to peace again, unexpectedly, something happened again in the ninja world. Yu Ming, who was reading a book in the Hokage room that day, arrived when Shizune suddenly broke in. He looked up at the flustered Shizune. Miss Shizune, what made you so flustered? At this time, Tsunade raised his head, and the corner of his mouth was drooling when he was sleeping. Shizune looked helplessly at Tsunade who was greeting him with a smile. Yo, Tone, don't say it, it's really cute like this. It's just that if there is no saliva at the corner of the mouth, it may be more cute. Shizune walked over helplessly. Master Tsunade, this is a request from the Kingdom of Ghosts. Tsunade, who had been smiling with squinted eyes, frowned. After Shizune handed the letter to Tsunade, he looked at Yu Ming and said, Yu Ming, something big happened. This time, it's even more terrible than Akatsuki's thing. Yu Ming stood up, walked to Tsunade, took a look, and frowned. Spirit, why did it appear? Sprites, a monster from another world, were summoned to this world by a group of crazy ninjas who wanted to rule the world. The most frightening thing is that its body cannot be completely killed, and the most important thing is that its strength is still extremely strong. It also has a special ability, that is, it can create a large number of ghost legions, which are actually a group of fighting terracotta warriors. But Yu Ming thinks it must have nothing to do with the real terracotta warriors and horses, they are just some stone statues. Because Yu Ming firmly refused to admit that this thing is a terracotta army. However, the sprite's strength is indeed very strong. If it is not for the aura of Naruto's protagonist, it will really die. After all, the thing that almost ruled the world was resealed by Naruto, a Rinnegan, which is somewhat child's play. After reading it, Tsunade put down the letter in his hand. He looked up at Shizune and said, Shizune, sound the alarm, call all the ninjas in the village. Shizune was stunned, but immediately said, yes, Master Tsunade. After speaking, he ran out. Tsunade looked very serious. Yu Ming, it seems that the ninja world is going to be in big trouble. At the beginning, the priestess of the ghost country used powerful ninjutsu to seal it up. Now why does this kind of monster reappear in the ninja world? There are ninjas who captured the place where the ghost kingdom seals the spirits of monsters. The hands are very clear, how terrifying the two were at the beginning, and many countries were destroyed because of his ghost army. At the beginning, even Konoha's ninja couldn't do anything about it, because the sprites couldn't be killed at all. In the end, it was the Miko who took the initiative and sacrificed her own life to seal the sprites away. At the beginning, this catastrophe was not inferior to any Ninja World War, and even the Ninja World War did not have as many people who died in this disaster. The group of lifeless stone statues wiped out many countries in a short period of time, and they couldn't kill them at all. The ninjutsu of ordinary ninjas has no effect on them. But this is also the reason why the Kingdom of Ghosts can exist in the ninja world for so long as a small country. It is because there are witches in this country. As long as a sprite is born, the witches are the only ones who can seal it. Therefore, for so many years among the 5 major countries, no country has ever attacked the country of ghosts. And there are no ninjas in this country, it is an army composed of some samurai. Because Yu Ming likes to study anecdotes in the ninja world, he is very clear about the harm caused by sprites in the first place. That monster that really made the 5 great nations tremble with fear. Even when he first saw this record, Yu Ming almost thought that he was completely different species from the sprite he thought of. Because in the records of the ninja world, it is simply impossible for that sprite to be sealed by Naruto. The strength of the original Miko is definitely 1.5 of the peak cage level strength, and with the special power of the Miko, her strength may have surpassed the cage level. It's just that witches seem to have been in order to prevent monsters from being born in the past, so they can only guard the kingdom of the east. Moreover, the country of ghosts is a small country, and it is an army composed of warriors, so the country of ghosts does not jump like the country of rain. During the Second Ninja World War, it was a small country like the Land of Rain, 1v3, after defeating Konoha, fight Sand Shinobi, and after defeating Sand Shinobi, fight Iron Country. It is because of them that Rain Shinobi Village is a medium-sized ninja village, and there is also a Hanzo, a cage-level pinnacle ninja. The title of Hanzo and demigod is not boasted by oneself, but by others. At his peak, he did have peak cage-level strength. At least when he got old, he lost his aggressiveness and actually hid in the Iron Kingdom to enjoy his old age. Finally killed by Pen. It's already the age of third Hokage. Miko is similarly powerful. Chapter 238 Teammate, Azuki Shion. 238 330ths. Chapter 238 Teammate, Azuki Shion. However, there are no ninjas in the Kingdom of Ghosts except for witches, all of them are samurai. So the witches in the Kingdom of Ghosts have never had the idea of jumping around like Hanzo. And she also needs to guard the altar that seals the sprites. After preventing sprites from being born, they cannot be sealed. It's just that not every generation of witches has the opportunity to seal. Because not everyone can release sprites. Yu Ming looked at Tsunade and said, "What does the Kingdom of Ghosts say?" Tsunade sighed. The Kingdom of Oni wants us to send someone to protect Her Majesty Miko, and the country of Oni has also asked several other ninja villages for help. Yu Ming froze for a moment. It seemed to be different from what he remembered. Didn't you only ask Konoha for help? Why did you ask the 5 great ninja villages for help? Tsunade smiled wryly. It's just that every ninja village has its own ideas now. Only Cloud Shinobi sent people to the country of ghosts to support. Yu Ming thought for a while, and then finally understood why the other big countries didn't move. Because the country of ghosts is next to Konoha, and it has nothing to do with the other big countries. Yu Ming was a little speechless. At this time, these big countries 16 are still doing these things. However, since Cloud Shinobi Village has sent support staff, I didn't expect this. Because it stands to reason, Cloud Shinobi Village is the farthest from the ghost country. Tsunade thought of 4th Raikage, the brash who outmaneuvered himself in an arm wrestle. The decision that guy did make really surprised me a bit. Thinking of this, Yu Ming smiled wryly. No wonder there is so little rebellion in Cloud Shinobi Village. This village seems to be harmonious enough. Although 4th Raikage looks like a reckless man, in fact, this guy is thick and thin, and can unite the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village. Even losing to Namikaze Minato, he didn't feel ashamed at all, and wrote this battle in detail in the battle history of Cloud Shinobi Village. It is indeed not luck that Cloud Shinobi Village has become the strongest ninja village among the 5 ninja villages. Yu Ming laughed and said, "Then Konoha must send someone there. After all, it's right next to us." Tsunade raised his head and looked at Yu Ming. "I intend to ask you to protect your Highness Miko, and I will lead Konoha's ninjas to the border of the Land of Fire to stop the Ghost Army." Because the Ghost Army has now wiped out several countries, Tsunade can only make two-handed preparations. Yu Ming nodded. "Well, I can do it by myself." But Tsunade shook his head. "No, it's inconvenient for you. Her Majesty Miko is a girl. You are a man. I will arrange a team for you, and you will be the team leader Jonin. Because now Kakashi is in the hospital and has not recovered yet, and Yamato has been sent by Tsunade to follow Naruto. So now Tsunade can only lead his troops to the frontier of the Burning Nation to defend against the Ghost Legion." Yu Ming smiled wryly. "One person is enough for my abilities. And ninja, where is the difference between men and women?" Tsunade ignored Yu Ming's words and shouted, "Fox, come in." After shouting, So appeared in front of Tsunade, just wearing Anbu's fox mask. Yu Ming smiled wryly. "Sister Shion, it won't be you and me this time, will it?" Azuki Shion didn't speak, nor did she take off the mask on her face. And Tsunade said, "This time, Shion and Neji and Xiao Li will follow you." In fact, what Tsunade didn't say is that because Konoha has no ninjas for missions, there are only these few people. Yu Ming thought for a while, nodded and said, "Well, okay." Since Yu Ming became the Hokage guard, Azuki Shion and Yu Ming rarely saw each other. The main thing is that I can't see it. Azuki Shion used to be able to chat with Yu Ming, but now Yu Ming even directly lives in the Senju family. Or in the Hokage room, it is difficult to even meet each other. Tsunade wrote some words on a scroll, put it away, handed it to Yu Ming and said, "Take this scroll to find Neji and Xiao Li. This time your task is to escort Her Majesty the Miko to seal the sprite. This task is very important. Whether Her Majesty Miko is safe or not is related to the safety of the world." Hearing this, Ming became more serious. Tsunade continued, "This mission is an S-level mission. Yu Ming, I believe in you, but you must come back safely." Yu Ming smiled and said, "Don't worry, Lord Hokage, I will definitely come back safely." Holding the scroll, Yu Ming and Azuki Shion walked out. Tsunade put his hands on his chin, frowned and said in a low voice, "Yu Ming, the safety of the world depends entirely on you." Although he is very confident in Yu Ming's strength, Tsunade is also very clear about how terrifying monsters are. At the beginning, there was an existence that even the 5 great ninja villages could not kill together. If it weren't for the witch, the world might really be destroyed. But Yu Ming didn't pay much attention to sprites. It's just that the ninjutsu of the ninja world doesn't seem to have much effect on it, only the ninjutsu of the witch is useful to it. Moreover, this monster belongs to the other world, not a creature of the ninja world at all. However, Yu Ming felt that since the Shrine Maiden's ninjutsu was useful to it, his own ninjutsu should also be beneficial to it. After finding Xiao Li and Neji with Azuki Shion, the four set off quickly. On the way, Yu Ming looked at Uyu Shion and said with a smile, "Sister Shion, long time no see, you look beautiful again." Azuki Shion is very silent now, because Moonlight Gale is dead. She is a little sad. In addition, after Yu Ming became a special Jonin and became Tsunade's guard, he never talked with Azuki Yuyan again. She has been silent for many years. Several people are on their way, very fast, but for ninjas, it is normal to communicate in a hurry. Azuki Shion looked at Yu Ming, and said after a long time, "It's really been a long time since I saw you, it's been 3 years." Hearing this, Yu Ming knew that he was blaming Yu Ming. Yu Ming smiled wryly, "Isn't it because I don't have time? 900 I've been practicing hard all these years. But don't worry, Sister Shion, I will definitely protect your safety this time." For Yu Ming, Azuki Shion is definitely a very important woman in his life. Of course not a lover, but a person like a sister. From the age of 8 to 12, Yu Ming regarded Azuki Shion as his older sister for 4 years. Because she is really very good to Yu Ming. Hearing Yu Ming's words, although Azuki Shion was very happy in her heart, she still said calmly, "You should take good care of yourself." Yu Ming smiled, "Sister Shion, I still like to see you smile." And Neji and Xiaoli, who had been jumping on both sides of Yu Ming and Azuki Shion, said helplessly, "I said, can you two take care of us?" "Yu Ming, your words are a little disgusting," Neji grumbled, and Yu Ming gave Neji a white look. What does this guy know? Yu Ming makes Azuki Shion happy. He knew very well that Mao Shion was very sad after Yugong Galoin died, especially in those 3 years. She came to see Yu Ming many times, but Yu Ming was not there. It made Yu Ming a little ashamed. In the past, when Yu Ming was not that powerful, Azuki Shion found a lot of information for herself. For Yu Ming, Azuki Shion is very important to him. Such an important person, when she was saddest, couldn't find herself, which made Yu Ming a little ashamed. Chapter 239 Meeting the Two for the First Time by Wooden Golem. 239 330ths. Chapter 239 Meeting the Two for the First Time by Wooden Golem. The four of them soon came to the Kingdom of Ghosts. At this time, the Kingdom of Ghosts was already raging, and the four of them arrived outside the capital of the Kingdom of Ghosts, but were blocked by the army of the Kingdom of Ghosts. However, after Yu Ming took out the scroll of Tsunade, the soldiers of the Ghost Kingdom let the four of them go. When the four of Yu Ming entered the capital, they saw that everyone in the city was building formulas. Although they also knew that this would not be able to block the Ghost Army at all, but they could resist it for a while longer. As long as the witches and monsters are sealed, peace can be restored to the Kingdom of Ghosts. Passing through the streets of the capital, the four of Yu Ming finally came to the palace of the witch. Under the guidance of Saho, the four came to the Miko. The moment she saw Yu Ming, Miko was completely stunned. "Mr. Yu Ming." The maiden's name is Ziwan, and she actually knows Yu Ming. And Yu Ming was also taken aback for a moment. He didn't know when he met Ziyuan. The witch stood up from her position, walked up to Yu Ming, and said excitedly, "Mr. Yu Ming, is that you?" Yu Ming nodded, "Yes, but I don't seem to know your highness Miko." Azuki Shion and Neji were also a little curious about why Shion knew Yu Ming. But Saho thought for a while, and finally understood why the Miko was not afraid at all when the sprites appeared. Could it be because Shion had predicted something again? Maybe even Yu Ming was the one who could help Shion seal the sprites this time. You know, when the sprites first appeared, Ziwan collapsed. Because if you want to seal the sprites, you may die, which is very dangerous. The previous generation of witches sacrificed their lives to seal the sprites. The sprite is a very powerful monster, and it cannot be defeated so easily at all. If it had been resealed so easily, then it would not have been able to almost destroy the world in the first place. Ziwan looked at Yu Ming and said with a smile, "Mr. Yu Ming appeared in my dream." Yu Ming finally understood, looked at Saho and asked, "What's going on?" Naturally, it is impossible for Yu Ming to show that he understands that witches have the ability to prophesy. And Saho explained, "Mr. Yu Ming, because Her Majesty Miko has the ability to prophesy in dreams, and Her Majesty Miko's predictions have always been accurate." Hearing this, Yu Ming nodded. This ability is really scary. It's just that Yu Ming didn't want to ask Ziwan what the result she predicted would be. You can tell from Miko's expression that it must be a good result. But Yu Ming doesn't know much about the sprites. After all, he only knows that Naruto and Shion finally resealed the sprites. But in it doesn't show the strength that sprites should have as a monster that can destroy the world. So Yu Ming doesn't think that if the sprites only have that kind of strength, they will definitely be stronger. It's just that Yu Ming felt that he should be able to help Ziwan seal it. Ziyuan looked at Yu Ming and was very happy. According to the prophecy, it was Yu Ming who helped her reseal the sprites, and she was not dead yet. So Ziyuan knew that Yu Ming was the only one who could save her. After discussing the situation with Ziwan, Yu Ming must stay by Ziwan's side and protect her. Yu Ming, Neji and Xiaoli stayed outside the palace. Outside the palace, there are several rooms. When Yu Ming came here, he saw an acquaintance. When seeing this person, Yu Ming was stunned. "Sam Yi. Why are you here?" Samui, who was discussing how to protect Ziwan with the two wooden golems, heard this familiar voice and turned to look over. He said coldly, "It's you, I knew that Konoha would definitely let you come." Although Sammy's expression was cold, Yu Ming could hear Sammy's happy mood. Her personality was originally very cold. Both Neji and Xiaoli were a little surprised why Yu Ming knew people from Cloud Shinobi Village. Walking towards Sammy and the others, Yu Ming sat beside Sammy without any surprise. "I didn't expect Cloud Shinobi Village to send you here. And the people sent by Cloud Shinobi Village are Wooden Golem, the two members of Erwage and Cherokee, Omoi, Kalui, and Samui." It can be said that Cloud Shinobi Village attaches great importance to it this time. Samui and the second wooden golem are both Jonin of Cloud Shinobi Village, and the second wooden golem is a real cage-level powerhouse. And Tsunade probably sent him and Neji 2 Jonins because Cloud Shinobi Village sent 2 Jonins. Among the younger generation, namely Yu Ming and Neji were upgraded to become Jonin. The 2 wooden golem looked at Yu Ming with solemn eyes, but they were serious and unsmiling. They had the same personality as Sam Yi, very cold. But she is actually very curious about Yu Ming. After seeing Yu Ming, Kalui and Omoi completely stunned, Shi Ming. Yu Ming is 1 year younger than both of them, but the difference in strength, the gap between them and Yu Ming is not a little bit. Yu Ming said with a smile, I think your village sent you over this time, and it has already been explained. Cloud Shinobi Village already knows the horror of sprites. The most important thing for us now is to protect Her Majesty the Priestess and escort her safely to the sealed sprite's body. Yu Ming didn't realize that he was not from Cloud Shinobi Village at all, so he spoke directly. But Samuel listened to Yu Ming's words seriously. The same is true for Omoi and Karui, because they know how strong Yu Ming is. It's just that the two were led by Wooden Golem but looked at Yu Ming and frowned. Mr. Yu Ming, you are Konoha's ninja, are you here to guide our Cloud Shinobi Village ninja, is it appropriate? Although Cloud Shinobi Village also sent people to escort Ziwan this time, at this time, there was not much communication between the various villages. Not even an alliance like Konoha and Sunagaku is this close. Yu Ming looked at the two led by Wooden Golem. He laughed and said, this is the famous 2 by Wooden Golem Jonin, the 2 by Wooden Golem, the ninja who can completely control the tail beast. FG good, hearing this, Samuel pulled Yu Ming's clothes. By Wooden Golem Jonin has a bad temper, don't mess with her. Yu Ming looked at Sam Yi, Yu Ming smiled. Clapping her hand, looking at the two, Wooden Golem said, actually, the most important thing now is not which village we belong to, but how to escort Her Majesty to the country of marshes, so I think we should cooperate, what do you say? Yu Ming didn't directly burst out his own strength to make the two women, Wooden Golem, submit, because he knew very well that the two women, Wooden Golem, faced Hidan and Kakuzu, and would compromise because of Yu Ming's strong strength. Some people are not Joe who can make her compromise just by using their strong strength. And Yu Ming is not the kind of person who wants to suppress others because of his great strength. To be precise, he prefers to play hard and soft. So it is different from the previous chakra outbreak in the Land of Water to frighten the 3 of Samui. Chapter 240 Are you sure to complete this mission? 243/130. Chapter 240 Are you sure to complete this mission? Now Yu Ming is going to have a talk with Wooden Golem, who has plenty of time anyway. However, Sam reminded himself in a low voice, which surprised Yu Ming. This woman seems to have changed her impression a lot. She treated Yu Ming no better than Wooden Golem in the Land of Water before. Now I am willing to remind Yu Ming, which is a very good start. The two, Wooden Golem, looked at Yu Ming with a cold face. I know you are very strong, but for this mission, the 4th Hokage gave us instructions to protect the Miko, and did not follow your instructions. The second is played by Wooden Golem with a tough attitude. Both Neji and Xiao frowned. In fact, they also felt that Konoha and Cloud Shinobi Village had to act separately. The relationship between the two villages was not very good before, although after the Third Ninja World War, the two villages signed an armistice agreement. But you know, Neji's father died because of Cloud Shinobi Village. He was very restrained to be able to stand here calmly and carry out the task. Yu Ming, who was originally sitting next to Sammy, suddenly appeared next to the two Wooden Golem, and said with a smile, Wooden Golem Jonin, as a ninja, don't you know what it means to be adaptable? You are still Jonin from Cloud Shinobi Village, is this level? You have to know that 570 is not allowed to fail this mission. If Her Majesty the Miko cannot seal the sprites, our Kingdom of Fire may be destroyed. Will your Kingdom of Thunder be better? And I didn't say listen to me, it's just that the two sides can cooperate. The two, Wooden Golem, listened to Yu Ming's words, their eyes narrowed slightly. Not because of Yu Ming's words, but because of Yu Ming's teleport just now. She didn't realize it, and Ming appeared beside her. With this kind of strength, Wooden Golem can be sure of the two, and he is definitely not an opponent. This speed is definitely faster than 4th Hokage, and it still belongs to time and space ninjutsu. So the two, Wooden Golem, didn't speak, and their hearts were extremely shocked. This guy is really strong. It seems that Samuel is not talking nonsense. Maybe he really has the strength to suppress tailed beasts. At this time, the two from Wooden Golem's second tail said, Wooden Golem, this guy is very strong, and his chakra volume is several times that of mine. Don't underestimate him, or you will suffer. The two were completely stunned by Wooden Golem. What? The amount of chakra is actually more than yours. Although your chakra amount is not the largest tailed beast, you are still a tailed beast anyway. How could a human being have more chakra amount than you? You more, Matabi, don't you feel wrong? In fact, the relationship between Erway and Erway Wooden Golem is good, otherwise, Erway Wooden Golem would not know Erway's name. The reason why Danzo feels that the only people who can perfectly control the tail beast is Killer Bee and 4th Mizukage, probably because he doesn't know Wooden Golem at all. It's just that Matabi said that Yu Ming's chakra is not only more than it, but also several times more. It's hard to believe the two led by Wooden Golem. She thinks Matabi may have made a mistake. But Matabi went on to say solemnly, I can guarantee that I have no perception error at all. This guy does have enough chakra to suppress me, and the amount of chakra is huge. Although I can't feel how much it is definitely several times that of mine. Quote. Don't forget, Samuel once said that this guy has the power to suppress 3 tails. I think it's definitely not nonsense. Hearing Matabi's words, the eyes of the two, wooden golem looking at Yu Ming changed a lot. When she first heard the rumors about Yu Ming, she didn't really believe it. How could it be so easy for human beings to suppress tailed beasts? What's more, when he was still alone, when Third Hokage played against 8 tails, both of them were exhausted, and it was only a tie. Apart from 9 tails, the difference in strength between the 8-tailed beasts is not particularly large. So the strength of 8 tails is actually not much different from that of 3 tails. It's just that 3 tails doesn't have Jinchuriki, so it doesn't appear to be very strong. 4th Mizukage had full control over 3 tails back then. It was only later that he was controlled by Obito, resulting in no results, but 4th Mizukage's strength is definitely cage level. As for the strength of 3 tails, BGFA may be weaker than 8 tails, but not too much. So Yu Ming can suppress 3 tails, which means that Yu Ming has the ability to compete with 8 tails, and maybe even suppress them. After all, according to what Sammy said, in the battle between Yu Ming and 3 tails was suppressed throughout. This is enough to show that Yu Ming's strength is higher than that of 3 tails, not evenly matched. The two, wooden golem, looked at Yu Ming and said calmly, cooperation is fine, but I need to maintain the dominance of my own team. Yu Ming smiled and said, no problem at all. In fact, our purpose is the same, which is to escort the witch to seal the monsters. As long as this purpose can be achieved, whatever we do is right. And the reason why we cooperate with you is because I think that this sprite must be released by a ninja, otherwise it would not be able to break the seal by itself. The two, wooden golem, nodded and said, we think so too, that's why our village will let us protect Miko Dai. Yu Ming nodded and said, since we have reached a cooperation agreement, I would like to ask Samui to take Karui to personally protect Miko-sama and prevent her from being assassinated by those ninjas. The two thought about it and agreed with wooden golem. In fact, they had this idea from the beginning. Samui did not express any opinions, although she is also a Jonin, and even belongs to the relatively strong Jonin in Cloud Shinobi Village. It's just that she still has more trust in Yu Ming. She has more trust in Yu Ming since the last mission in the Country of Water. When Samui took Karui to personally protect the witch, Yu Ming and the others lived in the outer room of the palace. Tomorrow, I will take the Shrine Maiden to the Country of Marshes. The sprite's body was sealed in the swamp country. After Neji, Shaoli and Omoi fell asleep, Yu Ming went outside the room and looked at the moonlight in the sky. Just in time to see the two walking out by wooden golem. The two members, wooden golem, were obviously stunned for a moment, and wanted to turn around and leave, but felt that she seemed to be afraid of Yu Ming. Then he continued to walk over. This woman has a proud personality, although she is very gentle towards the ninjas in her village, she is also very arrogant at the same time. Standing on the balcony on the 2nd floor of the room, Yu Ming looked at the moonlight and felt that the two were approached by wooden golem, and said calmly, this is the 2nd time I have cooperated with the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village. The two, wooden golem, leaned on the railing of the balcony, and said coldly, the first time was with Samuel. When she returned, she bragged about your strength as if you were the #1 ninja. Even Karu, 2 idiots, I and Omoi, followed suit. Yu Ming froze for a moment. Then he smiled, I didn't think of that. The two, wooden golem, looked at the moonlight and asked calmly, are you sure you can complete this mission? The monsters almost destroyed the world. The damage they caused back then was nothing compared to the Ninja World War. Several countries were destroyed by it, and sprites cannot be killed using ninjutsu. Chapter 241 The Power of Miko. 241 330ths. Chapter 241 The Power of Miko. Yu Ming did not expect that two people as proud as wooden golem would ask themselves such a question. In fact, Yu Ming has always been very confident. If the maiden can't do it, he will do it himself. During this time, his mastery of Yin Yang Dun has reached a very high level, even very close to the Sage of Six Paths level. And most importantly, Yu Ming's amount of chakra is enough to make him surpass Sage of 6 Paths. To enter the 6 Paths level, one needs to become a Jinchuriki of 10 tails, or like Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, one with 10 tails. Because it needs to rely on the huge chakra of 10 tails to improve its own strength. But Yu Ming doesn't need it at all, because Yu Ming's current chakra amount is quite close to the end. The chakra of 10 tails is obtained by absorbing the natural energy of the earth. Yu Ming's chakra is indeed brought about by pure physical energy. His chakra volume, now in the ninja world, the only person who surpasses Yu Ming is Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, even Sage of 6 Paths can't compare. It's just that his grasp of Yin Yang Dun is not as strong as Sage of 6 Paths. But definitely much stronger than 6 Paths Madara. The amount of chakra is definitely not comparable to 6 Paths Madara. The reason why Ōtsutsuki Kaguya has more chakra than Yu Ming is because she has integrated with 10 tails. Although Yu Ming has a lot of chakra now, it still cannot compare with 10 tails. But the gap is not too big. Yu Ming's body not only absorbs the natural energy of the earth, but also absorbs the natural energy of the entire universe. Therefore, the chakra of Yu Ming's body is not only the natural energy from the earth, but also all the energy from the universe. If the amount of chakra in Yu Ming's body is simply absorbing the natural energy of the earth would have been sucked dry long ago. You know, In the final decisive battle between Naruto and Sasuke, Naruto used nearly half of the natural energy of the earth. If the chakra in Yu Ming's body absorbs the natural energy of the earth like 10 tails, it is estimated that the earth would have been sucked dry by now. From the very beginning, Yu Ming's body was not chakra inherited from earth or from 10 tails. Instead, his body constantly absorbs natural energy from the outside world, and converts it into the energy of his own body just like the sacred tree, while Yu Ming transforms the energy platform in the body into his own chakra by extracting the energy of the body. So Yu Ming's upper limit of chakra is definitely not at the 10 tails level, but probably much more than 10 tails. A body that grows stronger without limit, although there is a process, but there is no limit. And now, although Yu Ming's yin-yang escape can't reach the level of Sage of Six Paths, it has reached an extremely high level. It should be able to seal sprites. Yu Ming looked at the two women led by Wooden Golem. Under the moonlight, this woman is indeed quite beautiful, coupled with her proud personality, her strong strength is indeed very attractive. The attraction of the two men in Cloud Shinobi Village by Wooden Golem to Cloud Shinobi Village is quite high. She is the same age as Samuel, but Samuel's strength is completely incomparable to hers. The two of them, Wooden Golem, are real cage-level experts. If Hidan didn't understand Hidan's ability, he probably cheated him. Hidan and Kakuzu may not necessarily be able to take her down. But for this kind of woman, Yu Ming generally appreciates them and rarely makes a move. It was like he admired Samuel, but he only admired it and never thought of attacking her. If Yu Ming really wants to attack Samuel, Yu Ming is very sure that he can win. It's just that he is more interested in the strength of the two wooden golems compared to the beauty and character of the two wooden golems. Actually, from the very beginning, I never thought about it. I really rely entirely on Her Majesty the Mistress to seal this monster, and I think that the strength of the sprites is definitely not simple. Regarding the current strength of Her Majesty the Mistress, I really think that it's not very sure that it can be sealed. I think you should feel it too, otherwise you wouldn't be able to ask me this question. The two, Wooden Golem frowned, looked at the capital city of the ghost country outside, and said after a long time, I'm really not sure, I felt it from the beginning, the strength of the Miko, it is impossible to seal the monster, it's just that I think she should have the power to seal monsters, but I really don't know what kind of power will defeat such a powerful monster. And this power is still stored in a person with such low strength. Compared with the previous generation of witches, the current Ziwan's strength is indeed quite poor, and it can even be said that she has no strength at all. Ask for flowers. In fact, Yu Ming knew that the reason why Ziwan didn't show any power was not that she didn't have this power, but that this power was sealed by her mother. Because that force is too powerful. If Ziwan had discovered this power since she was a child, she would have been assassinated by ninjas under the two arms of the country. And Ziwan was too young at that time, and she couldn't grasp that power. That power was even stronger than that of her mother, Maitreya. Yu Ming leaned on the guardrail, smiled and said, actually, you feel right. There is indeed an extremely powerful power in her, even surpassing the power of cage level. This power is very huge, but that power is sealed. I don't know why this power was sealed, it must be that the previous generation of priestess felt that her daughter could not grasp this power. 0. The two were taken aback by Wooden Golem, then turned to look at Yu Ming, really? Yu Ming nodded, well, my perception is pretty good. I can feel that there is indeed an extremely powerful force in her body, but it's just sealed. Did you notice that she has a bell on her chest? The two were nodded by Wooden Golem, well, I see. Just after the two were finished by Wooden Golem, she frowned, why did you notice the bell on her chest? There is definitely something wrong with the second one by Wooden Golem, because she is wearing low-cut clothes. For a moment, the two, Wooden Golem looked at Yu Ming with some strange eyes. Seeing the eyes of the two wooden golems, Yu Ming knew that the woman had misunderstood. What are you thinking? I said that I have strong perception ability, and I can do some sealing techniques, and the bell on Her Majesty's chest is sealed. A sealing technique, that is, the sealing technique in this bell suppresses the power of Her Majesty the Priestess. In fact, there is a very powerful force in her body, even stronger than the power you have. However, I really don't know whether her power can seal the monster. If she really can't do it, I can only try to see if it can be sealed. The two, Wooden Golem, looked at Yu Ming, and said after a long time, I don't think you have the ability to seal it, and even the priestess can't seal it. If you can seal it, why do you need Miko's sister? Chapter 242 He can really kill you easily, no joking. 242 330ths. Chapter 242 He can really kill you easily, no joking. Yu Ming knew that Wooden Golem didn't believe the two, but Yu Ming didn't care. In fact, he is not sure whether Yin Yang Dun can seal the sprites. Yu Ming looked at the two and Wooden Golem said, do you know Shao? Wooden Golem, who was originally looking at the capital, frowned, I heard, isn't it an organization composed of a group of rebel ninja? It seems to accept employment from various ninja villages. Hearing the words of the two wooden golems, Yu Ming knew that she didn't understand much at all. So Yu Ming explained, it seems that you still don't know much about it. It's true that Ōtsutsuki is an organization composed of a group of rebellious ninjas, but the strength of these rebellious ninjas is top-notch even in the 5 great ninja villages. The strength of elite Jonin, the average strength is at cage level. And during this period of time, they also started to capture Jinchuriki from various ninja villages. The Jinchuriki from several villages have been captured by them, do you know the news? 657. The two were stunned for a moment by Wooden Golem, completely unaware of what Yu Ming said. Why are they capturing Jinchuriki? And isn't Jinchuriki an important force in a village? How do they capture it? Looking at the two, Wooden Golem, who was very confused, although his face was cold. Yu Ming thought to himself, no wonder Hidan and Kakuzu were caught at the beginning. The news was too closed. They didn't even know the opponent's strength, so they started fighting. It's strange not to be abused. But he admired the two by Wooden Golem, so he didn't want this woman to die. You really don't know how powerful they are at all. The strength and abilities of this group of people are extremely special. Before defecting, they were all elite ninjas from various villages. They have their own very good skills to deal with Jinchuriki like you. Wait. Although I don't know why they captured Jinchuriki, what is certain is that they can be easily captured. As long as Jinchuriki is found, no Jinchuriki can escape. Your Cloud Shinobi village is not captured now, just because the tail beasts in your village are 2 tails and 8 tails. I have fought against those people before. There are 4 ninjas, and the strength of these 4 ninjas are all cage level, and there are ninjas that you can't deal with. Do you know what it means? When you meet them, you will surely die. The two, led by Wooden Golem, were not frightened by Yu Ming, but frowned. This is not necessarily the case. The two were said coldly by Wooden Golem, completely ignoring them. Because Cloud Shinobi Village has never cooperated with Akatsuki at all, and Cloud Shinobi Village does not have Akatsuki's rebellion, so Cloud Shinobi Village's understanding of Akatsuki is really limited. Even 4th Raikage doesn't know Akatsuki very well, let alone the two by Wooden Golem. Yu Ming looked at the 2 men led by Wooden Golem. If you just fight, maybe some of them are not your opponents, but if you use their special abilities, you will definitely die without knowing their information. There's simply no chance of being alive. Seeing that the 2 Wooden Golem wanted to refute, Yu Ming said calmly, don't refute, I'll ask you, if there is a ninja, as long as he gets the blood of the opponent, he can kill the opponent by suicide, you have a way deal with it. The two were stared at by Wooden Golem. How could there be such ninjutsu? Yu Ming looked at the 2 and Wooden Golem said calmly, unfortunately, there is at least one ninja among them who has this kind of ninjutsu. Not only does he have this kind of ninjutsu, he also has an immortal body, that is to say, after he performs the technique, he kills himself by suicide and then makes his opponent suffer exactly the same damage as himself. But he himself is immortal, and what about you? Are you immortal? If you fall into his spell, what will be the result? The result is that he didn't die, but you suffered the same injury and you died. Hearing this, the two, led by Wooden Golem, frowned and remained silent for a long time. After a long time, she turned her head and looked at Yu Ming. Why did you tell me this information? At this time, Yu Ming looked at the moonlight in the sky and said calmly, it's just interesting to see you, I don't want you to die. This is just one of their ninjas, and there is another one who has 5 hearts, that is, 5 lives. The key is that he also has 5 chakra properties, and his strength is terrifying. To deal with him, you can't be an opponent at all. Besides the 2 of them, there are also ninjas who have Sharingan. One illusion can control you. Don't rush to refute. You should know Mangekyo Sharingan. Back then, 9 tails in our village could be controlled instantly. Do you think you can't control you? Quote. In fact, Yu Ming told the 2 that Wooden Golem only needs to inquire about the information. That Uchiha Itachi of Konoha owns the Mangekyo Sharingan is not a secret at all. Listening to Yu Ming talking about these words, the 2 of you, Wooden Golem, felt heavy for a while. Because she felt that these opponents were really not easy to deal with. If she saw this kind of ninja, without the information of Yu Ming, she would really be unable to defeat her opponent. For example, if the one with the immortal body fights, she will be easily plotted against. It's just that Yu Ming said that he didn't want to die because he admired himself. It really surprised the 2 of them, Wooden Golem, and some didn't believe this reason. I don't quite trust you. Yu Ming looked at the 2, led by Wooden Golem, and said calmly, I don't need you to believe me, just remember my information and don't die at that time. Although you are from Cloud Shinobi Village, people like you are dead. It's such a pity. The 2 turned their heads from Wooden Golem, lowered their heads, and looked down. I remember everything you said, but I don't know what your purpose is. And those ninjas you mentioned, the ninjas with Mangekyo Sharingan, should belong to Konoha, right? Yu Ming did not evade, and said with a smile, then do you think, besides our Konoha, where else can ninjas have the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? And you should know something about Mangekyo Sharingan. The 2 were nodded by Wooden Golem. Well, I know a little bit, I heard that you can control the tailed beast. But Jinchuriki are hardly affected by illusions. Yu Ming shook his head, then you have to see whose illusion is it. If you have Mangekyo Sharingan's illusion, you're useless even as a Jinchuriki. Wanwa 1.22's Sharingan's illusion is no longer an ordinary illusion, it has a strong restraint effect on tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. In fact, even if you don't need the illusion of Mangekyo Sharingan, you can also hallucinate your Jinchuriki. Like this, Yu Ming squeezed the chin of the 2 led by Wooden Golem, and looked at her. At this moment, the 2 were suddenly stunned by Wooden Golem. He didn't look at Yu Ming, but his eyes froze blankly. Then Yu Ming let go of his hand and patted her on the shoulder. The 2 who came out of the illusion were covered with cold by Wooden Golem. How is this possible? You have hallucinated me in an instant, how is it possible? Matabi in Yu Ming's body also trembled all over, looking at Yu Ming full of awe. By Wooden Golem, I think, this guy is so scary, he can kill you easily, really, I'm not kidding. Chapter 243 Ninja Attack, Giant Fire Dragon. 243 330ths. Chapter 243 Ninja Attack, Giant Fire Dragon. You know, the two led by Wooden Golem is a Jinchuriki who can perfectly control the tailed beast. If you want to use illusion on her, and it will work, unless it is Mangekyo Sharingan, even Mangekyo Sharingan may not be able to work. But Yu Ming just now hallucinated her and the Matabi in her body just for a moment. If he didn't unlock the illusion, he might kill him. Thinking of this, the two, Wooden Golem, said tremblingly, how did you do it? Yu Ming turned around, looked at the scenery outside the balcony, and said calmly, don't worry about how I did it, think about it, I didn't use the Sharingan and still hallucinated you. If you meet a Uchiha clan ninja, if you use Mangekyo Sharingan to cast illusions on you, I'm afraid you won't have the slightest chance of resisting. Hearing this, the two, Wooden Golem, fell silent. Just now, Yu Ming was hallucinating her, which really made her a little scared. In the past, she only had some understanding of Sharingan, but she only knew about ordinary Sharingan. She is actually not very clear about what Mangekyo Sharingan is like. But seeing Yu Ming's illusion now, she felt a little scared. Can a person with Mangekyo Sharingan use illusion to reach your level? The two, Wooden Golem looked at Yu Ming with nervous expressions. In fact, the illusion released by Yu Ming just now used Rinnegan, which is much stronger than Mangekyo Sharingan. But Yu Ming still hopes that Wooden Golem can give an early warning. To be precise, it's not at my level, but much higher than the intensity of the illusion I released. Do you have a concept? The two, led by Wooden Golem, held the guardrail and fell silent. Yu Ming looked at her dignified expression, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. This is what he wanted. In addition to the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, there's also the immortal ninja I just told you about. When fighting him, you'd better not let him get your blood, otherwise you will definitely die. His partner, a ninja who has 5 chakra attributes and can use 5 attribute ninjutsu. And he has 5 lives. As long as you don't kill all 5 of his hearts, he won't die. The other is Iwagaker's. He has a secret technique that can release clay bombs. The power is terrifying. Some ninjutsu can even be compared to a small-tailed beast bomb. The two had Wooden Golem holding on to the rail again. Akatsuki's members turned out to be like this. Yu Ming laughed and said, this is just a few of them. There are still many members who have not appeared, but what is certain is that their strength is cage level. The two, Wooden Golem, pondered for a while and looked at Yu Ming. Tell me this, what do you want to do? You know, these two are ninjas, forbearance and deception is a compulsory course. The two led by Wooden Golem can't believe that Yu Ming told himself these things because he admired himself and didn't want to let himself die. This information is very important to her, and she has indeed heard that Akatsuki's organization has recently captured Jinchuriki. Yu Ming looked at the two led by Wooden Golem and smiled. Why do you always ask me what purpose I have? Just pretend that I don't have any purpose, just remember it, and don't die easily. After all, I don't really want the way in your body to be taken away by them. After speaking, Yu Ming returned to his room. The two were left with a puzzled look on Wooden Golem's face. Looking at the moon, the two led by Wooden Golem frowned and thought, what the hell is this guy doing? Why are you telling me this? And the Matabi in her body thought for a while and said, I think, maybe this guy is really just admiring you and telling you this, or he doesn't want the Shao organization to capture the tail beast in your body. After all, no one knows what Akatsuki's purpose is. If there is any threat to the world, then it can also threaten Konoha. The two were completely puzzled by Wooden Golem. The next day, Li Ming brought Neji and Xiao Li to the palace minister of the witch. The two, led by Wooden Golem and Omoi, had already arrived at the witch's palace. Ziwan was still very calm at first, but when she saw Yu Ming coming, she came over and said, Mr. Yu Ming. Last night, Azuki Yuyan, Samui and Karui took turns to protect Xian. Seeing Yu Ming approaching, Azuki Xian also walked behind Yu Ming. Yu Ming smiled and said, Sister Xian, yes. Azuki Xian nodded. Since Moonlight Gale's death, she has been a little silent. Yu Ming also understood. The two members, Wooden Golem, looked at Yu Ming with puzzled eyes. She couldn't figure out what Yu Ming wanted to do. Sammy looked at Yu Ming with a cold gaze. Yu Ming looked at Ziwan and said, Your Majesty, let's go, we will escort you to the country of marshes. Ziyuan walked in front of Yu Ming and nodded. She seemed to have great confidence in Yu Ming. And just when a few people were about to leave the palace, suddenly all the soldiers outside the palace fell down. Everyone who sensed the change hurriedly stood by Ziyuan's side. The two, Wooden Golem and Yu Ming, stood at the front, looking at the 5 white-clothed ninjas who were attacking them. Yu Ming looked at the two by Wooden Golem. The two, Wooden Golem, also looked at Yu Ming at this time. Yu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. These ninjas are a bit weird, be careful. The two, led by Wooden Golem, nodded and rushed out. Yu Ming stood in front of Ziyuan to protect her. A pair of blue cat's claws suddenly appeared in the hands of Wooden Golem who rushed forward. Shot towards one of the ninjas. Boom. With one blow from 090, the ninja was immediately sent flying and loaded onto the city wall. Just at this time, the other 4 ninjas gave up too and Wooden Golem appeared in front of Yu Ming. But they didn't rush in to kill Xian, but formed the seal, Fire-style De Huo, with both hands outside. Wind-style Dragon Roll, Earth-style Flying Sand, Lightning-style, Thunder Flash. 4 ninjas use 4 kinds of ninjutsu with chakra attributes together, but these 4 ninjutsu are actually combined. In an instant, a fire dragon with flames and lightning surrounded Yu Ming and the others. The entire palace was instantly overturned by this tens of meters long fire dragon. Roar! The fire dragon Zhongyang swung a huge dragon head more than 10 meters away, and swallowed it too fast towards Zi Genichi. Zi Yuan was so scared that she grabbed the corner of Yu Ming's clothes. Shaoli and Neji were about to make a move, but facing the fire dragon, they really didn't know how to make a move. You must know that there is not only fire, but also thunder, wind blade, and extremely fast flying sand inside. If you make a move, you will be swallowed by this fire dragon in an instant. Sammy also frowned looking at the fire dragon. This ninjutsu cannot be extinguished. Just after she finished speaking, she looked at Yu Ming. If it's him, it should be fine. After drawing out the short sword, she really couldn't split the giant fire dragon. Chapter 244 The two are convinced by wooden golem. 244 330ths. Chapter 244 The two are convinced by wooden golem. Not to mention Karui and Omoi. The current strength of these two people is not enough to deal with this fire dragon. At this moment, Yu Ming's hands began to quickly seal. After seeing Yu Ming finally moved, Sammy breathed a sigh of relief. This guy made a move, which means he is sure to resist this ninjutsu. This is all the experience she gained when she fought side by side with Yu Ming last time. As long as Yu Ming makes a move, then he must have great confidence. Sure enough, after Yu Ming swiftly formed a seal with both hands, water-style explosive water shockwave, wind-style great breakthrough. The moment Yu Ming completed the seal, a huge stream of water fell from the sky. Like a waterfall, a huge waterfall tens of meters long fell from the sky. At the same time, the wind of wind style instantly rolled up this giant water column. The tens of meters long water column fell into the ground like a giant water dragon, and under the blessing of wind style, it turned into a water dragon again, opened its mouth and collided with the fire dragon. Boom! For a moment, the water dragon and the fire dragon collided together, generating a violent energy shock wave, and violent shocks occurred within hundreds of meters around. Ziwan looked at Yu Ming's back and was completely stunned. Is this the power of Mr. Yu Ming? It's so strong. After the water dragon and the fire dragon collided, a huge pit appeared on the ground. The water flow had already filled up the huge pit, and the huge pit was full of sand. The fire dragon was completely blocked. Azuki Shion hugged Ziwan, and she couldn't stand on the water. And the four ninjas around were completely stunned. This guy actually blocked our combined ninjutsu. How could it be possible? The power of their combined ninjutsu has definitely reached S rank. Not to mention Jonin. Cage level may not be able to block it, but Yu Ming also released a combined ninjutsu just now, and it can completely block their combined ninjutsu. The power is terrible. Yu Ming looked at the four people standing in his four directions. It's you who released the sprites. The four ninjas frowned, looked at each other, and shouted, kill him. After speaking, the four of them rushed towards Yu Ming. Looking at the four of them, Yu Ming looked at Sammy, Neji and Shaoli. After seeing Yu Ming's gaze, the three of them rushed towards one of the ninjas. Yu Ming looked at Azuki Shion. Sister Shion, take your Highness Miko and leave first. Azuki Shion nodded, carrying a samurai sword on her back, pulled Shion and rushed out. Yu Ming looked at one of the ninjas. Kill you, really waste my time. After Yu Ming finished speaking, he suddenly appeared in front of him. Dry bird, puff. The moment the ninja was about to rush towards Yu Ming disappeared, and the next moment, Yu Ming suddenly appeared in front of him, but when he found out, it was already too late, thinking that Yu Ming's hand had pierced through his body. Blood flowed, and at this time, the two of them, wooden golem, happened to kill the ninja she went out to block before. Turn around and just see the whole process of Yu Ming killing that ninja. He was completely stunned. That was definitely time-space ninjutsu just now. This guy not only knows such terrible lightning-style ninjutsu, but also time-space ninjutsu, and his speed has definitely surpassed fourth Raikage. After Yu Ming pulled out his hand, under a gust of lightning, the blood stained on his body was instantly thrown out. This kind of chakra control once again made the two wooden golem feel shocked. After killing one of the ninjas, Yu Ming ignored the other three ninjas and walked towards the outside of the palace. When passing by the two wooden golems, he said, what are you doing standing here? Follow up to protect Her Majesty the Miko. After speaking, he walked outside. The two were taken aback by wooden golem, then turned around and ran out following Yu Ming. After Azuki Shion led Ziwan away for a few minutes, Yu Ming and wooden golem followed. After seeing Yu Ming, Azuki Shion breathed a sigh of relief. She was really worried that there would be another ninja, and her strength could not be determined. Because Azuki Shion's strength is only special Jonin. To deal with ordinary Jonin, there is still no problem to support it, but the few ninjas who killed it before are not ordinary Jonin at all. Just the combined ninjutsu they released was beyond what ordinary Jonin could release. And Ziwan, who had been worried all the time, was relieved after seeing Yu Ming appear. Mr. Yu Ming, it's great that you're all right. Yu Ming nodded. At this time, Yu Ming saw the capital outside the forest, which was full of smoke and dust. He frowned. It seems that the ghost army has already invaded the capital of the ghost country. Your Highness, the priestess, after arriving in the marsh country, I hope you can seal the sprites as soon as possible, otherwise the world will be destroyed. Shion was a little timid, but, I'm worried that I don't. Before Ziwan could finish speaking, Yu Ming looked at her seriously and said, Your Highness Miko, only you can do it. Don't worry, I will definitely protect you. You can just seal the sprites at ease, and leave the rest to you. Zi Yuan looked at Yu Ming and finally nodded. At this time, Azuki Shion was carrying her on her back. She is not a ninja, so if she wants to find some way to get there, Azuki Shion can only carry her on her back. The two, wooden golem, looked at Yu Ming at this time. She saw the strength shown by Yu Ming just now, and it was really strong. Whether it's speed or ninjutsu, his strength has even reached the level of 4th Hokage, and may even surpass 4th Hokage. Maybe Sammy didn't exaggerate Yu Ming's strength, maybe he really has a lot of strength, and can even easily suppress the tailed beast. So what was the purpose of those things he said to himself yesterday? The two, wooden golem, kept looking at Yu Ming. Yu Ming felt it, and turned his head to look over. What's wrong? The three jumped in the forest. The speed is very fast, because now the Ghost Army has destroyed several small countries, and now it has entered the territory of the Country of Fire. And if the monsters are not sealed away, those ghost legions will not die at all, and will continue to march towards the Kingdom of Fire. Now Tsunade has brought Konoha's ninjas, in the name of Get Zhao's and Fire Nation, to the border to resist with the Fire Nation's army. But if the sprites cannot be sealed, it will only be a matter of time before the Kingdom of Fire is destroyed. After all, the Ghost Army is just a group of lifeless stone statues which cannot be eliminated. If one is broken, another one will appear on the ground. Moreover, the Ghost Army is composed of stones, so its strength is very high, and ordinary weapons have no effect on them. After all, the legion that almost destroyed the world back then was no joke. At this time, Yu Ming had to seal the demon as soon as possible, otherwise, it might really be impossible to restore Yun. The two, wooden golem, looked at Yu Ming and said, I can help you seal this time. If you really make a move, you will be able to seal the monster successfully, I believe. Just now, Yu Ming's strength has made the two wooden golem trust him. Ninjas always speak with strength. The strength shown by Yu Ming has convinced the two wooden golems. Chapter 245 What does Yu Ming want? 245 330ths. Chapter 245 What does Yu Ming want? Yu Ming nodded. This is my task this time, I will naturally try my best to do it. The two of them, wooden golem, looked at Yu Ming, and only now did they think that Yu Ming was only 16 years old, and that he might have the strength to surpass 4th Hokage at the age of 16. It is impossible to imagine how terrifying Yu Ming's talent is. You must know that when she was Yu Ming's age, she definitely didn't have cage-level strength. Even if the power of the tailed beast exploded, it would only increase the destructive power, and her strength was only at the level of elite Jonin. But when Yu Ming faced those Jonins, he could kill them instantly. This kind of strength is absolute cage-level strength, and among cage levels, it is still very powerful. Because even at cage level, when launching an attack on a Jonin, it is difficult to kill the opponent instantly. After all, Jonin is the top combat force in a village. A very good ninja in all aspects. So if you want to kill the opponent in an instant, unless Jonin's strength is not strong, and he has the fast speed like Namikaze Minato and 4th Hokage, it may not even be successful, because every ninja who becomes a Jonin will have his own unique skills. Facing various cage levels, they have 383 their own means of life saving. Along the way, passing through several small countries that have been destroyed by the Ghost Army, looking at the uniformed Ghost Army, Yu Ming frowned and said, if these things wreak havoc on the whole world, no one can stop them. They can't be killed. Seeing the tragedy of the ruined small country on Azuki Shion's back, Ziwan clenched her fists, knowing more clearly how serious her responsibility was. The second person, wooden golem, looked at Yu Ming. These stone statues cannot be killed. If these things sweep the 5 major countries, I believe that no country can stop them. Yu Ming nodded. Well, so this time we must seal the sprites, otherwise the whole world will be destroyed, and it must be done as soon as possible, because the 5 major powers may not last long. The two were nodded by wooden golem. I will help you, but I don't know whether I can seal the sprites or not. Yu Ming looked at the two members led by wooden golem. I have been delusional. We will win this battle. Even if Her Majesty the Miko cannot succeed, I will definitely do it. The two were stunned by wooden golem. How do you do it? If you can't even seal the Miko, how can you do it? BGEF. Because the two were behind Azuki Shion and Shion didn't know their conversation. As soon as Yu Ming jumped among the trees, he said, I have a way. If I can't do it, then the whole world can indeed be declared destroyed. This sentence sounds a little arrogant, but the two of you, wooden golem, thought it was true. If Ziwan couldn't seal the ghosts, and Yu Ming couldn't do it, the whole world would be full of ghosts. There is no soil for ninjas to survive. Not even human beings have the soil to live on. So the two said by wooden golem, if you can really seal the sprites, then I will listen to you and pay attention to Akatsuki's movements. Yu Ming smiled. This is your business. Paying attention to Xiao's movements is only good for you and not bad for you. Why does it seem like you are rewarding me? The two, wooden golem, glanced at Yu Ming. Although I don't know what you want to do, I think you probably don't want Akatsuki to catch the walking tail beast. Yu Ming thought for a while and said, actually not, I don't care if Xiao catches the tail beast, but I think it would be a pity if you died. It's like I don't want Samuel to die. In the land of water, I can actually use the flying thunder god technique to leave that place. Do you know why I didn't do that? The two, wooden golem, didn't realize that the truth was this, but she still asked, why? Yu Ming laughed and said, actually, I just didn't want her to die at the beginning. Too many people were transferred, which consumed too much of my chakra. And at that time, as another village, it would be more suitable for me to let her wait there to die. Benefits of Konoha. It's just that I changed my mind later. She was quite a nice person, and it's a pity to die. For you, I think so too. There are very few ninjas who perfectly control tailed beasts. It would be a pity if you died, and I am also confident that even if you are alive, it is impossible for Cloud Shinobi Village to break through the Land of Fire. The two looked at Yu Ming from Wooden Golem. You are too arrogant. The strength of Cloud Shinobi Village is much stronger than Konoha. Yu Ming smiled and said, the overall strength is indeed the case, but my own strength can bridge this gap. Do you believe it? After Yu Ming finished speaking, he looked at the two led by Wooden Golem and smiled. It seems that this sentence has no burden at all. The two, Wooden Golem looked at Yu Ming, and said after a long time, well, maybe you may have that kind of strength. Anyway, I am not your opponent, but it does not mean that no one in Cloud Shinobi Village is your opponent. Yu Ming smiled. There are actually quite a lot of powerful ninjas in Cloud Shinobi Village, such as 4th Hokage, 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Yu, and Darui, etc. There are more cage-level strong ninjas than our village, but between me so I dare to do so much because I know that Cloud Shinobi Village cannot attack Konoha. Besides, in the current situation, Cloud Shinobi Village has no way to attack Konoha. The two leaders, Wooden Golem, nodded. You are right. There are indeed many things in the ninja world now, and the daimyos of the 5 major countries all want peace. If they don't want to start a war, no one can do anything about it. In fact, the relationship between the 5 great ninja villages and the 5 great nations is a cooperative relationship. The daimyo doesn't care about the ninja village, but the ninja village wants to help the daimyo in the war. But if the daimyo doesn't want to go to war, then the 5 powers are at peace. Whether ninja village is strong depends on whether the daimyo is willing to fully support the development of the village. After all, whether ninja village is strong or not has something to do with the money given by the daimyo. In addition to Kurigaker who sent out a BD like dried persimmon ghost to assassinate Mizukage in the 5 major countries, daimyo and ninja village trusted him very much. This is also why, even in the ninja world war, each ninja village must protect the target because of the name. But now, the idea of the daimyo of the 5 major countries is obviously to hope for peace in the ninja world. Except for the daimyo from the Land of Thunder who has great support for Cloud Shinobi Village, the daimyos of other big countries have not raised much military spending on Shinobi Village. But even if it is a military power like the Kingdom of Thunder, it still does not want the ninja world to fight. So the two, Wooden Golem, also know that, let alone daimyo, ninjas don't want the ninja world to start a war. Every time the ninja world goes to war, the strength of the countryside will be weakened. So even though Cloud Shinobi Village's comprehensive strength is now the top 5 ninja villages, they have no desire to attack other ninja villages. I am more concerned about Akatsuki who is now appearing in the ninja world, because Iwagakure and Akatsuki have cooperated, and Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure have been rivals since the Second Ninja World War. Chapter 246 Sprites, Be One With Me. 246 330ths. Chapter 246 Sprites, Be One With Me. Yu Ming looked at the two led by Wooden Golem and said with a smile, actually, you don't need to think too much. I just don't want you to die. Of course, even if you die, I won't feel sad at all. It's just a pity. Maybe you can teach the Jinchuriki of our village to master the tailed beast. The two were watching Yu Ming by Wooden Golem. She finally understood now. I said, why do you have such a relationship with me, so you want this? Don't even think about it, although I do know what to do, but I will never tell you. This is the secret of our Cloud Shinobi Village. Yu Ming smiled. Actually, if I want to know, do you think you can stop it? I just hope we can have a fair deal. After all, if Jinchuriki has tailed beast, it's easier to deal with Akatsuki, isn't it? The two of you, Wooden Golem, thought about it, and the incident of Yu Ming's hallucinating her last night was still vivid in her memory. She knew that Yu Ming was not talking big, and he could really do it. This is the secret of Cloud Shinobi Village. It is impossible for me to tell you. Don't even think about it. You may know it from me through some means, but I will never tell it myself. The two, Wooden Golem, knew very well that if Yu Ming really did something to her, she would have no way to resist, but she herself would not say anything. Yu Ming gave Wooden Golem a look at the two. What are you thinking? How could I do that? But I believe that in the future, you Cloud Shinobi Village will take the initiative to teach us. Do you believe it or not? The two, led by Wooden Golem, looked indifferent and didn't believe it at all. You know, that is an absolute secret of one village. How could it be told to other villages? Seeing the two, Wooden Golem did not believe Yu Ming, and said, you will know in the future, but the point is not that. The point is, I really don't want you to die because I admire you. It's the same as when I treated Samui. I have to say that although your Cloud Shinobi Village is full of reckless men, it is very rich in beauties. I don't even know what's going on in your village. The men are so rude, but the women are so beautiful. But when he just mentioned here, Yu Ming thought of Karui. Well, this one is an exception. But this person will be Choji's wife in the future, Yu Ming thinks, but only Choji appreciates her. No ordinary person can restrain her. Just listening to Yu Ming's words, the two felt very frivolous from Wooden Golem. You know, Yu Ming is only 16 years old, and she is already 28 years old. There is a 12-year age difference between the two, and what Yu Ming said really made the two of them, Wooden Golem, a little disgusted. You really don't look like a ninja, don't you know the 3 forbidden ninjas? Alcohol, SX, and wealth are the three taboos of ninjas. The two are led by Wooden Golem as a very good ninja, naturally obeys these three prohibitions. In the eyes of the two directors, Wooden Golem, Yu Ming's words just now were teasing her. Yu Ming froze for a moment, then smiled wryly. I said don't think so much, okay. Do you think I have other thoughts about you? Don't think too much, at least I don't like beautiful women dying, beautiful things, if it is destroyed. Some people will like it and appreciate this beauty, but unfortunately I don't like it. I hope that beautiful things can last longer. Hearing Yu Ming's words, the two, Wooden Golem, glared at Yu Ming. What beautiful thing, do you regard me as a thing? For a while, Yu Ming didn't know how to answer these words. Beautiful things, always don't want to be broken. This is my idea, you don't need to think too much, I really have no other ideas for you. I just feel that it would be a pity if a strong man like you was killed. In terms of pure strength, in fact, the ninja member of Ōtsutsuki who I told you about with an immortal body should not be your opponent. But it would be a pity if you died in their hands. The two, led by Wooden Golem, followed Ōtsutsuki Shien with a cold face. Yu Ming didn't think there was anything, he just felt bored, and chatted with the two, Wooden Golem. As for whether what he said was true or false, in fact, he himself didn't care. After traveling through several small countries, the four of them finally came to the place where the monsters were sealed in the marsh country. In a volcano, when the four of them entered the volcano, Yu Ming saw that Huang Quan was unsealing the seal on the sprite's body. The sprite's soul power in his body spewed out instantly and merged into his body. At this moment, Huang Quan was standing on top of the magma, looking at the surrounding tentacles constantly shooting out from the volcano. Ha ha ha, Lord Sprite, let's be born, let the 5 great kingdoms disappear, and build a unified kingdom. The purpose of Huang Quan is to let the ghosts help him build a unified country, a country that can spread for thousands of years. Ask for flowers, it's just that it's obvious that Chi Mei doesn't want to do this. When the soul returned to the body, he laughed and swallowed Huang Quan. It's been a long time since I came back to this world, ha ha ha, the air here is still relatively fresh. After devouring Huang Quan, sprites flew out of the magma with countless shots. Hundreds of tens of meters of tentacles spread over the magma lake. The scorching magma did no harm to sprites at all. It can be seen from this that sprites are terrifying. Walked into the volcano and stood on the land above the magma. The sprite sensed Ziwan and laughed loudly. Ziwan, you are here, hurry up and integrate with me. With the strength of the two of us, there is no problem at all in conquering this world, you and I are one. 0. What the sprites said made Yu Ming frown. The sprites are from the other world, so the ancestors of the witches also came from the other world. In fact, the so-called other world is just another space. The space he is in is still in the ninja world, but it is even more hidden than the 3 holy places. It's completely different from another world. But hearing what the monster said, Yu Ming suspected that the ancestors of the witches also came from that space, otherwise it would be impossible for her to be born with the ability to seal the monster. When Xian heard about the monster and saw the countless scary tentacles of the monster, he was afraid. Mr. Yu Ming, this monster is so scary. The 2 wooden golems also frowned. She didn't like sprites very much. The countless tens of meters of tentacles flying in the air were terrifying and disgusting. But the strength of these tentacles is absolutely terrifying, because even magma can't hurt it. Yu Ming rubbed Xian's head, and said calmly, Your Highness Miko, you only need to seal the sprites, and I will protect your safety. The 2, wooden golem, also walked to Ziwan's side, patted Ziwan's shoulder and said, Master Miko, please rest assured, this guy and I will definitely protect you. Mao Yu Xian didn't say a word, because she knew her strength, and it was very difficult to protect herself here. Yu Ming looked at Mao Yu Xian and said with a smile, Sister Xian, go out now and help us block the ghost army that is coming in from outside. Mao Yu Xian knew that Yu Ming was protecting her. Ōtsutsuki Xian agreed because she didn't want to be a burden to Yu Ming. Chapter 247 Sage Art Space Seal. 247 330ths. Chapter 247 Sage Art Space Seal. The ghost army outside is entering the volcano. In the volcanic magma lake, hundreds of tens of meters long tentacles are still growing rapidly, as if they want to explode to hundreds of meters long. Sprites are monsters from Otherworld, possessing an extremely huge chakra, which cannot be compared with ordinary tailed beast chakra. It can even be said that among the 9-tailed beasts, except 9 tails, no tailed beast can compare with chakra. Yu Ming's temptation to Ziwan made Yu Ming stand in front of Ziwan. In front of hundreds of tentacles flailing their teeth and claws, Yu Ming looked calm and said, You are not allowed to wreak havoc in this world, you should go back now. And the monster who didn't put Yu Ming in his heart, didn't even want to answer Yu Ming's words. A dozen or so tens of meters long shots gushed out of the volcanic lake, and appeared in an instant at an extremely fast speed. In front of Yu Ming. 490. Yu Ming is about to be pierced. However, Yu Ming looked at these tentacles and frowned. It seems that you were really arrogant. The instant the spear pierced in front of Yu Ming, a strong chakra erupted from Yu Ming's body. Countless lightning bolts formed on the surface of Yu Ming. These thunderbolts turned into more than a dozen giant palms. The swarming tentacles were instantly grasped by more than a dozen hands transformed into lightning. Boom! The huge power contest between the two sides knocked down the entire volcano in an instant. Ah! The violent thunder and lightning gushing out of Yu Ming's body carried extremely strong lightning strikes. Lightning style rainbow. Yu Ming wore a cape composed of blue and white lightning. The dozen or so meters long giant palms condensed from his body are as terrifying as Nine Tails' chakra coat. Under the violent lightning strike, the sprite roared angrily. Cut off the dozen or so tentacles instantly. Puff. More than a dozen giant tentacles were instantly cut off by the monster, but the pain made the monster remember Yu Ming. Damn it, how dare a mere human being be so rampant. More than a dozen severed tentacles quickly grew back. Yu Ming looked at this scene and said calmly, the recovery ability is very strong. Compared with it, it should be the reason for connecting to the otherworld and mobilizing the chakra of the otherworld. Hearing Yu Ming say this, Yao Yao was a little flustered for a while. Boy, it seems that you were bound to die. Yu Ming stared slightly, and smiled. It seems that I guessed it right. It turns out that it is of the same type as Senju. You can mobilize the chakra of otherworld, so your chakra seems to be infinite, and it also has a strong regenerative ability. Then you only need to seal your body in the otherworld and take out your soul. It seems that Her Majesty Miko discovered your ability back then. Thinking of this, Yu Ming found that even without the female Yu Ming, she could seal the sprites. Yu Ming turned her head to look at Ziwan. At this time, Ziwan was still in shock. Seeing the countless tentacles in front of her stretching her teeth and claws on the lava lake, it was normal for her to be afraid. Sensing the threat from Yu Ming, the sprite roared, and in an instant, countless tentacles rushed towards Yu Ming, trying to kill Yu Ming. I also feel that Yu Ming may have discovered its secret, just like the witch. In fact, even if the secret of the sprites is discovered, it cannot be sealed, because if you want to seal the sprites, you need at least the strength of Senju Hashirama to close the connection between the otherworld and the ninja world. The reason why the witch has that kind of power is because of the special constitution of the witch, just like Mangekyo Sharingan and wood-style restraining tailed beasts. The power of the witch and the power of the sprites are fused with each other and restrained each other. To be precise, Miko has the ability to seal monsters, but cannot close the connection point between otherworld and ninja world. This also caused that, as long as a period of time passed, the seal of the witch would be destroyed, causing the sprites to reappear in the world. After understanding this truth, Yu Ming turned around and patted the witch, and said with a smile, maybe you don't need to worry about paying the price of your life to seal this guy in the future. Ziwan looked behind Yu Ming and exclaimed in surprise, Mr. Yu Ming, the monster is coming. Hundreds of shots stabbed Yu Ming at the same time, and the two jumped out at this time from Wooden Golem, Matabi, work. The two who jumped behind Yu Ming, Wooden Golem, completely entered the tail beast in an instant. Roar. In an instant, a giant cat with dark blue flames appeared behind Yu Ming. Tailed beast bomb. The two-tailed Matabi didn't talk nonsense at all, and directly gathered a tailed beast and bombarded hundreds of tentacles. Boom. A small tailed beast bomb smashed hundreds of tentacles into pieces in an instant. It was just a violent explosion that shook the entire volcano violently. The volcano has a faint feeling of wanting to erupt. Yu Ming turned around and looked at the two Matabi who had been fully transformed into tail beasts by Wooden Golem at this time, and said with a smile, is this the second tail? I have to say that among all the tail beasts, the second tail is quite handsome. Yu Ming, who had just finished speaking, flashed his body and appeared in the fire Yamanaka in an instant, and quickly sealed, Sage Art Space Seal, with both hands in the air. Yu Ming instantly entered Sage mode. Violent thunder and lightning erupted from his body, a mask appeared on his face, and a blue cloak appeared on his body. Putting his hands together, Yu Ming condensed a large amount of Fairy Art Chakra, and used Rinnegan Space-Time Ninjutsu to instantly appear in a black hole in the middle of the magma lake. Yu Ming laughed, as this place a crack in space. It's time to plug you up. As Yu Ming slapped towards the black hole with one hand, a golden light burst out in Yu Ming's hand. The surroundings seemed to be unable to bear this force, and trembled violently. Bang! As Yu Ming's seal melted into the black hole for an instant, the sprite roared, roar. The violent roar caused the entire volcano to tremble violently. Yu Ming's body is filled with the terrifying magic chakra. Boom! Under the continuous impact of the golden mysterious runes, the black hole began to slowly close. The Shanju chakra in Yu Ming's body has a crazy output of 0.8 carats, and the scattered Shanju chakra around him stunned Matabi. Comparable, this guy, now he is not inferior to the old man of six paths. Yu Ming and the space rift were in a stalemate for a minute, and the entire volcano had begun to boil and was about to erupt. But Yu Ming has been exporting the magic chakra towards the space crack. In the other world, sprites are trying to impact the space crack. It's just that under Yu Ming's extremely large fairy art chakra and powerful sealing art, although it caused a violent energy shock wave, it still couldn't prevent the space crack from closing. Boom. After holding on for more than a minute, the volcano finally erupted. Chapter 248 Terrifying Space Seal, more chakra than true several thousand hands needs. 248 330ths. Chapter 248 Terrifying Space Seal, more chakra than true several thousand hands needs. The two who had recovered to their original shape had Wooden Golem carrying Ziwan on their backs, glanced at Yu Ming in the middle of the magma lake, and then ran outside. At this time, the people of the marsh country looked at the direction where the sprite's body was being sealed, and violent smoke appeared. The volcano with a height of more than 1,000 meters began to eject a large amount of magma outward, and within tens of kilometers around, a slight earthquake occurred. The two escaped from the volcano with Ziwan on their backs at the fastest speed, ran more than 10 kilometers away by Wooden Golem, looked at the volcano in the distance, and frowned. That guy should be fine. At this time, the two Matabi inside Wooden Golem said, don't worry, with that guy's strength, nothing will happen. That guy's strength is even stronger than I expected before. Wooden Golem, that guy's the strength may even be more terrifying than Senju Hashirama back then. Don't provoke him in the future, he can really kill you easily. The two were led by Wooden Golem, frowning. Although the two, Wooden Golem, don't know Senju Hashirama very well, but they also know that he is a powerful ninja who ended the Sengoku era, and is known as the god of ninja by the whole ninja world. That is a ninja who can completely suppress an entire era. Most importantly, he was the one who captured Erway Matabi in the first place. It's just that what Wooden Golem is most concerned about is whether Yu Ming is safe. That monster seems to be being sealed by Yu Ming, I don't know if it will be successful. Matabi explained, I think it's okay, because from the conversation just now, I feel that Yu Ming has already discovered the reason why the sprite has infinite chakra, and Yu Ming took the initiative to use chakra. I think it's him. I feel that I can seal the sprites with my own power. The sprite's chakra has reached the level of 9 tails, it's terrifying, and it seems to be inexhaustible. But don't worry, Yu Ming's chakra is much more than 9 tails, and the most frightening thing is that he has mastered Shanyan. The two Ziwan who are next to Wooden Golem are also very worried. When she came here this time, she was planning to sacrifice her life to seal the sprites. Who knew that without her doing so, Yu Ming seemed to be able to seal the sprites. Although the current result has not yet come out, what happened now is the same as what she saw in her dream. Yu Ming really relied on himself to seal the sprites. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the sky above the volcano. In the crack, the lock sickle composed of countless golden runes closed the crack little by little like a needle thread. In about half a minute, the crack disappeared in the sky. And the golden runes also formed in 8 trigrams in the sky. After spinning for a few seconds, it disappeared into the sky. And it was at this time that all the ghost legions in the entire world stopped. Then gradually turned into grave bags. At this time, Tsunade is leading Konoha's ninjas and Fire Nation's army to resist the ghost army at the border, but the ghost army is very difficult to resist, they can't be killed. When one is broken, another one reappears on the ground. It's just that after several of their cities were breached, all the ghost legions turned into grave bags. All the Konoha shinobi participants were completely stunned, but Tsunade looked in the direction of the marsh country and said, Yu Ming, you succeeded. At this time, on the borders of the other 4 major countries, all the ninjas also stopped. Looking at the ghost army that had turned into grave bags, after a long time, they finally confirmed that all the ghost legions had turned into grave bags, which meant that, in the direction of the swamp country, the witch had successfully sealed the sprites. Because the speed of the ghost legion was so fast, they bypassed the land of fire and appeared on the borders of the other 4 major countries. Even the isolated kingdom of water was attacked. Fortunately, Yu Ming finally sealed the sprites. Azuki Yugao, who was fighting against the ghost army, put away the samurai sword in her hand and looked towards the volcano. At this time the volcano is erupting. But no one cared because there was no one around the volcano. The most important thing is that these ghost legions have all disappeared, which means that Yu Ming's seal was successful. A few minutes later, Yu Ming jumped out of the volcano, and instantly appeared beside Azuki Shion, who was more than 10 kilometers away. Sister Shion, you succeeded. Although Yu Ming was in the magma just now, his body was not damaged by anything. Maoyu Shion was also so excited that she almost cried. She just resisted the ghost army, and she knew very well the horror of these stone statues. Now that it was finally sealed, Azuki Shion gritted her teeth, and finally couldn't help but hug Yu Ming, success. Yu Ming didn't think too much about it, and also hugged Azuki Shion, and said with a smile, Sister Shion, after this time, there will never be any broken seals in the ninja world. The rift in the otherworld space has been sealed. After Azuki Shion let go of Yu Ming, she smiled and said, this task is perfectly completed. Yu Ming also smiled happily, there is an extra NS level mission on my mission resume. Both Azuki Shion and Yu Ming are very happy now. At the same time, people in the whole world were very happy. When the ghost army appeared at the borders of various countries, they almost thought that the world was really going to be destroyed by sprites. What they don't know is that this time the monster was not sealed by the witch, but by Yu Ming. But Yu Ming will not speak out, because only people believe that the witches sealed the monsters, and the kingdom of ghosts will not be swallowed up. You must know that the country of ghosts was not destroyed in the past, not because of how powerful the country of ghosts was, but because the witches in the country of ghosts could seal monsters and monsters. If people find that the role of the ghost country is no longer there, then the ghost country can easily be annexed in the ninja war. This can be regarded as a little bit of goodwill from Yu Ming. In front of the 5 great powers, a small country like the ghost country can easily be annexed. Or, like the land of rain, it is regarded as a battlefield between various great powers. Displace the people of the country. After completing the task, Yu Ming brought Azuki Shion to the side of Wooden Golem and Ziyuan. Seeing Ziyuan was so excited that she cried. Yu Ming patted her on the shoulder and said with a smile, you must train the next generation of witches well in the future. It is estimated that it will be difficult for sprites to come out again in your generation. Looking at Yu Ming, Ziyuan nodded, well, thank you Mr. Yu Ming. The two, led by Wooden Golem, looked at Yu Ming much more pleasingly at this time. At first she thought Yu Ming was a very frivolous person. But in the volcano, the figure of Yu Ming who stood in front of everyone and risked his life to seal the sprites made the 2 wooden golems admire them very much. Watching Yu Ming, the 2 played by Wooden Golem, said, Yu Ming, this time you saved the world, for the first time. This is the first time the two have spoken in such a soft voice by Wooden Golem. Yu Ming smiled and said nothing. In fact, Yu Ming originally wanted to use Yin Yang Dun to seal the sprites, but he didn't think of it, it doesn't need it, only the space seal is enough. The space seal is a sealing technique developed by Yu Ming after studying a lot of sealing techniques. It's just that this sealing technique cannot be used by ordinary people. Even Yu Ming needs to enter Sage mode to have enough chakra to cast it. It can be said that the amount of chakra needed for space sealing is even several times more than that of true several thousand hands. Chapter 249 Questioning by Two Wooden Golems. 249 330ths. Chapter 249 Questioning by Two Wooden Golems. After sealing the sprites, Yu Ming, Wooden Golem and Azuki Yugao brought Xian back to the capital of the Ghost Kingdom. Arriving at the capital of the Ghost Country, it has been completely destroyed by the Ghost Army. Many people died, only bags, large and small, were left all over the capital. However, the capital has not been completely breached, and there are still some garrison troops outside the Witch's Palace. Seeing Yu Ming coming back with Zi Yuan, Sam Yi and others who were trapped here rushed out. They knew that the sprites were sealed. Seeing Yu Ming, Sam Yi came over. I didn't expect that, you really did it. Yu Ming saw that Sam Yi's body was a little messy at this time, and there was nothing she could do, she had been fighting here for more than 2 days. The individual strength of the Ghost Army is indeed very poor, but the entire army will not die at all, and it will be broken and reunited. No matter how you fight, you can't finish the fight, so in 2 days, she and Neji fought very hard here. There is no time to change and wash at all. Yu Ming smiled and said, I didn't expect that you could stick to this place for 2 days. Looking at Sam Yi's appearance, she was already in excellent shape, but now she is even more beautiful. It's just that she kept her face cold, but her words were more concerned about Yu Ming. Yu Ming also knew what Sam Yi's character was like, so he didn't say anything. Samui looked at Ziwan, she was a little curious, for some reason, Ziwan was not injured. This is completely unreasonable, even if Ziwan didn't pay the price with her life in the end, she shouldn't be injured at all. You know, that is a monster from Otherworld, a monster that can destroy the world. Yu Ming knew what Samui was thinking, so he said, Wooden Golem Jonin will tell you the specific situation, but we have completed this task, and it is time to go back to the village. By the way, how are my two teammates doing now? Although Sam Yi was a little puzzled, she didn't continue to ask, looked at Yu Ming and said, the two of them are doing well, they just got hurt a little bit. Yu Ming nodded and walked into the witch's palace. This palace had been destroyed by Yu Ming and a few ninjas at the beginning, but there were still a few side halls beside it. When they came to the side hall, Neji and Xiaoli were lying there, covered in blood. Neji's white clothes have now turned black. It is the color of bloodline after drying. Yu Ming and Azuki Xian walked over. Seeing Yu Ming approaching, Neji and Xiaoli sat up, looked at Yu Ming and said, success. Yu Ming nodded, well, it worked, your injuries are quite serious. Lie down, I'll treat you. Xiaoli and Neji are very happy now, they fought hard for 2 days just to protect the people in the city. There were hundreds of people gathered in the Witch Palace, if there were no one, they might have left long ago. It took Yu Ming more than 10 minutes to treat the two. Yu Ming said a little speechlessly, these injuries are not some injuries. If you don't rescue them in time, you two will probably die here. Yu Ming was speechless. Samui also said just now that the two were only slightly injured. He thought it was really just a little injury. But now Neji and Xiaoli's injuries almost killed them. Azuki Xian stood behind Yu Ming, looked at Yu Ming's thoughtful look, and smiled slightly. After Yu Ming grew up, Azuki Xian was very pleased to see Yu Ming like this. After healing the wounds of the two, Yu Ming took the three of them and prepared to leave the Kingdom of Ghosts. As for the rebuilding of the Ghost Kingdom, that's not what he should care about. After all, although the country of ghosts is only a small country, it has not been destroyed by the Ghost Army. They can rebuild this matter by themselves. When leaving the Ghost Country, Yu Ming found two people led by Wooden Golem and Sam Yi. Remind the two of you about Wooden Golem Hidan before you go. The two were played by Wooden Golem, although they are usually quite aloof, but due to their very proud personalities, they are easily plotted against by Hidan. His ninjutsu is really scary. As long as the opponent's blood is taken, even a cage-level strong person still has no resistance. At the time of parting, Yu Ming looked at the two and said to Wooden Golem, what I told you last time, please remember well, don't underestimate Akatsuki's strength too much. If you are not careful, you will die. And when the two Wooden Golems saw Yu Ming so solemnly entrusting themselves, they trembled in their hearts, got it. It's just that her character is not very good at expressing her emotions. After Yu Ming finished speaking, he looked at Sam Yi and said with a smile, there will be a period later. After speaking, Yu Ming left. Sam Yi looked at Yu Ming's back, his face was always cold, but his eyes kept looking at him. The two, Wooden Golem, took a look at Samui and said calmly, I'm almost gone, why don't you watch? Samuel looked at the two Wooden Golems, and asked curiously, what did he tell you? What do you know? The two, Wooden Golem, leaned against a tree, thought for a while, and told Sammy what Yu Ming and her said. Because Sammy seems to know Yu Ming very well, she wanted to ask what Sammy thinks. After listening to it, Sammy was shocked, is Akatsuki's strength so strong? If so, then the strength of Akatsuki's organization is no worse than that of a Dainin village. The village is much stronger. According to what Yu Ming said alone, There are 6 cage level strong people, and there are several members among them who have not yet shown up. Or, it's hard to have so many. And they also collect tailed beasts, and they don't know what their purpose is, but if these tailed beasts are used on the battlefield, it will be a terrible thing for the ninja world. Samui is worried. As for whether the information Yu Ming said is true, she has no doubts. The two were looked at Samui by Wooden Golem, frowned and asked, "Do you think what he said is true? But don't you find it strange? Why did he tell me this? I don't believe it, he has no purpose." Although the two of them, Wooden Golem, believed in Yu Ming before, but she really couldn't figure out what purpose Yu Ming had. Why did he tell himself what to draw? As a ninja, it is impossible for her to really think about nothing Qian Nuo Jiao after she believes it. And Samui thought for a while, looked at the two, and Wooden Golem said, maybe he admires you more. After all, that guy's thinking is very detached, and no one knows what he is thinking, but I think the information he said is not true. What's the problem? The two were led by Wooden Golem's side. Why do you trust him so much? Is it the same as I guessed? You like him? Country. Sammy froze for a moment, then frowned and said, what nonsense are you talking about? He's from Konoha, and I'm from Cloud Shinobi Village. Do you think it's possible? I just have a hunch, and I have some understanding of him. He's completely there's no need to lie to you. After all, there is no benefit for him to lie to you. On the contrary, he made you pay attention to the strength of Shao organization, maybe because he knows that they can threaten you. Especially the ninjutsu he said, as long as you get the opponent's blood, you can easily kill the opponent. This kind of ninjutsu is impossible to defend against. It's easy to get caught. So I think Yu Ming probably doesn't want you to die just like that. Chapter 250 Confrontation between Samuel and the two Wooden Golems. 250-330. Chapter 250 Confrontation between Samuel and the two Wooden Golems. The two, Wooden Golem, looked at Samui and frowned. Why are you exactly the same as him? He said the same thing. Am I right? Samuel took a look at the two, Wooden Golem, although this time the two were led by Wooden Golem, but Samuel is also a Jonin, and his status in Cloud Shinobi Village is not low. Moreover, the two are still of the same age, so Samui has no respect for the two Wooden Golems at all. The two, Wooden Golem, thought for a while and said, I want to tell Lord Raikage about this matter, but I have to remind you, that guy is a ninja from Konoha, and he is powerful. You are a ninja from Cloud Shinobi Village, don't worry what is he thinking, you two have no possibility at all, understand? Samuel chuckled, are you thinking too much? I've only met him twice, and you think I'll fall in love with him? The two were very calmly said by Wooden Golem, I have only met twice, but these 2 times you were in a state of ecstasy. From the time he saw you before, sitting next to you, your support for him, although I haven't experienced these things, but I also know that you definitely have different feelings for him. 057, and he said, when he was in the land of water, the reason why he saved you was simply to admire you. At that time, I didn't believe it, but now I think that he really has this idea. And since you came back from the country of water, you have been flattering him. Although his strength is indeed very strong, even Matabi said that his strength may be stronger than Senju Hashirama, but you rarely do that to a man from another village. At that time, I didn't think it was so strange. After all, when you saw a strong man, your information could also attract the attention of the ninjas in the village. It was only later that I found out that you just subconsciously wanted to prove that guy is strong. Express that guy is strong, that's all. Is my analysis wrong? The two, led by Wooden Golem, looked at Samui seriously. Both of these two women are very cold, but have a very beautiful figure and appearance, so at this time, when the two look at each other seriously, it gives people the illusion that the two may fight at any time. At this time, Kalui and Omoi looked at the two men tremblingly. Kalui looked at Omoi. Omoi, do you think the two will fight? If there is a fight, I'm afraid Samui can't beat Mr. Wooden Golem. Although they are classmates, I always feel that fighting arise, Lord Wooden Golem is unlikely to show mercy. Omoi also frowned. If there are casualties in the decisive battle between the two of them, Master Raikage won't kill us when we go back. After all, we are by the side, but we don't stop them. But why did these two people fight for a different village? The men fight. Could it be that Yu Ming used illusion on these two people? There is a possibility. It was only after Omoi finished speaking that Kalui slapped him on the back of the head. You are so annoying. Stop guessing. Think about what to do now. If these two fight, we won't be able to intervene at all hand. The strength of Samui is definitely at the level of elite Jonin, and the strength of the two led by Wooden Golem is cage level. And it's still Jinchuriki. These two fight, and the two of them Shunin can't do anything except stay away. And Samui looked at the two Wooden Golems. She was a little angry at first, but she calmed down after thinking about it. You think too much. I just want the ninjas in the village to be wary of him. Go out to complete the mission, meet him, there is no need to fight to the death, because I think, in the village, except for Master Raikage and Master Killer Bee, no one is him to the people. The two were coldly said by Wooden Golem, really? Then you really misread that guy's strength. Mr. Raikage and that guy may not be opponents together, but I believe even more that you have something against that guy. Feelings, I'm not saying that BGEC is not allowed, I just hope you recognize the reality. The two led by Wooden Golem also know that Samuel is loyal to the village, otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to become one of Raikage's most trusted people. In Cloud Shinobi Village, although Samui's status is not as high as hers, among the Jonin, her status is definitely the top ones. almost on par with Darui. Darui is 4th Raikage's right-hand man, and his strength is terrifying. Grandmaster Lan Dun definitely has Kage-level strength. As for the performance in the 4th Ninja World War, Jinzhou and Yin Kakuzu, who killed 2nd Raikage and 2nd Hokage in a row, did not perform well. Jinzhou and Yinzhou definitely have Kage-level strength, and they are very strong, otherwise it would be absolutely impossible to kill the two shadows one after another, although they were killed by 3rd Raikage later. But the strength is definitely not as hip as the 4th Ninja World War. So Yu Ming believed even more that the two of them hadn't recovered to their peak strength during the 4th Ninja World War. After all, reanimation jutsu was studied more deeply by Yakushi Kabuto though. But maybe the main energy is on the most important ninjas. Moreover, becoming 4th Raikage's right-hand man and finally taking over Raikage's position shows that 4th Raikage recognizes him. The fact that Samui is not far from Darui's status already shows Raikage's trust in her. It's just that she did see that Samuel was special to Yu Ming. When discussing cooperation before, Yu Ming made a suggestion. Although Sammy didn't speak, but with her character, if she didn't speak, she would acquiesce. It's hard to imagine that such a cold Samuel agreed without even thinking when a ninja from another village proposed cooperation. 2 by Wooden Golem had to be suspicious. As for Samui, she always felt that she just thought that Yu Ming was very powerful, so she just wanted to remind the ninjas in the village, and she definitely had no selfish motives. What's more, although Yu Ming is taller than her and looks more mature, but Yu Ming is only 16 years old, and she is already 28 years old. Samui doesn't know why the 2 Wooden Golem think they have feelings for Yu Ming. It's just unreasonable. By Wooden Golem, I repeat, I have absolutely no selfish motives, please don't wrong me. The 2 Wooden Golems did not speak, but looked at Samui seriously. Samui knew that the two were not believed by Wooden Golem at all. She also turned her head away angrily, shaking her face, but she didn't know the schedule. This was the most restless time for Samui. You must know that no matter what kind of difficulties and dangers she encounters, she is a person who will never show her expression on her face. But today, for some reason, she was very angry. Chapter 251 Yu Ming is a Senju Hashirama level powerhouse. 251 330ths. Chapter 251 Yu Ming is a Senju Hashirama level powerhouse. Naturally, Samuel and the 2nd Wooden Golem couldn't fight over this incident. Originally, the 2 first Wooden Golem just wanted to remind Samui that she is a ninja from Cloud Shinobi Village. Don't get it wrong, and Samui felt that she was wronged, and she didn't have the idea of the 2 Wooden Golems at all, but the 2 Wooden Golems were wronging herself. After a long time, it was Wooden Golem who spoke first. I will tell Lord Raikage what that guy said. It's just Samuel, I just want you to remember that you are Jonin of Cloud Shinobi Village, whom Lord Raikage relies on Jonin, do not mistake your position. During this period, there were very few exchanges between ninja villages, and it was even more impossible for 2 ninja villages to marry. This kind of thing had almost never happened in Darin Village before. Moreover, there are generally hostile positions between the big ninja villages, such as the alliance between Tsunade and Konoha. This kind of thing did not happen before the other 3 big ninja villages. So the 2, led by Wooden Golem, just want to tell Samui, don't put yourself in it. As for the marriage between the ninja villages in the future, it will only happen after the 4th Ninja World War and the previous cooperation between the ninja villages. Marriages between families also appeared, but this was the premise of the cooperation of the 5 ninja villages in the 4th Ninja World War, and the suppression of the powerful strength of Naruto and Sasuke. Otherwise, it is impossible for families to marry each other. And within a village, it is not allowed between 2 families, let alone between 2 villages. And it is even more impossible that both Samyi and Yu Ming are important figures in their respective villages. Samyi looked at the 2 and said calmly, I know exactly what I should do, but didn't he tell you the information? Then according to what you just said, what is his plan for you? What, is it because I like you? It's ridiculous. The 2 were taken aback by Wooden Golem, and then frowned. If that's the case, then I won't agree. It's just that the 2 of them, Wooden Golem, just finished talking, and Samui taunted, it's pretty beautiful if you want it, and you don't agree. You have to see if he likes you, you can be a mother at your age now. Narcissism also needs to look at its own conditions. In fact, Samui said this just to counter what Wooden Golem said about her just now. In fact, Wooden Golem is only 12 years older than Yu Ming, how could he be Yu Ming's mother? But what Sammy said made the 2 of Wooden Golem, a little anxious, but she didn't want to quarrel with Sammy either. The 2 Jonin are arguing like children here, which is really embarrassing. This matter, let's stop here. I will tell the village what he said. As for his purpose, it is not important. The important thing is whether the information he said is true or not. Karui and Omoi were relieved to see that they didn't fight. If they really fight, with their strength, they can't stop it at all. So after the 2 stopped, Omoi and Karui seemed to have survived a ninja war. And Yu Ming returned to Konoha with Neji, Shaoli and Azuki Shion. He never expected that Samuel and Wooden Golem would almost fight because of his unintentional move. Yu Ming returned to Konoha, and after explaining the task to Tsunade in the Hokage room, he resumed his normal life. However, Yu Ming did not say that he sealed the space gap between Otherworld and Ninja World, but that he used the sealing technique to seal the sprites. And after the sprites were sealed, Yu Ming's name in the Ninja World became even louder. Relying on oneself to seal the sprites, this kind of thing is something that even the cages of the ninja villages cannot do. It's not that they didn't take action when the sprites broke the seal before, but unfortunately they couldn't deal with the terrifying power of the sprites. If it wasn't for Maitreya's attack again, I am afraid that the ninja world would really be destroyed. Now Yu Ming actually relied on his own strength to seal the monster without relying on Ziwan. This kind of strength made them even more shocked. Especially Cloud Shinobi Village, the two were relayed by Wooden Golem from Matabi to 4th Raikage. After reading through Senju Hashirama's records, 4th Raikage looked solemn. Looking at the two Wooden Golem and Sammy standing in front of him, he asked, "Is this true?" The two were nodded by Wooden Golem and said, "Well, it's true. Matabi did say that Yu Ming's strength surpassed Senju Hashirama's, and the chakra volume, more than it." The rough face of 4th Raikage became solemn for a moment. Does Matabi understand the strength of Senju Hashirama? That is enough to suppress the existence of ninjas in an era, the god of ninjas. The two led by Wooden Golem frowned. She looked at Samui, and then said, "Actually, the few times I watched him make shots, I felt that his strength, maybe, might have surpassed you and Bai. Asking for flowers, I even think that maybe you and Bai will not necessarily be able to defeat him. His speed is faster than yours, it seems that he has mastered space-time ninjutsu." 4th Raikage is not very surprised about this, because Sammy said before that Yu Ming has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. At the beginning, Namikaze Minato mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, and his speed was higher than him. It's not surprising that Yu Ming is faster than him. It's just that Wooden Golem said that Yu Ming's strength is even stronger than that of him and Killer Bee, which made him a little concerned. Clenching his fists and pondering for a while, he looked at the two led by Wooden Golem. "Are you sure?" The two, Wooden Golem, nodded. "Well, sure, his speed is far above yours, and I found that the teleportation technique he used does not seem to be the Flying Thunder God technique, because there is no mark. 0. At that time, he suddenly appeared next to me, without noticing it, and without making any marks. The general characteristics of the Flying Thunder God technique were clearly recorded in the history books of Cloud Shinobi Village by the 4th Raikage. So many Jonin are clear about what the Flying Thunder God technique is, and they can understand it more clearly than Konoha's Jonin. 4th Raikage pondered for a long time. He really didn't understand that Yu Ming was only 16 years old. The key to why there is such a strong strength is that he has also mastered the fairy art. You know, there are no ninjas in the ninja world who master the art of immortality except Jiraiya. At least now, 4th Raikage knows Jiraiya alone. Even Orochimaru failed to practice successfully. 4th Raikage is very clear about how much the increase in strength will be if the celestial arts are fully mastered. Moreover, he is very clear about how strong the monster is. Although he has never fought against the monster, he has heard from his father who went to the Kingdom of Ghosts to fight against the monster. And 4th Raikage's father is 3rd Raikage. 3rd Raikage is such a powerful ninja, but he can't do anything about monsters. It is conceivable that monsters are terrible. Sealing the sprites without using Ziwan's power has already shown that Yu Ming's strength is no longer an ordinary cage-level powerhouse. Maitreya, the original Shrine Maiden, was also at the peak of cage level, perhaps even stronger than Hanzo. And Hanzo is a well-deserved demigod in the ninja world. This demigod is also a title given by the ninja world, not by himself. Chapter 252 Raikage let the two go from Wooden Golem to Yunlei Gorge. 252 330ths. Chapter 252 Raikage let the two go from Wooden Golem to Yunlei Gorge. So 4th Raikage was a little dignified for a while. He believed in the judgment of the two by Wooden Golem. She is an absolute cage-level powerhouse, and besides Killer Bee, she is another Jinchuriki in Cloud Shinobi Village who can perfectly control tail beasts. And although he is very proud, he is also very loyal to the village. So 4th Raikage is thinking, Yu Ming, who is stronger than Senju Hashirama, will be a threat to Cloud Shinobi Village. After a long time, 4th Raikage looked at Samui and asked, "Sammy, you haven't spoken to him since you came back. What do you think of Yu Ming? You've met him twice already." Sammy froze for a moment, then looked at the two, Wooden Golem, thought for a while and said, "I don't think he will become our enemy. His philosophy seems to be the same as Konoha's 5th Hokage. I like peace. However, his strength is indeed very strong. When he was in the country of water, he could suppress the 603 tails with his ordinary ninjutsu, so I don't think we need to provoke him, and what he said, those information, we can find out after we investigate. That information is really important to us." Hearing what Samui said, 4th Raikage nodded and said, "That's right." Mabui asked the intelligence department to check whether the information is accurate. Mabui, who was standing aside, nodded. 4th Raikage thought for a while and said, "When you see this guy in the future, be careful. There is no need to provoke him. If he really has the strength that Wooden Golem said, it is the best way not to provoke him." 4th Raikage thought about how 1st Raikage got along with 1st Hokage. If only there was a ninja in the ninja world who could compete with Yu Ming. When Uchiha Madara existed, there was a Senju Hashirama that could restrain him. But in this era where Yu Ming exists, there is no one who can be Yu Ming's opponent. The best way is not to provoke him. But 4th Raikage didn't know why Yu Ming told Wooden Golem the information to the two, and they also met for the first time. Looking at Samuel had a cold expression on his face, and he couldn't see anything at all. Although 4th Raikage has a bad temper, he is not a fool. He is very delicate in many things. Shao wants to catch the tailed beast. Sooner or later, they will attack the people in our village, so during this time, Wooden Golem, you and Bai will stay in Yunlei Gorge. You two are the most important people in the village. Absolutely don't be caught by Akatsuki. And Killer Bee's stay in Yunlei Gorge is entirely due to 4th Raikage's love. For Bai, because 3rd Raikage died in battle, 4th Raikage didn't want to have an accident with Bai's relatives, so he was asked to stay in Yunlei Gorge to train Tailed Beast Bomb. If you encounter an enemy attacking the village, you can use the Tailed Beast Bomb to bombard it from a distance. There is no need to fight in close quarters. In fact, the purpose is just to limit Killer Bee to Yunlei Gorge and not to wander around. But now, since 4th Raikage knew that Xiao was going to capture the Tailed Beast, it was naturally impossible for the two of them to be sent out by Wooden Golem to carry out the mission. It's just this proposal that made the two of them frown. Lord Raikage, she originally wanted to refute, but 4th Raikage glared at her and said, "This is Raikage's order. During this time, don't come out of Yunlei Gorge. If you meet someone from Akatsuki, just release Tailed Beast Bomb from a distance, as long as once you release the Tailed Beast Bomb, you can call the village for support." In fact, Wooden Golem wants to say that he doesn't care about the threats from those people at all. It's just that 4th Raikage has already said so, and she can't help it. After Samui and the two Wooden Golems left the Raikage room, 4th Raikage frowned. "Tsunade-ji, you really got a good guard." 4th Raikage knows that Ming is Tsunade Hime's bodyguard. A ninja who possesses Super Cage level strength at the age of 16 will definitely not be limited to his current strength in the future. Ninjas are at their peak between the ages of 30 and 50. But the current Yu Ming is still far from reaching the peak of his strength. But it has not reached the peak strength, but it is enough to suppress the entire ninja world. 4th Raikage and Tsunade are neither familiar nor unfamiliar. Once 4th Raikage used to find Tsunade to treat his subordinates. 4th Raikage admired this woman who surpassed herself in strength. Not to mention that now Tsunade has overcome his phobia, and his strength has returned to Sanin's level. But when he heard that Yu Ming was Tsunade's bodyguard, 4th Raikage relaxed a lot. Because he knows Tsunade's temper is not good, but he is definitely a person who cherishes peace. And Yu Ming told the two of them the information that Wooden Golem knew. In 4th Raikage's view, it was his goodwill. 4th Raikage breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he is not Uchiha Madara, but Senju Hashirama. After coming out of the Raikage room, the faces of the two Wooden Golems were very bad. In fact, she doesn't want to go to Yunlei Gorge at all, and she is not afraid of those ninjas at all. In fact, she mainly dislikes Killer Bee. Although Killer Bee is 7 years older than her, Wooden Golem and Killer Bee have completely different personalities since they were young. In fact, the two are quite familiar with each other, and even Killer Bee has expressed his affection for the two, led by Wooden Golem. It just gets rejected every time. It's not that Killer Bee doesn't like women, it's just that he doesn't like young women, but he only likes women with good figure, older and beautiful appearance. Especially for the two high-cold beauties like Wooden Golem. Walking on the road, the faces of the two led by Wooden Golem have not been very good. Sammy walked beside her. The two were once classmates in the same class. The reason why Wooden Golem was chosen for the second one is because of her special physique and high talent. The two were still good friends, and both of them are high-cold beauties. After becoming Jonin, the gap between the two appeared. However, the relationship between the two led by Wooden Golem has not changed to Samui. The reason why she almost got into a fight with Samui last time was because she didn't want Samui to do something harmful to Cloud Shinobi Village. Don't like a ninja from another ninja village. Then she will be very sad in the end. In fact, the two of you, Wooden Golem, are not unaware that what Yu Ming said to her means that she has a good impression of her, but she has always been very clear that Yu Ming is such an important person, and she is Jinchuriki from Cloud Shinobi Village. People can't have a spark. Of course, the two members, Wooden Golem, really misunderstood. If Yu Ming actually appreciates 0.5, it is very good for him. Such as Tsunade, Azuki Shion, and Anko, and Neji, Shaoli and so on. He told Samuel and Wooden Golem because he admired them, not because Yu Ming really thought about them. After all, after Yu Ming has Tsunade, basically other women have no feeling for him. After all, it is not a joke that Tsunade is called the #1 beauty in the ninja world. Moreover, Yu Ming refined an elixir for her, which can keep her youthful for the rest of her life, and she does not need chakra to maintain her youthful body. Age doesn't mean much to Tsunade now, even when she dies, she remains young. Although Yu Ming appreciates Samui and Wooden Golem both in terms of figure and personality, but appreciation does not mean that Yu Ming is about to make a move. Chapter 253 Persuading Nine Tails. 253 330ths. Chapter 253 Persuading Nine Tails. And Yu Ming, who returned to Konoha, was sent by Tsunade to carry out the mission. She is not worried about Yu Ming's safety. As far as Yu Ming's strength is concerned, no one in the ninja world will be his opponent. It's just that there is really no task that Yu Ming must go to. Because the spooky ghost army did not have any impact on Konoha, the destroyed border cities were repaired by daimyo. And Yu Ming stayed in the Hokage room to read. In the Hokage room, Yu Ming never had any small stories with Tsunade. Generally, small stories only happen at home. And one day after Yu Ming came back from the ghost country, Naruto and the others also came back. When he came to the Hokage room, Naruto looked a bit disappointed. Obviously, this time to find Sasuke, the result was not very good. After Yamato and Tsunade stated the details of this mission, Tsunade looked at Naruto. It seems that what Yu Ming said is right. After 3 years of training, Sasuke's strength has improved a lot. And you still can't control the Nine Tails chakra inside you. Naruto lowered his head, very disappointed, because he felt that it seemed that Sasuke's Sharingan already had part of the power to suppress Nine Tails. And he, together with Sai and little Sakura and Yamato, was suppressed by Sasuke alone. You know, Yamato is an elite 16 Jonin, and the strength of him and little Sakura has reached the level of Jonin, and Sai's strength has almost reached the level of Jonin, and maybe even purely in actual combat ability, Sai is a little stronger than him. At least for now, but when they faced Sasuke, they had no ability to resist at all. Just like when they faced Yu Ming. It even looked more neat than Yu Ming's suppression of them. Now Sasuke is much stronger than Naruto. If Naruto can't master Nine Tails chakra, can't master Senjutsu, and can't develop Rasengan Shuriken, it is impossible for Naruto to be Sasuke's opponent. Yu Ming always felt that Sasuke's strength could not bear the title of genius at all. It's just that after Yu Ming came to this world and analyzed Sasuke's record, it seems that this guy likes to leapfrog challenges every time. But he doesn't have the protagonist halo, so he gets repaired miserably every time. In fact, this is normal. If the strength is not up to it, how can it be possible to leapfrog the challenge casually? Now Sasuke's strength has definitely reached the level of Zunin, but he is still one Mangekyo Sharingan away from Kage level. But Naruto's current strength is at most Jonin's level, but if you add Zuiden, it's inestimable. However, the advantage of Naruto is that its basic conditions are very good. As long as you master 1 or 2 high-level ninjutsu, or master fairy arts, your strength can be greatly improved. In fact, the best way is to master the Nine Tails chakra. As long as he masters Nine Tails chakra, his strength can be raised from Jonin to Kage level in no time. If Nine Tails chakra can be fully used, then his strength can even be at the top of the Kage level. Yu Ming stood up, walked to Naruto's side, and put his hand on Naruto's shoulder. In an instant, he appeared in Naruto's sealed space. The moment Yu Ming appeared, Nine Tails roared at Yu Ming. A violent storm blows over Yu Ming. It's just that there is a layer of lightning-style shield around him, those storms can't touch Yu Ming at all. Yu Ming raised his head and looked at Nine Tails. I said, I heard that Naruto went berserk this time. Seeing that he couldn't scare Yu Ming, Nine Tails lay down on the iron gate again, closed his eyes, and said weakly, that time had nothing to do with me, it was this guy's emotional change that caused chakra to go berserk. I can't control it. Nine Tails was completely overwhelmed by Yu Ming last time, this time he didn't yell at Yu Ming at all. Yu Ming thought for a while and said, I said you can't cooperate with Naruto. Don't you know that 8 Tails and her way of Cloud Shinobi village have lived in peace with their Jinchuriki? Can you not embarrass us Konoha? Hearing Yu Ming's shameless remarks, the corners of Nine Tails' mouth twitched slightly, and he opened his eyes, staring at Yu Ming. You make this old man a human slave. Don't even think about it. Yu Ming walked into the iron gate that sealed Nine Tails without any fear at all, looked up at Nine Tails and said, no, although Uchiha Madara brought you here, and then you were beaten up by first Hokage, and then sealed inside as Konoha Shinobi for decades. But it's been decades, you should accept your fate, you won't be able to get out, let alone I'm here, at least in the decades I've been alive, you won't be able to go out. Instead of being sealed to death every day, it's better to cooperate directly with Naruto to improve his strength, so that Konoha will have an extra powerful ninja. You Nine Tails can also be free, I promise, as long as you cooperate with Naruto, I can unlock the seal in Naruto's body, how about it? Seeing Yu Ming's familiar face, Nine Tails originally wanted to roar, but after thinking about Yu Ming's strength, it fell down again. Close your eyes, don't want to say anything to Yu Ming. But how could Yu Ming let it go, and appeared on Nine Tails' head in a flash? Sitting directly on the head of Nine Tails, he said seriously, Nine Tails, come on, I have given you a lot of face, believe it or not, if you don't agree, I will let you live in the magma rock from one room to one living room. I think you don't want to experience the feeling of being sealed in the whirlpool Mito-sama and Kushina-sama again. Nine Tails opened his eyes and thought about it. It didn't get angry anymore, mainly because it also knew that it was useless to be angry with Yu Ming, and Yu Ming wouldn't talk to it at all. Impossible, I can't be a slave of human beings, 8 Tails and her way are just 2 pieces of rubbish, they actually became slaves of human beings, I can't be like them. Yu Ming smiled and said, no, why do you think that cooperating with Naruto means becoming his slave? I said, it's cooperating, you understand. In fact, you should also know that even if our village really let you out, believe it or not, you after going out, not long after, he will definitely be captured by other villages. I don't believe in the value of your 9 Tails, others don't know it. And it's impossible for other villages to be like us, just seal you up, and you may suffer even more than when you lived in the Vortex Mito and Master Kushina. 9 Tails didn't respond to Yu Ming, obviously this matter couldn't convince it. Yu Ming thought for a while and said, now the Akatsuki organization is looking for you. Their purpose is to capture the tail beast. Sunagaku's one tail has been taken away by them, and do you know how they took it away? Ghetto statue. Yu Ming said the name directly. 9 Tails stood up suddenly and glared at Yu Ming. How do you know this? Yu Ming smiled. Don't worry about how I know, but I know that one tail was captured by the ghetto statue they summoned. I don't think you want to be captured. As long as you are captured, you will be captured, erase consciousness and become a mass of pure chakra, am I right? Chapter 254 Chakra is 4 times the size of the perfect 9 Tails. 254 330ths. Chapter 254 Chakra is 4 times the size of the perfect 9 Tails. Ninetales looked at Yu Ming for a long time before finally relaxing. Lie down on the ground again. Looking at Yu Ming, who was already standing in front of him. But why should I cooperate with Naruto? Don't you Konoha also want to lose the tailed beast? And with your strength, I don't believe that someone in the ninja world can take it away from you. Naruto. This point, Ninetales is quite sure. After all, it has personally experienced the power of Yu Ming. It can be said that the strength is definitely not worse than Senju Hashirama. Maybe even better. Yu Ming looked at Ninetales and said with a smile, what if I'm not around? Are you sure that he can defeat those ninjas of Ōtsutsuki with his completely unconscious outburst? Hearing this, Ninetales looked at Yu Ming very seriously, but Yu Ming was very calm, looked at Ninetales and said, actually, my purpose is very simple, that is to let you cooperate with Naruto, let him become stronger quickly and make him stronger. We have one more strong person in Konoha, of course, I can also take it easy. Ninetales didn't speak, but it was thinking. After a long time, Ninetales looked at Yu Ming. Naruto can't bear all my chakra now, although he has quite a lot of chakra, but compared to Mito and Kushina, the gap is too big. Yu Ming nodded. Indeed, although Naruto has a part of the blood of the Uzumaki clan, it is true that he does not have a complete blood, not to mention the sage body of first Hokage. However, you can rest assured that as long as you strengthen your practice, Naruto's physique will soon be acceptable, and Naruto is a very sincere person, you will definitely agree with him. I think after so many years, you should see it in his body. It's here. If you really cooperate with him, he will regard you as a very important companion. In fact, Yu Ming seldom speaks the word companion, and generally refers to teammates. But today he helped connect Ninetales and Naruto, so naturally he said it kindly. Ninetales opened his eyes and looked at Yu Ming. Do you know Naruto's life experience? Yu Ming froze for a moment, looked at Ninetales and asked, why are you asking this question? I know what's wrong. What, do you have any grudges against fourth generation? Quote? Yu Ming said so. Ninetales knew, Yu Ming knew Naruto's life experience. So he said, then you still let me work with him? Of course I have a grudge against Namikaze Minato, and I have a grudge against his mother Kushina, don't you know? Ninetales is a bit angry, it can work with Naruto, but what about their hatred? Standing in front of Ninetales, Yu Ming smiled and said, don't be so stingy, okay? Then besides him, who else can you cooperate with? You are in Naruto's body now, and this cannot be changed. As for what does your enmity with the fourth generation and Kushina-sama have to do with Naruto? Naruto was still a baby at that time, what did he know? Why don't you think about how much humiliation you have caused him to suffer when you sealed him in his body? It's just that Ninetales don't think so. What does Naruto's humiliation have to do with it? If the fourth generation didn't say it was sealed in Naruto, where would the humiliation come from? Are you pulling the wrong frame? Ninetales asked, and Yu Ming thought for a while, looked at Ninetales and said, stop talking nonsense, why are you so naive, and you are still biased, just a word, you cooperate or not, if you cooperate, I can train Naruto, up to a month time, you can bear your chakra. But if you don't agree, it doesn't matter if your living environment deteriorates. The most important thing is that you may be taken away by Ōtsutsuki and become a chakra of Geto statue. Ninetales was not angry, looked at Yu Ming and said, Geto statue can only be summoned with Rinnegan. Could it be that someone in the ninja world has activated Rinnegan? Yu Ming laughed and said, the leader of the Shao organization opened the Rinnegan. Although I don't know how his Rinnegan came about, he does have it, so if you don't cooperate, you may be taken away. When I went to the Kingdom of Ghosts to complete the mission this time, I got along with Erwei Jinchuriki from Cloud Shinobi Village for a while. I think We've got along very well with its Jinchuriki. I think you can also reach that level with Naruto. How good it is for the two of you to fight side by side. It can not only strengthen Naruto's strength, but also ensure that you will not be captured by the Ōtsutsuki organization. Although I can repel the attack of the Ōtsutsuki organization, I will definitely not be by Naruto's side all the time, and it is impossible. And now there is no good way to quickly improve Naruto's strength, except to let him master your chakra. Mastering the Ninetales chakra is definitely the fastest way for Naruto to improve his strength, and it is also the way to increase his strength the most. Even the practice of immortality cannot compare with this method. Ninetales can talk to Yu Ming calmly now, after all, they can't beat him no matter what. Lying on the ground, that huge head looked at Yu Ming. I'm curious, what would happen to you if I was sealed inside your body? Yu Ming froze for a moment, then smiled and said, then I must have mastered your chakra now, otherwise you must be beaten by me so that you can't take care of yourself. Ninetales gave Yu Ming a blank look. Fortunately, he wasn't sealed in your body, a person like you has such a bad personality. Yu Ming froze for a moment, looked at Ninetales and said with a smile. I said, did you say something wrong? To you, my personality is actually considered bad. Then you have committed a heinous crime. Ninetales stood up, looked at Yu Ming and said, I can promise you to cooperate with Naruto, but I don't care if you can bear my chakra. Yu Ming nodded and said with a smile, that's right, you can rest assured whether he can withstand your chakra matter, I will train him well within a month. However, during this period of time, you'd better not let him run away casually. I know that sometimes you can't control it, but you should try to control it. It will cause great damage to Naruto's body if he keeps running away. That's what we agreed on. In a month's time, within a month's time, I will train his physique. By the way, is there only one chakra for you? Ninetales froze for a moment, then looked at Yu Ming and asked, how do you know? Yu Ming smiled and said, I have read all the records of you being controlled by Uchiha Madara, and then fighting with first-generation Hokage Li Chenjiao. I don't think that now your chakra is enough to be valued by Uchiha Madara, and I think adding you can challenge first Hokage. If it weren't for your chakra, Uchiha Madara would never have been the opponent of first Hokage. But your current amount of chakra is too small, Graham. Hearing Yu Ming's words, Ninetales said speechlessly, even if my chakra is only half of the body, it is much more than other tailed beasts, but whoever's chakra is insignificant in front of you, even Sage of Six Paths doesn't have as much chakra as you. I really don't know what kind of monster you are, you can have such a huge chakra. Yu Ming's chakra amount is very scary now, it was only 3 times that of the full body 9 tails before, but now it has reached 4 times. Already close to the full amount of chakra of 10 tails. If Yu Ming didn't master Yin Yang done very well, he would have already reached the 6 paths level. Chapter 255 Conditions for Using Wood Style. 255 330ths. Chapter 255 Conditions for Using Wood Style. Listening to Ninetales' words, Yu Ming smiled and said, is your other half sealed in the body of 4th Hokage? Ninetales nodded. It didn't think it was very strange, because it felt that Yu Ming should know the record of Namikaze Minato's battle back then. Although it is not available outside, there are still some materials in Anbu. Yu Ming nodded. That's not bad. If you had a perfect body, I'm afraid Naruto's body can't bear it now, but did Master Mito and Master Kushina use your chakra? Ninetales thought for a while and said, the Vortex Mito has never been used. It was sealed in her body until she died. I never used my chakra, but Kushina used it many times. Yu Ming laughed and said, I said Master Kushina has used it many times. With her personality, using your chakra is also forced to use it. In fact, if she wants to, she can definitely control you completely. Ninetales thought for a while and nodded, although I don't want to admit it, it is true. With Kushina's strength, if she hadn't always kept me at arm's length like Mito, she would indeed be a perfect Jinchuriki. Yu Ming laughed and said, then Naruto will become the first generation of Konoha's perfect Jinchuriki. It's settled, try not to let Naruto go berserk in the future. This time, Yu Ming did not fight Ninetales. The last time Yu Ming came up, 860 arranged an electrocution experience for Ninetales. Ninetales looked at Yu Ming, and asked curiously, I've always had a question, why do you have so many chakra? Could it be someone from the Whirlpool clan? Yu Ming thought for a while and smiled, actually, I don't know, but do you think I look like a member of the Uzumaki clan? And the people of the Uzumaki clan don't have as much chakra as I do. I think, the amount of chakra now is even 4 times higher than that of your perfect body. I am afraid that the chakra of first Hokage is not as much as mine. Ninetales nodded, lying on the ground, looking at Yu Ming. It's true, the amount of chakra in first Hokage is almost the same as mine, slightly more, but when he enters Sage mode, it is indeed much more. However, you have also learned fairy art, and it is the same as first Hokage's chakra, which is a perfect level. Even I think that your fairy art is even more terrifying than first Hokage. Asking this question, Yu Ming was a little curious. Looking at Ninetales, he asked, I have a question, where did first Hokage learn his fairy art? I think his fairy art and the 3rd generation Holy Land's fairy art are both it's totally different. I checked the historical records of the Senju clan and it doesn't say where he studied. Ninetales thought for a while, and said, first Hokage should not have been learned in the 3 holy places. Like his wood style, in fact, it is most likely developed by himself, after all, he has sage body. Actually, you don't know, sage body is actually inherited from the Sage of Six Paths period, but there are very few ninjas in the ninja world. For thousands of years the people who inherited sage body are the son of Sage of Six Paths, Ashura and first Hokage only. And Ashura will actually be wood style. I suspect that Ashura and first Hokage's chakra are of the same nature. The reason why Ninetales talked to Yu Ming so calmly was that Yu Ming was too powerful and communicated well with him. Like Eight Tails and Killer Bee, even Ninetales felt that if he was sealed in Yu Ming's body, he would definitely beat him up first, and then the relationship between the two would get along well. Being sealed in the human body, until now, Ming is willing to communicate with himself so much. The Vortex Mito and the Vortex Kushina respect Ninetales at a respectful distance, and Chakra, who wants to use Ninetales, uses his strength to force it. Not much interaction with Ninetales at all. Yu Ming was stunned for a moment. Ashura. Is it the son of Sage of Six Paths? I don't know about it. I just know from historical records that the wood style of first Hokage is very powerful. It almost killed you and Uchiha Madara at that time. In fact, Yu Ming certainly knew what was going on, but if he knew everything, it would be too suspicious. However, Yu Ming's words made Ninetales a little upset. What do you mean Uchiha Madara and I were almost beaten to death? Whoever faces the ninjutsu of first Hokage will have no good results. Yu Ming smiled and said, yes, true, several thousand hands, which are more than 1,000 meters in size. After that set, even if Susanoo from Uchiha Madara is wearing it, it can't stop it. Although Ninetales didn't want to admit it, Yu Ming obviously knew what happened back then, so there was no need to be stubborn. Yu Ming laughed and said, actually, I have always wanted to know what the true several thousand hands of first Hokage is like. Ninetales looked at Yu Ming and joked, then you have to have wood style first, and then you can try it. As far as I know, Konoha is now a wood-style person. Wait, I remember the last time I was in the Land of Wind, you guys used the Myojin Gate. I'm going, you guy actually know wood-style. Ninetales remembered that he was directly stunned by Yu Ming's Mingshenman move, and was even knocked unconscious for a long time afterwards. Now that he thinks about it, doesn't this guy know wood-style? The corners of Ninetales' mouth twitched slightly, and looked at Yu Ming. You know wood-style, back then you only needed to use a wood dragon technique to suppress me directly. I don't believe that with your chakra amount, and you can check it at any time. The secret of the Senju family. Have you mastered this ninjutsu? You can even master the Myojin Gate. Ninetales feels scared when he thinks about it now. If Yu Ming gave himself a true several thousand hands directly, then it would be a tragedy. It is estimated that it may be killed directly. Yu Ming smiled. How could I use wood-style in front of so many people? Using my ocean gate is not bad. In fact, if no one was present at the time, I even wanted to try true several thousand hands. After that, I haven't released it, and it's really a bit uncomfortable. Hearing Yu Ming's words, Ninetales felt a little speechless. Aren't you a bit too scary, and why do you have wood-style? Are you also a descendant of Sage of Six Paths? Ninetales can only guess this way. In theory, wood-style is the fusion of water-style and earth-style. But that is only in theory. Wood-style is so strong, but for so many years, there is only one Yamato meeting, which is enough to explain the problem. Moreover, Yamato can only use wood-style because he has the cells of First Hokage. It is an innate blood inheritance limit, and it is not synthesized by himself. So Ninetales never felt that wood-style can be synthesized by one person just by synthesis, and it is still wood-style at Senju Hashirama level. Although Yamato has mastered wood-style, he cannot use many of Senju Hashirama's wood-style. In addition to requiring a huge amount of chakra, he also needs to be able to support his body. Chapter 256 Ninetales says 10 Tails. 256 330ths. Chapter 256 Ninetales says 10 Tails. On top of that, Ultimate's Yongdun chakra is also required. This is exactly what Yamato lacks. On the surface, wood-style seems to be the limit of blood successors, but in fact it is the elimination of blood successors, because the real wood-style can only use the mutual fusion of water attribute, earth attribute and yang attribute chakra. Moreover, Yongdun must be the ultimate Yongdun, ordinary ones are not enough. Secondly, there is a huge amount of chakra, which is stuck to Yamato. In fact, the amount of chakra in Yamato is not small. In fact, you can see that he uses earth-style and water-style, both of which are very large in scale. But his amount of chakra really can't support the use of large-scale wood-style ninjutsu. However, his amount of chakra definitely belongs to the kind with a lot among elite Jonin. Even the amount of chakra is more than that of Kakashi. If Kakashi does not consume the amount of chakra by Sharingan, the amount of chakra is also very much among elite Jonin, but Yamato's amount of chakra is more than him. Therefore, it is impossible to develop wood-style without inheriting the blood of Sage of Six Paths. Moreover, in the ninja world for more than 1,000 years, only one Ashura and one Senju Hashirama have emerged. Yamato are all replicas of Senju Hashirama. Why did Yu Ming do it? Not at all unless he has the blood of the Sage of Six Paths. At least Ninetales doesn't think it's possible. Yu Ming looked at Ninetales and said calmly, actually, it is not necessary to be a descendant of Sage of Six Paths to learn wood-style. Do you know how my wood-style came about? When I was 11 years old, I synthesized it myself through the synthetic method of blood succession limit. I was born without wood-style's blood succession limit, but when synthesizing this wood-style, it was really dangerous, and when I was preparing to synthesize it, I almost died. Hearing Yu Ming's words, Ninetales was completely stunned. Impossible, you want to synthesize wood-style without the blood of Sage of Six Paths. What are you kidding? Ninetales knows exactly what wood-style is. It can even be said that wood-style was originally just a derivative of the sacred tree. Yu Ming smiled. Is there anything impossible? Am I an example? I am neither a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, nor a descendant of the Senju clan, nor a descendant of the Uchiha clan, but I have mastered wood-style. 0. In fact, to synthesize wood-style, you only need to have chakra, the two attributes of water and soil, plus chakra, the yang attribute of ultimate. It's just that these words seem to be showing off to Ninetales. You guys really don't know how wood-style came about. Wood-style, it's not simply two attributes of water and soil, but it can be done with the addition of yang attributes. It must also be equipped with sage body, like your Konoha ninja who can use wood-style. If it weren't for the cells of First Hokage, it would be impossible to use wood-style. So you must have a sage body, otherwise, where would you have such a huge chakra? Yu Ming smiled and said, don't discuss this issue anymore. I will talk about wood-style. Don't tell Naruto, that guy's mouth. Everyone in the world knows. Ninetales chuckled, you have mastered wood-style, and you can use ninjutsu at the level of true several thousand hands. Are you afraid that others will find out? If they know, who would dare to say anything? Back then, First Hokage, with wood-style, was completely you can suppress people of an era in the ninja world, you are too timid. And I even think that you can suppress the ninja world without relying on wood-style. It is impossible for anyone in the ninja world to be your opponent. Your terrible lightning style alone is no worse than wood-style. That's what he said, but Yu Ming still said, don't say it, although it is true, but I at least hope to keep a low profile. Don't make it Sejong Yang. Now there are only a few people who know that I know wood-style. Last time I regretted a little. I actually used my ocean gate. In fact, I can use other sealing techniques. Listening to Yu Ming, co-author Yu Ming still has a lot to suppress Naruto, who is completely nine-tail-sized. But Ninetales didn't want to tell Naruto about it either. Okay, but I know the purpose of capturing the tailed beasts. In fact, I can probably guess what they want to do. Maybe the other tailed beasts don't know, but I do. Yu Ming looked at Ninetales and asked, what purpose? Ninetales suddenly became serious. Didn't you just mention the ghetto statue? Yu Ming nodded. Yes, what's the matter? Ninetales said, and do you know what the ghetto statue is for? Of course Yu Ming knew, but he asked, what is it for? Ninetales looked at Yu Ming solemnly and said, it is used to collect the tail beast chakra. Yu Ming smiled and said, I know, only for this purpose. Ninetales gave Yu Ming a blank look and said, don't interrupt me, the purpose of collecting chakra is to summon a terrifying creature. Yu Ming froze for a moment. Scary creature. Ninetales nodded. Well, a terrible life, even a terrible creature that can destroy the entire world. Yu Ming frowned. Destroy the whole world. I just solved one a few days ago. Ninetales was stunned, looked at Yu Ming, and then understood what he said. He smiled and said, compared with that creature, the thing you solved is not even a hair. There are 9 tailed beasts in the world. Do you know how these tailed beasts came from? Yu Ming felt a little interesting, sat down, looked at Ninetales and said with a smile, you say. Ninetales thought for a while and said, in this world, there used to be a terrifying creature with 10 tails. Its power was so terrifying that it could even destroy the entire world. It was called 10 tails. And the chakra of the 9-tailed beast is separated from the body of 10 tails. And 10 tails was originally the tail beast of Sage of Six Paths, because 10 tails wanted to destroy the world, but was finally defeated by Sage of Six Paths and sealed into his own body. Before Sage of Six Paths died, chakra of 10 tails was killed. It was divided into 9 parts, and these 9 parts of chakra are now the 9-tailed beasts. Yu Ming nodded. You mean, the purpose of the Ōtsutsuki organization may be to reintegrate you, summon 10 tails, and destroy the world. Ninetales nodded and said, yes, since they can summon Ghetto Statue, someone must have activated Rinnegan. Although I don't know how they activated it, someone must have Rinnegan. And Rinnegan is inherited from 10 tails, and the mother of Sage of Six Paths has white eyes, not Rinnegan. Yu Ming froze for a moment, stopped Ninetales, and asked, wait a minute, mother of Sage of Six Paths. What do you mean, she? Chapter 257 Indra and Ashura. 257 330ths. Chapter 257 Indra and Ashura. Ninetales thought for a while, looked at Yu Ming and said, the mother of Sage of Six Paths, a woman named Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, is very powerful, so powerful that she can destroy the whole world. She originally wanted to destroy the world, but was killed by Sage of Six Paths. Six Paths and his brother teamed up to seal it. Yu Ming looked at Ninetales in disbelief. Ninetales would be surprised if Yu Ming knew about this matter. But Ninetales laughed and said, how is it? Do you feel that you are not that powerful? Yu Ming looked at Ninetales, and said calmly, no, it's just that these things are really weird. Sage of Six Paths actually has a mother, and she's so powerful. The corners of Ninetales' mouth twitched slightly, and said, you said that, without a mother, where did Sage of Six Paths come from? Yu Ming looked at Ninetales and said, naturally raised, isn't it a fairy? And mother, 770. Ninetales looked at Yu Ming, not knowing what to say for a while. After being stunned for a while, Ninetales smiled wryly, you have a brain, but people call him a fairy, of course he is not a fairy. Sage of Six Paths is still human after all, where there may be no mother. In fact, the relationship between Ninetales and Sage of Six Paths is very good. If someone said this, Ninetales would probably growl, but Yu Ming didn't respond. The main reason is that Yu Ming is strong enough. Of course, it's also because Ninetales doesn't hate Ninetales that much. In the beginning, it actually hated Yu Ming a little, but after communicating with him, it found that Yu Ming was actually not bad. Yu Ming nodded. I see, I guess Sage of Six Paths has also learned fairy art. Ninetales nodded and said, well, Sage of Six Paths learned the celestial art at Mount Myoboku. You shouldn't have learned this celestial art at Mount Myoboku, right? Ninetales can tell that Yu Ming's celestial art was definitely not learned at Mount Myoboku, but probably at Ruchi Cave. The celestial art of Shibone Forest has not been fully studied for more than 1,000 years. However, Mount Myoboku Senjutsu tends to be ninjutsu, Ruchi Cave Senjutsu is more illusory, and Shibone Forest Senjutsu is more physical. However, although Yu Ming has learned the Senjutsu of Ruchi Cave, he seldom uses illusion and mostly uses ninjutsu. But what they are good at is only what the immortals in these places are good at. In fact, there is no difference in the fairy art chakra. As for the difficulty of cultivation, in fact, the most difficult one is the wet bone forest. For more than 1,000 years, there is not a single person who has learned it. Not even Tsunade can be learned. But Yu Ming also signed a contract with Shibone Forest. It's just that he never summoned a live slug during the battle. Katsuyu is the species name of Katsuyu in the wet bone forest, and live slug is its name. Yu Ming looked at Ninetales and smiled, it's really easy to guess. I learned the fairy art in Ruchi Cave. In fact, I also studied the fairy art of the wet bone forest, but it is similar to the fairy art of Ruchi Cave, just sideways. There are some subtle differences in the key points. Shigulin's celestial arts are more powerful and restorative. And it can enhance the quality of the body, which is more suitable for those with strong physical skills. I have never touched Mount Myoboku. Listening to Yu Ming's words, Ninetales laughed and said, you actually learned Ruchi Cave's fairy art, and Ruchi Cave's fairy art has a strong suppression effect on tailed beasts, because Ruchi Cave is more inclined to illusion. And the level of illusion is very high. Yu Ming nodded. Indeed, I used it once, and that kind of illusion level is much stronger than that of Mangekyo Sharingan. Last time I fought against a strong man from the Ghost Clan, the snake around me can easily attack at the peak of the cage level, it is even about to surpass the cage level powerhouse hallucinogenic. It's really scary, and this is the situation where I didn't intervene. If I did, I guess even ninjas beyond cage level will be hallucinogenic and it will be difficult to get rid of. Ninetales looked at Yu Ming, feeling a little helpless. As far as your strength is concerned, I'm afraid you can hallucinate ninjas beyond cage level without using magic. Although Ninetales doesn't know exactly how strong Yu Ming is, but Yu Ming's perfect level of immortality and the ability to release true several thousand hands alone have reached the level of Senju Hashirama, not to mention his chakra several times more than Senju Hashirama. The strength must be much stronger than Senju Hashirama. The most terrifying thing is his lightning style, which is not an ordinary lightning style at all. Looking back on Ninetales now, Yu Ming's lightning style definitely belongs to the blood successor boundary, because there is chakra with yang attribute in his lightning style. Otherwise, Yu Ming's lightning style will definitely not be as manipulative as life. There may even be yin dun. If there is yin dun, it is not the limit of the blood successor, but the elimination of the blood successor. Thinking of this, Ninetales realized that Yu Ming's strength might already be quite close to that of Sage of Six Paths. Because in terms of chakra quantity, Yu Ming's chakra quantity is already quite close to 10 taels. What a terrifying amount of chakra. If Yu Ming can cultivate Yin Yang Dun to the ultimate level, it will be at the Six Paths level. Ninetales looked at Yu Ming and was stunned. Your current strength is probably quite close to Sage of Six Paths. If you have Rinnegan, you must have reached the level of Sage of Six Paths. Yu Ming smiled and said, you think too highly of me, don't you? Ninetales did not think highly of Yu Ming, but the fact is that Yu Ming just lacks Rinnegan. If there is Rinnegan, Yu Ming's current strength should reach Sage of Six Paths even if it is not at the level of Ōtsutsuki Kaguya level. In fact, in terms of pure strength, Sage of Six Paths is not as strong as Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, but he and Ōtsutsuki Hamura used Yin Dun and Yang Dun to seal her. The difference between Ōtsutsuki Kaguya is that her actual combat experience is really pulling her hips. However, it is also understandable that she is almost invincible with pure strength, and she doesn't need much combat experience. In fact, what Ninetales doesn't know is that Yu Ming also has Rinnegan, and his pupil power is quite powerful. At least much stronger than Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan. It's just that his Yin Dun and Yang Dun have not been mastered to ultimate, and they have never reached the Six Paths level. However, Yu Ming feels that he is not far away from fully mastering Yin Dun and Yang Dun, because recently he feels that his mastery of Yang Dun seems to be close to the limit, and there is still a distance to master Yin Dun 0.1, but there is not too much difference. Ninetales looked at Yu Ming. I don't think highly of you. Now you have a chakra power that surpasses Senju Hashirama, and even several times more than my own body. You also have a strong physique, and you have mastered wood style and Senju Hashirama. It is indeed quite close to Sage of Six Paths, and the two sons of Sage of Six Paths, Indra and Ashura, cannot possibly be your opponents. In fact, Ashura also has the power of Six Paths, but it does not mean that they have reached the level of Sage of Six Paths. The level of Sage of Six Paths is the real Six Paths level. Become 10 Tails Jinchuriki, or just meld with 10 tails. But Yu Ming has not yet fully mastered Yin Yang Dun, so he has not reached the Six Paths level. But if he really wants to use it, he can enter the Six Paths mode and even use the Truth-Seeking Ball. The power is definitely much stronger than Ashura's. Chapter 258 You should cultivate to the level of Sage of Six Paths first. 258 330ths. Chapter 258 You should cultivate to the level of Sage of Six Paths first. It's just that it's not as powerful as 10 Tails Jinchuriki's Sage of Six Paths and Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. So Yu Ming never used it, and of course, no one in the ninja world let him enter Six Paths mode. Not to mention getting him into Six Paths mode, there are not many ninjas who put him into Sage mode. When using Mingjin Gate, Yu Ming would not enter Sage mode if it was not because of the need for the Sage Chakra. Yu Ming looked at Ninetales and laughed. Ashura and Indra, these are the two sons of Sage of Six Paths. Ninetales said, well, the two sons of Sage of Six Paths, Indra inherited the fairy eye of Sage of Six Paths, and Ashura inherited the sage body of Sage of Six Paths. The strength of these two is beyond cage level power, and even has the power of Six Paths. Hearing this, Yu Ming was taken aback for a moment, and said with a smile, Indra inherited Rinnegan. Yu Ming remembered that Indra seemed to have no Rinnegan at all, only Sharingan. Ninetales glanced at Yu Ming and explained, no, Indra only activated Mangekyo Sharingan until his death. Yu Ming laughed, then how do you say he inherited the immortal eye? Ninetales felt a little helpless. Can you stop 16 from interrupting me? Ninetales really had nothing to do with Yu Ming, they couldn't beat him again and again, so they could only talk nicely. Yu Ming waved his hand. You said. Ninetales went on to say, that's because his Sharingan pupils are already as powerful as Sage of Six Paths, Rinnegan pupils. Yu Ming was stunned. Great, Sharingan has the same pupil power as Rinnegan. And it's Rinnegan from Sage of Six Paths. Ninetales nodded and said, well, let's take Susanoo for example. Indra can activate a full-body Susanoo with just 3-pointed jade, and it's a real full-body Susanoo, not Uchiha Madara's kind, which is much stronger than his Susanoo. Quote. Yu Ming didn't remember this information, and was completely stunned. Is it possible for Sengoyu to open the real Mangekyo Susanoo? Ninetales looked at Yu Ming, are you still listening to me? Regarding Yu Ming's question, Ninetales needs to explain. Seeing that Yu Ming stopped talking, Ninetales went on to say, Indra was a genius from a young age, even the concept of ninjutsu was invented by him, and Ashura was inferior to him since childhood, but after growing up, Ashura developed the power of Sage Body, and can utilize my chakra. Yu Ming froze for a moment, wait, Ashura used your chakra. You were sealed in his body before. Ninetales shook his head, no, in fact, you should be able to find that my strength is unmatched by other tailed beasts, even Chuckstar is very different. It's because I have most of the power of 10 tails, and Ashura can use the power of 6 paths, and naturally, she can also use my power. Yu Ming does have an impression that Ashura does use something similar to Kurama mode. Yu Ming nodded, so that's it, then Ashura's strength is actually similar to that of Sage of 6 paths. With Sage Body, you can also master the power of 6 paths, and you can use your power, but there is no Rinnegan, which is worse. Point. Ninetales said, what Ashura has is actually Ultimate's Yongdun, but you are right, his strength is much worse than that of Sage of 6 paths. However, Sage of 6 paths gave him the ultimate Yongdun, which is actually enough to make him very powerful, even stronger than First Hokage. I even think that First Hokage is his reincarnation. Yu Ming thought to himself, you guessed it right, Senju Hashirama is indeed the reincarnation of Ashura Chakra. Ninetales continued, but even if not, Ashura is also the ancestor of the Senju family, and Indra is the ancestor of the Uchiha family. These two families have been fighting for thousands of years because of their two ancestors. But although these two people are also very powerful, they are far from reaching the 6 paths level, and you are already quite close to the 6 paths level, except that there is no Rinnegan. But your chakra is more powerful than Ashura, your immortality is much stronger than him, your physique is comparable to Sage Body, even stronger in my opinion, and you have mastered Ultimate Wood Style. If you have a pair of Rinnegan you can reach the point of Sage of 6 paths. Pity, and your Ultimate Lightning Style is much stronger than Indra's Lightning Style. Ninetales said a lot, all of which are extremely secretive information in the ninja world. Of course, Yu Ming knew most of this information. The matter of Ashura and Indra mostly Yu Ming is clear. He is not very clear about the fact that only the Sengoyu can open the full body of Susanoo. 3 hooks of jade can open the full body of Susanoo, which is really terrifying. But Yu Ming remembered that Senju Hashirama's true several thousand hands was indeed stronger than Ashura's true several thousand hands. And it seems that Ashura's chakra is not as much as Senju Hashirama's chakra, because when Ashura used true several thousand hands, he borrowed a lot of ninja's chakra to use it. But Senju Hashirama just enters Sage mode and comes out. However, Ashura has the power of 6 paths that Senju Hashirama does not have, which is stronger than Senju Hashirama. Yu Ming smiled and said, I didn't expect the secrets of the ninja world to be so interesting. The ancestors of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan are actually 2 brothers. On top of the Sage of 6 paths, there is actually Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, and so on, so the so-called ninja world was created by the Ōtsutsuki family. 777. The so-called destroying the world and saving the world, aren't they all the Ōtsutsuki family? Ninetales froze for a moment, then said speechlessly, indeed, it seems to be like this. From what you said, it seems that many powerful families in the ninja world who inherit the blood of the limit world seem to have the blood of Sage of 6 paths. Then Ninetales looked at Yu Ming. Yu Ming smiled and said, don't think about it, I don't have the blood of Sage of 6 paths, and I have nothing to do with the Uchiha clan, Senju clan, or even the Uzumaki clan from my ancestors. Ninetales felt it for a while, and then said, I really don't feel anything, then you are a different kind of person, you are not a descendant of Sage of 6 paths, and you actually have such powerful power. Yu Ming smiled, indeed, but if the purpose of Akatsuki's organization is to summon 10 tails, then the ninja world is indeed in some trouble. You are separated from 10 tails, how strong do you think 10 tails is? How does it compare to me? Ninetales gave Yu Ming a blank look, you should reach the level of Sage of 6 paths before asking. 10 tails is a monster that can destroy the world. Even Sage of 6 paths can't kill it. Do you think you are an opponent? Yu Ming was not angry, and said with a smile, that's right, but if the Shao organization really releases 10 tails, who can deal with it? Chapter 259 Conditions for Opening Rinnegan. 259 330ths. Chapter 259 Conditions for Opening Rinnegan. Ninetales also nodded. Yeah, if it's true, wait, you mean you want Akatsuki to release 10 tails? Seeing Ninetales staring at him, Yu Ming smiled and said, no, just in case, if 10 tails is really released, no one in the ninja world can stop it. Ninetales also frowned, indeed, this is a problem. When 10 tails was sealed, Sage of 6 paths Ōtsutsuki Hamura almost failed. If 10 tails were really condensed, no one in the ninja world could do it. I can stand it. After thinking about it, Ninetales looked at Yu Ming. I always feel that you have such a possibility, because your strength is the closest to Sage of 6 paths, and the only thing you are missing now is Yin Yongdun, and I think your Yongdun has reached ultimate, otherwise your wood style would not be so skillful, and you can also release the words of true several thousand hands. Your yang escape is definitely not worse than Ashura, but your yin escape is what I don't know. The mastery of Yin Dan is actually manifested in the pupil power, but Yu Ming hardly has it. But Ninetales didn't know whether Yu Ming had mastered Yin Dan or not. After all, it really doesn't know what the limit of Yu Ming's strength is. I think, if anyone in the ninja world can stop 10 tails, that person must be you. Yu Ming shook his head. Maybe it's not just me, maybe Naruto can do it too, as long as he fully grasps your power. It was only after Yu Ming finished speaking that Ninetales said, you're really thinking too much. Even if you completely master my power, at most it's a cage level, and it's impossible to reach the 6 paths level. The 6 paths level must be right. The 7 chakra attributes are very proficient. In the 6 paths mode, the most basic thing is to master the power of the blood successor snare, that is, the truth-seeking ball. Yu Ming looked at Ninetales and said, actually, this is pretty basic, and I can do it too. Ninetales froze for a moment, looked at Yu Ming with eyes full of disbelief. Yu Ming made a move, and 9 black balls appeared behind him. At the same time, a tin rod appeared in his hand. Then scattered again. It was just Yu Ming's casual move that made Ninetales completely stunned. You, how did you do it? This is already the power of 6 paths. This is after Sage of 6 paths became 10 tails Jinchuriki, the power you only possess. This is the power of Yin and Yang. You actually mastered. Yu Ming smiled and said, it's not surprising, but you should be able to find that my yin-yang power is not well mastered, so I still can't reach the real 6 paths mode. But Ninetales has been completely stunned, because Yu Ming has completely mastered the 6 paths mode, which means that he only needs to spend a little time to perfect it. It was only a matter of time before he mastered 6 paths mode. In fact, the 6 paths mode can be entered even without Rinnegan, such as Naruto, without Rinnegan, but he can enter the 6 paths mode. But what Yu Ming showed was truth-seeking ball in 6 paths mode. The truth-seeking ball can be entered as long as the nature transformation of the 7 chakra attributes of yin-yang, 5 elements, and the 9-tailed beast is complete, and as long as the above conditions are met, it can be entered unconsciously, which means that if you don't know what 6 paths mode is, it will automatically enter this mode. But the ninja world can do this kind of thing. From Sage of 6 paths to now, no one can do it, not even Ashura. The reason he has the truth-seeking ball was given to him by Sage of 6 paths. It was used to defend him against Indra's attack, so Yu Ming was the only one who entered the 6 paths mode entirely on his own. But Yu Ming is obviously not satisfied with just entering the 6 paths mode. Entering the 6 paths mode is very simple for him, but if he reaches the power of Sage of 6 paths and Ōtsutsuki Kaguya level, his mastery of Yin Dan is not enough. Yang Dan has already practiced to the limit. As long as Yin Yang Dan is practiced to the limit, then if Yu Ming enters the 6 paths mode, he will definitely surpass the Sage of 6 paths, and may even surpass Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. But today, Yu Ming is the first time to show his 6 paths mode in front of outsiders, even Tsunade has never shown it. No wonder Ninetales got scared. Yu Ming, a person who has nothing to do with the Sage of 6 paths, can easily enter the 6 paths mode, it never thought about it. After a long time, Ninetales looked at Yu Ming, full of solemnity. Yu Ming, it seems that I underestimated you before, maybe you can stop 10 tails, but I still hope that 10 tails will not appear in the factory. And you haven't mastered the Yin done well, but for you, it should only be a matter of time, but without the power of the 9-tailed beasts, you can actually master the truth-seeking ball, which I didn't expect, but thinking of the amount of chakra in your body that is close to 10 tails, I think you are equivalent to a 10 tails. It's no wonder mastering the truth-seeking ball. It's just that I never thought that besides Sage of 6 paths, there are people who have mastered the 6 paths mode. It's just that I heard what you mean, and I seem to believe that the Akatsuki organization will summon the 10 tails. With your strength, you can completely destroy them. Even if some of them have Rinnegan, they will not be your opponent. A pure Rinnegan is definitely not your opponent who has entered the 6 paths mode. In fact, Ninetales was wrong, not to mention Yu Ming in 6 paths mode, even Yu Ming in normal state, Nagato is impossible to be an opponent, his strength is not even as strong as that of the ninja of the Oni clan. You know, when the ninja of the Ghost clan sacrificed himself to the Shinigami, the power he gained had already surpassed the cage level, and he even fought for a long time with the clone condensed by Yu Ming using the celestial technique chakra time. Even Yu Ming's avatar summoned Lei Prison. The power of the Thunder Prisoner is definitely more terrifying than the power of the full-body Susanoo. Sure, not as good as Susanoo from Sage of 6 paths, but definitely stronger than Mangekyo Susanoo from Uchiha Madara. Susanoo from Sage of 6 paths is the same size as 10 tails, and 10 tails is about a kilometer in size. Susanoo in Uchiha Madara is probably a little bigger than 9 tails, which is about 100 meters. Wang Hao and Yu Ming's Thunder Prisoner can reach more than 200 meters. But the destructive power is much higher than that of the ordinary full-body Susanoo. But Nagato's strength is still far from heaven to that level, so for Nagato, Yu Ming never took it seriously, he just wanted to see how strong Ōtsutsuki Kaguya was. So Yu Ming never had the idea of destroying Akatsuki. With his strength, what I'm more interested in is to see what people who are stronger than him are like. And what about Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, and 10 tails, and even the Ōtsutsuki clan that is stronger than Ōtsutsuki Kaguya? Yu Ming looked at 9 tails and said with a smile, why do you want to wipe out all the members of the Akatsuki organization? In fact, I really want to see how far they can go, and the guy hiding in the dark has Rinnegan, so but a mortal eye, you should know how strong it is. I'm more curious about who that person is. The opening of Rinnegan is also conditional. Chapter 260 Reaching a Consensus with Nine Tails. 260 330ths. Chapter 260 Reaching a Consensus with Nine Tails. Nine Tails was lying on the ground, thinking for a while. I remember you need to have the blood of Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, such a sage of six paths. He opened Rinnegan directly from Sharingan. It didn't even go through the state of Mangekyo Sharingan. I think it might be the reason why he already had the blood of Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. After Ōtsutsuki Kaguya ate the chakra fruit, he had the power of 10 tails. Rinnegan is actually the power of 10 tails, and not the power of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Yu Ming laughed. Then don't I have a chance to have Rinnegan too? Nine Tails thought for a while and said, it is indeed possible, but I am curious, why your chakra amount is so huge. It is completely illogical. Nine Tails couldn't figure it out. Yu Ming smiled and said, if you can't figure it out, don't worry about it. Don't talk about you, I can't figure it out myself. Maybe it's normal for me to open Rinnegan someday. Nine Tails thinks about it, and although it knows the Sage of Six Paths best, there are many things it doesn't know. Just know something that happened more than 1,000 years ago. For example, Rinnegan, it thinks that with the power of Yu Ming, it should also be able to activate Rinnegan. In fact, it stands to reason that Yu Ming cannot activate Rinnegan. Because 207 doesn't have the blood of Ōtsutsuki Kaguya at all, so where is the possibility of opening his eyes? But Nine Tails is not very clear on this issue. There is a saying that Nine Tails is quite right, that is, Yu Ming is indeed equivalent to a 10 tails. It may even surpass it in the future. Talking with Nine Tails in Naruto's body for a long time, it was only the time when Yu Ming patted Naruto's shoulder outside. Naruto raised his head, looking curious. He didn't know what Yu Ming did. At this moment, he actually felt that the Nine Tails chakra in his body didn't have the slightest feeling of rage. In fact, not only Naruto was curious, Tsunade was also curious about what Yu Ming wanted to do. Little Sakura, too, looked at Yu Ming, a little curious. After Yu Ming patted Naruto, he sat back. Look at Naruto and say, now you try to mobilize Nine Tails chakra. Naruto froze for a moment, and said, but I can't control Nine Tails chakra yet. But Tsunade stared at Yu Ming slightly, looked at Yu Ming, and smiled. Could it be that you helped him learn to control Nine Tails chakra? Yu Ming didn't answer Tsunade, looked at Naruto and said, move a small part, don't mobilize too much, try it. Naruto heard what Tsunade said just now, and hurriedly tried to mobilize chakra from Nine Tails. Soon, Naruto suddenly felt the chakra of Nine Tails flowing into his whole body very smoothly. Soon, a large amount of chakra gushed out from his surface, but these chakra were different from before, not blood red, but golden. Naruto was stunned. This chakra, is indeed the chakra of Nine Tails, but why do I feel that I can control this chakra? And it didn't affect my thinking at all. Yu Ming, what did you do? Small Sakura and Yamato and Sai were completely stunned. No way, Yu Ming just patted Naruto and he mastered Nine Tails chakra. And Tsunade looked at Yu Ming and smiled, why didn't you do this earlier? Yu Ming looked at Naruto and said, now your physique can't fully withstand all the chakra of Nine Tails, and you need to practice for at least a month. I have reached a consensus with Nine Tails in your body, that is, it agrees to cooperate with you and let you master its power, but you must practice until you can fully bear its power. And this is your only chance to surpass Sasuke. As long as you master Nine Tails, you will become the second master of Konoha. Can even surpass Sasuke. Hearing Yu Ming's words, Naruto was completely stunned, reached a consensus with Nine Tails. Naruto remembers, the last time Yu Ming saw Nine Tails teaching Nine Tails a lesson. If Yu Ming BGDE reached a consensus with Nine Tails, then Nine Tails would be beaten badly by Yu Ming. Yu Ming knew what Naruto was thinking, and explained, don't look at me like that, I didn't beat it, I at least talked it that the Tansha organization is catching tailed beasts. If you don't cooperate with you, if you don't strengthen your strength, it is about to be captured, and it will be wiped out of its soul and turned into a pure chakra. That is to say, after the Akatsuki organization captures it, Naruto, you will die, and the Nine Tails will also die. It is afraid of death, so it reached a consensus with me. There is also a perfect Jinchuriki in Cloud Shinobi Village. That kind of Jinchuriki can fully use the power of the tailed beast. Even after it is completely transformed into a tailed beast, it will not be controlled by the tailed beast, will not run away. But I still say the same thing, now you can't bear the full power of Nine Tails, you need to practice. After Naruto withdrew the chakra of Nine Tails, he thought about it. Naruto felt quite comfortable with the power just now. Every time he used the chakra of Nine Tails before, it brought him pain. But this time is different, it is really comfortable, that kind of chakra is like warm water. For him, the previous Nine Tails chakra was like boiling water. After using it, it was like being scalded by boiling water. Naruto nodded, just now he was downcast, but now his confidence is slowly showing. Okay, I will definitely cultivate until I can fully bear the power of Nine Tails. Yu Ming went on to say, also, when you are practicing, you should also communicate with Nine Tails more. If you want to cooperate tacitly, you need to treat it as your comrade in arms, or even treat it as a companion like Sasuke. The two Jinchuriki in Cloud Shinobi Village who can perfectly control the tailed beasts have become teammates with their tailed beasts. When fighting, the fighting power is much stronger than you alone. And those tailed beasts are monsters that have lived for thousands of years, and their knowledge is much higher than yours. It is only good for you to communicate with them more, and there is no harm. Naruto nodded. I will, but Nine Tails has a bit of a temper. Naruto is well aware of Nine Tails' rage. Yu Ming stood up and walked in front of Naruto. This needs to be handled by yourself. Whether you can win its support depends on how you do it. I will open the seal of Nine Tails now. Where will you go in the future? One step. It depends on how much recognition you get from it. It's just that the others were completely stunned when they heard Yu Ming's words. Yamato immediately stopped and said, Yu Ming, is it really possible to unlock the seal of Nine Tails? What if you go berserk if you unlock the seal of Nine Tails? Yu Ming said with a smile, Mr. Yamato, no, and with me here, even if he ran away, just seal it again. The corners of Yamato's mouth twitched slightly, no more than Yu Ming dared to be so confident. Chapter 261 Appearance of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. 261 330ths. Chapter 261 Appearance of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. But after Naruto went berserk last time, it was indeed Yu Ming who sealed it again. Tsunade also said, untie it. After finishing speaking, Tsunade also stood up and walked to Yu Ming's side. In fact, she didn't really believe that Nine Tails would be honest, but she still trusted Yu Ming, so she stood by his side and gave him support. The little Sakura and Sai are also vigilant. As long as there is a problem, they will stop it immediately. However, they obviously underestimated Yu Ming's strength. Yu Ming walked in front of Naruto, made muters with both hands, and patted Naruto's abdomen with the other. Seal solution. As Yu Ming released the seal, an extremely powerful chakra erupted from Naruto's body. Tsunade frowned and looked at Yu Ming. I'm a little worried, but this chakra comes and goes quickly. Calm was restored in just a moment. Naruto froze for a moment. Nine Tails really didn't affect me. Little Sakura and Yamato were completely stunned. It really worked. What are you kidding? It's a tailed beast. When they heard Nine Tails before, the rumors were very strong, powerful, and scary. Unexpectedly, Ming could make sense of it. The moment Yu Ming released the seal on Naruto, the consciousness of Namikaze Minato and Kushina who were originally sealed in Naruto's body suddenly appeared in Naruto's consciousness. Naruto was completely stunned at this moment. In fact, even Fourth Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina were stunned at this time. Looking at Nine Tails and Naruto in front of him. When Namikaze Minato sealed Nine Tails, he also sealed part of his and Kushina's soul power in Naruto's body, so that they could come out and meet Naruto when Naruto could control the power of Nine Tails in the future. The moment Naruto saw Namikaze Minato, he was stunned. You are. Naruto only knows Namikaze Minato, because his goal since childhood is to surpass Namikaze Minato, but he admires Namikaze Minato, because Namikaze Minato is the hero who saved the whole village. The moment he saw Fourth Hokage, he felt like crying for some reason. Namikaze Minato looked at Naruto, then at Nine Tails who was sleeping next to him, and said in a daze, Are you Naruto? Naruto walked towards Namikaze Minato and said, Well, you are Fourth Hokage, why are you here? At this moment, Nine Tails said weakly, What else could be the reason? He's my father. Did you see that woman? That's your mother. Naruto was trembling all over, completely stunned. Fourth Hokage, is that my father? Seeing Nine Tails' reaction, Namikaze Minato smiled and said, Oh, Naruto, I didn't expect you to grow so big. Naruto couldn't believe it now, and murmured, Fourth Hokage is actually my father. This is unbelievable. In the past, Naruto always wanted to know who his parents were, but he never thought that the Fourth Hokage he most admired was actually his father. It was like a dream. Seeing Naruto's appearance, Uzumaki Kushina came over, squeezed Naruto's cheek, and smiled, Well, it's good to have a good meal. Looking at such a beautiful woman in front of him, this woman is his mother. With this kind feeling, Naruto is sure that this woman is his mother, the person he wanted to know the most since he was a child. Are you my mother? Uzumaki Kushina smiled and said, Well, Naruto, you have grown so big, it seems that you have a good meal. Nine Tails was lying on the side. In fact, it didn't really want to deal with these three people. If it wasn't for Yu Ming's threat and Yu Ming's communication with it didn't want to see the two people who sealed itself here. When Naruto saw the two, he didn't know what to say for a while, and was at a loss, but Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina patiently listened to Naruto's trembling voice talking about his past. In the end, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina patted Naruto on the shoulder with some distress. We are very pleased to see that you have grown so big and been recognized by Nine Tails. When Namikaze Minato sealed Nine Tails, he didn't cut off the communication between Naruto and Nine Tails, because he hoped that one day, Naruto could master the power of Nine Tails. After breaking the seal, Nine Tails still didn't leave, and Naruto didn't run away. He knew that Naruto was recognized by Nine Tails. But just after Namikaze Minato finished speaking, Nine Tails lay on the side and said calmly, I don't approve of this guy, it's just that some BD forced me to cooperate with this kid. Otherwise, I will never cooperate with this kid. Hearing this, Naruto wiped away his tears and said with a smile, Father, Mother, in fact, the reason for breaking the seal this time is because Yu Ming and Nine Tails reached an agreement to let Nine Tails assist me and let me improve my strength. I don't know what kind of means Yu Ming used, but I'm afraid Nine Tails must be very upset. Ask for flowers. Namikaze Minato and Whirlpool Kushina were stunned for a moment, as if they didn't understand what was going on. Although their soul power was sealed in Naruto's body, they didn't know the outside situation until the seal was released. This is also the reason why Yu Ming chatted with Nine Tails in Naruto's sealed space before, but he didn't worry about being known by them. Namikaze Minato took a look at Nine Tails. Who can make such an arrogant Nine Tails willing to cooperate with Naruto? Such a person should be very strong. The key is to be able to enter Naruto's consciousness space. This kind of means is not available to ordinary people. 0. Uzumaki Kushina looked at Naruto and smiled. Is that your partner? For Uzumaki Kushina, what she cares most about is whether Naruto has any friends. Jinchuriki is very discriminated against. Before Konoha, not many people knew that she was Jinchuriki, so her life was no different from normal people. But she knows that in other ninja villages, Jinchuriki's life is generally not very good. Naruto smiled and said, well, he is my classmate. We were in the same class when we were in the ninja school, and after graduation, we are also in the same team. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato was completely stunned. On the other hand, Nine Tails saw the appearance of Namikaze Minato, and laughed. I'm stupid, let me tell you, that guy is the same age as Naruto, but his strength has far surpassed yours, I didn't expect it. Uzumaki Kushina was stunned. She didn't expect that there is someone stronger than Namikaze Minato. You know, in the eyes of Uzumaki Kushina, Namikaze Minato is the strongest ninja in Konoha, and he is also the #1 ninja in the ninja world. In the ninja world at that time, they were so famous that even one person could reverse the outcome of a battlefield. At that time, he was the veritable #1 ninja. Even in other ninja villages, there is a rule that you can give up the mission without punishment after seeing him. Namikaze Minato also had this kind of treatment. As for Hatake Tsukumo, it is completely a rumor, and no one has ever confirmed it. And Namikaze Minato is the one who really appeared. Chapter 262, Yu Ming existing in words. 262 330ths. Chapter 262, Yu Ming existing in words. Hearing what Nine Tails said, Namikaze Minato looked at Naruto and said with a smile, this guy is your teammate, he must have a good relationship with you, after all, he is willing to help you reach a cooperation with Nine Tails. Naruto nodded, well, he does have a good relationship with everyone, and Mr. Kakashi seems to be partial to him and taught him a lot of ninjutsu. Namikaze Minato laughed and said, it turns out that Kakashi is your teacher. You are not very suitable for his ninjutsu. Maybe it is because Yu Ming is more suitable for learning Kakashi's ninjutsu. Namikaze Minato knows Naruto's chakra attribute, so it is clear that Naruto is not suitable for many of Kakashi's ninjutsu. Naruto nodded, Ms. Kakashi told me that too, but it is said that Mr. Kakashi started teaching him when he was very young, no wonder he is so good now. Kushina said with a smile, Kakashi has grown into a teacher. In this way, he has walked out of the haze of the past in 953. But the kid who can make Kakashi value so much must have a strong talent. Before Naruto said anything, Nine Tails lay on the ground and said weakly, it's very strong, even I can easily suppress it, and its strength is definitely not weaker than First Hokage. The key point is that this guy is only 16 years old. I have to say, the gap between you humans is really too big, you are all 16 years old, but the gap in strength is not so big. Hearing what Nine Tails said, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina were more interested in Yu Ming. What Namikaze Minato cares most about is that Yu Ming has a good relationship with Naruto and is loyal to Konoha. In other words, Yu Ming is now Konoha's pillar and is very loyal to Konoha. Namikaze Minato smiled and said, such an excellent child, compared to the future goal is to become Hokage. Namikaze Minato's dream since he was a child was to become Hokage. He felt that Yu Ming was so talented, and he definitely thought so. And Naruto smiled wryly, he doesn't want to be Hokage, but he thinks I can be Hokage. He said that after I become Hokage, I will be my assistant. Grandpa third generation also wants Yu Ming to become a Hokage, and even Grandma Tsunade wants Yu Ming to become a Hokage, but he doesn't want to, and keeps saying that I will definitely be a good Hokage in the future. Uzumaki Kushina laughed and said, Grandma Tsunade. Don't say that in front of her in the future, you will be flattered by her. Uzumaki Kushina knew that Tsunade was really old now, but if he called that in front of her, he would be beaten. Naruto laughed and said, don't be afraid, I've always called it that. Grandma Tsunade never said anything. By the way, Grandma Tsunade is now the 5th Hokage, and Yu Ming is her guard. Now Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina finally sort out everyone's relationship. Yu Ming is Tsunade's guard, and is an extremely powerful young genius, and is also optimistic about the successor of the next Hokage by both third generation and Tsunade. Even the original Namikaze Minato did not have such treatment. If it weren't for the Third Ninja World War, Iwagakure's truce condition was to let the third generation step down, and it would take a long time for Namikaze Minato to become Hokage. But Yu Ming was expected to be the next Hokage by the 2 Hokages of third generation and Tsunade. This kind of treatment is really unique in the ninja world. The key is that he still doesn't want to be one. Uzumaki Kushina laughed and said, I really want to meet this kid. Naruto was a little depressed when he heard this, that guy is good in everything, but he is too good looking. My favorite little Sakura seems to be interested in him too, which is very uncomfortable. Uzumaki Kushina said with a smile, oh, Naruto also has someone he likes, don't be afraid, as long as you keep pursuing the person you like, there will be results. Uzumaki Kushina thinks that her son is also good looking, even more handsome than Naruto. She doesn't know what it is, but for her son, she must support her. Well, I will definitely not give up, and Yu Ming doesn't seem to like little Sakura, I still have a chance. In fact, when Naruto went to find Sasuke with little Sakura this time, he did find that little Sakura often mentioned Yu Ming along the way. He felt that something was wrong, and when he saw Sasuke, her emotion was not as excited as before, although she was still excited, the emotion was not as strong as he expected. In addition, he kept hearing Yu Ming's name mentioned by little Sakura along the way, so he knew that little Sakura might have feelings for Yu Ming. But on the bright side, Yu Ming doesn't seem to have any feelings for little Sakura at all. This is the best result so far. Namikaze Minato is more concerned about Nine Tails. Look at Nine Tails and say, Nine Tails, you just said that you would like to cooperate with Naruto. Nine Tails said calmly, that guy forced me, otherwise I wouldn't cooperate with this guy. Namikaze Minato doesn't care about these, as long as Nine Tails is willing to communicate with Naruto, then he will definitely recognize Naruto. He still has more confidence in Naruto. Namikaze Minato laughed, as long as you are willing to cooperate, I believe that Naruto will definitely be able to obtain your approval, I believe him. Nine Tails didn't answer, and pretended to sleep with her eyes closed. After Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina and Naruto continued talking for a while, they disappeared. When Namikaze Minato sealed it, he only sealed a small part of his soul power into it. Of course, his amount of chakra could only support the amount of the seal. After Namikaze Minato and Whirlpool Kushina disappeared, Naruto finally knew his own life experience. It turns out that my father is 4th Hokage, and my mother is also a very gentle person. Hearing Naruto's words, although Nine Tails didn't say anything, the slight twitching of the corners of his mouth showed that it was speechless at this time. Uzumaki Kushina is a gentle person. Saying this, Nine Tails felt that others would laugh out loud. And Yu Ming outside naturally doesn't know what happened in Naruto's consciousness space. I don't want to know either. After unlocking Naruto's seal, Yu Ming smiled and said, unlock the seal, and Naruto doesn't need to worry about Nine Tails going berserk in the future, but sometimes your emotions will trigger Nine Tails chakra to go berserk, which is not something that Nine Tails can control, yes, and the reason is because your physique is still unable to adapt to Nine Tails chakra. You need to practice strictly until your body is 5.4 to fully adapt to the chakra of Nine Tails. At that time, even if your emotions go berserk, the chakra of Nine Tails will not go berserk. Naruto nodded and said, well, Yu Ming, I will definitely not let you down. Yu Ming sat back and smiled, you don't have to say that, didn't you want to surpass Sasuke? Now you are no longer his opponent, but after you mastered Nine Tails chakra. He is no match for you. Even if he has Sharingan, it doesn't matter, even if Mangekyo Sharingan is turned on, it doesn't matter. As long as Naruto can be compatible with Nine Tails chakra, once Nine Tails chakra mode and even Kurama mode are released, before Sasuke activates Rinnegan, he can't compete with Naruto at all. If Naruto succeeds in cultivating the immortal art again, unless Sasuke fully activates Rinnegan, otherwise, it is impossible to be Naruto's opponent. Chapter 263 What's Wrong with Being Shorter? 263 330ths. Chapter 263 What's Wrong with Being Shorter? The powerful strength Yu Ming showed at this moment really made Sai, who saw Yu Ming for the first time, feel terrified. Even Nine Tails can be persuaded. As for how Yu Ming persuaded, Sai knows very well without thinking about it. He must have done it. Last time I heard that Yu Ming subdued Naruto, who was completely Nine Tails in Tsunade, and resealed Nine Tails into Naruto's body. This time, I went to find Sasuke with Naruto, and he saw how terrifying Naruto's strength was when he completely ran away. What's more, at that time, Naruto only burst out with 5 tails. It's already so powerful with only 5 tails, how terrifying it would be to turn into 9 tails completely. And under the threat of Yu Ming, 9 Tails, who was so powerful and seemed like a natural disaster, agreed to cooperate with Naruto. Even after Yu Ming broke the seal, 9 Tails still didn't go berserk. This kind of strength is worthy of the rumors he has been hearing about Yu Ming. Tsunade looked at Naruto and said, during this time, you should practice according to the training plan given to you by Yu Ming. I hope you can withstand the 9-tailed and 16-tailed chakra as soon as possible. Naruto nodded, looked at Tsunade and Yu Ming, and said, Grandma Tsunade, Yu Ming, I will work hard to cultivate, and I will definitely be able to withstand the power of 9 tails. Tsunade nodded, and Naruto and Yamato went out. Only Tsunade and Yu Ming were left in the Hokage room. Tsunade looked at Yu Ming and asked curiously, how did you convince 9 tails? Yu Ming, who was sitting in his own seat, leaned on the chair, and said with a smile, the first time, I beat it up, and the second time, I threatened it when the Ōtsutsuki organization was collecting tail beasts, and the Ōtsutsuki organization was collecting tail beasts to threaten it. The beast thing is called Ghetto Statue, and it can only be summoned if you have a Rinnegan. And the function of this Ghetto Statue is to erase the consciousness of tailed beasts and turn them into a pure chakra again. 9 Tails is also afraid that they will be captured by the Ōtsutsuki organization and become a pure chakra, so it must let Naruto's strength is improving in the short term. The best way is actually to let Naruto master its chakra thoroughly. It's not that 9 Tails can't communicate, it's just that people kept him at arm's length before. However, in the past, whether it was Mito-sama or Kushina-sama, they all had the absolute power to suppress 9 Tails, but now Naruto can't, if they can't get the approval of 9 Tails. He simply cannot safely use 9 Tails chakra. Hearing this, Tsunade nodded. In the past, whether it was Mito Uzumaki or Uzumaki Kushina, it was true that they kept a respectful distance from Nine Tails. They never thought of communicating with Nine Tails, so they could only be regarded as chakra using Nine Tails before, but they couldn't coexist harmoniously with Nine Tails. So they can only reach Nine Tails chakra mode at most, but they cannot reach Kurama mode. The strength gap between these two modes is huge. Looking at Yu Ming, Tsunade sighed. Fortunately, I let you become my bodyguard at the beginning. If you had been wandering in the village, I guess you wouldn't have done a lot of things. Yu Ming smiled. No way. Tsunade doesn't trust Yu Ming, his character. As long as it doesn't bother him, Yu Ming won't do something like this to help Naruto communicate with Nine Tails. Tsunade looked at Yu Ming with some doubts and asked, what do you think the purpose of the Akatsuki organization is? What do they collect tailed beasts for? Yu Ming thought for a while and said, I don't know, maybe it's to make a terrible weapon. The most destructive weapon in the ninja world is the tailed beast. If they collect all the tailed beasts, then they will have the most powerful weapon in the ninja world, so in the war, they have a great advantage. Probably because of this reason. Tsunade thought about it. This explanation doesn't seem very good, but are there other explanations? Even Tsunade couldn't figure it out, and now Anbu was looking for information about Akatsuki's organization. But everyone in the Akatsuki organization is quite powerful, and Anbu couldn't find out clearly. The current situation in the ninja world is not good, and the tail beasts in each village will become the targets of the Akatsuki organization. This approach of the Akatsuki organization may even trigger a war in the ninja world. It's just because people have been peaceful for more than 10 years now, and they don't want to start a war. Tsunade stood up, walked to the window, looked at Konoha's peaceful scene. I really don't know how long this kind of peace can last. Yu Ming looked at Tsunade's sad look, thought for a while, stood up, walked to her side, leaned against the window, and also looked at the scenery outside the window. I will not make Konoha worse. Tsunade turned to look at Yu Ming. Yu Ming's calm look made Tsunade smile slightly. He reached out and held Yu Ming's hand on the windowsill. The warm hand calmed Tsunade's heart. During this period of time, she was under a lot of pressure. Accidents were happening everywhere in the ninja world, and many of them were major events. And it also involves Jinchuriki, who will blame herself if she doesn't handle it well. In the past, although she said that she didn't want to be Hokage, it was actually because two of her most important people died because she wanted to be Hokage. But now, as a Hokage, she must take on the heavy responsibility of the development of the entire village. But without Yu Ming, she really doesn't know how to solve those things. Whether it's the Oni clan, or Naruto's complete 9 tails, or even monsters, if there is no Yu Ming, she really doesn't know who in Konoha can solve these troubles. During this period of time, Yu Ming helped himself a lot, saying that he was a Hokage guard, but in fact he was actually doing Hokage's work. 223. And Konoha now, when encountering that kind of cage level, or even surpassing cage level powerhouse, can only rely on Yu Ming to solve it, and no one else has enough strength to make a move. Sensing Tsunade's movements, Yu Ming glanced at Tsunade and said with a smile, feeling a lot of pressure. Tsunade laughed and said, it's really big, but because of you, it seems that you have taken away more than half of the pressure. Yu Ming joked, who made me taller than you? The sky is falling, and I can only hold it up. Now Yu Ming is 1.8 meters tall, and his height can be said to be relatively burly. And Tsunade is only about 1.63 meters tall, only reaching Yu Ming's shoulders. Hearing this, Tsunade didn't know that Ming was teasing himself. Are you saying I'm short again? Yu Ming smiled, but looking at Tsunade's face and figure, what about being shorter? Because of the existence of Yu Ming, Tsunade is not worried about what kind of crisis Konoha will encounter in the future, but she is worried that after Akatsuki completely collects the tailed beasts, it will trigger a war in the ninja world. This is the last thing Konoha wants to happen now. Because although Konoha's overall strength has recovered a bit now, and because of Yu Ming's presence, it can remain undefeated. However, the occurrence of a ninja war will definitely weaken Konoha's overall strength. This was the last thing Tsunade wanted. Chapter 264 Someone Steals the Corpse. 264 330ths. Chapter 264 Someone Steals the Corpse. Therefore, Tsunade and Tsunagaka are friends. The purpose is just to hope that there will be a good communication between the two villages, and it will not develop into a ninja war. Tsunade looked at the village outside for a while, and suddenly smiled. You said if we have a child, will we inherit our advantages? Do you like boys or girls? Yu Ming was stunned, never thinking that Tsunade would ask this question. Under Yu Ming's gaze, Tsunade was a little embarrassed and said, I don't know if it's because I'm getting old, but I just want a child. Yu Ming thought for a while, let's wait a few years until the situation stabilizes. Tsunade smiled, fortunately, the ammunition you gave me brought my physical skills back to the age of my 20s, but maybe I'm really old, so my thinking can't keep up with you. Yu Ming could feel that Tsunade was worried. Although her body is completely the body of a young man, her mind is not. Just like when Yu Ming first transmigrated into this world, although he looked like a child, his mind was not that of a child at all. So Tsunade's thinking is in his 50s, and that can't be changed. It's normal to want a child when you're older. It used to be nothing if there was no one she liked, but now she has become Yu Ming's de facto wife. It is unlikely that she will do anything regardless of the consequences as before. Yu Ming embraced Tsunade's slender waist for the first time in the Hokage room, and said with a calm smile, "When the situation stabilizes, we will have one, no matter if it's a boy or a girl. It's best if the boy is as handsome and strong as me, and the girl as beautiful as you, with a personality. Forget it, it's better to have a gentler personality." Originally, Yu Ming wanted to say that his personality was the same as yours, but thinking about Tsunade's personality, Yu Ming felt that if he had a daughter, it would be better to have a gentler personality. In fact, if there are children, Yu Ming would prefer a boy and a girl. The boy inherits his strength and handsomeness, and the girl inherits Yu Ming's strength and Tsunade's appearance. And Tsunade glared at Yu Ming after hearing what Yu Ming hesitated to say. "You mean I have a bad personality?" Yu Ming smiled and said, "No, I just want her to be gentler, but just as cheerful as you." Tsunade is actually quite gentle when facing herself. So after just glaring at Yu Ming, she sighed, "I hope our children can live in a peaceful world." Hearing this, Yu Ming confirmed that Tsunade's thinking has not changed. This is the expectation of the older generation for the new generation. However, he is not young anymore, more than 20 years in the previous life, plus 16 years in this life, it is almost 30 years. In fact, the combined age of his two lives is not much younger than Tsunade. Yu Ming smiled and said, "It's still early, but with me here, if we have our children, I will definitely protect them well." Tsunade smiled slightly, leaning on the windowsill, watching the scorching sun outside. The next day, Yu Ming made a training plan for Naruto, asking him to practice in Konoha's training ground. There are many training grounds in Konoha, and several of them are very large, such as the Death Forest, with a radius of 10 kilometers. The usual practice field is also several kilometers away, and those training grounds are all on the periphery of the residential area. But it all belongs to Konoha village. In the central residential area, most of the residents are ninja families. Naruto is practicing in a large practice field. Yamato watched from the side, although an agreement had been reached with Nine Tails, but just in case, someone still had to watch from the side. After selling for more than a month, Yu Ming has not been assigned any tasks by Tsunade. The main reason is that there are no tasks, and Yu Ming must complete them. So Yu Ming either stays in the Hokage room to read every day, or reads in the secret room of the Senju clan. No matter where he is, what he does most is reading. And for more than a month, Naruto has been able to safely use part of Nine Tails chakra. Although he can't fully use it yet, he can keep his mind clear when he reaches Seven Tails. And after this step, it is strong enough. Naruto, who has now exploded into the tailed beast mode, has reached cage level. Sasuke should no longer be Naruto's opponent. And Tsunade is quite satisfied. She doesn't want Naruto to become too strong, as long as she can guarantee that she will not be captured by them when she faces Akatsuki. This point, the current Naruto can do it, as long as he is not facing the level of Uchiha Itachi and Nagato, he can deal with it. And when Naruto mastered the Seven Tails mode, Tsunade received information from the Temple of Fire. In the Hokage room, Tsunade frowned and looked at Yamato, Naruto, Lil Sakura and Sai standing in front of her. "This mission, you have to investigate why the corpses of the Fire Temple disappeared, and the people buried around the Fire Temple. Those ninjas are all members of the former 12 ninjas." Naruto froze for a moment, not understanding what the 12 ninjas were. "Grandma Tsunade, what are the 12 ninjas?" Tsunade thought for a while and said, "You just need to know that it is the elite Jonin of the 12 kingdoms of fire. Their bodies were stolen. Someone must want to use their bodies for something." Naruto was stunned. 12 elite Jonin. Are there so many elite Jonin in our land of fire? You know, that is elite Jonin, not Jonin. Even if it is Jonin, there are only a few dozen in Konoha. There are even fewer elite Jonin, 5 or 6 in Anbu, and 3 or 4 roots. The patriarchs of each family are probably elite Jonin, as well as Kakashi and Asuma, and there are only a dozen of them. But Konoha has tens of thousands of ninjas. The 20,000 Konoha shinobi in the ninja coalition were actually made up of Konoha ninjas and other ninjas from the land of fire. Otherwise, Konoha really doesn't have 20,000 ninjas. Even if Konoha has around 10,000 ninjas, there are only a few dozen Jonin, and even fewer elite Jonin. So there are 12 elite Jonin. One can imagine how strong these people are together. Even if a cage-level powerhouse is encountered, he probably has to run away. What those people who stole their corpses want to do is really terrified after careful consideration. If these people were impure world reincarnation, it would be even more terrifying. Now the technology of impure world reincarnation is getting more and more mature. In fact, Yu Ming will also do impure world reincarnation, and has researched it to a very perfect level. However, with his strength, there can only be one purpose for using impure world reincarnation, and that is to use it with tandem paper bombs. As for summoning those strong men to help him, this Yu Ming didn't need it. Naruto's question, Yu Ming smiled and said, "The land of fire is much bigger than you imagined, and Shinobi village is not only limited to our Konoha. There are many strong people, but this is not important. Your task this time is to investigate this matter, to find out who stole their bodies. What is the purpose of stealing their bodies?" Chapter 265 Another accident happened to Tsunade. 265 330ths. Chapter 265 Another accident happened to Tsunade. Naruto nodded and said, "Okay. Now Tsunade has started to push Yu Ming to the front. Yu Ming has been staying behind Tsunade before. It's just that Tsunade wants to retire now, probably because of being a wife. And she wanted to support Yu Ming up. But Yu Ming recommended Kakashi to her. It's just that Tsunade feels that the current Kakashi is not strong enough to accept Hokage's position. The result of the discussion between Yu Ming and Tsunade is that Yu Ming can take over part of Hokage's responsibilities, but Tsunade will do the main work. Another part is left to Yamato and Kakashi. Now Anbu is in charge of Yamato, and Kakashi is in charge of Konoha's overall defense. Yu Ming is in charge of Konoha's emergencies. Basically, at present, Tsunade, Yu Ming, Kakashi and Yamato form the core authority of Konoha. But now Anbu Yamato is a bit difficult to take care of, so Yu Ming will participate in Anbu's affairs. For example, just now, Yu Ming explained to Naruto the detailed purpose of this mission, which used to be Hokage's responsibility. Tsunade asked Yu Ming to explain. In fact, the purpose is to establish Yu Ming's prestige, although his prestige is very high in Konoha, and even in the entire ninja world. 893. After Yamato left with Naruto and the others, Tsunade frowned and looked at Yu Ming. Do you think Akatsuki did it? Yu Ming shook his head. I don't know, but it's unlikely, because it doesn't make sense for Shao to take away those corpses. Tsunade nodded. She also thought it was unlikely, mainly because the recent appearance of Akatsuki made her a little sensitive. It's really troublesome. Tsunade sighed. Standing in front of the window, Yu Ming said calmly, it's okay. It's not like this kind of thing didn't happen before, it's just that there are more of them recently. Stealing the bodies of the 12 ninjas may be aimed at Konoha. These people were not very friendly to Konoha before. The 12 ninjas used to be the guards of the daimyo, but because of a dispute among the 12, they split. But these 12 people all think that daimyo is the most important person in the Land of Fire, but the reason for the dispute is that some people think that Hokage should be erased, while some people think that. This is so extreme. The two parties began to fight. In the end several people died. But in fact, even the daimyo BGCJ of the Land of Fire felt that the idea of erasing Hokage was too extreme, so he stayed away from those people. It's just that those people still insist that Hokage must be erased. To establish a country dominated by daimyo. It's just that they don't understand at all that the daimyo of the Fire Country is just cooperating with Ninja Village. But I never thought of erasing the existence of Ninja Village. After all, the names of the Land of Fire belong to the world, and they and the ninjas do not disturb each other. The military expenses of Ninja Village are provided by the daimyo, and the ninja fights for the interests he needs for the daimyo. But if you want daimyo to manage a ninja village, he also knows that it is impossible for him to manage it well. Therefore, the daimyos of the 5 great nations and the shadows of the 5 great ninja villages are basically in a cooperative relationship. Of course, sometimes for military expenses, the shadows of the 5 great ninja villages will bow their heads. However, this kind of thing rarely happens, because the daimyo of the 5 major countries also hope that Ninja Village can be stronger and can compete for their own interests. After all, if Ninja Village loses, they will also have to pay the price. Therefore, although the daimyo of the Land of Winds reduced their financial support to Tsunade, they never thought of cutting it off. It's just that Tsunade is really disappointing, and the country's finances are not very good, so Tsunade's military spending has begun to be reduced a lot. As for Kurigake, it's just Kurigake. Originally, the daimyo of the Land of Water didn't care what kind of blood mist policy Kurigake implemented. Who knew that Kurigake actually assassinated the daimyo when he defected? This kind of thing is rare among the 5 major countries. Will appear, because the shadows and daimyos of each village belong to a cooperative relationship. What can you change by assassinating the daimyo? Might as well assassinate Mizukage to make sense. And Terumi did it because she found out the strangeness of 4th Mizukage, and finally changed Kurigake. So the behavior of dried persimmon ghost shark is indeed a bit confusing. It's not the daimyo of the country of water that made Kurigake look like that, and it's meaningless to assassinate the daimyo, and what the daimyo said doesn't do anything to Ninja Village. The 12 ninjas is a collection of ninjas who think that the daimyo is the ruler of the Land of Fire. The key is that among the 12 people, there is also Asuma, who is the son of 3rd Hokage. Except for Asuma who is from Konoha, everyone else is from other ninja villages or temples in the Land of Fire. It can also be seen that the power of the Land of Fire is indeed very strong. Apart from Konoha, other ninja villages also have powerful ninjas. The 12 ninjas are all elite jonin. From this point, it can be seen that the strength of the Kingdom of Fire has grown. Among the 12 ninjas who died, if they were revived, they would probably retaliate against Konoha. That's what worries Tsunade the most. Tsunade also stood up, walked to the window, and looked outside. I hope this matter will not have anything to do with Konoha. The ninja monks in the Temple of Fire are actually no worse than ordinary chunin, and their physical skills are extremely strong. The strength is not inferior to a small ninja village. How could someone steal the corpse? Yu Ming knew that all of the ninjas who stole the corpse were jonin. And there is also a horse that has been planning for more than 10 years. Those people wanted to steal the corpse, and the ninja monks in the Temple of Fire had no chance to react. After all, although there are several ninja monks comparable to jonin in the Temple of Fire, they are just ordinary jonin, and Hime not only planned for a long time, but also gathered people who are very strong. He is also very familiar with those ninja monks, so those ninja monks guarding the mausoleum would be ghosts if they could stop them. But Yu Ming didn't worry about it. After all, they didn't come enough to beat Yu Ming, but he just felt a little upset about it. It's a small matter for Yu Ming, but it's not a small matter for Konoha. Yu Ming laughed and said, maybe it's been planned for a long time. But at this moment, Shizune came in. Master Tsunade, there is a rescue request from Tsunade. Yu Ming froze for a moment. What happened to Tsunade again? Yu Ming can't remember what happened to Tsunade at this time. Shizune came over, handed the request to Tsunade, looked at Yu Ming and said, "There is a renegade in Tsunade." Yu Ming frowned. "It's just rebellion, what can I ask for?" Hearing this, Yu Ming felt that Tsunade had made a fuss. But now that Tsunade cage-level powerhouse seems to be Gaara alone. It's relieved. The strength of Temari and Konkuro is at best elite Jonin, maybe even not. Chapter 266 Finding the Dragon Vein. 266 330ths. Chapter 266 Finding the Dragon Vein. Baki's strength is a real elite Jonin, but Tsunade really only has Gaara as a cage-level master now. And Gaara is actually not that powerful at cage level. Yu Ming even thinks that Gaara is at most quasi-cage level now. However, it is only top-level combat power, and Tsunade's overall strength can still maintain the strength of the 5 major ninja villages. The 5 major ninja villages never depend on how many cage levels there are, but how many intermediate forces there are. Although there are not as many ninjas in Tsunade as in Konoha, there are still thousands of ninjas. There are also dozens of Jonin, hundreds of Chunin, and thousands of Genin. This is a very standard level of the 5 major ninja villages. It's just that the top combat power is indeed less. Unlike Konoha, in addition to Yu Ming, there is also Jiraiya and Tsunade, and even Danzo is considered a quasi-cage level. It can also display the strength of cage level. Even the worst Kurigaker still has a Terumi Mei, who is definitely a cage-level powerhouse. And also very powerful. In fact, if Kurigaker did not have the policy of the Village of the Blood Mist, the number of top combat forces would definitely be much more than that of Konoha. Their blood-successful family is no less than Konoha's. Cage-level powerhouses will not be much less than Konoha. It's just because of the reason of the Blood Mist, the overall strength is not as good as Tsunade. After Tsunade glanced at it, he frowned. "It's a bit tricky. This is a support request from San Shinobi, please take a look." Yu Ming took it over and took a look. After reading it, Yu Ming also frowned. How could Tsunade let such a person defect? This guy doesn't want to go back to the past, does he? In Yu Ming's hands, Tsunade's rebellion is Centurion. This guy is an elite Jonin of Tsunade, second only to Chiyobame's puppeteer, and his puppetry is even stronger than Konkuro. However, he defected, and Tsunade found out that his purpose was to find the dragon veins of the former Lulan kingdom. And Yu Ming knows very well that the dragon veins can go back to the past. If he succeeded, went back to the past and changed the history, Yu Ming might not exist anymore. For example, Yu Ming's parents were killed before Yu Ming was born, which is unacceptable even if you think about it. Yu Ming absolutely does not allow this kind of thing to happen. So he looked at Tsunade and said, "Leave this to me." Tsunade was very surprised. This matter can be resolved by handing it over to a Jonin. Why does Yu Ming want to do it himself? But Tsunade still nodded and said, "Okay, shall I send you an assistant?" Yu Ming shook his head. "No need, I'm enough alone." Shizune couldn't believe that Ming would actually do it himself. Although the ninja who defected is very strong, the strength of elite Jonin, and the puppet art is higher than Konkuro. But there is no need for Yu Ming to do it himself. After all, Tsunade will also do it. Yu Ming and Tsunade said, "This task was entrusted to me. I have learned about dragon veins. It is a very powerful chakra. The key is that dragon veins have a function, that is, to travel through time and space and go back to the past. I'm worried that this guy will disrupt time and space after going back to the past, which will change a lot of things." Hearing what Yu Ming said, Tsunade finally understood why Yu didn't care. Looking at Yu Ming seriously, he said, "I'll leave this mission to you." Yu Ming nodded. "Don't worry, I won't let him succeed." After registering this mission, Yu Ming disappeared into the Hokage room. And at the beginning of this mission, Tsunade just wanted to send Jonin at will, just set an A- level mission. But after the information Yu Ming said, Tsunade made this mission an S-class mission. And Yu Ming used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear outside Tsunade in an instant. Take the quest sheet and enter Tsunade. Arriving at the Fengying building smoothly, Yu Ming met Gaara. When Gaara saw Yu Ming, he was stunned for a moment. "We just sent the letter, and you're here." Yu Ming looked at Gaara and said seriously, "This matter is urgent. There is no way, I can only use the Flying Thunder God technique to come here." Gaara nodded. "I even forgot, you also know Flying Thunder God technique. This mission, we have made it clear in the letter. It is a puppet master in our village, the strength is Jonin, and it is very strong. We will investigate." He realized that his purpose was to use the dragon veins to go back to the past and change history. Yu Ming said, "I know, I plan to act alone for this mission." Gaara shook her head. "No, this task is our Tsunade's own business. It is already very ashamed to ask for Konoha's assistance, so Tsunade will send someone to follow you this time no matter what. Ask for flowers." Yu Ming thought for a while, agreed, and said, "Okay." Seeing Yu Ming agree, Gaara shouted, "Temari, come in." Gaara let Temari in, who had been waiting outside. Yu Ming looked at Temari, then at Gaara. Gaara smiled and said, "Because the Jonin in the village have missions, I can only ask Temari to go with you." Temari looked at Yu Ming. "Do you think I can't go?" Yu Ming shook his head and said, "No, let's go, you should know where the dragon's veins are." Temari nodded. Yu Ming said solemnly, "Let's go then, catch that guy back early, otherwise if he succeeds, it will be a great damage to history." 0. In fact, Yu Ming didn't want Baizu to go back to the past, which would cause any harm to his birth. Temari followed Yu Ming. Gaara watched Yu Ming turn around and leave, shook his head, smiled wryly and said, "This guy's personality really hasn't changed at all." After coming out of Sunagaku, Yu Ming and Temari headed towards the Dragon Vein. After driving for a day, the two finally came to a desert area in the Kingdom of Wind. This place is the former site of Lulan Kingdom. Looking at the Lulan Kingdom that had already been turned into ruins, Yu Ming felt a little sad. It's only been more than 10 years, and I didn't expect that this place has become a ruin. Temari looked around. The dragon's veins are near here. Yu Ming started his perception and quickly determined the location of the dragon vein. "I found it, in that place, let's go," said and patted Temari. The next moment, Yu Ming and Temari appeared under the Lulan ruins. "Here is an altar." Temari was completely stunned, and he teleported hundreds of meters in an instant, unable to believe it. "This guy's body flicker technique is too strong, and he can teleport with me." Except for the Flying Thunder God technique, within 100 kilometers of Yu Ming, as long as his perception can reach, he can appear instantly, instead of relying on the eyes. Moreover, at this time, Yu Ming's ability to use Rinnegan is a little bit more. Chapter 267 Speed is above Namikaze Minato. 267 330ths. Chapter 267 Speed is above Namikaze Minato. As for Yu Ming and Temari who suddenly appeared in the underground dragon vein, Baizu frowned. But his hands are already on the Flying Thunder God technique. "You can't catch up." After speaking, "Pull out hard." At this moment, a violent energy storm erupted in the surrounding area, the dragon veins were unsealed, and a huge force rushed straight into the sky. Feeling the huge chakra in it, Yu Ming frowned. The amount of chakra is even more terrifying than 9 tails. How did it form? Yu Ming was very curious about how this dragon vein was formed. Yu Ming thought in his heart, could it be that this dragon vein can absorb the natural energy of the earth like the sacred tree? Yu Ming's guess was correct, because he felt that the dragon veins had been absorbing the natural energy around him. This absorption method is completely consistent with the divine tree. But without thinking about 150, Yu Ming used teleportation and appeared behind Baizu in an instant. Just at this moment, the power of the dragon veins suddenly unleashed, swallowing him and Baizu. The moment Yu Ming and Baizu disappeared together, Temari was completely stunned. Yu Ming was swallowed. Then the chakra of the dragon veins became larger and larger, and the surrounding tens of meters were filled with thick chakra. And Yu Ming, who was swallowed by the dragon's veins, had already appeared at the junction of the land of fire and the land of wind. It did not appear in Lulan. The point is, the moment Yu Ming appeared, a handful of specially made kunai appeared in front of Yu Ming. Yu Ming stared slightly, and the next moment, Yu Ming disappeared, and then appeared behind Namikaze Minato who suddenly appeared here, holding a short sword in his hand, and put it on his neck. At this moment, a large group of bugs rushed towards Yu Ming. At the moment when these insects were about to surround Yu Ming, a thunderbolt stinged. Violent thunder and lightning erupted from Yu Ming's body. Countless bugs were instantly detonated by the thunder and lightning that opened their teeth and claws. Under a ball of flames, a 3 to 4 meter ball of insect jade was completely burned. At this moment, a huge fist hit Yu Ming. Violent thunder and lightning erupted from Yu Ming's body again, and a thunder snake restrained the giant fist in an instant. Zzz. Under the strong voltage, the owner of the fist, Akamaiki Dingza fell to the ground with his whole body scorched. Do all of this, but only in a second or two. In an instant, the 3 Jonin of Konoha were eliminated. This kind of combat power is quite terrifying. Aburame Shimi rushed to Akamaiki Dingza's side, helped him up, turned to look at Yu Ming with a dignified face. This guy can actually know space-time ninjutsu, and why is his speed faster than water? Although Akamaiki Dingza was burnt black from the electric shock, his life was not injured, and Yu Ming kept his hand. And Namikaze Minato has not moved, because he has felt from just now that Yu Ming has no killing intent towards them, and most importantly, he feels that even if he knows the Flying Thunder God technique, Yu Ming can kill himself instantly. For him, there is no difficulty. For some reason, he felt that way. Yu Ming calmly put away the short sword in his hand. Namikaze Minato didn't continue to attack either. He knew that Yu Ming didn't have any malice towards them. Turning around and seeing the forehead protector on Yu Ming's arm, Namikaze Minato was stunned. Are you Konoha's ninja? Akamaiki Choza and Aburame Shia were also completely stunned. They also saw the Konoha forehead protector on Yu Ming's arm. Yu Ming nodded. Namikaze Minato, oh, by the way, I should call you 4th generation, but you don't seem to be Hokage at this time. Listening to Yu Ming's words, Namikaze Minato was completely stunned. Listening to Yu Ming's meaning, it seems that I will become a Hokage in the future. Because Yamato didn't come with him this time, Namikaze Minato didn't know that Yu Ming had traveled from the future. Yu Ming walked to Akamaiki Dingza's side, and Aburame Shia guarded against Yu Ming vigilantly. Yu Ming smiled and said, don't worry, I know medical ninjutsu. Besides, no one can stop you 3 from doing what I want to do. 0. Although Aburame Shia looked at Yu Ming vigilantly, he did not stop Yu Ming's movements. Because he knew that Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God technique was not as fast as Yu Ming's. Soon, Yu Ming cured Akamaiki Choza using medical ninjutsu. Looking at the medical ninjutsu used by Yu Ming, Namikaze Minato frowned. How is it so similar to Master Tsunade's medical ninjutsu? Tsunade's medical ninjutsu is quite special, you can see it at a glance. And Yu Ming's most profound medical ninjutsu is learned from Tsunade. So Namikaze Minato can tell at a glance who is the disciple of Yu Ming's medical ninjutsu. In just a few minutes, Akamaiki Choza returned to normal. He was not seriously injured. Yu Ming kept his hand. If he used a little force, Akamaiki Dino might have died. Standing up, Yu Ming looked at Namikaze Minato. I am also Konoha's ninja, but I am not a Konoha shinobi of this era, I am from the future. Hearing this, Akamaiki Choza and Aburame Shia were stunned. From the future. This is, what's going on? And Namikaze Minato was a little puzzled, but he didn't show it, and asked, then what's your purpose? Yu Ming walked up to a rock and looked at the yellow sand in the distance. Your mission this time is to go to Lulin. There is a ninja who also came from the future, a rebel from Tsunade. My target, it was Longmai who let me appear in this time and space with him. Namikaze Minato believed it, because their mission this time was to go to Lulin to eradicate Centipede. However, the information they got was that Bezu had controlled Lulin and imprisoned all the people in Lulin. Moreover, and Lucian, whose alias is Bezu, controls the dragon veins, and wants to use the energy of the dragon veins to drive puppets and destroy the world. Hearing Yu Ming's words now, he believed even more that Lucian was the ninja Yu Ming was chasing and fleeing. Because he is too familiar with the dragon veins 5.2, before that, no one has ever thought of using the dragon veins to provide energy for puppets. Even with Lulin's strength, he couldn't do it, and this Lucian seemed to appear suddenly, and was soon valued by Lulin's former queen. But soon, Lulin's former queen died inexplicably, leaving only Sasha as a child. Namikaze Minato looked at Yu Ming. Did you use time-space ninjutsu just now? Compared with Lulin, Namikaze Minato is more interested in Yu Ming, because Yu Ming's speed is much faster than him. From the confrontation just now, it can be felt that Yu Ming's space-time ninjutsu is not only fast, but also very precise. A ninja of this strength does not exist in the current ninja world. So Yu Ming can only come from the future. Now the name of the yellow flash is being circulated in the ninja world. Chapter 268 Persuading Yu Ming of Nine Tails. 268 330ths. Chapter 268 Persuading Yu Ming of Nine Tails. Although Namikaze Minato is not an arrogant person, he is also convinced that he is the fastest person in the ninja world, and no one can surpass him. So Yu Ming must be from the future. However, Namikaze Minato is very pleased. After all, in the future Konoha, there will be a strong person like Yu Ming, which is enough to guarantee Konoha's safety. Yu Ming looked at Namikaze Minato, nodded and said, well, I am indeed using space-time ninjutsu, and I can also use your Flying Thunder God technique. As he said that, a handful of kunai appeared in Yu Ming's hand, and he swung it to the side. The next moment, he appeared beside kunai who had flown a certain distance. Both Akamaiki Choza and Aburame Shia were stunned. He can also learn Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. How is that possible? Namikaze Minato was not surprised, and from this, he also confirmed that Yu Ming must be Konoha's ninja, because only Konoha has the Flying Thunder God technique. And this ninjutsu, he is the only ninja who has learned it. Other ninjas can't learn it at all, and very few people have learned it. And it was sealed in the Book of Seals. Yu Ming's proof that he can Flying Thunder God technique is just to prove that he is Konoha's person. Appearing in front of Namikaze Minato again, Yu Ming said, the traitor I came to chase after Tsunade is most likely in Lulin. Shouldn't Lulin be destroyed by now? Namikaze Minato shook his head and said, no. Yu Ming laughed and said, that's good, that guy should be in that place. He wants to use the power of the dragon's veins to drive the puppets and conquer the world. I teamed up with a ninja from Tsunade to chase after the ruins of Lulin, but he opened the dragon's vein seal. By the way, Lulin was destroyed by the war a few years later, and the dragon vein was also sealed by you. Namikaze Minato nodded. I see. Yu Ming explained, but not necessarily now. That guy returned to this time and space, he should have come earlier. Namikaze Minato nodded and said, you are right, Lulin's minister and Lucian did come to Lulin suddenly more than 10 years ago, and gained the trust of the former queen. I think he should have come here more than 10 years earlier. Yu Ming breathed a sigh of relief and said, fortunately, he didn't start a war, otherwise, it would have a great impact on the history of Daxia. Akamaiki Choza and Aburame Shia who stood aside looked at Yu Ming and said, you just said that Minato became the fourth Hokage. Yu Ming nodded. Is there anything strange? The thinking of Akamaiki Choza and Aburame Shia is that Namikaze Minato may become Hokage in the future, but it should be a long time later. At that time, Namikaze Minato is estimated to be in his 40s or 50s. About the same size as the current third generation. That said, the usual times are probably decades from now. That is to say, the future Minato sent you here. And you also know the Flying Thunder God technique. It must be taught by Minato, right? Are you a disciple of the future Minato? Yu Ming shook his head. No, I am a disciple of teacher Kakashi. The fourth generation passed away when I was born, and now I am the guard of fifth Hokage, and fifth Hokage is Master Tsunade. My medical ninjutsu is also taught by her. Hearing this, both of them were stunned. Are you Kakashi's disciple? But now Kakashi is only in his teens, how could there be you? By the way, in the future, it seems that Minato's future lifespan will not be very long. Kakashi is only about 10 years younger than Namikaze Minato. Yu Ming looked at Namikaze Minato and found that he didn't seem to care much. Also, Namikaze Minato's heart, how could he care about such things? Yu Ming thought for a while. Actually, Fourth generation passed away when he was only in his 20s, but it was not because of illness, but because he died for sealing 9 tails. Yu Ming will erase all memories when he leaves, so he is not worried about changing history after telling them these things. Namikaze Minato froze for a moment. Seal 9 tails. 9 tails came out. Namikaze Minato is not worried about himself, but Uzumaki Kushina, because Whirlpool Kushina is now 9 tails Jinchuriki. Yu Ming looked at Namikaze Minato. Well, when Naruto was born, it was your son from the 4th generation. Yu Ming looked at Akamaiki Choza and Aburame Jia, and said, it's also your son's classmate, and of course, mine too. Namikaze Minato frowned, but after hearing that his child and Yu Ming were classmates, he knew that Naruto was safe to go to school with Yu Ming. Minato is not surprised by the name Naruto, because this name is the name of a protagonist in Jiraiya's novel. But he still wants to ask one thing. Naruto him, how is it now? Will Kushina die? Although he knew he shouldn't ask, he couldn't help it. It's just that he also knows that Yu Ming is worried about disturbing history, but still tells them. Then Yu Ming has a way to solve these things, in terms of his strength. Yu Ming thought about it. Namikaze Minato looked at Yu Ming like this, and his heart tightened. Yu Ming said, Naruto is very good, and his strength is also very strong now, but his character may be inherited from Mr. Kushina. He is a bit careless. He became the Jinchuriki of 9 tails. When I came to carry out this chasing mission, he also started to master 9 tails. Namikaze Minato, Akamaiki Choza, and Aburame Jia were all stunned. Master 9 tails. No wonder they were so surprised. After all, no ninja can fully master the tailed beast. Yu Ming nodded. In my time, the 2-tailed beasts in Cloud Shinobi Village had already been mastered by their Jinchuriki, lived in harmony with Jinchuriki, and could stand side by side with Jinchuriki in Jinchuriki's body without a seal fight. So the combat power is much stronger than the Jinchuriki who cannot master the power of the tailed beast. While both 377 Jinchuriki of Cloud Shinobi Village can get along harmoniously with their tailed beasts, 4th Mizukage of Chongyun Village can also get along harmoniously with his tailed beasts. There are many others, such as the Jinchuriki in Longyun Village, so I thought that Naruto should also master 9 tails, so I discussed with 9 tails, unlocked the seal on Naruto, and 9 tails and Naruto reached a cooperation. Now Naruto can almost control the chakra of 9 tails. Even if there is no seal, 9 tails will not go berserk. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato was very pleased. It seems that Naruto is pretty good, but you are also pretty good. You can actually convince 9 tails, even Kushina can't convince. Yu Ming laughed and said, actually, the tailed beasts are not as incommunicable as imagined, and the 2 Jinchuriki from Cloud Shinobi Village have done a good job of demonstrating. After discussing it with 9 tails, I realized that it's actually not so uncommunicable. It's just that people stayed away from it in the past, and never communicated with the tailed beast, so naturally they couldn't live in harmony with the tailed beast. As for Mr. Kushina, I actually don't want to say it, but I know, you have already guessed the 4th generation. After 9 tails went berserk, Mr. Kushina was actually close to death. Fortunately she took a look at Naruto at the end. In the end, you 2 sealed 9 tails in Naruto's body. And you 2, he died. Chapter 269 led Naruto master 9 tails. 269 330ths. Chapter 269 led Naruto master 9 tails. Hearing what Yu Ming said, Akamaiki Choza and Aburame Jia frowned. Even Minato is dead, it seems that 9 tails is really scary. In fact, even without Uchiha Obito, Namikaze Minato faced 9 tails with the same result. Because the 9 tails were raging in the village at the time, Kushina was on the verge of death. As far as Namikaze Minato's character is concerned, he will inevitably sacrifice himself to seal 9 tails. He knows the Flying Thunder God technique, but it doesn't mean he won't die if he knows the Flying Thunder God technique. However, Akamaiki Choza and Aburame Jia have never seen 9 tails, and now 9 tails has never shown up in front of their generation, only legends. However, when they learned that Uzumaki Kushina was 9 tails Jinchuriki, they were still a little surprised. However, both of them are from famous families, so it is very clear that they rotted in their stomachs when they heard about this matter, and they could not speak out. The reason why Uzumaki Kushina is no different from ordinary people and lives safely in Konoha is because she knows that she is a member of 9 tails Jinchuriki, and there are not many people, and they are basically high-level people in Konoha. Even Tsunade only knew that Kushina was 9 tails Jinchuriki when 9 tails went berserk. You know, Uzumaki Mito is Tsunade's grandma, but even she doesn't know it very well. It is conceivable that the degree of secrecy is much higher than that of Naruto. But Namikaze Minato has no regrets, because he knows that he sacrificed for the sake of the village. Originally, as a Hokage, I had to bear the safety of the village and sacrifice myself for the sake of the village. Namikaze Minato felt that this was indeed something he would do. Moreover, he also knew that he had a son, and that he was well obtained, and his strength was still very strong, so he was already very satisfied. As for the future, he didn't want to think about it. Yu Ming looked at Namikaze Minato and said, I'm going to Lulin to kill Beizu. I think with the help of dragon veins, I should be able to return to the original time and space. 4th generation, you are also going to Lulin, so let's go together. Namikaze Minato nodded. The 3 of them followed Yu Ming to Lulin Kingdom soon. Looking at the buildings of Lulin Gundam, Yu Ming sighed. In a few years, this magnificent building will all be turned into ruins. It's a pity, Namikaze Minato said calmly, so peace in the ninja world is hard to come by. This Ninja World War is not over yet, but from the era Yu Ming you mentioned before, it seems to be in a time of peace. Yu Ming nodded and said, well, from my birth to now, the ninja world is in a period of peace. Namikaze Minato laughed and said, that's good, it's not like in this era, a ninja war will happen in a few years, or at most 10 years. Namikaze Minato is actually a peaceful person, but unlike Uchiha Itachi and Shisui, he is very rational. When he was Hokage, it was only 1 year, not only all the families in the village were convinced, even the proudest Uchiha clan was very convinced by Namikaze Minato. Even if Namikaze Minato hadn't died, maybe the Uchiha clan would never have made it to that point. At that time, Namikaze Minato had even talked a lot with the Uchiha family, and the Uchiha family accepted all the suggestions made by Namikaze Minato. This is very rare. The key point is that among the Uchiha clan, many people also admire Namikaze Minato very much. In addition, Namikaze Minato is also Uchiha Obito's teacher. This status has increased the Uchiha clan's recognition of Namikaze Minato. If he hadn't died, it would indeed have resolved the estrangement between the Uchiha clan and the village. In fact, the reason why the Uchiha clan seemed completely different from the people in the village was that the second generation and third generation were on guard against them. Of course, it was just a precaution, neither of these two actually thought about completely getting rid of the Uchiha clan. But Danzo is different. This guy has always felt that the existence of the Uchiha clan is a threat. But Namikaze Minato is different. After he took office, he talked with the Uchiha clan and got the approval of the Uchiha clan. Although third generation is sometimes indecisive, when it comes to dealing with the Uchiha family, he and second Hokage have the same thinking, which is to guard against them, monitor them, but give them room to live. After all, no one will destroy this knife of the Uchiha clan, and this knife is really easy to use. Yu Ming looked at Namikaze Minato and said with a smile, but since I came here, there has actually been turmoil in the ninja world. An organization wants to collect tailed beasts from various villages, and Tsunagaku's tailed beasts have already been captured by them. If Hokage-sama sends support, even Tsunagaku's Kazekage will die. However, Tsunagaku's Kazekage and Naruto are good friends. Tsunagaku's fifth Kazekage tried to restrain himself because he was influenced by Naruto, and finally became Tsunagaku's Kazekage. Naruto, the boy, is indeed quite contagious. At that time, Tsunagaku and Konoha had a very good relationship, and Tsunagaku's Kazekage was one-tailed Jinchuriki. For this mission, Kazekage of Tsunagaku asked Konoha, and Master Tsunade sent me here. Both Akamaiki Dingza and Aburame Shia were stunned. Can the cooperation between Ninja Village reach this level? Thinking of a strong person like you, can you be seconded? Yu Ming laughed and said, during my time, the relationship between Tsunagaku and Konoha was already very good, and Tsunagaku's Kazekage had a very good relationship with Naruto, so Tsunagaku and Konoha were allies, and at the same time, Tsunagaku would get involved in many things. Ye help, I have been sent out by Master Tsunade to help Tsunagaku twice. Akamaiki Choza and Aburame Shimi really can't imagine why there can be such a good relationship between various villages in later generations. This kind of relationship, in this period, is simply impossible. Namikaze Minato laughed and said, this kind of era is the real peace. It is very difficult for each village to achieve peace in the ninja world, please, but Yu Ming, what organization are you talking about? And, Yu Ming thought for a while, and said, Shao, an organization named Shao, which gathers powerful rebels from various ninja villages, whose strength is at least above elite Jonin, and most of the ninjas have cage-level strength. Their leaders have power beyond the cage level, so when they collect tail beasts, it is difficult for a single village to guard against them. It is precisely because of them that I want to make Yu Ming stronger. In fact, when Naruto followed Master Jiraiya, he also became stronger, but it is still not enough. Only when he has mastered the power of 9 tails can Naruto be able to compete with him. The members of the Akatsuki organization who came to capture him contended. Namikaze Minato now knows what difficulties Konoha will encounter in the future. This kind of crisis is much more terrifying than the Ninja World War. Because the opponent is more terrifying than the Ninja War. Chapter 270 Yu Ming's strength is confirmed, very strong. 270 330ths. Chapter 270 Yu Ming's strength is confirmed, very strong. A large part of ninja wars are actually group wars. Except for Namikaze Minato, it is difficult for one person to change a battlefield. Because the shadows of each ninja village never enter the battlefield in person, and all the ninjas under him fight. And the reason why Third Raikage was ambushed was not because he entered the battlefield, but because Iwagakure designed a trap, so that Third Raikage came to the land of Earth to sign the contract in person. Third Raikage died in the same way as Second Hokage, both were raided, then besieged. At the beginning, Second Raikage was also killed by Jinzhou and Yinzhao's sneak attack, and it was after taking over Raikage's position that Third Raikage killed Jinzhou and Yinzhao. In terms of strength, Third Raikage is extremely strong. It has even reached the pinnacle of cage level. But in the end, he still died aggrievedly, the same way as Second Hokage. In fact, most of the cages who died during their tenure were killed by planned attacks, because it is very difficult to kill a cage of ninja village with normal means. Unless you want Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, or Yu Ming, who have overwhelming power, it will not be difficult to kill cage-level powerhouses. If it is an ordinary cage level, if it is a direct confrontation, it will be difficult to kill the opponent at 770. Namikaze Minato heard that at the end, he found that Naruto had become Jiraiya's disciple again, and laughed, I never thought I would have the same teacher as my son. Yu Ming laughed and said, strictly speaking, Naruto's first teacher was Mr. Kakashi. Naruto and Jonin, who I followed after graduation, were both Mr. Kakashi. He and I were in the same team. Namikaze Minato laughed. Didn't think Naruto and you are still in the same team. Yu Ming also laughed and said, it's a small team, but in the next few years, he learned from Master Jiraiya, because he followed Teacher Kakashi, and Teacher Kakashi didn't have much to give him, and Teacher Kakashi's ninjutsu was very important to him. Not very appropriate, but his Rasengan was pretty good. Rasengan. Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment, he didn't expect that Naruto also mastered Rasengan. Namikaze Minato lamented, I never thought that the future generation of Konoha young people would be so strong. Rasengan is difficult even for Jonin to master, such as Kakashi. In fact, he can also use Sharingan to copy Rasengan, but the copied Rasengan is a bit unstable. Used it when he was teaching Naruto. Even Kakashi is like this, one can imagine what happened to the other Jonin. But Naruto has mastered it in his teens, Namikaze Minato is very pleased. Yu Ming laughed and said, in fact, not everyone is that strong. In our class, except for me, Naruto, and Sasuke, the others were no different from the previous seniors. After Naruto mastered the power of 9 tails, he already had the power of Kage level, and there was a genius ninja named Uchiha Sasuke in that class, who was the opponent Naruto always wanted to surpass. This time I lifted the seal of 9 tails, one of the reasons is because Naruto wants to catch up with Sasuke and needs to increase his strength. The current Sasuke is much stronger than him, and Sasuke is also the person he always wants to surpass, but he is also the friend he cares about the most, but now Sasuke has left the village, so Naruto always wants to bring him back. I don't want to go into details about this. In short, the biggest purpose of Naruto to improve his strength is actually to bring Sasuke back to Konoha. It's just that I have practiced for 3 years this time. When I went to find Sasuke, I found that I was suppressed by him, so I was very depressed. Namikaze Minato nodded. This Sasuke must be very important to Naruto, and his character is very similar to Kushina. Yu Ming smiled and said, I have to say that everyone in the team led by Mr. Kakashi is very good. Except for me, although Naruto is far behind Sasuke, he is better than other students in the same class. Sasuke is at the age of 16, she has the ability to shoot a shadow, and BGDJ is another little girl in our team. Apprentice Master Tsunade, master the medical ninjutsu that is unique to Master Tsunade and me, and learn the ninjutsu of Master Tsunade, such as strange power, and the strength has reached the level of Jonin. Especially her level of medical ninjutsu is very high, which is praised by Tsunagaku's mother-in-law Chiyo. She is only 16 years old. Namikaze Minato smiled, you are boasting yourself in disguise. Yu Ming smiled indifferently, I don't need it. Now, Yu Ming really doesn't need to boast so much. He was already powerful. This point, Namikaze Minato is very clear. He is faster than him, and Yu Ming's lightning style ninjutsu, which can be launched without any seals, has proved that he has at least Kage level power. And quite powerful, even the strength has surpassed himself, Namikaze Minato is very clear. Yu Ming with this strength is only 16 years old. It can be said to be quite scary. Yu Ming looked at the high-rise building in front of him, and said calmly, it's time to enter it. The 3 of Namikaze Minato nodded. When rushing into the city of Lulin, the 4 of Yu Ming were sensed by chakra who were densely distributed in various places in the city. At this time, Beizu, who was near the Lulin dragon vein, opened his eyes. Is this guy finally here? It's been more than 10 years, I thought you would be completely swallowed by the dragon's veins. For Yu Ming, Beizu is very clear about how terrible it is. He used to be a senior executive of Tsunagaku and knew Yu Ming well. The 4 of them appeared in the center of Lulin. Yu Ming watched hundreds of puppets flying over from the sky. Akamaiki Dingza frowned and looked at the hundreds of puppets around him, and said, oops, I was found. Yu Ming said calmly, there are thin chakra lines everywhere in this city, it seems that the pipelines of the whole city have been connected to the energy of dragon veins by him. When we first entered this city, we were afraid that we would be targeted by him. Just as Yu Ming finished speaking, one of the hundreds of puppets said, Yu Ming, I have been waiting for you in this time and space for more than 10 years, and you are finally here, ha ha ha. Unfortunately, I am not what I used to be now. I was just a Jonin before, and I really wasn't your opponent, but now I have the power of a dragon's vein. Even if you have the power to completely suppress the tailed beast, you can't defeat me now. After I kill you with these war puppets, I will conquer the 5 major countries and rule the entire world, ha ha ha. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato looked at Yu Ming. Unexpectedly, Yu Ming didn't talk nonsense before, his strength is really strong, and he can even suppress the tailed beast. He remembered, Yu Ming said, that he died while sealing 9 tails. But Yu Ming can not only talk to 9 tails, but also suppress tail beasts. That's right, if you don't conquer 9 tails, will it listen to you? This is absolutely impossible. Chapter 271 The Final War Puppet. 271 330ths. Chapter 271 The Final War Puppet. Hearing Beizu's crazy words, the corner of Yu Ming's mouth slightly raised, it really is floating, and it has been floating like this for more than 10 years in this time and space. Beizu didn't want to talk nonsense with Yu Ming anymore, so he manipulated hundreds of puppets to attack Yu Ming together. Hundreds of puppets opened their mechanical arms, and rays of light were emitted from the arms. These rays are all made by chakra, which is directly connected to the dragon's veins. They are very powerful, not inferior to an A-level ninjutsu. The key is the speed, extremely fast. Hundreds of rays of light all shot towards Yu Ming, and it was very difficult to avoid them, and the speed of the light rays was too fast. But at this moment, violent rain broke out again on Yu Ming's body. Thunder Net, this is Yu Ming's most commonly used ninjutsu. A huge lightning shield formed by countless thunder snakes enveloped the four of Yu Ming and Namikaze Minato together. Boom! The violent explosion raised a burst of smoke, which covered the entire battlefield. The earth was destroyed badly. Under the smoke and dust, human eyes cannot clearly see what is in the smoke and dust. But the puppets use the perception system, so they keep attacking Yu Ming. Because they are connected to the dragon veins, their energy will hardly be exhausted. Seeing the countless energy rays constantly bombarding Yu Ming, Beizhu laughed loudly. Yu Ming, no matter how strong you are, you can't fight back against such a terrifying attack. These war puppets are the strongest weapons for my war against the 5 major countries. Hundreds of puppets can destroy a country's war weapons. If hundreds of war puppets really want to attack a country, it is completely enough, but it is a small and medium-sized country. Like the 5 major countries, this kind of thing is still a little bit worse. And Yu Ming, who was in the smoke and dust, didn't pay attention to the attack at all. Hearing Beizhu's words, Yu Ming smiled. It's really arrogant. The next moment, a more intense chakra erupted from Yu Ming's body. Thunder Net is a kind of ninjutsu that can be attacked and defended. While defending against the attacks of hundreds of puppets, under the input of Yu Ming's chakra, countless lightning arcs burst out instantly. It turned into hundreds of thunder snakes and instantly hit the war puppet tens of meters away. Bang, bang, bang. Boom! Under the bombardment of hundreds of thunder snakes, hundreds of war puppets exploded in an instant. Even if they were made of special materials, the strength of the war puppets was even comparable to that of steel. It turned into fly ash without holding on for a second. Namikaze Minato, Akamai Dingzo and Aburame Jia, who were in the thunder net, were stunned. This kind of power is really terrifying. I didn't expect this ninjutsu to be so good. This thunder net seemed to be alive, moving with Yu Ming's consciousness. After countless explosions, Thunder Web Storm sent out a violent chakra storm. This chakra storm directly stunned the 3 of them. This horrible amount of chakra. Even Namikaze Minato felt oppressed when facing this kind of chakra. This is something he has never encountered before. The chakra erupted by Yu Ming is even many times more terrifying than Senju Hashirama's. Instantly evacuated all the smoke and dust. It reveals the outside world that has long since returned to calm. Hundreds of war puppets 2 to 3 meters in size now turned into countless coke and fly ash and fell to the ground. Except for the thunder net, the ground hundreds of meters outside has been broken into pieces at this time, and there are large pits of more than 10 meters everywhere on the ground. The ground also cracked countless cracks, and these cracks seem to be completely cracked in the ground. Seeing this scene, the 3 of Namikaze Minato were stunned. Once again, I was shocked by Yu Ming's strength. Under this kind of attack, he was able to resist with ease, and smashed all the war puppets in an instant. Yu Ming focused his eyes slightly, and quickly checked the location of Beizhu and found it. But after the hundreds of puppets were completely smashed, Beizhu was stunned, and the fear of Yu Ming rose in his heart. This guy is much stronger than imagined. It seems that these war puppets can't compete with him. Now we have to launch the final war puppets. This final puppet was specially developed by Centipede to deal with Yu Ming. Although hundreds of war puppets were instantly destroyed this time, which exceeded his expectations, he was not unprepared. He has been preparing for the future battle with Yu Ming for more than 10 years. He knew very well that if he didn't defeat Yu Ming, he wouldn't be able to take action against the 5 major powers. Hundreds of war puppets can't beat Yu Ming, and he has a solution. Asking for flowers. Final puppet, wake up. When Centipede's consciousness connected to the final puppet underground, his body was suddenly sucked by some kind of force. The huge energy of the dragon veins is transmitted through his body to the final puppet. However, Beizhu was full of fear. In the end, the huge amount of chakra needed by the puppet is too much. Even if it is fed with chakra more than once, it is still difficult to withstand the impact of this bursting amount of chakra. Under the continuous impact of chakra, the centipede's body even began to shrink slowly, until only skin and bones remained. If he hadn't transformed himself into a half-puppet long ago, he would definitely not be able to resist the impact of this chakra. After fully absorbing chakra, the underground war golems wake up from their slumber. This war puppet, which took the people of the ancient city of Lulin 10 years to build, finally woke up at this time. Boom! The high tower where Centipede was located experienced violent vibrations, and suddenly, the high tower exploded and shattered. The ground hundreds of meters around began to crack. The 4 of Yu Ming and Namikaze Minato retreated several hundred meters behind them. Looking at an extremely huge war puppet used from the ground, the 3 of Namikaze Minato felt a strong shock. This puppet is too big. Yu Ming frowned as he looked at the war puppet that appeared in front of him. It's quite capable. It has actually produced such a huge war puppet in more than 10 years, which is much stronger than the puppet on the island of Scorpion. After the ground was completely shattered, a war puppet with a height of more than 100 meters appeared in front of everyone. At this time, Sasha, who was watching the battle from the tall building, fell from the tall building due to the sudden change. Yu Ming looked over, and his body flickered. The next moment, Yu Ming returned to Namikaze Minato, still hugging Sasha who fell from a tall building. Sasha was stunned. thinking he was going to die, but he was actually saved by Yu Ming. Looking at Yu Ming's handsome face, it was the first time for Sasha to see what a ninja fighting centipede looked like. After putting Sasha down, Yu Ming calmly said, "Your Highness, you can stay away from here, because there will be a war here later. This war will affect you." 8LH. Chapter 272 Thunder Prisoner vs Final Puppet. 272 330ths. Chapter 272 Thunder Prisoner vs Final Puppet. Sasha looked at Yu Ming, gritted his teeth and asked, "Is Lucian your enemy?" In fact, Sasha has long doubted Lucian, but Lucian's strength is too strong. She is a queen with nothing, and she can't do anything at all. Yu Ming looked at Sasha and explained, "He is an arrogant person who wants to conquer the world. Look around, your people are long gone now, and the streets are full of puppets." And Sasha had never come down from the tower, so he followed Yu Ming's words and looked around. Sure enough, the so-called people walking around are just some puppets, but now because all the energy has been transferred to the final puppets, these puppets are all lying on the ground now. All are puppets made of some wood. Sasha clenched his fists, looked at Yu Ming and said, "Why did Lucian do this?" Sasha didn't understand. 190, and Lucian obviously possessed supreme power, why did he attack her people? Yu Ming smiled, his war puppets need someone to make them. People in Lulan City probably use them for these things. And this Anlu Mountain is a rebel from Sunagaker, named Beizu. Well, I can only tell you this, get out of here. Before Sasha wanted to say something, a bolt of lightning erupted from Yu Ming's body, restraining her, and the next moment, with the flash of lightning, Sasha appeared hundreds of meters away. Sasha didn't know how he appeared here, but he also knew that Yu Ming did all of this. Looking at the violent sound hundreds of meters away, she clenched her fists and said, "My people." However, she also heard Yu Ming's words, and she knew that she had no power at all, and joining this battle would only add chaos to Yu Ming. So she began to look for her own people in this city. And on Yu Ming's side, looking at the final puppet in front of him, Yu Ming smiled, "It's kind of interesting. It's just that the mood of the three of Namikaze Minato is not so out of date. This puppet is already comparable to a tailed beast just because of the huge amount of chakra in its body, and its strength is estimated to be not much different, even stronger than ordinary tailed beasts. Facing this kind of war puppet, even Namikaze Minato finds it difficult." He turned his head to look at Yu Ming, only to find that Ming was smiling slightly. It seems that this war puppet is not taken seriously. Namikaze Minato said, "Yu Ming, what can you do?" Yu Ming thought for a while and said, "Just cut off the chakra line of this puppet, but now the centipede has been fused with the puppet. If you want to cut off his chakra line, you can only completely destroy this puppet, but the dragon veins are connected behind them, unless the dragon veins are sealed, otherwise even if this puppet is smashed once, it will still be reassembled. The general principle should be like this." Listening to Yu Ming's words, Namikaze Minato frowned. It's a bit difficult to seal the dragon's veins, because the dragon's veins are under the feet of this puppet. Yu Ming nodded, "So we can only smash the war puppet and cut off its connection with the dragon vein." Hearing this, Namikaze Minato was a little speechless, because they felt the pressure to smash this war puppet, so they thought of other ways. It's just that Yu Ming seems to want to justify defeating this war puppet, which is crazy. Yu Ming ignored the surprised gazes of the three of Namikaze Minato, looked at the war puppet in front of him, and smiled, "I wonder if it will be stronger than the puppet of Scorpion, how much stronger?" After finishing speaking, Yu Ming clasped his hands together. Lightning-style Thunder Prisoner. As Yu Ming clasped his hands together, a huge amount of chakra burst out from his body. Soon, a space vortex appeared in front of Yu Ming. Namikaze Minato was stunned. This is a space vortex, how could Yu Ming do that? In fact, the power of Yu Ming can't cause the space vortex, but Yu Ming improved on the Flying Thunder God technique, and opened the space with the ingenious way of using the Flying Thunder God technique to open the space. And in this space, there is another world, the other world developed by Yu Ming. The Thunder Prison, like the tailed beast, is a pure chakra creature created by Yu Ming using yin and yang escape. Unlike the tailed beast, which is completely a living creature, the Thunder Prison is not a complete living creature, but a conscious chakra energy body. It belongs to the energy body, without flesh and blood. In the space of Otherworld, there are 3 such Thunder Prisoners. Almost Yu Ming will use the amount of chakra stored for a year to condense a Thunder Prisoner. Because the amount of chakra of Yu Ming is different from that of the sacred tree, after the sacred tree bears the fruit of chakra, it seldom absorbs chakra from the earth. In the end, a huge amount of 10 tails of chakra was distributed, and the amount of chakra was also constant. However, after being divided into tail beasts, they will also actively absorb the natural energy of the world to synthesize chakra. And Yu Ming's body is constantly strengthening, that is to say, chakra is increasing without limit. So he stores a year's worth of excess chakra, which is basically the equivalent of a regular tailed beast chakra. And after Yu Ming injected yin-yang dun, these Thunder Prisoners have the same consciousness as tailed beasts. However, the Thunder Prisoners made by Yu Ming are all humanoid, but they are all made of thunder and lightning. So it looks like a Thunderbolt Titan. From the space vortex, a pair of thunder and lightning giant hands suddenly held the edge of space Uzumaki. Namikaze Minato suddenly felt a strong chakra from the space Uzumaki. Roar. Soon, a Thunderbolt Titan with a height of more than 100 meters walked out from the space Uzumaki. Everyone was dumbfounded, looking at the Raiden Titan, which was about the same size as the war puppet. No matter Namikaze Minato and others, or Beizu looked at the Thunder Prisoner in disbelief. Is this Thunderbolt Titan Yu Ming your summoning beast? Yu Ming shook his head. No, it's just a kind of ninjutsu. While speaking, the space vortex disappeared, and Lei Prison condensed a long lightning sword in his hand. The body is covered with an armor made of purple gold lightning. Similar to Susanoo's armor, wearing battle armor, holding a long knife in both hands, Lei Prison's eyes shone with golden light. 0.4 After being stunned for a while, Bezu looked at the giant lightning titan hundreds of meters away, and Bezu said, "It's a mystery, let's see how powerful my final puppet is." After finishing speaking, Bezu controlled the final puppet and rushed towards Lei Prison. A long tail on the back shot towards Lei Prison first. It is very similar to the tail of the scorpion's Filiuhu. At the moment when the tail was about to stab Lei Prison raised his left hand, and a shield made of lightning appeared in front of him. Boom! The giant tail and the lightning shield collided together. The collision of two huge creatures caused a terrible aftermath of energy. Under the aftermath of the energy, the surrounding buildings within hundreds of meters were all reduced to ruins. A terrifying crack opened on the ground. Chapter 273 You Will Go to Hell. 273 330ths. Chapter 273 You Will Go to Hell. Cracks in the ground spread for hundreds of meters. This level of destructive power is already at the level of a tailed beast. After blocking the final puppet's attack, the Thunder Prisoner dispelled the shield in front of him, holding the lightning long knife with both hands. His body flashed, turned into a thunder, appeared behind the final puppet, and chopped it off with one blow. Catch! Boom! With one blow, the thunder and lightning dissipated, cutting the final puppet in half. The sword light flew thousands of meters away, and a hill tens of meters away was split in half in an instant. Wherever the sword light passed, both the building and the ground were cut in half. Has spread for several kilometers. Although Lei Prison has a huge body, his speed is extremely fast, with the speed of thunder and lightning. It can be said that the speed and destructive power of Lei Prison are even stronger than that of ordinary tailed beasts, even comparable to the full 9 tails. And the final puppet that was split in half was quickly reassembled under the energy output of the dragon vein. But Thunder Prisoner wouldn't just let him go so easily. With a wave of his hand, dozens of giant chains woven by lightning bound the final puppet, and another section wound around countless high-rise buildings around it. And Lei Prison held the long knife in both hands and slashed down again. It will be the body of the final puppet that has been reorganized and cut in half again. Baizu frowned, and finally the puppet was bound by dozens of chains, but in the end the puppet not only had the ability to fight physically. Taste my chakra cannon. Under the control of Centipede, finally a dozen arms of the puppet were combined together, and a giant cannon appeared, condensing a huge amount of chakra of dragon veins. Go to hell. Chakra cannon condenses chakra's speed is very fast, and a cannonball is condensed in just 1 second. Boom! With a blast from the chakra cannon, a blue beam of chakra blasted towards Lei Prison. And Lei Prison took a few steps back, raised his hands, and condensed a shield that could completely cover his whole body. Boom! For a moment, the chakra beam of light and the lightning shield bombarded together. The aftermath of the dissipated energy reduced everything within a few kilometers to ruins. Everything in the entire Lulan city was turned into ruins. A huge crater of hundreds of meters also appeared on the ground. Yu Ming and Namikaze Minato have already used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear thousands of meters away. Watching the battle hundreds of meters away, the smoke and dust that rolled up even permeated hundreds of meters into the sky, and an energy shock wave impacted thousands of meters away. The destructive power is comparable to the energy shock wave generated by Wooden Golem holding the tailed beast bomb in the battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama in the original battle. Namikaze Minato is the first of this level of war intensity. If this kind of destructive power is really entered into the Third Ninja World War by Beizu, it will trigger a crisis in the 5 major countries. This level of destructive power is even comparable to a large-tailed beast bomb. Namikaze Minato looked at Yu Ming. What he felt was that Yu Ming's Thunder Prisoner could still withstand such terrible destructive power, but the shield formed by the Lightning Prison had been shattered. And Lei Prison has already retreated dozens of steps, pushing hundreds of meters away from the final puppet. But Lei Prison's chakra has not weakened at all. Yu Ming looked at Lei Prison and said with a smile, "It seems that Lei Prison's ability to resist blows is pretty good." Akamaiki Choza and Aburame Shia were completely stunned at this time, and they couldn't believe that a battle of this level would appear in the ninja world. What kind of terrifying talent can set off a battle of this level? Will the future generation be so powerful? Fortunately, such a powerful person is Konoha's ninja. The two of them looked at Yu Ming's calm gaze, a little admired. Only 16 years old, Yu Ming already possessed such terrifying power. Namikaze Minato found himself unable to intervene in this battle. With his strength, he can no longer participate in this level of battle. If he had chakra from 9 tails it would be fine, but now he doesn't. Lei Prison, who retreated hundreds of meters, roared, and formed a shield and a long knife with his hands. He rushed towards the final puppet. And eventually thousands of arms around the golem all fired small chakra cannons at the Thunder Prisoner. Boom! Thousands of small chakra beams of light continuously bombarded Lei Prison. It's just that most of the chakra light beams are blocked by the shield. The few chakra light beams that hit Lei Prison's body could not cause any damage to Lei Prison's body at all. Carrying the bombardment of thousands of chakra beams of light, he rushed to the final puppet. Just as he was about to swing his long knife to chop, countless arms flew out from the final puppet's body, and the ends of these arms were all sharp steel cones. A golden light flashed in Lei Prison's eyes, and his body flashed, avoiding all the arms. With one blow, the puppet was cut in half again. At the moment when the puppets were about to regroup, Lei Prison, who appeared above the final puppet, clapped his hands, and a violent thunderbolt fell from the sky to connect with Lei Prison. Then, in front of Lei Prison, a beam of lightning light several meters thick condensed. Zzz. Terrible thunder and lightning condensed, and even bursts of anxiety appeared in the air. The terrifying lightning beams decomposed the surrounding air, and created a terrifying magnetic field. Boom. The thunder prisoner's movements were extremely fast, and the lightning beam was shot out the moment the final puppet was not assembled. A terrifying beam of light bombarded down. 007 Centipede was completely stunned. Impossible, why does this thing have such terrible ninjutsu? It's just that the moment he originally wanted to create a barrier to resist, the thunder pillar had already bombarded down. Boom. The terrifying power of the thunder pillar shattered the final puppet in an instant. It's just that under the thunder pillar, the land within hundreds of meters of the ground was blasted into dust by the thunder pillar. The dissipated energy caused the surrounding several thousand meters to be shrouded in the powerful destructive force of the thunder pillar, and the thunder pillar caused a huge pit tens of meters deep and hundreds of meters wide to appear where the final puppet stood. On the side, the altar of the dragon veins is exposed. That pure chakra made Yu Ming's eyes narrow. Almost instantly, Yu Ming appeared beside Long Mai. Yu Ming didn't even look at it, so he cut off the chakra line connecting the centipede and the dragon vein. The 100 feet that had turned into debris were about to rely on the power of the dragon vein to reshape the final puppet, but suddenly, he felt that his connection with the dragon vein was cut off. His consciousness soon became blurred. His life depended on the supply of chakra from the dragon veins, but after Yu Ming cut off the supply of chakra, his life soon shrank. As his consciousness became more and more blurred, he looked at Yu Ming's back. This BD, ruined the plan I've been planning for more than 10 years. You're going to go to hell, you damn BD. Chapter 274 Back to Konoha. 274 330ths. Chapter 274 Back to Konoha. Just before that, Centipede first turned to ashes, and the final puppet that was about to be reorganized was completely turned into debris. And Lei Prison was also dissipated by Yu Ming. Soon, Namikaze Minato and others came to Yu Ming's side. The dragon vein ran away without the absorption of the centipede. Just like the tailed beast, the dragon's veins also went berserk. There are violent earthquakes around. This is caused by the rampage of the dragon veins. Standing beside Longmai, Yu Ming looked at Namikaze Minato calmly. Namikaze Minato nodded. Yu Ming started to form mutter with both hands. Take out 2 kunai of Flying Thunder God technique from the ninja bag. Namikaze Minato looked at Yu Ming and said with a smile, it seems that Yu Ming's Flying Thunder God technique has been cultivated very well. Yu Ming's sealing speed was very fast, and he completed more than 40 seals of Flying Thunder God's time and space in the blink of an eye. Flying Thunder God seal of time and space. Using teleportation, he instantly appeared on the altar in the dragon vein, and inserted 2 Flying Thunder God kunai on the dragon eye of the dragon vein. At this moment, countless mysterious runes erupted from the body of Flying Thunder God kunai, and these runes began to spread. Namikaze Minato looked at this move and said with a smile, I also know this sealing technique, but I'm not as strong as Yu Ming's. In Flying Thunder God technique, Yu Ming's attainments are indeed much higher than mine. Both Aburame Shia and Akamaiki Choza felt the power of the sealing technique of Flying Thunder God technique imposed by Yu Ming. The surrounding vibrations stopped. The chakra of the dragon vein begins to shrink. At the same time, Yu Ming's hands sealed. Wall Ling technique, again. For a moment, a powerful chakra erupted from Yu Ming's body. After the seal was completed, the memory of some people in this time and space began to fade. For example, Namikaze Minato and others, as well as Sasha who was looking for his own people at this time. The chakra of the dragon vein is constantly shrinking, and Namikaze Minato and the others looked at Yu Ming, their consciousness becoming more and more blurred. Yu Ming took a look at Namikaze Minato, and said with a smile, it's a pity that I didn't go to see the Tsunade in this time and space. Tsunade at this time was in his 30s. It is at its most flavorful time. Yu Ming felt a little pity. But after thinking about it, Ming smiled and said, I don't care. Although it is a bit regretful, Yu Ming does not have the time to go to Konoha, and too many troubles will have an irreversible impact on this time and space, and maybe it will affect history at that time. At that time, erasing memory will not be a solution. Technique, in addition to the effect of surplus soul power, also has the effect of eliminating memory. Namikaze Minato looked at Yu Ming who was gradually disappearing, and his own consciousness was also disappearing. But he didn't care, and kept smiling and looking at Yu Ming. Konoha's future is very bright. At the moment when the consciousness of Namikaze Minato and the others completely disappeared, chakra of the dragon vein also completely disappeared. And Yu Ming also returned to the original time and space. It's just that when Yu Ming appeared, the Flying Thunder God kunai that sealed the dragon's veins was no longer Namikaze Minato's, and became Yu Ming's 2 Flying Thunder God kunai. And Tamari was about to rush into the dragon vein, and the power of the dragon vein disappeared. Yu Ming was left alone at the altar. Tamari rushed to Yu Ming's side. What's going on? Asked curiously. Yu Ming sighed. The dragon's veins went berserk, and the Beizu guy traveled back decades ago, and I also entered that time and space and killed him. Tamari looked at the 2 Flying Thunder God kunai in front of him, and his eyes widened. How did this kunai change? Yu Ming nodded. These 2 kunai are mine, because I went back to the past, so I am the one who sealed the dragon vein this time. Tamari nodded. A centipede dead. Yu Ming nodded. Tamari didn't ask Yu Ming what he did back in the past. There is no change in the current time and space, so Yu Ming naturally did not do anything to change history. Seeing Namikaze Minato, Yu Ming thought it was quite interesting. Namikaze Minato's strength is indeed good, but his Flying Thunder God technique is indeed not as good as himself now. In the past, Yu Ming always estimated by himself, and he didn't know whether his estimation was right or not. After seeing him now, Yu Ming knew that there was nothing wrong with his prediction. This Flying Thunder God seal of time and space, Yu Ming's method is different from Namikaze Minato's, so it can no longer be opened. Unplugging the Flying Thunder God kunai is useless. Coming out of Lulin, Yu Ming saw that Lulin had become different from the one he came here at the beginning. The ruins had become more dilapidated, and self-play appeared one by one. Tamari was completely stunned by this. Yu Ming calmly explained, at that time, he fought fiercely with the centipede's war puppet. In that time and space, he used the dragon's veins to create a powerful war puppet, which was very strong, even comparable to a tailed beast. Tamari was completely stunned. Comparable to a tailed beast, this kind of evaluation is not generally high. But think about it, only the destructive power of the tailed beast can cause such terrible damage. Two huge basins appeared in it. Although a lot has been covered up under the wind and sand, it can still be seen that the sky of these two basins. It is conceivable how fierce the fighting situation was at that time. But thinking that Yu Ming can even suppress Naruto, who is completely nine tails, what's so strange about this kind of thing? When Yu Ming and Tamari were about to go back, they saw a girl with a veil walking over. This girl looks just like Sasha. Looking at this person, Yu Ming smiled. And Tamari froze for a moment, looked at Yu Ming, wondering what he was laughing at. Walking past this girl, Yu Ming didn't greet her. It's just that this girl didn't know why. After walking past Yu Ming, she turned around, looked at Yu Ming's back, tilted her head, and was a little puzzled. It's strange, I always feel that I have a special feeling for him. It should be the influence of my mother. Came to Tsunade, and after handing in the task to Gaara with Tamari, Akiaki left. Standing at the entrance of the village, Tamari looked at Yu Ming's back, looked at it for a while, and then went back. After walking a few steps, Yu Ming used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the leaves. Yu Ming, who appeared in the Hokage room, happened to see Tsunade Jiao punching Kong and flying away. After Sora flew out, he hit the wall of the corridor, and Tsunade, who was about to rush out to teach Sora a lesson, felt something. Naruto and the others also saw Yu Ming appear. Turning around, Tsunade looked at Yu Ming, smiled and said, "Finished." Yu Ming smiled, "Well, it's pretty smooth." Naruto came over and said with a smile, "Yu Ming, I have mastered the state of 8 tails. It's not bad, but you have to work hard to master the complete 9 tails." Naruto now feels that his strength has improved a lot, and said with a smile, "I am very confident." Little Sakura looked at Yu Ming and didn't speak, but she kept smiling for some reason. Naruto heard that Yu Ming went to the land of wind to assist them in arresting Ren Ren. But Naruto is not worried at all, because in his mind, Yu Ming's strength is unmatched in the ninja world. He's not in any danger, and Sakura Jr. and Tsunade think so too. Chapter 275 Nine Tails Chakra is sealed on Sora's body. 275 330ths. Chapter 275 Nine Tails Chakra is sealed on Sora's body. After saying a few words, Yu Ming looked outside at Kong, who had been smashed against the wall. Who is this guy? Hearing Yu Ming's words, Tsunade remembered that he was about to attack Sora right now. With a flash of his body, he appeared in front of him, and punched towards him. Naruto's eyes widened, and he quickly said, "Apologize quickly, Sora." Just when Tsunade's fist was about to hit his face, Sora quickly said, "I'm talking about Bodhisattva." He punched away the matter of calling the old lady Tsunade just now. If you don't want to die now, you will naturally know what you should say. After Sora finished speaking, Tsunade's fist slammed to the side. Boom. The wood of the wall was completely shattered by this fist. Kong was cold all over, thinking to himself, this old woman is really violent. Tsunade's originally angry face suddenly became normal. Bodhisattva. Sora nodded quickly, yeah. Tsunade changed his smiling face, stood up, and brought him in with a smile. This kid really can talk. Hearing this, Naruto and Yamato were speechless. But they are used to Tsunade's violence, and little Sakura keeps looking at Yu Ming. I don't know if he encountered any danger when he went to perform the mission this time. The corner of his clothes seems to be a little damaged. 420 Everyone was watching Tsunade's punch, only little Sakura kept looking at Yu Ming. Yu Ming also noticed, but he didn't care. Tsunade brought Sora to the desk. Tsunade sat down, looked at Sora and said, "Boy, I heard that the chakra of 9 tails is sealed in your body." Hearing this, Sora was completely stunned. How do you know? Tsunade frowned and said, "Don't worry about how I know. The corpses of the 12 ninjas around the Temple of Fire were stolen this time, which may have something to do with your power. During this time, you must stay in Konoha. We need to investigate clear." Sora wanted to refute, but Tsunade gave him a glare. Under Tsunade's pressure, Sora reluctantly said, "Stay here, stay here." He is not a fool, he knows that Tsunade's strength can kill him easily. But Kong looked at Yu Ming, who was leaning against the window, and was a little curious. When he was in the Hokage room just now, it seemed that Yu Ming was not here. Tsunade looked at Naruto and said, I'll leave Sora to you during this time, so watch him carefully. Naruto nodded and said, yes, Grandma Tsunade. After Naruto left with Sora, only Yu Ming and Tsunade remained in the entire Hokage room BGDI. Tsunade looked at Yu Ming and asked, you seem to have encountered something difficult to deal with in this mission. Yu Ming stood by the window and smiled, there is nothing difficult to deal with, it's just that this time it involves the dragon veins of the Kingdom of Wind. Quote, Tsunade was completely stunned, traveling back to decades ago. Yu Ming nodded, he knew that Tsunade would not believe it when he said it. After all, no one in the ninja world can do such a thing as traveling back. Tsunade wanted to know what Yu Ming returned. Yu Ming continued, that guy traveled back decades and occupied the ancient Lulin kingdom that had not yet been destroyed, and he used the dragon veins to create many war puppets, and one of them was even as powerful as Nine Tails in destructive power. War puppet, fortunately, I killed him. I also met the 4th Hokage team who happened to go to Lulin to complete the mission, and fought against him. Tsunade froze for a moment, it seemed that in his own memory, Namikaze Minato had indeed been to the ancient country of Lulin to perform missions. At that time, there seemed to be a terrible battle in the whole Lulin, which almost destroyed the whole Lulin city. Tsunade looked at Yu Ming and said in surprise, that person is you. Yu Ming nodded, well, it should be me. Tsunade is a little unbelievable, it is possible to travel back to the past, but if the dragon veins continue to exist, will more people use the dragon veins to go back to the past and do something to modify history? Regarding this, Yu Ming thought about it a long time ago, waved his hand and said, no, because I sealed the dragon vein, and the Flying Thunder God seal of 4th Hokage can still be opened, but I used a stronger seal, now can't be opened at all. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Ming looked at Tsunade and said with a smile, I didn't think so before, but after fighting against 4th Hokage, I found that my speed is actually higher than his. Tsunade gave Yu Ming a blank look, and looked at Yu Ming with such a happy smile, said, isn't it normal that you are stronger than 4th Hokage? Even now my grandpa is not your opponent. Quote, but why doesn't 4th Hokage have any memory of you? Because I will erase the memories of the people who saw me, so as not to affect what happens in the future. If they know that a powerful ninja like me appears in Konoha in the future, whether I can be born is still a question. Tsunade nodded, Yu Ming is indeed right, if it is known that Konoha will have a strong Yu Ming in the future, someone will definitely assassinate Yu Ming's parents. After all, Yu Ming didn't make a sound decades ago. After finishing speaking, Yu Ming sighed, I was really in a hurry to leave at that time, and I didn't go to Konoha to see you in your 30s. If I had pursued you when you were in your 30s, I don't know what will happen. Tsunade smiled wryly, then I guess I won't like you. Tsunade feels that if Yu Ming had pursued him more than 10 years earlier, Yu Ming would have no chance at all now. Yu Ming laughed, so my ability is pretty good. Tsunade gave Yu Ming a blank look, but still said, what happened at the Temple of Fire this time is really weird. Those people seem to want to do something with the corpse of the 12 ninjas, and they seem to be targeting Konoha. I feel the chakra of Nine Tails on Kong's body, and it seems that the chakra of Nine Tails is also sealed on Kong's body. This kind of thing is not surprising. After all, Jinzhao and Yinzhao can enter the tail beast mode because they ate the meat of Nine Tails. Yu Ming nodded and said, that guy does have Nine Tails chakra sealed on him, but it's definitely not the real Nine Tails, it's just the chakra that escaped from Nine Tails and was collected by someone. Even if the chakra of the tailed beast is separated, it will carry its own consciousness, but when most of the chakra dissipate into the air, it will be retransformed into natural energy, and it will not last long. And it is indeed very difficult to save the Nine Tails chakra. On Kong's body, the Nine Tails chakra must have been cultivated for a long time, and then sealed on Kong's body since childhood. Tsunade also agrees that both she and Yu Ming are Grandmaster Medical Ninjutsu, so they are still very clear about some techniques. Such technology does exist in the ninja world, but such technology is indeed not very mature. So the failure rate is high. Chapter 276 Little Sakura seems to have a crush on you. 276 330ths. Chapter 276 Little Sakura seems to have a crush on you. Tsunade thought for a long time and still couldn't understand why someone sealed Nine Tails chakra on Kong's body. And who did it is also very important. When Sora came out of the Hokage room, he looked at Naruto curiously, who was the guy who appeared in there just now. Why did he suddenly appear there? Naruto thought for a while and said, that's Yu Ming, you should know, he is quite famous in the ninja world, and he is very strong, so you must not provoke him. Kong curled his lips, so he is Yu Ming, he is indeed famous, but I just saw that he is about the same age as me, so he is not very strong. Hearing this, Naruto was speechless. I said, can you judge people by their appearance? What does his strength have to do with his age? He is the same age as us, but it is true that his strength is much stronger than ours. You'd better not think that, he is suitable for people at the same level as you, otherwise he will suffer. Kong Hee smiled, no answer. Seeing Sora's attitude, Naruto also had a headache. The guy didn't seem to be listening at all. But Naruto thought to himself, we must watch this guy carefully during this time, because it can cause trouble. It seems that he still doesn't care about Yu Ming. If he provokes Yu Ming, this guy will definitely be beaten badly. The little Sakura who was walking beside Naruto looked at Sora and said, be careful, he can easily kill you with one hand, I'm not kidding. Sora glanced at the little Sakura, clenched his fists and said, "You speak so powerfully, but it's only about my age." Little Sakura chuckled. Seeing Sora's attitude, she didn't want to communicate anymore. It's fine for everyone else, but when it comes to Yu Ming, little Sakura doesn't like Sora very much. She herself didn't realize that she was becoming more and more concerned about Yu Ming's matter, which seemed to have started from the Tsunade matter last time. Her mindset completely changed. Seeing Sasuke is not as exciting as expected, although there is still excitement. But the mood was very different from what little Sakura expected. And during this period of time, she often mentioned Yu Ming, and she didn't even notice it herself. But Naruto, Yamato, and Sai knew it all. Yu Ming and Tsunade in the Hokage room discussed for a long time, but in the end they couldn't come up with any reliable guesses. Tsunade leaned back on the chair, sighed, "Oh, now we can only wait for them to make a move, I'm really aggrieved." Although Yu Ming knew very well what the truth was, he didn't say it. With Yu Ming around, she naturally wasn't worried about Konoha's major problems, but being so passive made her very uncomfortable. But so far, they did not get any meaningful information. Yu Ming stood behind her and smiled. "Let's be more passive, anyway, they will definitely attack, and I guess, it is very likely to attack Konoha, and then they will know what they want to do." Tsunade sighed. With her character, being too passive really made her very uncomfortable. After Tsunade sighed, he turned his chair to Yu Ming who was standing by the window. "Go look for Sasuke this time." Yamato said something about little Sakura. Yu Ming froze for a moment, turned around and looked at his hand. Tsunade leaned back on the chair, crossed his legs, crossed his hands, and looked at Yu Ming with a meaningful expression on his face. He said, "Little Sakura often mentioned you along the way, and it was the same when I went to the Temple of Fire this time. She often mentions you, and even rarely mentions Sasuke, but when she mentions you, she always acts very happy. What the hell did you do to her?" Tsunade wasn't jealous, a woman her age couldn't be that childish. It's not that Tsunade doesn't like Yu Ming, it's that she knows Yu Ming very well, and there is no possibility of accidents on Yu Ming's side, and she completely trusts Yu Ming. It's just that Tsunade is very curious. The little Sakura obviously didn't pay much attention to Yu Ming in the past 3 years. Why is she paying so much attention now? Very strange. But Yu Ming was also calm, looked at Tsunade and said, "What did I do? I didn't do anything, and what's wrong with me?" Tsunade stood up, stood in front of Yu Ming, looked up at Yu Ming and said, "What's wrong with you?" Yu Ming looked at Tsunade's delicate and fair face in front of him, smiled and said, "You mean, little Sakura has a crush on me?" Tsunade nodded. Yu Ming waved his hand and leaned on the windowsill. "Are you kidding? She likes Sasuke. The reason why she mentioned me is probably because she often hears about me during this period." "Don't be so sensitive." Tsunade took a step forward, leaned on Yu Ming's body, and said with a smile, "I don't want to be sensitive, and I'm not worried that she will like you. I'm just worried that she will be sad. She is my disciple after all. I know you guy best. If she likes you, it's a tragedy in the end, it's a bit too much." Yu Ming looked at Tsunade with a wry smile. "Why aren't you worried about me?" "Seeking flowers, 0. Tsunade gave Yu Ming a blank look. "Your heart is as hard as steel, what am I worried about?" Yu Ming felt a little helpless. Tsunade trusted her very much, which was a good thing, but she never cared about whether Yu Ming would get hurt in this kind of thing. On the contrary, what she cared about was whether the other party would get hurt. Yu Ming didn't know whether to be happy or cry. My own woman never worries about herself in this kind of matter, but cares about the other party. But it is also because Tsunade is quite confident in Yu Ming, and believes in Yu Ming's feelings for him. Otherwise, it would have blown up long ago if it was someone else. Yu Ming looked at Tsunade who was leaning in front of him, and put his arms around her back. He smiled and said, "You may be thinking too much. You should understand little Sakura's obsession with Sasuke. Even if that kind of thing really happened, it's okay. A girl of her age. I forgot about it in a few days. 0. Yu Ming has nothing to little Sakura, really nothing, and keeps a distance when getting along with her. Yu Ming has always felt that his size is in place. I didn't expect little Sakura to be interested in me." But Yu Ming didn't care. He thought little Sakura was just a whim. It didn't feel like that for a while. But Tsunade said, "What kind of person do you think little Sakura is? If the girl likes someone, it will be difficult to give up. Then you will make me 2 masters and apprentices like a man, and it will be a big shame." Yu Ming had a headache, looking at Tsunade's imagining. "What are you thinking? This kind of thing can't happen. If it does, I will stop it directly. In fact, the main thing is to have a Tsunade. Yu Ming is enough. After all, Tsunade has all the advantages of women, and he really doesn't have that idea about other women. And his hobbies are cultivation and reading, or researching some weird things. He doesn't have enough time for himself. How could he have time to step on 2 boats? Of course, he doesn't have time, which doesn't mean others won't do it themselves. However, Yu Ming will naturally not stop doing things like appreciating beautiful women that are beneficial to physical and mental health. For example, the 2 are Wooden Golem and Sam Yi. These 2 Yu Ming are very appreciative. Good figure, beautiful appearance, strong strength, cold personality. Yu Ming doesn't appreciate this type of woman. Of course, what he has always pursued is that you can only watch from a distance, and you can't play with it. Chapter 277 Hinata's Bloodline Talent. 277 330ths. Chapter 277 Hinata's Bloodline Talent. Hearing Yu Ming's words, Tsunade nodded in satisfaction, but little Sakura, a silly child, doesn't know about our relationship yet. Yu Ming laughed and said, there's no need to know, I don't know how to do anything anyway, and I think you overestimated my ability. Although she may have a crush on me, it doesn't mean she likes me. Little Sakura has always loved Sasuke, quite infatuated, you should be clear. Tsunade sighed, I hope so. After speaking, Tsunade raised his head and looked at Yu Ming. Yu Ming felt that the temperature of Tsunade in his arms had changed. Yu Ming smiled wryly, don't make trouble, it's in the Hokage room now. It's not that he doesn't want to, it's just that he is in the Hokage room now, although all the Anbu around him have been transferred away by Tsunade, but here, something is really not normal. Although it may be more exciting in the Hokage room, Yu Ming can still suppress the excitement. If it is at home, then, 897, is two different things. Tsunade leaned on Yu Ming's chest and smiled, you still talk about me, your heart beats faster. Yu Ming also felt Tsunade's heart beating hard, and it was their most intimate gesture in the Hokage room. No one in Konoha knows the relationship between Yu Ming and Tsunade yet. Not even Shizune is clear yet. But that being said, Yu Ming didn't push Tsunade away, just hugged her and looked out of the window calmly. At night, when Yu Ming and Tsunade returned from get-off work to the Senju clan from the Hokage room. Passing by the barbecue restaurant, I met Naruto, small Sakura, Sora and Ino for dinner. Just glanced at it, but Yu Ming didn't pay attention. Walking down the street with Tsunade talking and laughing. At the moment when Yu Ming passed by the window of the barbecue restaurant, Sakura and Naruto happened to see Yu Ming and Tsunade passing by outside the window. The two talked and laughed, the key is that Tsunade is still smiling very happily. In addition, Tsunade is already very beautiful, and Yu Ming is also very good looking, coupled with the height difference between the two, and their identities. For a while a terrible idea emerged in the minds of Naruto and little Sakura. That's why these two are a good match. It's just that when little Sakura thought of this, she immediately shook her head, and said angrily, how is it possible? How old is the master? How could it be possible to have that kind of relationship with Yu Ming? Yu Ming is the guard of the master, but they are really good match. Little Sakura is a little sour. Although I know that Tsunade and Yu Ming are impossible, I am so happy to see these two walking on the street. She is very envious. It's just the appearance of a man and a woman. Naruto was a little curious, why does Yu Ming and Granny Tsunade look more like a couple of lovers? It seems that I really thought too much, and this idea actually appeared. And Ino, who was grilling meat, also noticed outside the window, and was stunned for a moment, it's Yu Ming. After confirming, Ino directly put down the tongs of the barbecue and ran out. Everyone at the barbecue was stunned. After Yu Ming passed the barbecue shop, there was a ninja school not far in front. But he suddenly felt Ino running from behind. Just as Yu Ming was about to turn around, Ino jumped over, hugged Yu Ming's back, and said with a giggle, Yu Ming, long time no see. She and Yu Ming haven't seen much since the last water country mission and going to Sunagaku to take the Chunin exam. It stands to reason that he should have fallen in love with Zuoyong by now. But because of Yu Ming, she didn't. But Tsunade was not angry, looked at Yu Ming, smiled slightly and said, you have provoked a lot of people. Yu Ming also knows that Ino likes Yu Ming, because Yu Ming and Tsunade said something about the ninja school. At that time, she felt that Ino must like Yu Ming. And Yu Ming smiled helplessly. But in 3 years, Ino has indeed grown up, and his figure has improved a lot, at least much stronger than little Sakura. Yu Ming smiled wryly, Ino, come down, there are so many people on the street, and Lord Hokage is here. Ino only noticed the existence of Tsunade at this time, quickly got off Yu Ming's body, stuck out his tongue, looked at Tsunade and said, Master Hokage. Tsunade nodded. After Ino said hello, he looked at Yu Ming and said, we are eating barbecue, come and join us, Yu Ming. Said holding Yu Ming's arm, Yu Ming looked at Tsunade. Tsunade nodded. Ino looked at Yu Ming curiously, and then at Tsunade. She always felt that there was something abnormal between the two, but she didn't dare to say it. But thinking that Yu Ming is Tsunade's guard, if he really wants to do something, he needs Tsunade's permission. So he looked at Tsunade and said, Master Hokage, how about you two? Tsunade didn't want to participate, and said with a smile, you guys go. After finishing speaking, looked at Yu Ming and continued to say, don't be too late. She doesn't care about Ino's actions, she's not that stingy. Looking at Tsunade who turned and left, Yu Ming felt a little helpless, thinking, it seems that I will practice physical skills again tonight. Ino looked at Yu Ming and pulled him towards the barbecue shop. Yu Ming said with a smile, Ino doesn't need to pull me, and I can't run. Ino looked at Yu Ming seriously, no, what if you really run away? In fact, she just wanted to hug Yu Ming. At the same time, I thought in my mind, hey, I am much faster than Hinata, I am afraid that Hinata has never seen it before. But it is true, Hinata's strength has increased a lot, but because she doesn't want to inherit the main family, Hanabi will inherit it. However, Hyuga Hiyashi is indeed a very double-standard person, even though he has confirmed Hanabi as the main family, but he did not impose the cage seal of branch house on Hinata. He knew very well that if this mark was printed, Hinata would be ruined for life. In fact, he has always loved Hinata very much, although he is usually very strict. But now Hinata has not shown his strength because of his character. But her strength is already close to that of Neji, not only has she mastered Revolving Heaven, 8 trigrams palms, 128 palms, etc. Gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. At the same time, he also cultivated Bion to a very high level. Even taller than Neji, because Hinata's blood is quite pure, so her white eyes are extremely frightening. After she really developed it seriously, she found that her white eyes were indeed more powerful than those of the Hyuga clan by more than 0.0. So her strength is almost the same as that of Neji. Even in terms of her white-eyed bloodline, her strength in the future will inevitably surpass Neji and reach the level of Hyuga Tenin. And Hyuga Tenin is actually not a certain person, but a title for each generation of the Hyuga clan who has reached a very strong strength. The Hyuga Hiashi clan felt that, in terms of Neji's talent, this generation of Hyuga Tenin would be Neji. In fact, Hinata's blood talent is extremely high and pure, but her personality has not been developed before. But when she wanted to increase her strength and catch up with Yu Ming, she practiced hard and developed her white eyes, and found that her white eyes were indeed completely different from those of other Hyuga clansmen. It's just that she didn't say anything, she clearly remembered what Yu Ming told her about her extraordinary talents, and sometimes she couldn't show them casually. Chapter 278 Who is the girl Yu Ming likes? 278 330ths. Chapter 278 Who is the girl Yu Ming likes? So when she found out that she was supercilious, she didn't even tell her father. Originally, she wanted to talk to Yu Ming, but in the past 3 years, Yu Ming and her haven't met much. Except after taking Tsunagaku's Chunin exam last time, she didn't meet Yu Ming very much after that, even if she did, it was in the Hokage room. At that time, she didn't dare to talk to Yu Ming at all. When Ino pulled Yu Ming into the barbecue restaurant, Asuma looked at Yu Ming and smiled, "You are here too." Yu Ming's current position is Hokage guard, and he is a Jonin like Asuma, but his position is actually higher than Asuma's. But Asuma is indeed higher than Yu Ming. So Yu Ming sat down with a smile. Ms. Asuma spent a lot of money today. Asuma was a little helpless, eating a barbecue is not cheap. It's just that Asuma is also an elite Jonin, he is not very short of money. Although he belongs to the Sarutobi clan, in Konoha, the Sarutobi clan is no less big than the Hyuga clan. It's just that he never thought of relying on his family, and with his strength and ability, he does have this confidence. So the money he used was always earned by doing tasks himself. So after eating such a barbecue, he ate the reward for AD level mission. But for Elite Jonin 16, even eating barbecue every day is actually not too difficult. It's just that they have to spend most of the money to buy ninja tools and some equipment used in combat. So although earn more, get more. But as long as you become a ninja, no ninja is poor. Even a genin. The reward for 1D rank mission is enough to cover the living expenses of an ordinary genin for several months. Of course, if you buy ninja tools and the like, it will not be enough. After all, a detonating talisman costs thousands of taels. As for the 600 billion detonators prepared by Conan, it was said that Kakuzu bought them with money, which is pure nonsense. Not to mention whether he can earn that much money, even the ninja world cannot have so many detonating charms for him to buy. 600 billion detonating charms, the whole ninja world has not produced so many for so many years. The detonator is definitely an advanced ninja tool, and in Genin's ninja tool bag, there will always be at least one detonating charm. So if Genin's remuneration is placed with ordinary people, AD level mission is enough for ordinary people to live for several months, but for ninjas, it is still very difficult. So often invite Shikamaru to Asuma who eat their yakiniku, and the deposit is definitely not a small amount. Actually Kakashi is richer than Asuma. It's just that he is really stingy, and it's hard to make up his mind to ask for a bowl of ramen. Of course, in addition to buying ninja tools and small books. However, in the past 3 years, Yu Ming's savings are actually quite large, at least hundreds of millions of taels. It is naturally impossible to have so much money purely doing tasks, and many of them were seized while performing tasks. After Tsunade and Yu Ming got together, they never gambled money. So Yu Ming has quite a lot of savings. However, because Yu Ming has always lived in the Senju family, he doesn't need any money at all. Although Yu Ming is suspected of being a softie, Yu Ming doesn't care at all. No one in the Senju family cared. After all, this little money was nothing to Yu Ming. They really hope that Yu Ming can live in the Senju clan. Everyone knows that Yu Ming is the strongest in Konoha, and may even be the 6th Hokage in the future. Having a good relationship with him now will benefit you in the future. It has to be said that although the Senju clan has declined, the Senju clan really has a lot of industries in Konoha, and they are arranged very close together. No less than the big families like the Hyuga family, but there are very few strong ones. Tsunade can be regarded as the strongest one of their clan right now. The arrival of Yu Ming made Kong a little unhappy. He didn't know why, but he was a little disgusted with Yu Ming, and he felt this way when he first saw Yu Ming. When he knew that he was the rumored Yu Ming in the ninja world, he was even more disgusted, so his expression was not very good. Yu Ming didn't care at all. As long as this guy didn't provoke him, Yu Ming didn't really care what he thought. Ino pulled Yu Ming to sit next to her, making little Sakura a little angry. The barbecue lasted for more than 2 hours. Ino has been helping Yu Ming to barbecue, and Yu Ming's plate is full. If Yu Ming didn't stop him, the whole table of barbecue would be eaten by Ino. Clip it to Yu Ming. Coming out of the barbecue shop, Yu Ming walked directly towards the Senju family, but when passing a corner, little Sakura was standing at the corner and looking at Yu Ming. Yu Ming looked at little Sakura and said with a smile, "Little Sakura, what are you doing here if you don't go home at night?" Little Sakura looked at Yu Ming, lowered her head, thought for a while, looked at Yu Ming and said, what is your relationship with Ino? Perhaps because of embarrassment, little Sakura asked while kicking the ground. Yu Ming was also a little strange, but he still remembered something, and said with a smile, friend, classmate relationship, what's the matter? Hearing this, little Sakura was actually a little happy. He raised his head, leaned against the wall, and said, well, do you have a girl you like? Yu Ming was a little speechless, it seemed that he really came. But Yu Ming still said, yes, calmly. Little Sakura was completely stunned, do you have a girl you like? Yu Ming nodded, what's wrong? Little Sakura waved her hand and said in a panic, no, nothing, can you tell me who it is? Yu Ming shook his head and smiled, I can't. Little Sakura was still very happy when she heard that Ino was just a friend of Yu Ming, but now that she heard this, her 197 mood plummeted. Is it Ino? Yu Ming shook his head, no. Little Sakura frowned and asked again, is that Hinata? Yu Ming still smiled and said, no. Little Sakura frowned and thought, who else is there besides these two? Could it be someone from outside the village? By the way, Yu Ming seems to have a good relationship with girls from other villages in the past 3 years. Is it from Cloud Shinobi Village? Or from Tsunade? No matter how you think about it, little Sakura never thought of being Tsunade. Yu Ming looked at little Sakura struggling, and said with a smile, go back early, I'm going home too. Although little Sakura wants to say something to Yu Ming, but after knowing that he has a girl he likes, she knows what she said and shouldn't say it. Looking at Yu Ming's back, little Sakura frowned, leaned against the wall, and then looked at the bright moon in the sky. Somewhat uncomfortable. Now getting Sasuke back is her obsession with her teammates, but for Yu Ming, she feels that her feelings have deteriorated. In the past, she had feelings for Yu Ming as a teammate, but now it has become a liking. But little Sakura just can't figure it out, neither Hinata nor Ino is Yu Ming's favorite girl, so who is it? Does Yu Ming know any other girls? In this village, Yu Ming also knew Hinata and Ino, and their relationship was the best when they were in ninja school. But it's not their words, so who is it? Chapter 279 Nine Tails belong to Konoha. 279 330ths. Chapter 279 Nine Tails belong to Konoha. Back to the Senju clan. Between Tsunade and his room, sitting on the bed, Yu Ming frowned, not knowing what he was thinking. Tsunade came over after taking a shower, looking at Yu Ming's appearance. A little curious, he sat down, looked at Yu Ming and said, what's the matter? I've been frowning since I came back. Now the two are no different from ordinary couples. Even Yu Ming is used to this state. Yu Ming sighed, you're right, little Sakura does have a crush on me, but I just can't figure out why. I haven't met her much in the past 3 years. Tsunade's heart trembled, sure enough, it happened. Then he smiled wryly, then what do you think? Yu Ming froze for a moment, then turned to look at Tsunade sitting beside him. Yu Ming smiled and said, what should I do? I just don't know when it is, it shouldn't be at all, how can I have such a great ability to let then little Sakura who likes Sasuke has a crush on me? It's almost like a joke. Hearing Yu Ming's words, Tsunade smiled, lifted the quilt, and was about to go to sleep. You just think too much. In fact, it's okay if you don't care. You have said it before, children's feelings, come fast, go fast. Yu Ming smiled, originally, it's just that I've always been curious about when it was. It shouldn't be at all, but I made it very clear to her just now that I already have a girl I like. Indeed, don't make both of you master and apprentice fall in love with one person at the same time, then you, Hokage, will lose face. Tsunade lay down, closed his eyes, and said, it doesn't matter, go to sleep, I have to get up early to go to work tomorrow, I'm exhausted. Seeing that Tsunade didn't care at all, Yu Ming also smiled wryly, but I won't let this kind of thing happen, go to sleep. These two people are now completely like an old couple, but Yu Ming feels that this state is in line with his state of mind. The combined two lives are in their 30s, so Yu Ming felt a little tired to intercede, my love. When I was with Tsunade at the beginning, I was really seduced by her figure and beauty all the time. But now, there is no disturbance in Ming's heart at all. Sleeping, really just sleeping, if he didn't feel it, he wouldn't be as intemperate as he was a few months ago. But the relationship between the two of them, now in Konoha, no one knows at all, not even Jiraiya. Not even the Senju clan knew about it. After all, the Senju family is quite big, and the Senju family is relatively small. As for the area where Tsunade lived, all the Senju people were removed. Within more than 100 meters around, among several huge houses, there were only Yu Ming and Tsunade. So until now, no one has discovered that Tsunade has any relationship with Yu Ming. The next day, the two came to work together as usual. Yu Ming didn't take what happened to little Sakura yesterday to heart. When the two came to the Hokage room, just found two Hokage advisors sitting in the Hokage room waiting for Tsunade. But Tsunade didn't care, walked in and said calmly, is there something? Walked over, sat on his own seat, crossed his legs, looked at the documents on the table, and felt a little headache. Why are there so many documents piled up in just one day? Tsunade makes this exclamation every day, and the two Hokage advisors looked at Tsunade, frowned and said, Sora, what are you going to do with it? Tsunade paused his hands that were holding the document, and then returned to normal. How to deal with what? Two Hokage consultants came over, looked at Tsunade and said, you should know that the chakra of Nine Tails is sealed on his body, and the chakra of Nine Tails belongs to Konoha. Tsunade put down the document in his hand, crossed his legs, leaned back on the chair, crossed his arms, and looked at the two of them. Ninetales is our Konoha tail beast, but Ninetales chakra is not, no matter whether he has the Ninetales chakra sealed on him or not. This is not important. What I care about is that the corpse of the Temple of Fire is lost, and what those people who stole the corpse want to do is the most important thing. The two Hokage consultants have completely different ideas from Tsunade. Ninetales is our Konoha, and likewise, Five Tails chakra should be. The attitude of these two men is very strong. Tsunade didn't respond at all. She also has the right to ignore it. You mean, Goldenhorn and Silverhorn belonged to Konoha before? These two guys also own chakra from Ninetales. 0. The two Hokage consultants frowned and said, the two should not be confused. Tsunade looked at the two and said, you also know that the two can't be confused. The chakra of Ninetales is indeed sealed on Sora's body, but it's just chakra, not the real Ninetales. There are many such things in the ninja world. If every one of you is held accountable, then Konoha doesn't have so much energy to deal with such things. And Tsunade thinks that the chakra of Ninetales is just, as long as Ninetales is not stolen, then it will be fine. Those people, no matter how they are trained, they still cannot cultivate the real Ninetales. So Tsunade doesn't care about such things at all. Just two Hokage consultants have to care. After all, Ninetales are Konoha's strategic weapons. Not even its chakra can be leaked. Tsunade, your mentality doesn't look like Hokage's mentality. Tsunade smiled, but I'm Hokage now. If you have the energy, go and track down the thieves who stole the corpse. What you want to do is much more useful than talking nonsense with me here. Tsunade didn't give the two Hokage consultants any face, because she really didn't think it was important. She can feel that there are not many Ninetales chakra sealed in the hollow body. Yu Ming didn't care either, so Tsunade naturally felt bad about it. But the fact is true, the Ninetales chakra who was sealed in the empty body has not even produced his own consciousness. This kind of pure chakra, Li is really a lot in Hyuga. But none of them could successfully replicate a real tailed beast. After all, if tailed beasts could really be copied, there would have been tailed beasts everywhere in the ninja world for more than 1,000 years. Moreover, Sora is still from the land of fire, and has the Ninetales chakra on his body. Although it is true that the Ninetales chakra belonging to Konoha leaked out, it is not enough to punish him. Maybe he didn't even know that he was sealed Ninetales chakra. Tsunade didn't intend to punish Sora. Yu Ming, who had been sitting in his seat the whole time, didn't speak either. It stands to reason that at this time, he should put forward his own opinion. After all, as a Hokage guard, he has to say something anyway. What's more, he is indeed in a very high position in Konoha now. The two Hokage consultants continued to discuss with Tsunade for a long time, but in the end the two still did not get a firm statement from Tsunade. I can only leave angrily. Chapter 280 The Sadness of Shaoran Village. 280-330ths. Chapter 280 The Sadness of Shaoran Village. Tsunade sighed. These two old guys are really hard to deal with. Then Tsunade looked at Yu Ming and asked, how do you plan to deal with this matter? Yu Ming raised his head, looked at Tsunade, and said with a smile, didn't they ask you? Tsunade gave Yu Ming a blank look, then let me ask you. Yu Ming smiled, actually, if you really want to deprive that guy of the Ninetales chakra, I have a way, but I plan to use that guy to attract the group of people who stole the corpse. I think that group of thieves must be with that guy. The guy has something to do with it, or their purpose of stealing the body may have something to do with that guy. Tsunade also nodded. I think so too, it's just that the two old guys are obviously not willing to let Ninetales chakra be left on the bodies of people from other villages. There is nothing wrong with this kind of thinking. After all, it is Konoha's strategic weapon, how could it be easily obtained by others? Even just a little chakra is not enough. Yu Ming laughed and said, wait for a while, after I know what those thieves want to do, I will strip Ninetales chakra from that guy. Tsunade has no way, but she knows that 543, Yu Ming must have a way. After waiting for a few days, Konoha gradually received several other ninja villages in the country of fire, and several of them were slaughtered. Tsunade frowned and said, looks like they made a move. Yu Ming nodded, so Tsunade summoned ninjas who had no missions in Konoha, and went to various villages to investigate. Among them are Naruto et al. Standing under the setting sun, Tsunade looked very solemnly, I don't know what they want to do, but what they did was really cruel. Although they slaughtered other small ninja villages in the land of fire, if there is a war like the ninja war in those small ninja villages, Konoha will lead them. Strictly speaking, those ninja villages are Konoha's allies. Better allies than Sunagaku relations. Tsunade was very angry when he learned that several ninja villages in the land of fire were slaughtered. It was completely unexpected that this group of people would use this method. Yu Ming didn't feel anything, because he already knew that things would develop like this. It's just that he didn't take action to stop it, mainly because he really didn't know which village the group of people attacked. In the small ninja village in the land of fire, there are 80 if not 100. It is impossible to prevent it. Many small ninja villages are actually a small ninja family. There are not many ninjas. The ability to resist risks is very poor. However, they are also unwilling to integrate into Konoha. They have no choice but to appear as an independent small ninja village. When Konoha established the village, there were indeed only Senju and Uchiha clans, and then other ninja clans would slowly join in. In fact, Many ninja families who joined Konoha at the beginning were not large ninja families. For example, the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan were the first to join Konoha, but their strength at that time was really not very good. When Konoha became powerful, large families like the Hyuga clan joined in. This is also the reason why even Hokage can hardly shake the family rules of the Hyuga clan. Because their family rules have been formed for thousands of years, while Konoha has only been established for a few decades. It was only a few generations before the Hyuga clan joined Konoha. And many small families are indeed unwilling to join in. I am worried that after adding Konoha, it will be completely differentiated. This is inevitable. When a scattered family exists in the form of a village, a question must be considered, that is, whether the family is the most important thing or the village is the most important. This problem was doomed to arise on the first day of establishing the village. This is irreversible. Therefore, the reason why many small families are unwilling to join Konoha is not that they do not want to be protected by Konoha, but because they are worried that their families will be completely divided after joining the village. Konoha has many families, and when Konoha BGDF was added, it did die out. Apart from the Hyuga clan, only the Uchiha clan, the excluded family, did not integrate into the village. Most of the ninjas of the branch house clan still focus on the village, but they are not as extreme as Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. In fact, Danzo also came from a ninja family. One of the first families to join Konoha was the Shimura clan. There are not many Shimura clans in Konoha. It is conceivable that the Shimura clan is obviously divided. But with Danzo's personality, it is estimated that he doesn't care much about the Shimura family. And those families who are unwilling to join Konoha, although they can keep the family from being divided, their ability to resist risks is also very poor. Just like before, the ghosts of the Oni clan slaughtered the ninja souls gathered from several ninja villages. This kind of thing is difficult for him to do in a big ninja village like Konoha. But the small family has no way to resist this level of powerhouse. And when a war like the Ninja World War breaks out, the ninja village in the Land of Fire must also send people to participate in the war. The casualty ratio was high. Therefore, compared to Konoha, the small ninja village actually does not want a ninja war to happen. But what I did with the horse this time was really a little too much. Actually slaughtered several ninja villages. Hime Zenk is also a ninja from the Land of Fire. However, in terms of his extreme personality, it is conceivable that this guy firmly believes that there can only be one person who has the final say in the Land of Fire. That person must be a daimyo, not Hokage. But he is really extreme. Although the daimyo never interfered with Konoha's affairs, Hokage never interfered with the Fire Nation's affairs either. Although many times, after the Ninja World War, things like the cession of the country's land are discussed by Hokage. But it was all done by the daimyo. After all, it is impossible for the daimyo of a country to negotiate in person. The daimyo does not have much force. What if something happens? But this situation makes Kazuma feel that Hokage is superfluous and has robbed daimyo of his power. In fact, although the Fire Country daimyo and Hokage are in a cooperative relationship, Hokage has no power over other ninja villages and affairs other than Ninja Village. Even this bit of power in Ninja Village and Ma don't want to have it. It's no wonder that even the daimyo at the time felt that Kazuma's ideas were extreme. The reason why Yu Ming is calm is that he has seen too much, the ghost image before, and the horse now. Many small ninja villages have a sense of presence at this time, but it is estimated that they do not want to be remembered with this sense of presence. Looking at Tsunade, Yu Ming said calmly, after they took action against the small ninja village, they will go to Konoha next. Maybe they are preparing something. During this time, be optimistic about that space. Tsunade nodded. I have sent Anbu to watch. Yu Ming will not watch in person, although his strength is the strongest in Konoha, but his position is a Hokage guard. If he is asked to do small things, then he, the Hokage guard, will be too busy. Chapter 281 Sora Runaway. 281 330ths. Chapter 281 Sora Runaway. After several small ninja villages in the Land of Fire were massacred by Wabadaran, they used Earth-style ninjutsu to bury all the dead bodies in the soil full of death. In the end, he planned to use space-time ninjutsu to transfer all the soil to Konoha. In fact, Hime's biggest reliance is his Earth-style reincarnation technique to resurrect the 4 members of the 12 ninjas. Let them perform the powerful lightning-style ninjutsu of lightning-style Lyman Laren in Konoha. This ninjutsu is so powerful that it can even destroy the entire Konoha, which is a combined ninjutsu. And it's an extremely powerful lightning-style ninjutsu. This ninjutsu is an S-rank ninjutsu, and this time and space met Kazuma among the leaves, and Ma and he talked a lot. Let Sora develop resentment towards Asuma and Konoha. Naruto and others also completed the mission and came back from the outside at this time. Sora didn't attack Tsunade this time, because he knew that Yu Ming was beside Tsunade, and if he wanted to attack Tsunade, that would be courting death, even with chakra with 9 tails. Talked a lot about Yu Ming with Ma and Kong, so Sora originally wanted to attack Tsunade, but quickly dismissed the idea. Because he felt that he was unlikely to be Yu Ming's opponent. He who didn't want to stay in Konoha wanted to leave Konoha, but he left Konoha without saying hello, being watched by Danzo's root members. As soon as Kong came out of Konoha, the root members followed. Sora soon came to the forest a few kilometers away from Konoha. He who had been running was suddenly blocked by a few kunai. Seeing the few kunai flying over, he rolled empty and avoided Gen's attack. Immediately pulled out the special steel claw that Asuma gave him. Look at the masked Roots members standing on the tree ahead. Sora finally believed Kazuma's words now. Sure enough, Konoha's just want to extract the Nine Tails chakra from me. Sora's mood changed drastically. The members of General didn't talk nonsense, and they attacked the air with long knives in their hands. Sora was in a rage. Use the chakra steel claw in your hand. He waved a wind blade towards several people. Earth-style earth flow wall. Boom. Just when the Root and Kong's wind blade were about to collide, Anbu appeared. As soon as it appeared, the earth flow wall was used to block the empty wind blade. If Sora really killed Konoha's ninja, then he wouldn't have any room for maneuver. And when the three of Anbu appeared, looking at the three people at Genbu has no right to do these things now. You'd better not make a move, otherwise I think Master Hokage will definitely hurt Genji again. Anbu is now completely controlled by Tsunade, loyal to Tsunade alone. With Tsunade's method, all the people from other forces in Anbu were eliminated. This is also Yamato's approach. In fact, this is Yamato's method. In fact, when Tsunade took over Hokage on the first day, he has been completely loyal to Tsunade. Because he is a copy of Grandpa Tsunade. Naturally, when preparing Anbu will be rearranged again, and now he is secretly loyal to Tsunade. People from other forces have also been eliminated by Yamato long ago. Moreover, the strength of the three Anbus is not comparable to the three who are rooted here. Anbu has 1 Jonin, 2 Chunin, and the root is 3 Chunin. And the three of General did not speak, and left after Anbu warned. Danzo just let them monitor the sky and didn't let them go out. Kong, on the other hand, regards Anbu as the same person as Root. Waving the steel claws in his hand, he rushed towards the three Anbu. Ding, it's just that apart from bursting into Nine Tails chakra, his strength is at most a Chunin. So it was easily blocked by Anbu's ninja. And also an Anbu Chunin. Jonin of Anbu looked at Sora and said, you can leave Konoha, but you have to report to Hokage-sama. Konoha doesn't come and go whenever you want. Konoha has no restrictions on ordinary people. Because ordinary people from outside the village and in the village come in and out every day to carry out various commercial activities or travel. For ordinary people, they only need a passport or registration, or even do not need to register. But for ninjas, you need the permission of Hokage to enter and leave. Sora belongs to the ninja, and is still under surveillance. Now Anbu's attitude is considered good. Even if Anbu is the same as Genbu just now, it is completely reasonable to directly kill Kong. It's just obvious that Anbu's order was to monitor Kong, not to kill him. It's just that these words, in the eyes of Kong at this time, are warning him, and under this kind of mood, hearing such words makes Kong feel even worse. Ask for flowers. With his character, this warning is simply insulting him. You Konoha people are all murderers. The murderer who killed my father, you all deserve to die, that Hokage, and that Yu Ming deserves to die. Anbu's ninja frowned, but as Anbu, they are very sensible, and they will not lose their sense of proportion just because of a word or two from others. Jonin of Anbu still said very calmly, please go back. When a ninja leaves the village, he must report to Lord Hokage. You are also a ninja. Anbu's Jonin directly blocked Sora's next sentence. It's just that the more Anbu's ninja talks, the more Sora's mood swings. Eventually the Nine Tails chakra even started to appear on the body, and the tailed beast mantle began to form. Anbu's Jonin stared slightly. Oops, Wago, Fukuro, back off. Anbu Chunin, who blocked Kong with a knife before, retracted his knife and jumped away from Kong. Anbu's Jonin began to seal, Earth-style cage technique, quickly with both hands. The moment Anbu's Jonin seal was completed, earth walls suddenly rose around Kong, surrounding Kong. At the same time, he released a signal flare into the sky. He felt that Kong's chakra was soaring rapidly, and he felt that the three of them could not restrain Kong at all. We can only release signal flares and seek support. At this time, Yu Ming and Tsunade are getting detailed information about the mission of Naruto and the others. Suddenly, a signal flare was raised outside the village. Yu Ming frowned, stood up, and looked at the position of the signal flare. It's Anbu's flare. It seems that something happened to Sora. Naruto was stunned when he heard the news. Sora, isn't he in the village? Tsunade frowned and said, a lot of things this time, we all guess, have something to do with Sora. Naruto was completely stunned because he didn't quite believe it. For Naruto, although Sora is really annoying, he is also a friend he wants to win over. And Yamato was also a little dignified at this time. This is Anbu's call for help. Yu Ming looked at Yamato, Teacher Yamato. Yamato nodded and disappeared. He's going to send someone to help. And Naruto was very nervous, looked at Tsunade and asked, Grandma Tsunade, what's wrong with Sora? Spoon. Chapter 282 Reach 5 times 9 Tails Chakra, will surpass Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. 282 330ths. Chapter 282 Reach 5 times 9 Tails Chakra, will surpass Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. Tsunade looked at Naruto, thought for a while and said, I'm afraid that the disappearance of the body has something to do with Sora. He may not know it. It's just that those who stole the body want to use Sora to disadvantage Konoha. His body is the same as yours, with 9 Tails Chakra sealed. Hearing this, Naruto was completely stunned. What? He also has 9 Tails Chakra on him. 9 Tails has 2. Little Sakura is also curious. Shikamaru and the others are even more strange. Isn't there only one 9 Tails? Yu Ming explained, the Nine Tails chakra on him should come from Nine Tails, it should be the chakra that Nine Tails dissipated into the air, and someone cultivated it to form Nine Tails. However, this kind of technology is very immature, so it's easy for Sora to go berserk for this reason. He is a pseudo-Jinchuriki. However, with his current body, if he wants to accommodate the power of Nine Tails, I'm afraid he can't. 757, but as long as he is a different person, maybe he can really exert the power of a tailed beast. For example, Jinzhao and Yinzhao, after eating the meat of Nine Tails, they can really completely tail. But the two of them originally had the blood of Sage of Six Paths, so their physical strength was much stronger than others. It must be much stronger than Kong. So it can be completely tailed. Naruto didn't care about this. After a while of silence, he said, so that's it, Sora is the same person as me. At this time, Nine Tails in Naruto's body took the initiative to talk to Naruto. Boy, that guy does have my chakra in his body, and after so many years of cultivation, the chakra sealed in that guy's body is almost as powerful as an ordinary tailed beast. Although it is impossible to reach my level, I am still close to the state of Six Tails. Naruto frowned. So strong. Without training, normal people can't bear you in Six Tails state at all. When he was not practicing before, when Naruto was in the state of Six Tails, his consciousness had completely disappeared. Now when Naruto is in the state of Eight Tails, he can still be very clear. It's just that in the Nine Tails state, consciousness is still very vague. However, he has been practicing according to the method given by Yu Ming. It is estimated that after a month or two, he will be able to fully grasp the state of Nine Tails. And after reaching the state of Nine Tails, it is completely tailed beast. If Naruto can stay awake even when fully tailed, then Naruto will enter the Nine Tails mode. Nine Tails is indeed completely different from other tailed beasts, and this difference is a qualitative difference. Nine Tails not only has the largest amount of chakra and the strongest strength, but also has a special Nine Tails mode when entering Nine Tails mode, besides Nine Tails mode, Kurama mode, and even Six Paths Sage mode. These are all unique because of the existence of Nine Tails. And Nine Tails is very smart. When this guy was learning Sage mode in Naruto, it actually learned it by itself, which is quite outrageous. In the final battle between Naruto and Sasuke, it was helping Naruto absorb most of the natural energy of the earth. And these have proved that 5 stars are indeed the darling of Sage of Six Paths. Sage of Six Paths gave almost all of its great power to Nine Tails, and the other tail beasts were like buy one get 8 free. And Kong has not been cultivated at all, and now he, when he is in Six Tails mode, will only be completely controlled by the Nine Tails chakra in his body. And the Nine Tails in his body have not cultivated consciousness at all. If he enters into a complete tail beast, he will only become a killing machine that destroys everywhere. This is why, Yu Ming is not worried at all. Even if it is chakra who exploded into Nine Tails, if he can't control it, his strength will not be much. Nine Tails looked at Naruto and said calmly, if you can't bear it, you will be controlled by the fake Nine Tails in his body, but the Nine Tails in his body has no consciousness at all except emotions, so in the end that guy should become a killing machine that only destroys. But you can rest assured that Konoha probably won't have any losses. There should be that guy. If Konoha wants to be destroyed, unless Sage of Six Paths is alive, it will be very difficult even if Sage of Six Paths is alive. Quote. For Yu Ming's strength, Nine Tails is very afraid. Even when facing 10 Tails, it has never been so afraid. But more is admiration. Yu Ming can be so powerful without relying on the blood of Sage of Six Paths, which can be said to be the only exception in the ninja world. Although Nine Tails didn't know that Naruto was the reincarnation of Ashura Chakra at this time, they also knew that Naruto had the blood of the Sage of Six Paths. His Uzumaki bloodline is one of the Sage of Six Paths bloodlines. So Naruto's own chakra is extremely huge, but it is much worse than Nine Tails. The rest of Naruto's chakra that Kakashi said was used to suppress Nine Tails. It doesn't mean that Naruto's chakra has as many Nine Tails. Compared with Nine Tails, Naruto relies on the 8-sign seal applied by Namikaze Minato, and the 8-sign seal that has been added later. So it is normal to seal more Nine Tails with less chakra. Yu Ming, who didn't know ninjutsu before, thought that Naruto's chakra could already be compared with Nine Tails. If this is the case, then Nine Tails is too shameless. Nine Tails is the tail beast with the most chakra under 10 tails. If Naruto's chakra can be the same as Nine Tails, then the tail beast with the most chakra under 10 tails is really ridiculous. But after Yu Ming fully understood ninjutsu, it became clear that the 96 cards of chakra that Naruto disappeared were used to maintain the 8-sign seal. Although the amount of chakra is also very large, it is nothing compared to Nine Tails. And Nine Tails was the first to feel scary, Yu Ming. Even more shocking than meeting Senju Hashirama back then. Senju Hashirama's chakra was even more than that. But not much. But now the amount of chakra in Yu Ming's body alone is more than 4 times that of Nine Tails, even reaching 5 times. If it really reaches 5 times, then the amount of Yu Ming's chakra has reached the level of a full body 10 tails. At that time, Yu Ming's chakra alone was even more outrageous than Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. After all, Ōtsutsuki Kaguya who ate the chakra fruit is just a chakra with a part of the sacred tree. In the end, it merged with 10 tails. Chakra Huang Kai 5.8 is equivalent to 10 tails. But the chakra of 9 tails, who is 5 times perfect, has surpassed 10 tails. This is quite terrifying. It can be said that as a mortal, at that time, Yu Ming will immediately jump to the next level, which is the Six Paths level. Even stronger than Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. In fact, the strength of Sage of Six Paths can't be compared with Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, but he and Ōtsutsuki Hamura have the yin and yang escape that conceal Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. This is a sealing technique. It's a relationship of restraint. Neither Ōtsutsuki Yuya nor Ōtsutsuki Hamura can match Ōtsutsuki Kaguya in a single round of pure power. And Yu Ming, if chakra jumps to the level of 5 times 9 tails, then he will definitely surpass Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. The most frightening thing is that Yu Ming's combat IQ and understanding of martial arts are terrifying. Chapter 283 5 Elements Seal Solution. 283 330ths. Chapter 283 5 Elements Seal Solution. Naruto looked at Ninetales and asked very curiously, "Why do you feel so afraid of Yu Ming?" Ninetales lay on the ground, closed his eyes and said, "I'm not afraid, it's just that the guy is really powerful. With his strength, in the ninja world, it is impossible to find someone who can defeat him, even if you have mastered mine with all the power, it's impossible." Naruto laughed and said, "I didn't even think about beating Yu Ming, I know I'm not his opponent." Ninetales did not speak again. Still, Naruto was worried about Sora. Looking at Yu Ming, he said, "Is nothing wrong with Kong?" Yu Ming stood in front of the window, watching the fluctuation of chakra in the distance, because it was only a few kilometers away from him, and it was completely under his control, so Yu Ming had already felt it completely. At this time, the chakra in the empty body is skyrocketing, but it is very unstable, it should be caused by the Ninetales chakra. His chakra is very unstable now, I am afraid that the Ninetales chakra in his body is about to go berserk, but Mr. Yamato has already passed by himself. Yamato is good at wood style, and he already has the power to suppress the tail beast chakra, but without the sealed talisman given by Yu Ming, the pressure would be a bit heavy. Naruto was a little worried, looked at Tsunade sitting on the chair and said, "Grandma Tsunade, I want to go and have a look." 16 Tsunade thought for a while and said, "Okay, but remember, don't come near him." Naruto nodded. Little Sakura looked at Yu Ming and said, "Master, I'll go and have a look too." Tsunade looked at the people standing in the Hokage room and said, "Let's go." These people were a little ready to move, and they directly approved that they could all go over. Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang are basically here. Basically everything here except Sasuke. And Kakashi has followed Yamato at this time. In the Hokage room, for a while, only Yu Ming and Tsunade were left. Tsunade stood up and stood beside Yu Ming, looking at the smoke and dust that was emerging in the distance worriedly said, "Is it going to happen? Why haven't those people made a move yet?" Under such circumstances, Yu Ming still had a calm face and said calmly, "Wait." Yu Ming already felt their presence. At this time, a dozen Anbu ninjas, Yamato, Kakashi, and Asuma were rushing to Sora's side. 3 Anbu ninjas are struggling to support and fight against the sky. At this time, Sora has turned into a tailed beast, reaching 3 tails. After this state, it is impossible for the 3 Anbu ninjas to be his opponents. You can only release ninjutsu and shuriken from a distance. And just when Anbu's Jonin was about to sacrifice himself to die with Kong, Hime suddenly attacked him from the woods. Anbu Jonin was pierced through the chest with a crutch. He had been fighting with Kong for a long time just now, and he basically resisted most of Kong's attacks. The 2 Anbu Chunins couldn't bear the pressure of Kong after he entered the tailed beast form. Now that his chakra is very low, he wants to use the last move to kill Kong together, even if it is impossible, at least 2 of his subordinates can escape. Knowing that he was suddenly backstabbed, Anbu Jonin was originally just an ordinary Jonin, and Hime was an elite Jonin more than 10 years ago, which is at the same level as Asuma. Much stronger than Anbu Jonin. Plus Anbu Jonin's chakra is almost consumed. Under the sudden attack, it is impossible to defend. After being pierced from behind, Anbu Jonin watched his 2 subordinates run away. The 2 Anbu Chunin held long knives and wanted to rush up and fight the horse, but were stopped by Anbu Jonin's words. The 2 gritted their teeth and ran towards Konoha. Kazuma pulled out his blood-stained crutches, and smiled. Stupid guy, he actually pledged his allegiance to such a ridiculous woman. After finishing speaking, he didn't even look at Anbu Jonin, who fell to the ground, and turned to Kong, who was already unconscious. At this time, although Kong's consciousness was blurred, he still remembered Hime. There was no attack on him. Taking this opportunity, Kazuma walked up to Sora. "The people who caused your father's death were in Konoha. Those people in Konoha killed your father and made you excluded from childhood. Now, I will unlock your power so that you can take revenge." After speaking, he walked in front of Kong, and the 5 fingers showed wind, fire, earth, thunder and water respectively. This is the 5-element seal that Jiraiya and Orochimaru used to use. This ninjutsu is not a difficult seal technique. Jiraiya knows it, Orochimaru does it, and so does Kazuma. Unseal 5 elements unseal, and the horse clawed at Kong's belly. The 5-element seal in the empty body was released. The moment the sealing technique was released, an extremely strong chakra rushed towards Kazuma. Zhang Hime was blasted tens of meters in an instant, and this force caused some damage to his internal organs, but Hime looked at Kong and laughed, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, but he still smiled and said, "Kong, go attack New Leaf. You are Jinchuriki now. You are not inferior to the real Ninetales Jinchuriki. Go destroy Konoha, go for revenge." Hearing Kazuma's words, Sora turned his direction, and the tail behind him continued to condense. From the previous 3 items, it has been condensed to the current 4th item. Even the 5th article is about to condense. Roar. A loud roar came from the forest. Within tens of meters around, all the numbers were completely broken by the violent energy generated after his roar. Soon, under a strong storm, within tens of meters around the sky, not a single tree existed. Just the energy shock wave generated by his rage cleared away tens of meters around. This kind of power is no less than that of an A-level wind-style ninjutsu. At this time, the empty hands 830 are placed on the ground, already quite close to the posture of a fox. The next moment, he ran wildly towards Konoha. Extremely fast, Ninetales is already fast. In just a dozen seconds, he crossed a kilometer or so. A minute later, it appeared on the edge of the leaves. Just at the moment when he was about to hit Konoha, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Boom! But it is sunny now, and a thunder appeared on a sunny day. This was simply released on purpose. The ninja, who was originally on Konoha's city wall watching Sora's destruction along the way, was very nervous that he would break through Konoha's wall, completely stunned. It's sunny, why is there thunder? And at this time, Naruto and others, as well as some people from Anbu also appeared in front of Sora. And Kong was also knocked back hundreds of meters by the lightning. Perhaps feeling the provocation, Kong roared towards the city wall. He thought that the lightning was released by those on the city wall. Standing on the city wall, Naruto frowned and shouted, "Sora, why did you become like this?" Kakashi and Yamato frowned at this moment. Kakashi's injuries have recovered, and this is the first time he has encountered someone who has attacked him since he was discharged from the hospital. It's not that there were no people who attacked Konoha village before, it's just that Jinchuriki rarely hit this place. Chapter 284 The Runaway-Tailed Beast, The Calm Yu Ming. 284 330ths. Chapter 284 The Runaway-Tailed Beast, The Calm Yu Ming. In the past, the Gaara kind only broke out outside the village. And Kakashi discovered that the bolt from the blue just now was released by Yu Ming. But this ability to control lightning style made Kakashi very shocked. It seems that Yu Ming's lightning style has reached a very high level, and he can accurately focus on this guy in such a far place, relying on his perception ability. This guy it's not slow at all. At this time Kakashi looked at Yamato, and now the only people in the village who can deal with Jinchuriki are Yu Ming and Yamato. Yamato frowned. Yu Ming did give me a seal last time, but I already used it to suppress Naruto who went berserk last time, and now I don't have any. Without the cooperation of Seal Talisman, even wood style, it will be difficult to suppress Sora. Kakashi frowned and looked at Sora. This guy actually has Ninetales chakra sealed on him. Yamato smiled wryly. We have known about this matter before, but we just didn't expect that he can really enter the tail beast mode. Kakashi didn't know much about the outside world because he was recuperating from his injuries during this period. Then he looked at Naruto and said, "Naruto, how much power do you have with Ninetales?" Kakashi intends to let Naruto take action, to curb the momentum of Sora's attack on the village. Naruto thought for a while and said, "I can enter the state of 8 tails." Kakashi looked at Yamato and said, "You and Yamato control him, I will seal him." Naruto looked at Sora, who had gone berserk at this time, and asked with some doubts, "Mr. Kakashi, can you really suppress him?" Naruto really doesn't have this confidence, he knows how terrifying the runaway-tailed beast is. And Kakashi said calmly, "Now this is the only thing we can do. Shikamaru, Ino, and Shoji, the three of you help, little Sakura protects them. Neji, Shaoli, and Tiantian, you prevent him from attacking Konoha." Several people nodded. Just when they were preparing to implement the sealing plan against the sky, 3 of Kazuma's men suddenly appeared at the Konoha gate. There is no nonsense, and the hands are quickly sealed. But it takes a long time for them to summon the dead soil. So the 2 ninjas next to him are resisting Konoha's ninja. And the strength of these 3 people is above Jonin, and their strength is very strong. Earth-style creation soil of the dead. After resisting Konoha shinobi for about a minute, the ninja who summoned the soil of the dead finally completed the seal and clapped his hands on the ground. Boom. Soon, around Konoha's city wall, several archways were erected. A large amount of soil gushed out of these archways, and in the soil, all the dead who were buried in it were resurrected from the soil. And heading towards Konoha village. Seeing this scene, Kakashi frowned and said, "Neji, Shaoli, Tiantian, Ino, Choji, and Shikamaru, you go to the entrance of the village to block those ninjas, little Sakura and Naruto will follow me." After speaking, he jumped off the city wall. Yamato and Naruto rushed towards the sky after Sakura jumped off the wall with Kakashi. At this time, in the Hokage room, Yu Ming stood at the window, very calm. And Tsunade is setting up defensive tasks. There are several ninjas coming and going in and out of the Hokage room, all of them are at the level of the captain of the ninja team, all of them are Jonin. Although these Jonins are usually unknown, they are all Jonin in strength. And they are Konoha's top combat power. There are more than a dozen Jonin. There are Jonin in other places, and there are dozens of Konoha Jonin now. These people are the background of Darin village. Even though Sunagaku only has Gaara as a cage-level powerhouse on the bright side, they still have dozens of Jonin. This is why they are already so weak, but they are still the 5 great ninja villages. The ninja village needs military expenses, which is to train a large number of ninjas in the future, because only a large number of ninjas, enough Jonin, enough Chunin, and enough Genin are the embodiment of the overall strength of a village. Before the strength reaches the level of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, the strength gap between ninja village will not be too big. And the Jonin, officially the captains of Konoha's various troops that Yu Ming saw just now, usually do not show up, but their strength is not weak at all. In other words, as long as it is Jonin, no one is weak in strength. In addition to strength, it is leadership ability. If you want to become a Jonin, it doesn't matter if your own strength is enough, you need to be strong in all aspects. It is required that when you need to lead an army, you can do it immediately. And Chunin is actually the captain of the team, and Jonin can be the leader of a medium or large army. So there is nothing wrong with saying that those people are Konoha's top elites. Now Tsunade arranges a large number of ninjas to resist those dead bodies, but still feels a little unsafe. Is this what they want to do? To slaughter the people of several villages, and the purpose is to turn them into dead bodies to attack Konoha. It's really a bunch of guys without the slightest humanity. Tsunade got the information that those who appeared dead were all people from the massacred village. This method seems very inhumane to Tsunade. And the key is that there is no pain. The combat power of those dead bodies is very fragile. They only need to be hit once to shatter directly, and they are not infinitely revived. Very obedient, attacking Konoha without any consciousness at all. Yu Ming smiled and said, human nature is something that not everyone has. In fact, if Yu Ming made a move, it could be solved at once, but he didn't do that. It's not that he is indifferent, it's just that Yu Ming doesn't want Yu Ming to leave the country as soon as something happens. Justin Tsunade's strength is obviously cage level, but after the accident, she seldom takes action in person, and always stays in her own position to direct. The same is true for Yu Ming. At this time, it's the right thing for him to stay by Suna's hand to protect her, unless it is really possible to destroy Konoha, he will fight. And Tsunade never asked Yu Ming to take action, and she also felt that it was enough for Yu Ming to do his own thing well, and there was no need to ask him to take action personally. If there is something that requires him to take action, then he will probably be very disgusted. Tsunade is Konoha's Hokage, but also Yu Ming's wife. Yu Ming and Konoha are almost equal in Tsunade's heart, even Yu Ming's sub-emperor is even more important. Not to mention, at this time, Tsunade hopes that Yu Ming will be by his side and learn how to deal with such things, as a Hokage. After Tsunade arranged everything, he stood by Yu Ming's side, and the battle lasted for a long time as the sun set. It was already dark. Yu Ming never thought of making a move. He thinks that Kakashi and the others can solve this matter completely by themselves. Chapter 285 Two Nine-Tails Tailed Beast Bombs Collide. 285 330ths. Chapter 285 Two Nine-Tails Tailed Beast Bombs Collide. It's just that the result of this battle seemed to be beyond Yu Ming's expectations. In the evening, a huge nine-tail suddenly appeared beside Konoha village. Roar. A roar completely stunned everyone in Konoha. When people looked outside the village, a red giant nine-tails appeared on the edge of the village. Boom. A section of the city wall was shattered by its claws. Yu Ming frowned. I didn't expect that this guy could be completely turned into a tailed beast, but it seems that after he completely turned into a tailed beast, he completely lost control. Kong could be completely turned into a tailed beast, which Yu Ming did not expect. The completely beast-tailed Sora looked at Konoha. At this time, it had only one purpose, and that was to destroy Konoha. It's just that just when it was about to rush into the leaves, a huge nine-tails appeared behind him. Roar. The violent roar reappeared. Another crimson nine-tails appeared, grabbed the fake nine-tails two-tailed beasts with both hands, flicked him vigorously, and threw him into the air. Boom. The fake nine-tails was thrown hundreds of meters away by nine-tails and landed in a forest. Two 403s from nine-tails appeared, making everyone in Konoha dumbfounded. Many people have experienced the Nine-Tails rebellion more than 10 years ago, but they did not expect Nine-Tails to appear again in the village now, and two of them appeared at once. One of them seemed to be still helping Konoha. This kind of thing really feels magical. Roar. Nine-Tails roared at the fake Nine-Tails that rolled several times in the distant forest, and then ran towards it. The forest outside Konoha became a battlefield for two Nine-Tails. The two Nine-Tails fought in the dark. Kakashi and others standing not far away were completely stunned. Naruto is completely turned into a tailed beast, and after being turned into a full Nine-Tails, he can still maintain his sanity. Yamato said, and Kakashi narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, I am afraid that Nine-Tails' consciousness is its consciousness at this time, and Naruto's consciousness is not dominant at all. Yamato froze for a moment, looked at Kakashi and asked, you mean Nine-Tails offered to help us? Kakashi nodded. It should be said that it didn't take the initiative to help us, but that it is afraid of Yu Ming in the village. Yu Ming's power is above Nine-Tails. I think Yu Ming should have made some kind of agreement with Nine-Tails, otherwise Nine-Tails can't, BGDE, stay in Naruto's body without a seal. Also helps him master his own chakra. Kakashi turned around and looked in the direction of the village, his eyes narrowed. Yu Ming, now you have really become the pillar of Konoha. As Yu Ming's teacher, Kakashi is quite gratified. It proved that he was not mistaken. At this time, Nine-Tails was fighting with fake Nine-Tails. Although the fake Nine-Tails is just the chakra escaped from Nine-Tails, in a short period of time, it has the power to compete with Nine-Tails. And the power of Nine-Tails has a great advantage. One punch sent the fake Nine-Tails flying. Just a few hundred meters away from Nine-Tails. The fake Nine-Tails opened its mouth, and sprayed a tailed beast bomb towards Nine-Tails. Nine-Tails stared slightly. Kakashi and the others were very nervous. That was tailed beast bomb. And Nine-Tails opened its mouth very quickly, and began to condense a tailed beast bomb. After only a few seconds, Nine-Tails condensed into tailed beast bomb. When the fake Nine-Tails tailed beast bomb was only more than 100 meters away from it, Nine-Tails sprayed out its own tailed beast bomb. Boom. The tailed beast bomb of Nine Tails and the tailed beast bomb of fake Nine Tails quickly collided together, and soon a violent explosion occurred. All of a sudden, landslides and ground cracked, the ground trembled and the mountains shook, and within a few thousand meters, everything was shrouded in the explosion range of the tailed beast bomb. Watch as the flames of the explosion threatened to engulf Konoha village. The energy shock wave was already very close to Konoha. At this time, Yu Ming, who was standing in the Hokage room, had no seal, and was slightly frozen by the light. Earth-style Tu Lien Cheng Guo, wind-style wind barrier. Tsunade, who was standing beside Yu Ming, noticed the change in Yu Ming's expression, and was about to ask what happened. Just outside Konoha's city wall suddenly rose a city wall with a width of tens of meters and a height of tens of meters. This city wall completely blocked Konoha's side facing the Nine Tails battlefield. There were gusts of wind howling, but these gusts of wind were wrapped outside the huge raised city wall. Boom. After the giant city wall appeared, the terrifying energy shock wave was like waves hitting the shore, constantly hitting the city wall. The smoke and dust crossed the city wall, the speed had been completely reduced, and the dust was scattered into Konoha village. But these smoke and dust have no energy, and all the energy is completely blocked by the raised soil and city walls. The Konoha shinobi who thought they were doomed were all stunned, who released this earth flow wall. Is this still an earth flow wall? What a huge chakra is needed for this level of earth style. There is also the wind style wrapped outside the earth flow wall, who released this. Konoha's leader, Jonin, all looked at Yu Ming who was standing in the Hokage building. Sure enough, it's Yu Ming. Only Jonin knows something about Yu Ming. Only Jonin can understand the horror of Yu Ming. The Hokage building is thousands of meters away from the wooden Yi Cheng wall. It was unexpected that Yu Ming could release such a huge earth style without even being on the scene. The chakra needed for this earth style is at least the amount of chakra for a cage-level powerhouse. This is essentially completely different from the soil flow wall. Because this earth-linked city is really exactly the same as a city wall built with bricks and stones, the required chakra control and the amount of chakra are far beyond what the earth-linked wall can match. Not to mention the wind style wrapped outside the city walls. Wind has extremely strong destructive power, but now it is used as an extremely strong defensive ninjutsu. This kind of understanding of various esoteric techniques and chakra, Quan Konoha, except for Yu Ming, no one can do it. Not even Tsunade can do it. And Tsunade looked at Yu Ming and smiled. This war seems to be under your control. Yu Ming looked into the distance calmly, and said, in this war, I just want to elicit what those who stole the corpses want to do. The 4 lightning-style ninjas have been resurrected. I remember that they mastered a very strong lightning-style ninjutsu, Leimang Laren. Under this kind of ninja, they can even destroy the entire Konoha. Tsunade said solemnly, yes, I'm sending people to stop them now, but I don't know if I can stop them from succeeding. If they can't, the consequences will be disastrous. Yu Ming, as Hokage, naturally shares his concerns. Yu Ming turned his head, looked at Tsunade's dignified expression, held her shoulders, and said with a smile, don't worry, no, I have already sensed these 4 people, but I hope that our Konoha ninjas will kill them with their own hands, not by me. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 286. Sealing Technique Adamantine Sealing Chains. 286 330ths. Chapter 286. Sealing Technique Adamantine Sealing Chains. As long as it is what Yu Ming said, it is guaranteed. Because Tsunade is Hokage, and she belongs to Taijutsu Ninja, Medical Ninja, so it is really not suitable for frontline fighting. Now Yu Ming has said that it can be stopped, so naturally there is no problem. And after the explosion caused by the tailed beast bomb ended, the 2 Nine Tails fought together again. Kazuma, who had originally hoped that the fake Nine Tails would destroy Konoha with a tailed beast, now clenched his fists and said in extreme annoyance, damn, who made this earth flow wall? It must be Yu Ming. There is only Yu Ming who can create ninjutsu on such a large scale. At this time, Asuma, who was fighting with the horse, was worried that the energy shock wave caused by the explosion of the tailed beast bomb would destroy Konoha. I didn't expect to be blocked by Yu Ming in the end. Asuma breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Kazuma and said, give up, Fudo, you can't destroy Konoha. As long as Konoha has Yu Ming, even if the Nine Tails in the hollow body explode completely, they can't threaten Konoha. Yu Ming has the power to suppress tailed beasts, and even the Nine Tails in Naruto's body were persuaded by Yu Ming. As for how to persuade, Asuma can know after thinking about it, it must have used force. So now that Yu Ming has lifted the seal of Nine Tails on Naruto, Nine Tails is still obediently staying in Naruto's body. And Ma looked at Asuma and said, this is not necessarily the case. As long as Beto's Leimang Laren can complete it, then the power is almost the same as the result of tailed beast bomb. At that time, Shuya will still be defeated. And Ma laughed. He didn't take Asuma's advice to heart at all. And the battle between Nine Tails and fake Nine Tails is still going on. It's just that this time the fake Nine Tails have been modified by someone, but they can completely transform into tailed beasts in Sora's body, and persist for so long, and they can still compete with the real Nine Tails. It's really weird. In fact, Yu Ming is also a little curious. Logically the Nine Tails in the empty body are just a group of chakra that has not yet fully realized. But why can he completely transform into a tailed beast? Even Jinzhao and Yinzhao can only enter the tailed beast mode, at most. Complete Nine Tails, they just can't do it. But Sora can actually do it. So it must have been transformed by someone, and it is different from what Yu Ming knew. Yu Ming frowned. looked at Tsunade. I'll go over and have a look, I think things are a bit weird this time. Tsunade nodded. The moment Tsunade nodded, Yu Ming disappeared beside Tsunade. Almost instantly, Yu Ming appeared on the city wall. A wall of his own making. At this time, everyone saw the appearance of Yu Ming. He was wearing a black robe and stood on the city wall at about 1.8 meters. The ninjas on Konoha's original city wall all looked at him with admiration after seeing Yu Ming's appearance. Because of the existence of Yu Ming, Konoha is always safe. If there is no Yu Ming, the shock wave of the tailed beast bomb explosion just now can destroy Konoha. It was Shikamaru who was disposing of the corpse, looked at Yu Ming on the city wall, and said with a smile, this guy finally made a move. Ino looked at Yu Ming on the city wall and smiled. The city wall just now was indeed made by Yu Ming. After Neji and Xiao Li beat back several corpses, they looked at Yu Ming standing on the city wall. Now that he has made a move, this war should be over. Neji said very seriously, and Hinata, who was repelling the corpse, looked at Yu Ming at this time, her face flushed slightly. She hasn't seen Yu Ming for a long time. Now I see again that the shyness in my heart has not completely disappeared. Standing on the city wall, Yu Ming looked at the fake Nine Tails in the distance. He smiled and said, Nine Tails, your strength is not very good, a fake Nine Tails has held you back. Yu Ming communicates secretly with Nine Tails using the way of chakra. No one knows. While Nine Tails was fighting the fake Nine Tails, he said unhappily, I didn't want to avoid destroying your leaves. If I really let go of the fight, I would have suppressed it a long time ago, a copy. Yu Ming chuckled, you can completely fight freely, you won't be able to hurt Konoha in your battle. Or, you are not its opponent. Nine Tails roared, fart. After finishing speaking, Nine Tails let out a roar, and the tails on the back turned into chakra, turning into countless tentacles and blasting towards the air. The powerful Nine Tails punched the fake Nine Tails hundreds of meters away. Then, Nine Tails quickly condensed the tailed beast bomb, heading towards the fake Nine Tails rolling in the forest at this time. However, the fake Nine Tails also has a very strong perception ability, and opened its mouth during the rolling process to condense a tailed beast bomb. Bang! The two tailed beast bombs quickly collided violently between the two Nine Tails, and the explosion swept across thousands of meters again. Ask for flowers. In such an explosion, unless it is a Grandmaster space-time ninjutsu, it is difficult to avoid being affected by the explosion. The terrifying energy shock wave bombarded the Tulian city wall again, but the city wall was too strong, causing it to tremble slightly, without even the slightest crack appearing. Of course, it was also because the two Nine Tails were thousands of meters away from the city wall. The storm blew the robe of Yu Ming standing on the city wall. Yu Ming smiled, it's quite powerful, but it's just that the fake Nine Tails have indeed been transformed, and it seems to be the power of Rinnegan, so that's the case, and only Rinnegan has the power of Yin and Yang escape. Yu Ming discovered from the fake Nine Tails that the power of the fake Nine Tails actually contained the power of Yin Yang done. This is something only Rinnegan can do, with the power of Yin and Yang escape. On the contrary, the current fake Nine Tails can actually be fully Nine Tails, but it won't last long, it's just that the battle has only started for a few minutes now. If the fake Nine Tails can last for an hour, it can indeed destroy the Konoha. Seeing the battle between Nine Tails and fake Nine Tails, Yu Ming became anxious, and said calmly, it's not good to make you mess around like this, if a tail beast bomb hits you accidentally. It can definitely destroy Konoha. So Yu Ming formed a seal quickly with both hands. Sealing technique adamantine sealing chains. Originally, Nine Tails, who was fighting with the fake Nine Tails, was completely stunned when he heard the name of Yu Ming, the sealing technique. Yu Ming, wait a minute, I'll withdraw first, don't seal it wrong. After finishing speaking, Nine Tails completely disregarded the fake Nine Tails and patted its paw, and retreated from the battlefield at the fastest speed. With a distance of more than 1,000 meters, it took only a few seconds to run to Yu Ming's side. Yu Ming was not surprised. Nine Tails was originally the fastest among all tailed beasts, and Naruto surpassed Fourth Hokage in speed when he could use Nine Tails chakra. The size of Nine Tails is indeed huge, but the speed is also very fast. There is almost no difference between teleportation and teleportation. After Nine Tails ran to Yu Ming's side, he breathed a sigh of relief. How can you release such a dangerous sealing technique at will? And you actually know the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family. Doesn't it need the blood of the Uzumaki family to release it? Adamantine sealing chains gave Nine Tails a lot of psychological shadow. Chapter 287 Rinnegan, Guyu Rinnegan, Reincarnation Sharingan. 287 330ths. Chapter 287 Rinnegan, Guyu Rinnegan, Reincarnation Sharingan. Yu Ming didn't answer, and clapped his calm hands on the ground. In an instant, dozens of golden chains broke out from the ground suddenly appeared around the fake Nine Tails who was about to rush towards Nine Tails. Ding ding ding, dozens of chains with spear points quickly bound the false Nine Tails. Roar. Blocked by dozens of strong Vajra chains, the fake Nine Tails could not move, was pulled tightly, and crushed to death on the ground. But the fake Nine Tails was not afraid, but roared at Yu Ming. The huge Vajra chains tightly bound the fake Nine Tails from top to bottom, the source was on the ground, and connected to the surrounding earth. Coupled with the sturdiness of the diamond chain, the fake Nine Tails cannot break free no matter how powerful they are. Nine Tails standing next to Yu Ming was completely stunned at this moment. Your guy's adamantine sealing chains are even stronger than the Vortex Mito back then. Yu Ming stood up. looked at the fake nine tails in the distance and wanted to break free, and even opened his mouth. 2020 was condensing-tailed beast bomb. Yu Ming's gaze narrowed slightly. A large amount of lightning was instantly released from the diamond chains. Stab! Countless thunderbolts followed the diamond chains and shocked the fake nine tails, bound to them to death. Just didn't electrocute it. The scale of thunder and lightning is controlled by Yu Ming. Seeing what happened to the fake Nine Tails shrank his head. You are really ruthless. Fortunately, you used my ocean gate last time and didn't use this technique. Yu Ming smiled. What are you worried about? Nine Tails gave Yu Ming a blank look. Can it not be worried? If Yu Ming uses this technique to deal with it in the future, it will be uncomfortable. Meanwhile, the tailed beast bomb that the fake Nine Tails were gathering was dissipated under the strike of lightning. The fake Nine Tails wanted to struggle, but was sealed by the diamond chains. Chakra was still being absorbed by the diamond chains, and its chakra was getting less and less. In the end, even the nine-tailsization couldn't be maintained anymore. A puff of white smoke appeared, and the pseudo-nine tails disappeared completely. Moreover, the chakra of pseudo-nine tails formed a huge chakra nine tails image in the sky, and then this chakra dissipated. In a large pit of tens of meters, Kong lay in the center covered in scars. Yu Ming looked at Nine Tails. Aren't you going back? It's over. Nine Tails gave Yu Ming a blank look. It's hard to come out. Let me stay for a while. Yu Ming was also a little speechless, but he didn't say anything. Because although Naruto's consciousness has completely disappeared now, Nine Tails' consciousness is leading. But because Naruto reached an agreement with Nine Tails, it is completely Nine Tails. Although Naruto will lose consciousness, he will not be hurt by Nine Tails' chakra. Just after that, there will definitely be some weakness. Yu Ming didn't go to Guankong, but turned to look at the village. Unfolding his own perception ability, he made a seal of lightning-style Lei Wang with both hands. Suddenly, countless thunderbolts fell from the dark sky. At this time, Hime's men were fighting Konoha's ninjas, when suddenly countless lightning bolts fell from the sky, striking them with great precision. Under the thunder and lightning, Hime's subordinates were instantly smashed to pieces. The four ninjas who were about to release lightning style were also beaten to ashes by the lightning from the sky. After the caster was killed, the soil of the deceased lost its effect. Many dead bodies were turned into piles of dirt. That's the end of the war. Many of Konoha's ninjas couldn't believe it. They fought so hard, and it was over within a few minutes as soon as Yu Ming made a move. Whether it was the fake Nine Tails, the four lightning-style powerhouses, or the three Hime's subordinates, under Yu Ming's ninjutsu, they were killed without even a chance to fight back. Tsunade stood by the window, very calm. Because she knew that as long as Yu Ming made a move, the result would be like this. Now there is no ninja who can fight against him in the ninja world, not a single one. Even the leader of the Ōtsutsuki organization cannot be Yu Ming's opponent. This is Tsunade's guess, because in Tsunade's view, Yu Ming's strength has surpassed the scope of human beings, but belongs to a higher level of life. His Rinnegan alone is pretty scary at this point. Now Yu Ming's Rinnegan has become Jugoyu Rinnegan. Unlike Reincarnation Sharingan, Jugoyu Rinnegan is Rinnegan, and Reincarnation Sharingan is the power of Myelinian and Rinnegan. It is a more advanced pupil technique than Rinnegan. But Yu Ming has not been opened yet. Only Ōtsutsuki Kaguya has Reincarnation Sharingan in the whole ninja world, not even Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's Reincarnation Sharingan is because he opened 2 Rinnegan himself, and later became Ten Tails Jinchuriki. And Ten Tails itself is Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, so the Reincarnation Sharingan opened by Uchiha Madara is actually the Reincarnation Sharingan of Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, not his own. But Reincarnation Sharingan, Yu Ming will also be activated. It is not yet time. When Yu Ming activates the Reincarnation Sharingan, he will have power beyond Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. The reason why Uchiha Madara, Sasuke, and Sage of Six Paths cannot surpass Ōtsutsuki Kaguya at the highest level is because their chakra is far from being comparable to Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, who has already integrated with Ten Tails. Ten Tails is Kaguya, and Kaguya is Ten Tails. That's why Kaguya can't be killed. She and Ten Tails share life. The lifespan of the tailed beast is extremely long, and it cannot be killed. When Yu Ming's chakra amount reaches 5 times the level of the complete body Nine Tails, Yu Ming will immediately jump to the level of his own life, reaching or even surpassing the level of Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. This is also because of that terrible physique. It is no exaggeration to call it the body of a god. And the only person who knows that Yu Ming owns Rinnegan, in the whole ninja world, is Tsunade. Even Kakashi, Yu Ming's teacher, doesn't know. So Tsunade is sure that even if the leader of Ōtsutsuki has Rinnegan, he must not be Yu Ming's opponent. Yu Ming's Rinnegan is very special. It belongs to Guyu Rinnegan. And it's Rinnegan of Jugoyu. Above Rinnegan is Guyu Rinnegan. In fact, it still belongs to Rinnegan in essence, but it is indeed much stronger than ordinary Rinnegan. Just like Yigoyu Sharingan and 3-Tomo Sharingan, both are ordinary Sharingan, but the pupil power of 3-Tomo Sharingan is much stronger than that of Yigoyu. Of course, people from the Ōtsutsuki family are not within the scope of this comparison. Because Indra can open the full body of Susanoo with only 3 gobs, the pupil power of only 3 gobs is already comparable to that of Uchiha Madara's Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and even surpasses it. Sage of Six Paths is also able to open the full body of Susanoo in 5.7 Guyu. And scary, his Susanoo is about the same size as Ten Tails. Even Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo Susanoo is about the same size as Nine Tails. And Nine Tails is only the size of a hand from Ten Tails. One can imagine how ridiculously big Susanoo of Sage of Six Paths is. As for Yu Ming's Susanoo, he hasn't opened it yet, but it will definitely not be smaller than Sage of Six Paths, Susanoo, because Yu Ming's Jugoyu Rinnegan is much stronger than Sage of Six Paths, Rinnegan. Sage of Six Paths evolved directly from 3 Tomo Sharingan into Rinnegan, but normal Rinnegan. But the strength is indeed stronger than Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan. And the Lugoyu Rinnegan that Sasuke opened later is stronger than the ordinary Rinnegan, and Yu Ming's Jugoyu Rinnegan is much stronger than Sasuke's Lugoyu Rinnegan. Chapter 288 Your current strength is comparable to Sasuke. 288 330ths. Chapter 288 Your current strength is comparable to Sasuke. It can be said that the Yu Ming Jugoyu Rinnegan is even many times stronger than the Rinnegan of Sage of Six Paths. But it cannot compare with the pupil power of the Sharingan possessed by Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. In fact, no matter it is Sharingan, Rinnegan, or Reincarnation Sharingan, they are not the blood successor boundary of the Ōtsutsuki family, but the blood succession boundary of the sacred tree. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya obtained the sacred tree because he ate the chakra fruit of the sacred tree. It is the power of reincarnation that opens the Sharingan. And Sage of Six Paths they inherited the blood of Rinnegan from Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. Ōtsutsuki Hamura, the younger brother of Sage of Six Paths, inherited from Ōtsutsuki Kaguya as the real blood successor of the Ōtsutsuki family, Bayan. However, there is also a big difference in the pupil power of Bayan, because Ōtsutsuki Kaguya's pupil power can even suppress ordinary Rinnegan. Just like the 3 Tomo Sharingan of Sage of Six Paths can open the full-body Susanoo that only Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan can open, and it is much larger than the full-body Susanoo opened by Uchiha Madara. And Yu Ming's Jugoyu Rinnegan can be said to be the strongest pupil technique under Ōtsutsuki Kaguya's reincarnation Sharingan. It's just that Yu Ming seems to be rarely used, because in the current ninja world, no one really can let him use the power of Rinnegan. Just ordinary attribute ninjutsu has suppressed everyone. As for Senju, it is a power on the same level as Rinnegan. And the reason why Sage of Six Paths has Sage body and has passed it down is because he has practiced fairy art, not because he was born with it. The chakra of immortal art and the divine tree is a completely different kind of power. Even if Nagato came over in person, Yu Ming didn't need to use the power of Rinnegan, only ordinary ninjutsu could be dealt with. This is also the reason why Yu Ming never only uses the Six Paths mode, but also rarely uses the magic, even the ability of the eye and the wheel, to move in one space. He has mastered a lot of ninjutsu, and he has also developed a lot of extremely strong attribute ninjutsu, combined ninjutsu, and even blood succession boundaries, such as wood style. He really doesn't need to use a higher level of power to fight. Unless it is a war of the level of the 4th Ninja World War. At that time, Yu Ming didn't know how to use Senju and Rinnegan. Ordinary attribute ninjutsu has no effect against those 6 paths level ninjas. But under 6 paths, attribute ninjutsu can be solved. What's more, Yu Ming's attribute ninjutsu is much stronger than that used by ordinary ninjas, as well as space-time ninjutsu. So now in the ninja world, Yu Ming is already in a state of invincibility. It's just that he rarely goes out, so although the ninja world is spreading his name very loudly, it will not reach the level of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama back then. Nor will it reach the point where Senju Hashirama is named the god of ninja. Even Hanzo has the title of demigod in the ninja world. But Yu Ming's name is Yu Ming, that's his name. Many people only know that this person is very strong. It is even powerful enough to suppress tailed beasts, but there are many people in the ninja world who can do this kind of thing. So many people just regard Yu Ming as a cage-level powerhouse. This can't be blamed on other people. After all, Yu Ming didn't show his strength much in the first place. Many times, when he was fighting, there was no one around him watching. For example, in the battle with the ghost, after the ghost is sacrificed, it is a real super cage-level combat power, and may even be stronger than Nagato. But in that battle, the only 2 spectators also passed out. So that fight that was comparable to Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, no one knew about it. The record of Yu Ming that the ninja world knows now is that he suppressed 3 tails, sealed 9 tails after completely berserk, killed the red sand scorpion, defeated Hoshigaki Kisame, and that's all. Of course, these records have shown Yu Ming's strength, but it has not yet reached the level of Senju Hashirama that one person can suppress an era. However, in Tsunade's eyes, Yu Ming is much stronger than his grandfather. After finishing all the people, Yu Ming looked at 9 tails. You should go back, although you can't do much damage to Naruto when you come out now, it's still not good for him, he can fully bear your strength now, it's a little hard. 9 tails pouted, if I had been sealed in your body back then, I would probably be able to enter 9 tails chakra mode by now. I don't know if it's because of the relationship with Yu Ming or what happened, but 9 tails actually thought that it would be fine if he was sealed in Yu Ming back then. In fact, 9 tails is quite smart, and it is very clear that Yu Ming's current power has even reached the point of Sage of 6 paths, and may even surpass it. With his strength, as long as he is always by Naruto's side, no one in the ninja world can catch him. It's just that it is very clear that Yu Ming will not do this. 9 tails retracted into Naruto's body with some reluctance. After 9 tails chakra shrank back, Naruto lay on the ground, panting weakly. Yu Ming came to Naruto and applied medical ninjutsu to him. You are still a bit short, and you should work hard to practice in the future. After being completely transformed into 9 tails, the consciousness of 9 tails is still dominant, and you have lost consciousness at all. Naruto said with a wry smile, the power of 9 tails is too strong. I have worked very hard, but it is very difficult for me to reach the state of 9 tails, let alone fully 9 tails. Completely 9 tail sized, my consciousness can't enter 9 tails chakra at all. After applying medical ninjutsu for a while, Yu Ming laughed 120 times and said, there is still time, don't worry, your current strength is actually comparable to Sasuke, and when you fully master the power of 9 tails, you will completely surpass him. As long as you have fully mastered 9 tails chakra, even if he has fully activated Mangekyo Sharingan, he still cannot hallucinate you. If you fully control the tail bee, just like Killer Bee, even Sasuke can't cause hallucinations with the eternal level Mangekyo Sharingan. It is only possible to cause hallucinations unless you meet a master of illusion and at the same time possess the eternal level of Mangekyo Sharingan pupil power. A non-illusion master like Sasuke, even with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, still can't work against the perfect level Jinchuriki. Naruto nodded. I know, during this period of time, after mastering a part of 9 tails chakra, I realized how terrifying the power of 9 tails really is. In the past, there was such a terrible existence sealed in my body. 9 tails lying in Naruto's body gave Naruto a blank look. Who was more scary than that guy Yu Ming? Compared to him, how gentle I seem. Although 9 tails is not Yu Ming's tail beast, but for some reason, after Yu Ming and 9 tails reached an agreement, they have a very good relationship with Yu Ming. He likes to mention Yu Ming about everything. It made Yu Ming a little speechless. In many cases, the topic has nothing to do with Yu Ming at all, and it has to be mentioned. Chapter 289 Investigating the Truth About Sora's Complete 9-tailsization. 289 330ths. Chapter 289 Investigating the Truth About Sora's Complete 9-tailsization. But Yu Ming frowned. Did you notice the abnormality of the 9 tails in that guy's body? 9 tails, who was lying in the consciousness space of Naruto's body, stood up and became serious. Yu Ming's words made 9 tails dignified, because it also felt the same from the 9 tails chakra in the empty body. It stands to reason that the 9 tails chakra in the empty body will not be completely 9 tails, he cannot do it. At most, it is the mode of entering the tail beast coat. But the space is completely 9 tails. 9 tails contacted Yu Ming through chakra and said, I can feel the power of Rinnegan from it, could it be the leader of Ōtsutsuki organization? Oh, Yu Ming nodded, I'm afraid so, otherwise, with Kong's physical ability, it would be impossible to completely transform into 9 tails. 9 tails is very dignified, because Ōtsutsuki has already set his sights on Konoha, which also means that the tail beast they will capture next is Naruto. And now Naruto has not fully grasped its power. 9 tails frowned for a while, facing the ninjas in Ōtsutsuki's organization, Naruto might not have a chance of winning. What's more, in the Ōtsutsuki organization, those ninjas each have strange abilities. Yu Ming thought for a while and said, Naruto will stay in the village during this time, you should help him to master your power, I will go out to investigate during this time. 9 tails froze for a moment, and asked a little strangely, go out to investigate. Aren't you worried that they will attack Konoha while you are out? Yu Ming smiled and said, no, they don't have the guts to attack Konoha unless their leader comes, and they will die miserably. Although the Ōtsutsuki organization has many masters, but after so many years, they dare not attack a big ninja village. 10 ninja villages are not only top-notch experts. There are at least 7 or 8,000 ninjas in the 5 major ninja villages. Who dares to rush into a village and kill people without the strength of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama? If the village is destroyed by a cage-level strongman, then the 5 great ninja villages will not exist for decades. 9 tails nodded instead. 9 tails just thinks that if Yu Ming leaves the village, Ōtsutsuki will inevitably attack Konoha. At that time, Naruto, who does not have the power of 9 tails, is not necessarily their opponent. In the village, masters like Tsunade, Kakashi, and Yamato are too restrictive. Tsunade can handle a cage level, but Kakashi and Yamato cannot handle a cage level. When fighting Kakuzu, Kakashi and Shikamaru were completely suppressed. If Naruto and Yamato hadn't arrived behind, and Kakuzu was too rough, even Naruto plus Yamato, Kakashi and Shikamaru would not be able to defeat Kakuzu. Kakuzu is definitely a cage-level powerhouse, and his attribute ninjutsu is much more powerful than ordinary ninjas. Although it cannot be compared with Yu Ming, it is also a level that Kakashi's attribute ninjutsu cannot compete with. So if Shao organizes to attack Konoha, it will indeed pose a great threat to Konoha. However, Yu Ming also knew that during this period of time, the Ōtsutsuki organization began to collect tailed beasts, and it lasted for a long time from her way to 8 tails. And the tailed beasts are captured in order of the number of tails, because the Geto statue that seals the tailed beast chakra needs to be sealed in order. So now Ōtsutsuki is capturing her way, and 9 tails is the last to be captured. But Yu Ming is very curious about the power of Rinnegan in the hollow body, and wants to find out what's going on. And regarding the changes in the empty body, Hime didn't seem to know what was going on. Apparently, someone deliberately modified the chakra inside 9 tails. After the end of this time, Yu Ming and Tsunade applied to go out to investigate the source of the Rinnegan's power in the hollow body. Because he felt that the Rinnegan power in the empty body did not come from Nagato. Yu Ming is worried that other Ōtsutsuki clansmen will show up early. At that level, Yu Ming needs to be careful. The strength of those people can really compete with themselves. And when the ninja world is in the future, some people's Rinnegan can go back to the past. Yu Ming needs to guard against this. If Nagato did it, it would be impossible for Yu Ming to go out and find out the truth. But this matter is obviously not the power of Nagato's Rinnegan. His Rinnegan can't do that yet. In the Hokage room, Tsunade looked at Yu Ming and said with a serious face, "You mean, there are still people in the ninja world who have Rinnegan?" This news really made Tsunade completely unbelievable, because it was too scary. One Nagato with Rinnegan is scary enough. If many people have Rinnegan, Konoha would be really dangerous. Yu Ming and Tsunade stood in front of the window. Yu Ming felt the worry in Tsunade's heart, and said calmly, "I will investigate clearly, even if there is another pair of Rinnegans, I will kill them." Tsunade held Yu Ming's hand without speaking, looking at Yu Ming so deeply. Yu Ming smiled, took out his hand, and patted Tsunade on the shoulder. "Wait for me to come back." Tsunade nodded. Almost instantly, Yu Ming disappeared into the Hokage room. Looking at the place where Yu Ming disappeared, Tsunade clenched his fists. She felt that the current self seemed to be a drag on Yu Ming. Facing the completely nine-tail-sized Sora, she simply has no ability to deal with it. In other words, now Konoha has become a drag on Yu Ming. And now the danger they are facing is even more terrifying than in the previous Ninja World War. The strength of the enemy is stronger, and the concealment is stronger. In the previous Ninja World Wars, although it was cruel and many people died, it was also an open and above-board confrontation between the various villages. And most importantly, apart from Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, there are no ninjas who can wipe out a village by themselves. Apart from Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, no ninja has ever done this. Qian Zhao's second Hokage is not possible, fourth Hokage is not possible, and third generation is even more impossible. As for the shadows of other villages, there is no one who can challenge a ninja village alone. But now, just one person can suppress a Dainin village. Yu Ming counts as one, and Nagato counts as half of them. Now there is one more person with Rinnegan in the shadows. Maybe even more than one person. And this person has a grudge against Konoha. This is a very scary thing. After Yu Ming left Konoha, this time he didn't bring any helpers. Because he guessed that the enemies he faced this time were definitely different from the previous ones, and bringing people along would only make him very passive. What's more, the opponent still has Rinnegan, and the pupil power is obviously much stronger than Nagato's Rinnegan. Because Nagato is not an eye-opener of Rinnegan, so he can only use basic abilities, and he cannot use many blood succession boundaries that belong to Rinnegan. Chapter 290 Dawn, Clear Shadow. 293 130ths. Chapter 290 Dawn, Clear Shadow. Shortly after Yu Ming left, little Sakura came to the Hokage room. Seeing that Tsunade has been looking out the window, Yu Ming is not in the Hokage room anymore. Little Sakura asked curiously, "Master, isn't Yu Ming here?" Tsunade turned to look at little Sakura, and said calmly, "He went to investigate the 9 tails in the empty body." Little Sakura walked up to Tsunade and asked, "The 9 tails in the empty body? Didn't it mean that his father sealed it?" Tsunade said solemnly, "It's not that simple. If it's just the part sealed by his father, he can't be fully 9 tails at all. It's because of this, according to the investigation by the Yu Ming group. The 9 tails in the hollow body have been artificially modified, and only those with Rinnegan can do it. And it's not the pair of Rinnegans of the leader of the Ōtsutsuki organization. That is to say, in the ninja world, there is still this person, or more than one person has Rinnegans." Little Sakura finally realized the seriousness of the problem. She knew how terrible Rinnegan was. Both Tsunade and Yu Ming have spoken to her about the Rinnegan, the powerful eyes known as the Immortal Eyes. Stronger than the Mangekyo Sharingan. These eyes are said to be the eyes that Sage of Six Paths created the world back then. It is conceivable how terrifying these eyes are. 897 And now what little Sakura knows is that the leader of the Ōtsutsuki organization has a pair. If another one appeared in the ninja world, it would be quite scary indeed. But if a pair of Rinnegans really appeared, would Yu Ming really be able to handle it? "Master, did Ming go alone?" Tsunade looked at the little Sakura, and asked calmly, "Who do you think can help him? Our Konoha, or the whole ninja world, who will not add burden to him?" Little Sakura knew it well, but she didn't want Yu Ming to bear this danger alone. "But master, at least, he must have some assistance for him." Tsunade sighed. "No one in Konoha can be his assistant, it will only add to his burden, but he can fight without any worries by himself." Little Sakura was silent, although she wanted to go with Yu Ming just now, but after thinking about it, it seemed that she didn't have that strength at all. Not to mention him, even if Tsunade went there himself, it would be impossible to help Yu Ming. Tsunade sat on the chair and sighed, only he can investigate this matter, and Konoha can't provide any useful support. Little Sakura was a little helpless, thinking of the time when Yu Ming defeated the Scorpion, and when thinking of the Land of Waves, every time it was Yu Ming who made the last move and got her out. "I can't keep up with Yu Ming's footsteps at all, let alone keep up with his footsteps, even keeping up with his back must be difficult." At this time, the members of the Ōtsutsuki organization also knew about the matter of Kong. Even Nagato wondered why Sora could be completely 9 tails. Not to mention whether Kong's body can withstand the destruction of a complete 9 tails. It is said that the 9 tails chakra sealed in his body can at most support him to reach the level of 6 tails. Complete 9 tails is completely impossible. Seeing Tsunade's appearance, little Sakura fell silent. As Tsunade said, "Is there anyone in Konoha who can help Yu Ming? If the opponent really has Rinnegan, that kind of strength is beyond what they can help. It will even become a burden that Yu Ming needs to be distracted and protected." After Yu Ming set off from Konoha, he followed the chakra he had sensed from Sora's body and rushed towards that vague location. To Yu Ming's surprise, according to the guidance of chakra, he is actually heading towards the land of thunder. At the same time, unknown to Yu Ming, several strange people appeared in Konoha village. Just because Konoha is not a closed village, it is normal for many strangers to appear. Unless you are a powerful ninja, you cannot cross the barrier of Konoha village. However, although the 4 people who appeared did not have any traces, they were still targeted by Konoha's Anbu. Tsunade was also notified. Tsunade frowned after listening to Anbu's report. Little Sakura is also in the Hokage room, because the matter of Sora has just ended, but because the last time Sora was completely transformed into 9 tails, it did not cause any damage to BGDB, Konoha village. So in just a few days, Konoha returned to normal. Tsunade thought for a while and said, "Are you sure the 4 haven't met?" "And still a ninja." Anbu's ninja nodded. Tsunade stood up, looked at little Sakura and said, "Let's go and see." Now that there are such capable people in the village, it really puts a lot of pressure on Tsunade, and Yu Ming is not here. Little Sakura also looked at Tsunade solemnly and said, Master." After the 2 came out of the Hokage building, they came to the street. According to Anbu's guidance, Tsunade and little Sakura soon found 4 people walking around in the village. It's just that Tsunade froze when he saw 2 of the 4. At this time, the 4 also found Tsunade and little Sakura. The moment 2 of them saw Tsunade, they subconsciously shouted, "Mom." Tsunade frowned. Only those 2 people shouted out, and immediately shut up. The 2 people next to them frowned. When Tsunade heard this, she had some guesses in her heart, but she couldn't believe it. Little Sakura was also a little surprised. Because among the 4 people, a man and a woman looked too much like Yu Ming and Tsunade. Tsunade was very dignified and walked over to little Sakura. "You 4 are not Konoha people." Looking at the 4 people, especially a man and a woman among them, they are about the same age as a boy among the 4 people. It's just that he is much taller. He is only 1.7 meters tall when he is only 10 years old. Much taller than the yellow-haired kid next to him. Hearing this, the oldest man among them looked at Tsunade and said, "We are entertainers." As he spoke, he threw a firework ball into the air, and countless fireworks bloomed. Tsunade didn't believe it, because the 2 people next to this person looked very similar to her. Moreover, Yu Ming had completed the task of dragon veins before, which made Tsunade think that the 2 of them might be his children who returned to the past with the help of dragon veins. Because the first time they met, the 2 called themselves mother. She believes that this is definitely not a prank. In other words, these 2 people may be their future son and daughter. Because Yu Ming told Tsunade a lot of things, Tsunade knew a lot about the anecdotes and strange things in the ninja world. And the man standing next to them looks so much like Sasuke, and the yellow hair of the shortest child is obviously exactly the same as Naruto. But Tsunade didn't ask the question in his heart. Instead, asked them what their purpose is very strangely. And the man and woman looked at Tsunade with tears in their eyes. These 4 are indeed Sasuke from Konoha who traveled back to the past with Ōtsutsuki Ura style from the future, Boruto Uzumaki and the children of Yu Ming and Tsunade, Chengxi and Qingying. The boy is called Chengxi, and the girl is called Qingying, representing the rising sun and the moonlight at night respectively. Chapter 291 The Legendary Man. 291 330ths. Chapter 291 The Legendary Man. Sasuke looked at Tsunade. He didn't know if Tsunade was with Yu Ming now, because no one knew when the matter of Yu Ming and Tsunade started, not even in the future. So Sasuke excused that the 4 of them were buskers from other villages. But Sasuke is really not very clear about where Yu Ming went in this time and space. Chengxi and Qingying looked at Tsunade and wanted to cry. After all, in the future, they can hear many legends about their father and mother since their birth, but those are just legends. They knew their father only from the photographs. There is also the story about his parents in the thickly recorded Konoha history. Chengxi is handsome, tall and straight, just like Qingying, with the 100 healings mark on her forehead. This is one of the evidences of Tsunade's speculation about their origin. Because 100 healings mark was developed by Uzumaki Mito after he came to Konoha, no one in the ninja world knows it except Yu Ming, Tsunade and little Sakura. So the 100 healings marks of these 2 people have proved that these 2 people do not belong to this era. And Chengxi and Qingying look too much like Yu Ming and Tsunade. Chengxi has black hair, and Qingying has blonde hair, which is just a copy of Yu Ming and Tsunade. In addition, before, the 2 called their mother when they saw themselves. Tsunade has basically confirmed the identities of these 2 people. Little Sakura didn't see it yet. After all, she was really not very clear about these things. Nor have I seen anything that I can go back to. Tsunade looked at the 4 of them and said, "The 4 of you are strangers. According to Konoha's rules, someone must be sent to watch you. Little Sakura, you watch them, at least until Yu Ming comes back." Little Sakura froze. "Point to yourself and say, me." Tsunade nodded. Tsunade thinks that these 4 people are Sasuke and others from the future, and there is no danger, so Sakura looks at them. Although it can be guessed that Chengxi and Qingying are her children, but Tsunade did not admit it, because she kept in mind Yu Ming's words, "Don't have too much relationship with the people who travel back in the future, otherwise there will be big troubles in the future change." But now that she has confirmed that her and Yu Ming's children are growing up in good health, and they are doing well with them, she is relieved. When Tsunade just mentioned Yu Ming's name, Chengxi and Qingying thought of something. The father who only recorded a lot of records in a few photos in Konoha's history doesn't care about Konoha now. In fact, both of them adore their parents quite a lot, because in the history of Konoha, the records about the two are really no different from gods. Especially Yu Ming, the man who was said to have surpassed the Ōtsutsuki clan. Although there are only written records, the two of them can still feel the turbulent years. In fact, little Sakura was puzzled when she saw Chen-Chi and Xingying. They looked too much like Yu Ming and Tsunade. Just younger. After talking to the four of them, Tsunade left directly. Chen-Chi and Xingying watched Tsunade until she completely disappeared into the street. Little Sakura looked at the two suspiciously, and the more she looked, the more they resembled each other. At the same time, the ominous premonition in my heart is getting heavier and heavier. But she didn't ask. Instead, he has been wandering around the village with the four of them. Back in the Hokage room, Tsunade leaned on the chair in the Hokage room, looked at the sky outside the window and smiled. I never thought that our future children would be so similar to the two of us. Just like an adult, you have inherited your height. Tsunade remembers that Yu Ming was already 1.75 meters tall when he was 12 to 13 years old. Chen-Chi and Xingying seem to be about the same age as Boruto, but they are much taller than him, about 1.7 meters tall. And judging from the amount of chakra in their bodies, both of them have inherited Yu Ming's super high amount of chakra, and they also have the 100 healings mark that they have in common. Tsunade laughed and said, I don't know if I have inherited Yu Ming's wood style, and my strange power. At this time, Yu Ming still doesn't know that his future child has traveled to this time and space. And Chen-Chi and Xingying did inherit all the characteristics of Yu Ming except for unlimited physical enhancement. For example, Sage Body has the power of 6 paths from birth, and whether it is Dawn or Xingying, Sharingan is activated from birth. Although it has not reached the level of Rinnegan, it has also reached 3 Tomo Sharingan. And just with the pupil power of 3 Tomo Sharingan, the two can unlock Mangekyo Susanoo. The power is terrifying, and Tsunade's strange power, which both of them inherited. For the two of them at this age, the amount of chakra is due to the Sage Body, and the amount of chakra is very large. Although it can't compare with 9 tails, it is almost the same as other tailed beasts. Chen-Chi has also mastered a lot of Yu Ming's attribute ninjutsu, especially Grandmaster Lightning Style, while Xingying has mastered very superb medical ninjutsu, which is no worse than the future little Sakura. Since childhood, the two have been the pride of heaven. Although Yu Ming and Tsunade are gone, they have grown up smoothly thanks to the support of Naruto, Kakashi and others, especially Kakashi. After the two were born, he was the one who raised Chen-Chi and Xingying. After growing up, Chen-Chi became Sasuke's disciple, and Xingying became little Sakura's disciple. Therefore, Chen-Chi learned a lot of Xingying's strange power and medical ninjutsu from Kakashi and Sasuke in the use of Sharingan, and learned from little Sakura in 100 healings mark. In fact, when these two people are in the future, not only the Konoha people will help them, but also Tsunade, Kurigake, and many ninjas from Iwagakure will help them a lot. So the two have mastered a lot of ninjutsu. Both of them have inherited Yu Ming's talent, that is, they can learn everything quickly. Now he is only 12 years old and already possesses cage-level strength. Extremely powerful, but this time, because she is Sasuke's disciple, Chen-Chi followed Sasuke to chase Pushi into the fully open time-space channel. And Xingying happened to be working among the archaeological researchers, so she happened to cross over with Chen-Chi. After Tsunade left, the four of them came to a barbecue restaurant. Xingying and Chen-Chi whispered, Brother, Mom is beautiful, and she really deserves to be Hokage, she has a lot of momentum. Chen-Chi smiled and said, Xingying, control your emotions, we can't reveal our secrets, and we haven't seen our father yet. Looking at the photos, I look very similar to my father, and I heard that my father is a wolf. Xingying was also very excited. Although it was an accident to travel to this time and space this time, both of them are very lucky. Fortunately, they traveled here with Sasuke this time. If not, they might not be able to see their parents for the rest of their lives. And Sasuke looked at the little Sakura at this time, and also frowned. Chapter 292 The two were killed by wooden golem, and Yu Ming shot. 292 330ths. Chapter 292 The two were killed by wooden golem, and Yu Ming shot. He didn't want little Sakura to follow, because it would cause a disorder of time and space and affect the future. Sitting next to Chen-Chi, Boruto whispered to Chen-Chi, Your mother is so fierce, Chen-Chi, and why is she still so young at this time? According to her age, at this time, your mother is in her 50s, right? Chen-Chi smiled and said, I think it's because of my father. My father's Rinnegan can keep my mother young forever. That's why she can leave us in her 50s. Now the mother's physical age is already in her 20s. And Boruto is more interested in Yu Ming. Is this man who only exists in legends as powerful as in legends? The world fell into crisis several times, and it was he who took the initiative to quell all the wars. Moreover, he was also admired by the other 4 great ninja villages, even more respected than his father. It's a pity that, 243, is a pity, now Yu Ming is not in Konoha village, otherwise, Boruto should take a good look at what this man is like. Xingying also smiled and said, It's really exciting to think of having the opportunity to meet my father. Xingying is very beautiful, very strong, and has a very good temperament. So in Konoha, there are countless people who pursue her, but her request is to find a man who can be like her father. This request immediately repelled all the boys who pursued him. Doing the same thing as that legendary man is something only a god can do. Unlike orphans whose parents disappeared when they were born, children hate their parents. Both Chengxi and Qingying respect their parents very much. Although they don't know where they went in the end, they feel that their parents must have gone there to put an end to chaos and create peace. So neither of them actually have won Heng's own parents, on the contrary, they still admire them very much. Moreover, the two still follow their parents as an example and work hard to get closer to them. And sitting on the side, looking at the little Sakura who was whispering to a few people, frowned. The more she looks at the dawn and clear shadows, the more she looks like Yu Ming and Tsunade. Just why the looks of Yu Ming and Tsunade are soft on one person. Whether it is Chengxi or Qingying, both of them have the characteristics of Tsunade and Yu Ming. And they look a lot like those two. It's like softening the features of two people into one person. And looking at the person in front of me, why does he look so much like Sasuke? It just looks more mature. And Boruto, why does he look so similar to Naruto? Blonde hair. There is also the tone of speech, and the mantra is very similar to Naruto. These four people are indeed unusual in every respect. So little Sakura looked at these four people with vigilance. On the other side, Yu Ming followed Chakra's guidance to the edge of the land of thunder near Cloud Shinobi village. Here he did not find traces of the person who possessed Rinnegan, but happened to meet the Akatsuki organization that was absorbing the two tails from Wooden Golem. Not far from Cloud Shinobi village, Yu Ming unfolded his perception ability in a mountain stream. Within 200 kilometers around, they are all within his detection range. It's just that Yu Ming, who was investigating the weird chakra, suddenly frowned. I told her such crucial information, why was she still arrested? When Yu Ming started his perception, he suddenly found Wooden Golem who was extracting the tailed beast chakra several kilometers away. Yu Ming was also a little helpless. He thought that after he told the two people, Wooden Golem Hidan and Kakuzu, she would be fine. Who knew he was still caught? Naturally, Yu Ming would not stand idly by. His eyes narrowed slightly, and in an instant, Yu Ming appeared in a cave several kilometers away. At this time, the two wooden golems were drawing chakra, so they were all suspended in the air. Tailed beast chakra is being drawn from her body. The sudden appearance of Yu Ming made Hidan and Kakuzu stunned for a moment. Nagato and others were also stunned. Yu Ming ignored the others, and Wooden Golem watched as the tail beast chakra was about to be completely taken away. A sharp lightning blade erupted from his body. Puff! The sharp lightning blade instantly cut off the connection between Geto statue and the two wooden golems. After the technique of extracting chakra was interrupted, Yu Ming appeared in the air and hugged the two wooden golem who were about to fall. After looking at Hidan and Kakuzu, they disappeared into the cave. This scene stunned everyone in the cave. That guy just robbed our wage and Jinchuriki so blatantly. Hidan and Kakuzu stared slightly, and Kakuzu said deeply, as that guy Yu Ming. His time-space ninjutsu is indeed quite tricky. And it was too fast. When Hidan fully realized it, he was furious. This BD actually stole our loot. I managed to die once before I caught it. Damn it, I must snatch her back. But when Hidan was about to make a move, Kakuzu stopped him and said, okay, with that guy's strength, if you make a move, let alone get close to him, you will be killed if you appear within his sight. Hidan is not really immortal, but he will not die under the spell. Apart from the surgery, as long as the body is separated for too long, and the body does not get nourishment, it will die. So if he fights with Yu Ming, he will be blown to pieces by Yu Ming before he sees Yu Ming, and Yu Ming's sealing technique is extremely terrifying if he uses the sealing technique on Hidan. It might even break Hidan's immortal body directly. It's entirely possible, so that's why Kakuzu didn't let Hidan catch up. Even if Hidan has an immortal body, but in front of Yu Ming, this characteristic is really not a powerful skill. It might even be blown to ashes by him. Yu Ming's lightning style and fire style are pretty scary indeed. If it was blown to ashes, it would be hard for Hidan not to die. After all, it is very difficult for ashes to recover, and it is certain that they will not be able to get nourishment. Pain frowned. He really couldn't figure out why Yu Ming appeared here. Uchiha Itachi did not expect that Yu Ming would appear here. And Deidara and Kanshi Kisame, who had fought against Yu Ming before, felt their hearts aroused when they saw Yu Ming appear. But they are not currently in this cave. It's just using special ninjutsu to let their projections appear here to cast the magic 9-dragon seal. But even if 5.6 is not here, when seeing Yu Ming appear, both of them are very nervous. The scorpion was killed by Yu Ming. Even if the last puppet scroll was sacrificed, the puppet with the power of a tailed beast was still suppressed by Yu Ming. Hoshigaki Kisame was seriously injured by Yu Ming. He is no match for Yu Ming in pure taijutsu or pure ninjutsu. Although Pain has never fought against Yu Ming, he also knows a lot about Yu Ming's record. He knew that he wasn't even sure that he could kill Yu Ming. Looking at the furious Hidan, Pain said, okay, anyway, most of it was taken, and chakra is enough for this. At this time Geto statue's second eye has been opened. The remaining part of the two-tailed chakra is still in the second place and is led by Wooden Golem, which is definitely only a quarter. At this point, chakra is at most ensuring that she will not die, and her strength will definitely be greatly reduced. Chapter 293 The person who caused the turmoil in the ninja world. 293 330ths. Chapter 293 The person who caused the turmoil in the ninja world. Although the two wooden golems did not die, they were also tortured badly by Hidan, with wounds all over their bodies and blood flowing out, and a wound was nailed on the back of their hands. Bringing the two of them to a cave by wooden golem, Yu Ming saw that her whole body was covered with wounds, and the blood-red blood had stained her clothes. Frowned. Damn guy, it's really cruel enough. Although the two wooden golems are still alive, they are dying. Even when Yu Ming brought her here, she didn't react at all, and she didn't even know that she was saved at this time. Yu Ming began to perform medical jutsu on the two by wooden golem. Stop the bleeding first, it's just that there are too many wounds on her body. After Hidan defeated her, he tortured her for a long time. The two wooden golems were covered with wounds, and they were seriously injured. To be able to survive is considered Jinchuriki's vitality is strong. The two-tailed chakra in the body of the second wooden golem is running out, only 3/4 of the original. While performing medical ninjutsu, Yu Ming also used his own Rinnegan. Under the obscuring barrier of the eyes, Jugoyu Rinnegan released the pupil power full of vitality. U16 Ming's hands were also full of yang energy. The power of yang can give life vitality. Even if Guy opened the 8th gate and was charred, he could still be rescued. Yu Ming's yang force is obviously much stronger than that given to Naruto by Sage of Six Paths. Therefore, if the two were not rescued by wooden golem, they would die soon, but her vitality was slowly replenished by Yu Ming. The life of her Wei in the body was also continuously infused with yang and yin forces by Yu Ming. Reabsorb the energy from the outside world to reshape her Wei. The reason why Yu Ming wants to do this is because if the two tails cannot be shaped, the two, wooden golem, will always be in a very weak state. It took Yu Ming a long time, more than an hour, to replenish the power of yang, and the two were recondensed from the two-tailed Matabi in wooden golem's body. The natural energy of the outside world is continuously absorbed by it and gradually turned into its own chakra. After more than an hour, with the assistance of Yu Ming, her Wei recovered again. At the same time, the body wounds of the two wooden golems were all healed, and the chakra in the body was continuously fed to her because of Matabi's recovery. Because the two wooden golems are perfect Jinchuriki, and get along very well with their tailed beasts. The reason why Danzo feels that the perfect Jinchuriki only have Killer Bee and 4th Mizukage is because his intelligence lags behind. The two by wooden golem are also perfect Jinchuriki, and after the two regained their consciousness by wooden golem, they connected with chakra of the two-tailed Matabi. In an instant, a terrifying chakra was released from his whole body. The cave was almost collapsed by this horrible chakra, and Yu Ming looked at the two wooden golems, and the two wooden golems opened their eyes and looked at Yu Ming. Although she felt her embarrassment now, she didn't say anything. He just looked at Yu Ming with serious eyes. Yu Ming didn't say anything, and took out a piece of her own clothes from the sealed scroll and covered the two wooden golems. The chakra erupted just now, and her clothes were all broken. Yu Ming stood up and said, "I'll wait for you at the entrance of the cave, and I'll explain to you." The two were led by wooden golem without speaking, watching Yu Ming leave. Yu Ming came to the entrance of the cave, put his hands in his pockets, and sighed. Looking at the sky, who the hell? Yu Ming didn't think about the two wooden golems anymore, but thought about who the person with the second pair of Rinnegans was. Yu Ming was sure he was from the Ōtsutsuki family, but he didn't know which one. And appearing at this time, it is really not easy to deal with, because in a short time, the 4th Ninja World War may start, that is to say, Yu Ming may have to face several Ōtsutsuki clan by then. For him, there will be great pressure. Leaning against the cave entrance, Yu Ming has always been dignified. After a long time, the two led by wooden golem finally came out of the cave. Wearing Yu Ming's clothes, a white robe. The hair is also loose. When she lost to Hidan and Kakuzu, her hair got loose. The blonde hair is loose and brings out another kind of temperament of her. Although still very cold, but also with some softness. When the two people who came out, wooden golem, saw Yu Ming, their faces turned slightly red. Thanks. When they walked in front of Yu Ming, the two of them could probably guess what was going on from wooden golem. Yu Ming saved himself. When she was taken to draw chakra, her consciousness was clear. It was only after extracting her Wei that she lost consciousness. Yu Ming raised his head, looked at the two of them, wooden golem, and said calmly, "It's okay, just passing by," but Akatsuki still took most of her Wei's chakra away, that chakra is enough for them. At this time, Matabi and the two bodies of wooden golem looked at Yu Ming in awe. Because its life is equivalent to being reshaped by Yu Ming. Although I don't know how Yu Ming did it. But I have to say that this time, Yu Ming became the same person as Sage of Six Paths and shaped it. Matabi also told wooden golem about this matter. But in fact, wooden golem still doesn't think that Yu Ming's strength is very strong. A little stronger than 4th Raikage, a little stronger than Killer Bee, but it should not be too much. So the two, wooden golem, felt that U-267 must have gone through a hard fight to get himself back. So just now when she saw that her clothes were all torn, Yu Ming saw everything clearly, but did not blame him. She also knew that the situation just now was just an accident, and there was no need for Yu Ming to use that method. It wouldn't be such a surprise if he wanted to settle the matter long before she recovered. Looking at Yu Ming, the mentality of the two changed by wooden golem. She was prejudiced against Yu Ming before. Feel that Yu Ming is plotting against the girl from Cloud Shinobi Village. But now Yu Ming dared to attack Xiao, and snatched her out of their hands, and seemed to save herself at a great price. She developed a good impression of Yu Ming, and she also knew that Yu Ming probably didn't have any plans for herself. Looking at Yu Ming, the two were asked by wooden golem, "Are you here on a mission?" Yu Ming walked out of the cave, and calmly said, "Well, there is a very important task, but I can't tell you, so as not to cause turmoil in the ninja world. The two people walking beside Yu Ming, Wooden Golem was a little shocked. Cause turmoil in the ninja world, who can do this kind of thing? The two, Wooden Golem, really can't figure out what kind of talent can make Yu Ming pay so much attention. You must know that Yu Ming's strength even surpasses Fourth Hokage, and even Killer Bee may not necessarily be Yu Ming's opponent. Chapter 294 The Horror of the Ōtsutsuki Clan. 294 330ths. Chapter 294 The Horror of the Ōtsutsuki Clan. Walking in the forest, Yu Ming sighed, after I send you back to Cloud Shinobi Village, don't come out. The person I'm chasing may be the same as the Akatsuki organization. He also came to capture the tail beast chakra, and his strength may be even stronger than Akatsuki. The two walking next to Yu Ming were taken aback by Wooden Golem, better than Shao. After the real fight with Akatsuki, the two knew that Akatsuki's strong Yamato was weird from Wooden Golem. Even after she knew Hidan's ability, her blood was still taken away. The combination of Kakuzu and Hidan is very difficult to guard against. But if she fought again, she felt that she wouldn't lose so badly. If you want to hit the dawn, it is very important to follow the news. Because of the two ninjas who are famous in the ninja world like Wooden Golem, the intelligence information has long been inquired by the members of the Akatsuki organization. And even if Yu Ming told the two of them some information from Wooden Golem, in the actual operation, it is still difficult to avoid the attack. Because the two Wooden Golems didn't take what Yu Ming said to heart at all. The two, Wooden Golem looked at Yu Ming and said, I can go back by myself. Yu Ming didn't speak, just sighed. If she could really go back by herself, why would Yu Ming send her back? It is not far from Cloud Shinobi Village, only tens of kilometers away. However, these dozens of kilometers can easily make the two of them arrested again by Wooden Golem. When the time comes, Yu Ming's effort will be in vain again. And Yu Ming knew very well that there was another ninja who didn't know which Ōtsutsuki clan was in the dark. The two, Wooden Golem, saw Yu Ming's side, and felt a little embarrassed. Yu Ming had told her about the information before, but he didn't take it seriously. It's normal to not be trusted now. After walking for a long time with the two Wooden Golems, we soon came to the entrance of Cloud Shinobi Village. Looking at the two Wooden Golems, Yu Ming calmly said, Go back, hide in the village, don't come out, but now the Erwise in your body are no longer needed, they should be safe, but still can't be taken lightly. After speaking, Yu Ming was about to leave. The two were suddenly hugged by Wooden Golem to Yu Ming. Then he smiled and said, Thank you, but just hugged for a while, then turned and ran towards Cloud Shinobi Village. Yu Ming looked at the backs of the two led by Wooden Golem, and soon he disappeared. And the two ran into Cloud Shinobi Village from Wooden Golem with a rosy face. Now in Cloud Shinobi Village, they are still anxiously looking for the second Wooden Golem. The two Wooden Golem alone lured Kakuzu and Hidan out of Cloud Shinobi Village in order to prevent them from harming the village. It's just that he didn't expect that he was not the opponent's opponent. In fact, it's not that no one has come to capture her before, but she has solved it many times. Who knew that this time, even knowing the other party's intelligence, they would still fall? Of course, this time because Wooden Golem knew about each other's information, Kakuzu's two hearts were broken, and Hidan's head was cut off several times. Duan and Kakuzu also fought quite hard. That's why the two were tortured so hard by Wooden Golem. But fortunately, the people in Akatsuki have no interest in women, otherwise, the two women like Wooden Golem might really suffer very bad torture. And after the two returned to Cloud Shinobi Village by Wooden Golem, soon came to the Hokage room. After talking about what happened to Fourth Hokage, Fourth Hokage clenched his fists. Kakuzu and Hidan entered Cloud Shinobi Village not long before they were lured away by Wooden Golem. There was no damage to Cloud Shinobi Village at all. Although Fourth Hokage was very angry, he was also very fortunate. However, after learning that it was Yu Ming who saved the two Wooden Golems, they were a little surprised. I didn't expect that this kid is quite interesting, and he actually saved the Jinchuriki in another village. Fourth Hokage thought for a while and said, You just listen to him during this time, don't leave Cloud Shinobi Village. Now Akatsuki and his group are getting more and more presumptuous, and they actually extended their hands to our village. Fourth Hokage didn't plan to fight Akatsuki because there was no need. It's just that he was more defensive towards Shao. After the two came out of the Hokage building by Wooden Golem, they met Samui who was waiting for him at the door. The two of them are classmates and have a good relationship. After learning that the two were taken away by Wooden Golem, she was also very worried. Seeing Samui, the two walked over by Wooden Golem and said with a smile, Why are you here too? Samui said coldly, You are all missing, can't you? Just when Samui was about to say something, he saw that the clothes worn by the two Wooden Golems were not girls. And the clothes are much bigger. Clearly the clothes of a taller man. Looking at Samui's puzzled eyes, the two were walking by Wooden Golem and said, This time I was defeated and taken away by Akatsuki. In fact, it was Yu Ming from Konoha who saved me. Hearing this name, Samuel stared slightly. He snatched me from Shao's gang, but because my clothes were stained with blood, he gave me his clothes. Samui nodded, but she didn't expect that such a thing would happen to Yu Ming. The two were calmly smiled by Wooden Golem. If it weren't for that guy, I would really be dead. Samui said very coldly, That guy will always appear at critical moments. Obviously, Samuel has a crush on Yu Ming. It is also for this reason that the two Wooden Golems were angry that Samui had a good impression of other people from Ninja Village. Only now she does the same. But Sammy wanted to know why Yu Ming appeared here. The two, Wooden Golem thought for a while and said, from what he said, it seems that he came here to hunt down a person, and from what he said, that person is extremely dangerous, even much more dangerous than Akatsuki's ninja. I always feel that he himself does not have much confidence in defeating Lee. Sammy frowned. She really couldn't think of anyone in the ninja world that Yu Ming could not be sure to defeat. Did he say who? Jaola. The two led by Wooden Golem laughed. How could he say who it is? This is Konoha's secret. No matter how enthusiastic he is, he would never say that. Just according to his words, it seems that he is a person who can cause great damage to the ninja world. Whoa, and the strength is much stronger than Shao. It's just that I really can't imagine what kind of strength is much stronger than Akatsuki. Each of Akatsuki's ninjas does have cage-level strength. In fact, Wooden Golem misunderstood the two. The Shao Yu Ming mentioned actually referred to Nagato. Much stronger than Nagato. Which one of Ōtsutsuki's strength is not at the 6 paths level? Uchiha Madara has been planning for decades to get a 6 paths level power zone. And now, there is a Ōtsutsuki family in the ninja world, which is at the 6 paths level. And the most frightening thing is that there is more than one Ōtsutsuki family. This is the scariest thing. Chapter 295 When did you pry Tsunade away? 295 330ths. Chapter 295 When did you pry Tsunade away? After sending the two into Cloud Shinobi Village from Wooden Golem, Yu Ming continued to search in the ninja world for a long time, and the chakra disappeared after the Land of Thunder. Yu Ming searched for a long time, but still couldn't find it. After searching for 2 days and still not finding it, Yu Ming stopped. In a forest, Yu Ming sat cross-legged under a big tree, staring at Sage Mode. In just an instant, Yu Ming entered Sage Mode. A mask composed of mysterious runes appeared on Yu Ming's face. At this moment, it seemed as if the surrounding earth was connected with Yu Ming, and the surrounding natural energy kept pouring into his body. At this moment, all the creatures on the whole earth seemed to be connected with Yu Ming. After a long time, Yu Ming's eyes narrowed suddenly and he found it. At this time, Ōtsutsuki Arashiki, who was on a certain mountain outside of Konoha, suddenly trembled. Damn, why was he discovered by that guy? The next moment, Yu Ming appeared in front of Ōtsutsuki Arashiki. Just now Yu Ming used the detection method in Sage Mode, but this skill consumes a lot of chakra. Even Yu Ming needs to enter Sage Mode before it can be used. From the very beginning, Yu Ming was reluctant to use this skill, and that was the reason. Too much consumption of chakra. Seeing Ōtsutsuki Arashiki, Yu Ming frowned. From the Ōtsutsuki family. Ōtsutsuki Ura 400 held a fishing rod in his hand, feeling a little nervous, because he knew Yu Ming well. This guy was much stronger than Sage of 6 Paths. Chakra was huge, but he didn't dare to start from it. Can be obtained from Yu Ming's body, and can only be obtained from Jinchuriki's body. Unexpectedly, it was discovered by Yu Ming in the end. But before Ōtsutsuki Arashiki spoke, the four of Sasuke appeared beside Yu Ming. Looking at the familiar face, Sasuke was stunned for a moment. But he does not have the name Yu Ming. Chen Shi and Qing Ying looked at the man in front of them, feeling very excited. I almost couldn't help calling out Dad. However, neither of them shouted out because they were worried that the future would change. But they didn't shout, but Yu Ming frowned and looked at the two. Why are these two people so similar to my chakra? Sasuke and Boruto Yu Ming knew each other, but he didn't know their abilities, but Chen Shi and Qing Ying, he really didn't know each other, and the two looked a bit like him, especially the boys. Almost looks the same as Yu Ming. And the key is that they still have 100 healings mark on their foreheads, and the chakra on their bodies is very similar to themselves. To say that they have nothing to do with me, BGDA, Yu Ming doesn't believe it. However, Yu Ming didn't think that they were his own children. He just thought that they might be copies of his own cells after the development of technology in the future. And Tsunade and little Sakura also appeared here soon. There is even Jiraiya among them, and Jiraiya has returned to the village. Jiraiya came over. He had already guessed Sasuke's identity. When he came here, he looked at Yu Ming with serious eyes. Pry away Tsunade. And when did they get together? Since Jiraiya can see Sasuke and Boruto, it is also clear that Shengxi and Qingying are Shengxi's children. Moreover, Shengxi and Qingying look too much like Tsunade and Yu Ming. Jiraiya is a master of intelligence gathering, so he can naturally analyze the origins of these two people. Like he knew who Sasuke and Boruto were. And Ōtsutsuki Arashiki frowned when he saw so many people, and wanted to leave. It is mainly because of these people that he fears Yu Ming and Sasuke the most. Just when he was about to use the power of Rinnegan to open the gate of time and space, Yu Ming waved his hand. Within a few hundred meters around, a huge space-time cage suddenly formed. All caused by the seal of time and space. Ōtsutsuki Arashi found that he couldn't open the door of space. Looking at Yu Ming, he exclaimed, sure enough, he is indeed a man who is called a god. This move is indeed quite terrifying. It actually blocked the time and space around here. Blocked time and space. The four of Sasuke were stunned. Especially Boruto, Don and Qingying. Although there are many records of Yu Ming in the history of Konoha, they all record the ninjutsu commonly used by Yu Ming, such as lightning style, wood style, and Rinnegan. But they really don't know about the terrible thing of blocking time and space. Yu Ming didn't seem to use it much after that. Chen Shi and Qing Ying looked at Yu Ming with admiration. Mainly, I saw my father, and my father seemed to be stronger than I imagined. No wonder they can save the world. With this kind of strength, if they had Yu Ming at that time, I am afraid that the Ōtsutsuki clan would never have the opportunity to make trouble. Tsunade walked to Yu Ming's side, looked at Ōtsutsuki Arashi opposite and said, "You are what they call Ōtsutsuki Arashiki." Ōtsutsuki Arashiki can't use space-time ninjutsu now, so he frowned and said, "Tsunade, Yu Ming's." It's just that before he finished speaking, a burst of lightning exploded from Yu Ming's body. And it's purple gold, but Ōtsutsuki Arashiki saw that Yu Ming released lightning style and didn't care at all, because he has Rinnegan and can absorb chakra perfectly. Just when he was about to reach out to absorb these purple gold lightnings, the lightning hit his body. Boom! Ōtsutsuki Arashiki were completely flabbergasted. This thunder and lightning split him dozens of meters away. The surrounding numbers were all turned into ashes by these lightnings, and the ground was completely destroyed and torn apart. Tsunade looked at Yu Ming and smiled. She knew why Yu Ming shot. What Yu Ming doesn't know is that now Jiraiya and little Sakura have roughly guessed about him and Tsunade. At this moment, Tsunade held Yu Ming's hand. Yu Ming was stunned. He kept giving Tsunade a look, but Tsunade smiled and said, "Actually, Jiraiya and little Sakura guessed it." These days, because Yu Ming has been searching in the Land of Thunder, he is not clear about Chen Shi and Qing Ying. And seeing Tsunade's actions, Chen and Qing Ying were also very happy. As long as the relationship between these two people is maintained, then they will not disappear. And seeing Tsunade's actions, both Chen Shi and Qing Ying are very envious. The four of them finally had the opportunity to be in the same time and space. Jiraiya walked up to Yu Ming, punched Yu Ming in the chest, and said with some displeasure, "You guy, when did you make Tsunade your woman?" Little Sakura also walked in front of Yu Ming, very disappointed. Yu Ming frowned, but in the end he could only helplessly say, "Since you all know, then I have nothing to say. As you guessed, Tsunade is my woman." Although he knew that Yu Ming would definitely say this sentence in the future, Tsunade was still very relieved when he heard Yu Ming say it now. He took Yu Ming's hand with both hands. Chapter 296 Relying on lightning style alone against Shenluo Tianjiang. 296 330ths. Chapter 296 Relying on lightning style alone against Shenluo Tianjiang. This time she can finally say that she is Yu Ming's wife. And Yu Ming looked at Jiraiya and smiled, "Master Jiraiya, I'm sorry, I will treat Tsunade well." Jiraiya looked at Yu Ming's mouth twitching slightly, and really didn't know what to say. He is really angry now. Little Sakura was very disappointed. But Sasuke was a little curious. He really didn't know why Yu Ming would fall in love with a woman as old as his grade. Although because of Yu Ming, Tsunade will not grow old. But the mental age of the two is completely different from the same era. Is it because Tsunade is beautiful and has a good figure? Of course, what Sasuke doesn't know is, besides these, are other things important. But after finishing speaking, Yu Ming looked at Ōtsutsuki Arashiki. "This guy has Rinnegan, very strong, be careful." In fact, these people are actually a drag on Yu Ming. Even if Sasuke has Rinnegan, he still can't compete with Ōtsutsuki Arashiki. Ōtsutsuki Arashiki has the white eyes and Rinnegan. This is what he had from the start. Even without 10 tails, Ōtsutsuki Kaguya is not as strong as Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. Because when Ōtsutsuki Kaguya first came to Earth, he only had white eyes and no Rinnegan at all. Reincarnation Sharingan is what she had when she ate the fruit of the god tree and fused with 10 tails. But when she ate the fruit of the sacred tree and fused with 10 tails, her strength was not comparable to that of Ōtsutsuki Arashiki. Hearing Yu Ming's words, Sasuke stared slightly. He actually knew that Ōtsutsuki Arashiki had Rinnegan. Ōtsutsuki's Ura-style Rinnegan is different from Ōtsutsuki Kaguya's. It can be transformed between Baian and Rinnegan, and his Rinnegan has 2 stages. Therefore, the strength of Ōtsutsuki Arashiki is actually much stronger than the strength of Ōtsutsuki when he first came to the earth. And Ōtsutsuki Arashiki, who was knocked back by Yu Ming's lightning bolt, looked at Yu Ming with serious eyes. This guy is indeed as strong as the legend says. However, compared with the real Ōtsutsuki family, there is still a big gap. With that said, Insukira opened his Rinnegan. A pair of blue Rinnegans appeared in the eyes, and the white eyes transformed into Rinnegans. Seeing this scene, Sasuke frowned. Now his chakra is not enough, so he really can't compete with Ōtsutsuki at this time. Immediately, Sasuke looked at Yu Ming. Yu Ming of this period should already have Rinnegan. And when Jiraiya saw Ōtsutsuki Ura's Rinnegan, they all froze. Hey, this guy has a pair of Rinnegans too. Originally, Jiraiya thought that Rinnegan was only owned by Nagato. Who knew, there was one more person who had the Rinnegan. And this person is not the same as Nagato. It seems that he is very grand master in controlling Rinnegan. In contrast, Nagato is much worse, he can't even control his own strength. When Rinnegan appeared, Tsunade clenched his fists, ready to follow and help Yu Ming. But Yu Ming stood beside Tsunade, very calm. Chen Shi and Qing Ying directly activated 3 Tomo Sharingan at this time. The power that belongs to the power of 6 paths erupted from his body. Although relatively weak, it is also the real power of 6 paths. Yu Ming looked at the two of them with some surprise. Boruto also looked at Chengxi and Qing Ying, who were the 2 favorites in his era. Even Chengxi was raised by his father as the 8th generation Hokage. And Chengxi is also Naruto's assistant. Although Qing Ying does not have a position in Konoha, she is a researcher of the Archaeological Research Institute. She became a researcher of the Archaeological Research Institute at the age of 12. This kind of talent is definitely not something that ordinary ninjas can achieve. Sasuke looked at Yu Ming. The person you are dealing with now is from the Ōtsutsuki family. If you have enough strength to counteract, you'd better use it, otherwise you won't be his opponent. Yu Ming was just surprised for a moment, then turned his head, looked at Ōtsutsuki Arashiki on the opposite side, and calmly said, "This guy's Rinnegan blood is very pure, but it seems that he really belongs to the Ōtsutsuki clan." Jiraiya is completely unknown to the Ōtsutsuki clan. All he knows is the Sage of Six Paths. Ōtsutsuki Arashi swung the fishing rod in his hand towards Yu Ming. Just when the fishhook was about to touch Yu Ming, a terrifying thunderbolt erupted from Yu Ming's body. In an instant, the fishhook was sent flying. Ōtsutsuki Arashiki said with a smile, "This guy really has a desperate lightning style ninjutsu. Ask for flowers." But Ōtsutsuki Arashi, who has Rinnegan, is naturally not only this kind of attack, he has Rinnegan. Raising his head towards Yu Ming, he blasted a repelling force. Shinluo Tianjang, repulsion and gravity, this is the basic ability of Rinnegan, as long as there is Rinnegan will be able to. And at this time, Sasuke is the one who can counter this force except Yu Ming. But his chakra has not recovered yet, and the Ōtsutsuki Ura-style Shinra Sky Sign does not have a 5-second interval. And it's much more powerful than Nagato's Shinluo Tianjang. At this moment, Yu Ming stood in front of Tsunade. Thunder net, boom, countless lightning appeared, forming a huge lightning shield, covering everyone in the chest. The huge repulsive force of Shinluo Tianjang, who instantly lifted the earth's soil, was pushed back when it hit the thunder net. But except for the place where a few people were standing, the surrounding hundreds of meters of land were smashed by Shinluo Tianjang, and a fan-shaped pit of hundreds of meters appeared around the few people. And Ōtsutsuki Arashi looked at the few people who were still safe and sound in the thunder net at this time, and his expression became more and more dignified. Damn it, why is this guy so strong? At this point, he didn't even use Rinnegan, and just blocked my Shinluo Tianjang with lightning style, it's crazy. And Sasuke couldn't believe that Yu Ming didn't use Rinnegan. Just lightning style can resist Shinluo Tianjang. Chen Shi and Qing Ying looked at Yu Ming in shock. Is this my father's lightning style? Sure enough, compared to him, our lightning style is still far behind. That's Shinluo Tianjang facing Rinnegan, and he can come down so easily. After the smoke and dust dissipated, they saw that a huge crater of hundreds of meters had been blasted out around them, only the place where they were standing was intact. The way Jiraiya looked at Yu Ming had changed. I used to think that Yu Ming might just be stronger than me, but now it seems that the gap between them is so big that it cannot be made up. It's just that in these years, no one in the ninja world can make him release such a terrible power. It's not Yu Ming's power, only those mountains. Chapter 297 The Complete Body of Dawn and Shingying Susanoo. 297 330ths. Chapter 297 The Complete Body of Dawn and Shingying Susanoo. And although Sasuke can do this to this extent now, that is the power that only Rinnegan can have. Relying solely on one's own lightning style is absolutely not so powerful. It can actually resist Rinnegan's Shinra Sky Sign, and it is also the real Shinra Sky Sign of the Ōtsutsuki clan. Ōtsutsuki Arashiki was also a little unbelievable. He didn't expect Yu Ming to resist his bombardment just by relying on the ordinary attribute lightning style. But this also made him even more dignified. This guy is really tricky. The moment the thunder net was removed, Yu Ming's gaze narrowed slightly. It turned into a flash of lightning, and appeared behind Ōtsutsuki Arashiki instantly at a speed almost comparable to space-time ninjutsu. Puff! One knife pierced Ōtsutsuki Arashiki's body, but the moment Yu Ming's knife touched Ōtsutsuki Arashiki's body, he all turned into paper cranes and disappeared in front of Yu Ming. 7. At the same time, it appeared behind Yu Ming. As soon as Rinnegan's eyes condensed, the time and space around him began to condense. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and shouted, "What kind of ability is this?" The time and space around Yu Ming was actually condensed. And Ōtsutsuki said with a smile, "You are not from the Ōtsutsuki family after all." But at this moment, Yu Ming didn't panic at all, and calmly smiled, "Of course I'm not from the Ōtsutsuki family, because I'm much stronger than you." The next moment, a series of lightning bolts appeared on Yu Ming's body, but these lightning bolts were all purple gold in color. Stab! The time and space that was originally condensing around it suddenly split open at this moment. Catch! 9 purple gold lightning snakes burst out from Yu Ming's body. After condensing on Yu Ming's head, they swam towards the surroundings. Where the 9 thunder snakes passed, time and space all returned to normal. Both Ōtsutsuki Arashiki and Sasuke were completely dumbfounded at this point. How is it possible that the ninjutsu that condenses time has been broken? How did he do it? Especially Sasuke was amazed. He thought that after the 4th Ninja World War, he was very close to Yu Ming. Who knew that he still had so many ninjutsu that he hadn't used at all? When Chen Shi and Qing Ying looked at the purple gold snake that broke through time and space that transformed from Yu Ming's body, they both felt a little throbbing in their blood. Jiraiya and Tsunade, on the other hand, were completely dumbfounded. What kind of technique is this? It can break even time and space. They found that they seemed to know very little about Yu Ming. Even Tsunade only knows that Yu Ming has Rinnegan. She doesn't seem to know exactly how powerful Yu Ming is. This discovery made Tsunade a little disappointed. And Boruto watched Yu Ming calmly deal with Ōtsutsuki, full of admiration. Yu Ming's strength, as well as his fighting attitude, made Boruto feel quite handsome. It's just that it needs extremely strong strength to support it. Little Sakura looked at Yu Ming, and she really found that there was a huge gap between Yu Ming's strength and the ninjas of their class, and this gap was insurmountable. And after Ōtsutsuki Arashi finally understood Yu Ming's strength, the next moment, he withdrew tens of meters and left the intense fight with Yu Ming. The Rinnegan in the eyes instantly turned into a golden Rinnegan. With his eyes narrowed, he released extremely huge chakras from his body. These chakras turned into sharp blades and flew towards Yu Ming with an aura of destruction. Wherever these chakra blades passed, the ground was all cut into debris. Yu Ming can also feel the terrible breath from these chakra. Turning around, Yu Ming clasped his hands together. Sage Art Electric Pulse Wave. The next moment, Yu Ming entered Sage mode, and terrifying thunderbolts condensed around him, all of which were golden. Boom. The moment the golden lightning released from Yu Ming's body appeared, the air was instantly smashed to pieces. Yu Ming's ninjutsu was so powerful that countless cracks appeared in the surrounding air. At the moment when the coercion of the Ōtsutsuki-style golden Rinnegan came over, countless golden thunderbolts appeared beside Yu Ming, forming a golden thunderbolt in front of him softly. Beam of light. Boom. With a violent roar, the golden pillar of lightning blasted out in an instant. Where the Lei Guangju passed, everything was turned into ashes. The Ōtsutsuki Ura-style wire and the Lei Guangju bombarded together, and instantly pierced through like an iron sword piercing thin paper. The lightning beam's speed was extremely fast. Ōtsutsuki's Ura-style eyes narrowed slightly, and Rinnegan instantly changed back to the blue Rinnegan. Using time retrospect, his body deviated a bit. It was just that the moment the beam of lightning hit him in front of him, it still turned him into ashes. Fortunately, before that, he used the ability to go back in time to create a puppet to replace himself. The Lei Guangju bombarded the sky, and even bombarded several huge meteorites in the sky, and all the meteorites turned into fly ash. This lightning-style ninjutsu is terrifying and frightening. Leave everyone stunned. Because this is no longer an attack that humans can unleash. Even Sasuke marveled at the horror of the blow. Even if he absorbed the blow of chakra of the eight-tailed beast, it was about the same level. But this is just a normal attack by Yu Ming. He hasn't even used Rinnegan yet, although he has used immortal art. Sasuke sighed in his heart. At this time, he is probably stronger than not loving him. The Madara in Sasuke's heart is Six Paths Madara. Sasuke feels that Yu Ming at this time has definitely surpassed Six Paths Madara in terms of strength. While it may not be comparable to Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, it's pretty much the same. It has to be said that Yu Ming's strength is indeed quite terrifying. There is still some time before the Fourth Ninja World War, but Yu Ming already has the power to reverse the Fourth Ninja World War. Chen Shi and Qing Ying were very shocked. It seemed that Yu Ming was stronger than what they recorded in Konoha's history. Jiraiya was stunned when she saw that Yu Ming entered Sage mode instantly and at the same time released a lightning-style ninjutsu that humans could not release at all. These 5.4 strengths are beyond the reach of human beings. Only the Ōtsutsuki clan can push Yu Ming to this point. There are almost no people in the ninja world who can let Yu Ming enter Sage mode to deal with. Although Yu Ming and Ōtsutsuki Arashi fought so many times just now, the actual fighting time between the two sides was only a dozen seconds. So after reacting, Tsunade first rushed forward with his fists clenched. Little Sakura followed suit. Chen Shi and Qing Ying also rushed up in Susanoo. They who have only just activated 3 Tomo Sharingan already have Luang who has fully activated Susanoo. Boom. A chakra arrow shot past. This is the chakra arrow shot by Susanoo from Dawn. For this kind of attack, Ōtsutsuki Arashiki can already deal with it. Chapter 298 Yu Ming's Truth-Seeking Ball. 298 330ths. Chapter 298 Yu Ming's Truth-Seeking Ball. A chakra arrow created a huge crater of tens of meters around. Yu Ming was a little surprised. Chen Shi was able to open the Mangekyo Sharingan with only 3 hooks of jade. It is stronger than the original Yu Ming, but Yu Ming opened Mangekyo Sharingan directly, so he can also open it at the beginning. But even so, when Yu Ming obtained the blood of the Uchiha clan and the Mangekyo Sharingan, his pupil power was not as strong as Chen's eyes. Because Chengxi has inherited Yu Ming's strongest power from the beginning, so naturally, the full body of Susanoo can be activated at the time of the 3-hook jade. At the same time, Kyokage also activated Mangekyo Susanoo, and her Susanoo was holding a long knife. Dawn's Susanoo is golden, while Clear Shadow's Susanoo is purple gold. Both have the power of 6 paths, so the two attacked very violently. Yu Ming was a little amazed. These two kids are not bad, they have opened this level of Susanoo at such an age. Yu Ming always felt that Chen Shi Li Qing Ying was a person created by copying his cells in later generations. Just like Yamato is a replica of first-generation cells. And Tsunade appeared next to Yu Ming and said, "After all, with your blood, it's hard not to be strong." 16. Yu Ming didn't pay attention to this sentence. If Chen Shi and Qing Ying were copies of him and said they had their own blood, there would be no problem. It's just that Susanoo didn't do much harm to Ōtsutsuki Arashiki at all. But it still made him a little embarrassed. Standing beside Tsunade, watching Ōtsutsuki Arashiki dodging, Yu Ming smiled calmly and said, "This guy appeared at the wrong time, it would be nice if he came back later." And Ōtsutsuki Arashiki was forced to run around by Susanoo, Chen Shi and Qing Ying. It's just that his speed is too fast, causing Susanoo hero of the two to be unable to keep up. Just when Ōtsutsuki Arashiki was about to use the fishing rod in his hand to absorb the chakra of Chen Shi and Qing Ying, a flash of thunder appeared on Yu Ming's body, which instantly interrupted the fishing line. Ōtsutsuki Arashiki looked at Yu Ming and frowned. He felt that if he didn't solve Yu Ming first, he couldn't get the chakra of other Jinchuriki at all. Yu Ming is the person who threatens him the most in this world. So Ōtsutsuki Arashi immediately entered the golden Rinnegan. With a fixed gaze, a door appeared in front of him. After Ōtsutsuki Arashiki passed through this gate, his whole body changed, and his body became like a crane. Yu Ming frowned, and when Ōtsutsuki Arashi turned into the form of a crane, he found that Ōtsutsuki Arashiki's strength became much stronger. At this time, he has the power of 6 paths. He also held a black stick condensed from yin-yang dun in his hand. In this state of Ōtsutsuki Ura style, whether it is chakra, speed, and strength, it has been comprehensively improved, and the improvement is very large. In almost an instant, Ōtsutsuki Arashiki appeared in front of Sasuke, and punched him a few times, causing the surrounding air to vibrate violently, and the power was no less powerful than guy who opened the 7th gate. It's even stronger, although it can't reach the guy of 8 gate level, but it's very close. Sasuke also didn't expect that Ōtsutsuki Ura's style has such a form. His eyes kept up with Ōtsutsuki's speed, but his body couldn't react at all, so after blocking a few punches, he flew out. Serious injuries appeared all over his body. Ōtsutsuki Arashiki's speed was extremely fast, and the moment he defeated Sasuke, he threw the black stick in his hand. Nailed to him, the black stick immediately restrained the chakra on Sasuke's body. He originally lacked chakra, and now he is restrained by the black stick and has no counterattack power at all. Then came Jiraiya. Jiraiya, who didn't have time to enter Sage mode, couldn't block Ōtsutsuki's attack at all. It was nailed by the black stick within a few strokes. Then came Boruto, Shenxi and Xingying. The three of them could not possibly be opponents of Ōtsutsuki Arashiki. During this period, Ōtsutsuki Arashiki really showed his true strength belonging to the Ōtsutsuki clan. Not killed by Boruto's aura. At this time, Ōtsutsuki Arashi really showed the true horror of the Ōtsutsuki family. Boruto, Sasuke, and Shenxi and Xingying, who have inherited Yu Ming's abilities, are unable to use them because of their age. Just when Ōtsutsuki Arashiki was preparing to attack Tsunade, Yu Ming's gaze narrowed slightly. Instantly moved to the front of Tsunade, a black stick also appeared in the hand. Ding! There was a crisp sound. The two black sticks collided together, black lightning appeared around them, and violent shocks appeared in time and space. Tsunade, who was protected by Yu Ming, immediately shouted, "100 healings mark Xie." After untying his 100 healings mark, Tsunade clenched his fist, rushed out from behind Yu Ming, and punched Ōtsutsuki Arashiki in the face. Boom! Turning on the Tsunade with 100 healings mark, the monster power has been greatly strengthened, directly knocking Ōtsutsuki Arashi away tens of meters away. Almost the moment Tsunade knocked Ōtsutsuki Arashi away, Yu Ming teleported in front of him and nailed the black stick in his hand to his body. Just at this moment, Ōtsutsuki Ura's golden Rinnegan immediately turned into a blue Rinnegan, and the moment the black stick failed to stab him, he turned into a paper crane and disappeared. Almost at the same time, he appeared behind Tsunade, trying to get rid of her. It's just that Yu Ming's speed was also very fast, and he appeared behind Tsunade almost instantly, and a truth-seeking ball appeared in front of him. This truth-seeking ball instantly turned into a shield. The black stick stabbed on it instantly turned into ashes. That's what the truth-seeking ball does, obliterating everything. Unless there is a fairy chakra, or the body of the 6 paths, otherwise, it is impossible to avoid it. But Ōtsutsuki Arashiki was not angry because he failed to kill Tsunade, but laughed and said, "Finally forced you to use the power of Rinnegan." In fact, Yu Ming's 6 paths mode is not Rinnegan's ability, because truth-seeking ball doesn't need Rinnegan in the first place. You only need to have a part of chakra from the 9-tailed beasts, and the ultimate nature transformation that combines the power of yin-yang and 5 elements. And Tsunade, who was standing behind Yu Ming, made another shot and sent Ōtsutsuki Arashiki flying with one punch. In the air, he originally wanted to turn around, but was suddenly punched to the ground, and the ground immediately cracked. A big pit appeared, and Ōtsutsuki Arashi's body strength was very high, and he also vomited blood. Little Sakura has opened 100 healings mark at this time, and opened Baihao technique. A punch hit Ōtsutsuki Arashiki's body, little Sakura's eyes narrowed, "Dare to ignore me." And Yu Ming immediately appeared in front of Ōtsutsuki Arashiki, and his hands began to seal, Sage Art Time and Space Cage. At the same time, the 9-Go-Yu Rinnegan's pupil power is insanely useful under the shielding barrier. Under the joint action of the pupil power of Shanju Chakra and Jugoyu Rinnegan, countless mysterious runes appeared around Ōtsutsuki Arashiki. These runes are strung together to form a cage in which Ōtsutsuki Arashiki is trapped. Chapter 299 The Sadness of Dawn and Xingying. 299 330ths. Chapter 299 The Sadness of Dawn and Xingying. The moment Yu Ming activated the 9-Go-Yu Rinnegan, Ōtsutsuki Arashiki felt the pupil power of the golden Rinnegan that could completely suppress him. Even his Rinnegan rolled back his eyes. Yu Ming's Jugoyu Rinnegan showed terrifying pupil power at this time. Hitomi is far above Ōtsutsuki Ura's golden Rinnegan. And trapped in the cage of time and space, Ōtsutsuki Arashiki was a little flustered, seeing Yu Ming staring at him, trembling, Rinnegan open. It's just a pity that under the relentless suppression of Yu Ming's Jugoyu Rinnegan, his Rinnegan couldn't be successfully activated no matter what. Because the pupil power of Yu Ming's Jugoyu Rinnegan is extremely aggressive. Different from ordinary Rinnegan, Yu Ming already had Jugoyu only in the stage of Rinnegan. The highest level of Rinnegan is only Lugoyu. But Yu Ming's Rinnegan already had Jugoyu at the Rinnegan stage. Among them, the pupil power is second only to Jugoyu Reincarnation Sharingan. And with the aggression that all Rinnegans do not have, so under the suppression of Yu Ming Jugoyu Rinnegan, although Ōtsutsuki Arashiki has a high-level Lugoyu Sharingan, he still cannot compete with Yu Ming's Jugoyu Rinnegan. Ōtsutsuki Arashiki was trapped in Yu Ming's cage of time and space. He wanted to open the gate of time and space, but he couldn't do it no matter what. Looking at Yu Ming's indifferent eyes, he was really scared. Yu Ming, if you dare to kill me, you will be retaliated by the Ōtsutsuki clan. You'd better think clearly. But Yu Ming was very calm. Tsunade and little Sakura stood on both sides of him. They all looked at Yu Ming. As long as Yu Ming made a move, they would definitely support him. Yu Ming looked at Ōtsutsuki Arashiki and said calmly, if I was worried about the revenge of your Ōtsutsuki clan, I would not be able to attack you today. After speaking, Yu Ming clasped his hands together. Condense the terrifying fairy art chakra. Combine your own 9 Goyu Rinnegan. Sage art time and space burst. With Yu Ming's massive chakra output insane, countless space-time turbulence appeared in the time-space cage formed by the golden runes. These are the most terrifying storms in time and space, capable of destroying everything in an instant. Ōtsutsuki Arashi never imagined that Yu Ming could still master this level of ninjutsu. This is no longer the category of ninjutsu, even if he has the ultimate space-time ninjutsu of the level of Wonkwan Hirosaka, and he is still a blood follower. But it never occurred to him that Yu Ming could unleash such terrifying power as the time-space burst. This is a ninjutsu that can really kill the Ōtsutsuki clan. The time-space burst filled the time-space cage and instantly, it became pitch black inside. It's like a black hole. In just a few seconds, the light was restored in the space-time cage. Little Sakura and Tsunade looked at the space-time cage that had been empty for a long time, and couldn't believe that the terrible Ōtsutsuki Arashi just now was completely wiped out by Yu Ming. Even the slightest resistance cannot be done. How strong is Yu Ming's strength to do such a terrible thing? In the past, he used to fight against cage-level masters, so the strength he showed was basically a stronger cage-level strength, but now fighting against Ōtsutsuki Arashi, he exploded enough to suppress him. You know, Ōtsutsuki Arashi has the golden sixth god Jade Rinnegan, which is extremely powerful. If it weren't for Boruto's aura, it would be impossible to die at all. After Shi was killed, Yu Ming removed the space-time cage. This ninjutsu really consumed chakra, and consumed almost 1/10 of his chakra at once. One must know that Yu Ming's own chakra alone is now comparable to 5 times the level of a complete Nine Tails. In addition to entering Sage mode, the amount of chakra is nearly 7 or 8 times that of Nine Tails. At that moment, Min's amount of chakra was even higher than that of Tiano. The space-time cage that consumes 1/10 of chakra is indeed terrifying. However, the cage of time and space is also very terrifying. Even the Ōtsutsuki Ura style with Lugoyu Rinnegan is still unable to shake it at all. This time-space cage is a disaster for ninjas who are good at using time-space ninjutsu. After removing the time-space cage, Yu Ming also removed the outer space-time barrier. Both Tsunade and little Sakura saw the tiredness on Yu Ming's face. The two held Yu Ming's hand almost at the same time. Yu Ming looked at the two of them and said with a smile, I'm not that weak yet. Weak. Tsunade was fine, but little Sakura's face was a little red. Now she knows that when Tsunade and Yu Ming are together, she does care a little bit. Tsunade has kept it from her for so long, no wonder Tsunade always likes to bring Yu Ming by his side. And it seems that Yu Ming also lives in the Senju clan. Although she thought it was a bit strange before, she didn't think about it, but now thinking about it, she feels very helpless. Moreover, the actions I showed in Yu Ming before seemed very embarrassing. After killing Ōtsutsuki Arashiki, Yu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He thought there were many people from the Ōtsutsuki clan showing up, but fortunately there was only one. Basically everyone in the Ōtsutsuki family has Bion and Rinnegan, which are very powerful. When he came to Jiraiya, Yu Ming pulled out the black stick from his body. And the black rod on Sasuke was also pulled out by Yu Ming. The battle between Yu Ming and Ōtsutsuki Arashi just now, Jiraiya, Sasuke, as well as Shenxi, Qingying and Boruto can all be seen clearly. It's just that he never thought that Yu Ming's strength could be so strong. Boruto felt that Ming's current strength was much stronger than his father's. The battle with Ōtsutsuki Arashiki was almost a one-sided battle. Ōtsutsuki Arashiki had no chance of fighting back. The four of Sasuke walked up to Yu Ming, but Yu Ming didn't say Sasuke's name, although he knew it was him. Sasuke also knew that Yu Ming had recognized him. But neither of them made it clear. Shenxi and Qingying looked at Yu Ming and Tsunade with tender eyes. This is the first time they, Zhao Qianhao, have met their parents in 12 years. Although they really wanted to hold Yu Ming and Tsunade and cry at the moment, their rationality prevented them from doing anything. They felt that being able to see their parents was already very good. And Tsunade knows that these two were the children of himself and Yu Ming. Although the eyes are full of tenderness. And Yu Ming has always felt that these two people may be copies of himself and Tsunade. So not much emotion. After all, it is impossible for Senju Hashirama to have any special feelings for Yamato. Sasuke looked at Yu Ming and said, "This mission is completed, we should go back." Yu Ming nodded, and said calmly, "The appearance of this person has indeed brought a lot of trouble to the ninja world. Fortunately, we can eliminate him here, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous." Sasuke nodded. Yu Ming didn't say much to Sasuke. After saying a few words, Sasuke left with Boruto, Shenxi and Qingying. Chapter 300 Cloud Shinobi Village is the village most capable of launching a ninja war. 330th. Chapter 300 Cloud Shinobi Village is the village most capable of launching a ninja war. When leaving, Qingying finally couldn't help crying. Chen Shi patted Qingying on the shoulder and comforted her. Don't be sad, at least we met father and mother. Although we don't have much time, we at least know that father is really strong and excellent, and mother is also very beautiful. It is good that they are as good as the history records, and they have left us the most precious things. Our blood must be passed on. This is the most precious thing left to us by our father and mother. Qingying still couldn't stop crying. Yu Ming and Tsunade were right in front of them, but they couldn't call out mom and dad. Certainly brutal for a child whose Yu Ming and Tsunade were not there when they were born. Boruto walked up to Qingying and said, Chengxi is right, Qingying, don't cry. Sasuke sighed. Shortly after the end of the Fourth Ninja War, Yu Ming and Tsunade suddenly disappeared, leaving two newborn children in Kakashi's care. In fact, Sasuke also wants to know where the two went. It's just that after investigating for a long time, I still can't tell. Really helpless. While Yu Ming and Tsunade were standing at the entrance of the village, Tsunade looked at the backs of Chen Shi and Qingying, feeling a little sad. According to the two of them, Shi and Yu Ming disappeared shortly after they were born. 167 grew up so big, it was probably the first time they saw their parents. Tsunade thinks, is the future self really so heartless? Actually left two children. Tsunade looked at Yu Ming, and without any scruples, little Sakura was beside her, holding Yu Ming's hands. Chengxi and Qingying are really pitiful, their parents are gone since they were young. Yu Ming didn't understand Tsunade's meaning at all, and casually echoed, it's quite pitiful. Little Sakura looked at Yu Ming, and sighed helplessly, this guy still doesn't understand what master is talking about. Looking at Tsunade and Yu Ming at this moment, Jiraiya felt really sour. Sad. He naturally hopes that Tsunade can be happy, just why this person is Yu Ming. These two should never be together. Regardless of age, why would Tsunade, a man in his 50s, fall in love with a teenager? And he thought he had a chance after Kato-dan left. And he had always felt that his relationship with Tsunade was getting closer. Who knew that Yu Ming would cry it away in the end? Most importantly, it seems like they've been together since when they went out to find Tsunade and came back as Hokage. He remembered that at that time, Ming and Tsunade were already at odds. At that time, he seemed to have guessed for a moment whether the two had that kind of relationship. Who knew it was true? And in the future, these two people actually have two children. Jiraiya is having a hard time right now. His favorite woman was snatched away by his grandson's disciple. And with Tsunade's appearance, I immediately like Yu Ming to the bone. Even more infatuated than when she was with Kato-dan. She was with Kato-dan at the beginning because Kato-dan spoke for her at critical times, but why is Tsunade with Yu Ming now? Why? What did Yu Ming think? Why would he want to be with someone so much older than himself? Is it because Tsunade has a good figure? Is it because she is beautiful? Jiraiya didn't believe it was because of these. But he guessed wrong. Yu Ming was with her because of these two reasons. Tsunade's figure and appearance are both Yu Ming's favorite, plus their previous experiences, it is not surprising that Yu Ming and Tsunade are together. Not to mention, now that Yu Ming has completely restored Tsunade's body to her 20s, and without any chakra to maintain it, Tsunade's physical fitness will remain in her 20s until she dies. That's why Yu Ming and Tsunade are together. It's just that Jiraiya doesn't know that Yu Ming has Rinnegan. Also didn't know that Yu Ming could completely restore Tsunade to his youthful state. He always thought that feelings still rely on his own chakra to maintain the state of the body. In fact, what puzzled Jiraiya the most was why Tsunade chose Yu Ming. The two of them are completely from two eras. In fact BGDA, not only he can't figure it out, little Sakura can't figure out why Yu Ming chose Tsunade. Even if you don't choose her, you have to choose Hinata, or Ino, or even Yu Ming. If you choose Anko, Azuki Shion, she will be more acceptable. What is Yu Ming's plan for choosing Tsunade, a man of his age? After much deliberation, little Sakura can only guess that maybe Yu Ming likes a woman with the same figure and appearance as Tsunade. But compared to the figure, where is Anko bad? Hinata is not bad, although not as great as Tsunade. But she is young, and of good birth. But Yu Ming chose Tsunade, which made little Sakura very puzzled. Tsunade looked at Yu Ming and sighed. It seemed that Yu Ming didn't realize that Chen Shi and Ying were his children. I don't know what happened to him. Back at Konoha village, Yu Ming told Tsunade about his trip to the Land of Thunder. Jiraiya and Tsunade became a little dignified when they heard that Akatsuki had started attacking Jinchuriki of Cloud Shinobi village. You know, now Cloud Shinobi village can be said to be the strongest ninja village in the ninja world besides Konoha, and in terms of overall strength, if there is no Yu Ming, it will even be above Konobi. Because no matter in terms of the quantity and quality of basic ninjas, as well as the economy and military of the Land of Thunder, it is not possible for the current Land of Fire. Although the Land of Fire has a good location and fertile land, it cannot compare economically with the Land of Thunder, or even with the Land of Earth. In terms of economy, the Kingdom of Fire can only rank third. But now if Akatsuki really puts his hand into Cloud Shinobi village, it may cause a very serious war. The guys at Cloud Shinobi village are all bad-tempered. In the previous 3 ninja wars, the first and third ninja wars were all provoked by Cloud Shinobi village. Although they all lost in the end, they belonged to the offensive side. Even if they lost nothing, but the winning side lost more. Initiated 2 ninja world wars and lost both, but their development is getting better and better. Among the 5 ninja villages, they are the best developed. If Akatsuki's snatching of the tailed beast sparked a ninja war in Cloud Shinobi Village, it would be difficult indeed. And right now Tsunade really doesn't want to start a war. Not only Konoha, but even Sunagaku, Yuanian village does not want to go to war. Even Onoki didn't want to start a war, because the country where these 4 villages are located, the daimyo didn't give enough military expenses. Because it is in a time of peace, the daimyo has no idea of launching a war abroad, so the military expenditure will naturally not increase. Only the Kingdom of Thunder is very supportive of Cloud Shinobi Village's military preparations, and the economy of the Kingdom of Thunder is much stronger than that of the other big countries. All military expenditures for Cloud Shinobi Village have not only not been reduced, but have also increased a lot. That's why Cloud Shinobi Village always has so many weird scientific ninja tools. Because they have a lot of military spending and have the funds to develop that kind of thing. In comparison, other ninja villages are worse. Among the 5 major ninja villages, Cloud Shinobi Village is the most capable of launching a ninja war. Chapter 301 Face Now Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. Still Pressure. 301 330ths. Chapter 301 Face Now Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. Still Pressure. But this time Ōtsutsuki Arashiki's strength really made Tsunade realize how terrible the Ōtsutsuki family is. I also realized the horror of Rinnegan. If there is no Yu Ming this time, maybe Konoha will be destroyed by Ōtsutsuki Arashi. Looking at Yu Ming, Tsunade said, if Akatsuki really summoned the legendary person, how should we resist? Yu Ming told Tsunade about 10 Tails and Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. It just told Tsunade, let her have a thought about the enemy she will face in the future. Yu Ming stood at the window, under the darkness of night, his gaze narrowed slightly. At that time, we may not only have to deal with Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, but also many powerful ninjas. This time the Akatsuki organization captured the Jinchuriki of the ninja world. The purpose is to summon 10 Tails. 10 Tails is a tail beast that can destroy the world. The strength is very terrifying. In fact, up to now, Yu Ming's strength is almost the same as that of 10 Tails. His Jugoyu Rinnegan has shown signs of jumping to Jugoyu Reincarnation Sharingan. Because his chakra has reached the level of 10 Tails at this time. This kind of chakra is very terrifying, even as long as Yu Ming thinks, he can directly blow up the current moon and release the Ōtsutsuki Kaguya in it. Of course, he's not that stupid, and he's really not sure if he can beat Ōtsutsuki Kaguya at all. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya and 10 Tails are fused together. When Yu Ming's Rinnegan has completely jumped to Jugoyu Samsara Sharingan, he will not take the initiative to shoot Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. Tsunade turned the chair, looked at Yu Ming, and said with a smile, if the real Ōtsutsuki Kaguya comes out, maybe the only person in the ninja world who can beat her is you. Yu Ming turned around, looked at Tsunade, and said seriously, I may not be able to defeat her. She and 10 Tails have been fused together, possessing the power of 10 Tails, and also possessing the power zone of the Ōtsutsuki clan. However, during this period of time, my strength has also shown signs of leaping. As long as the time when she comes out is not so early, I think I may really be sure to defeat her. Tsunade nodded. Then he sighed, now that little Sakura and Jiraiya know about our affairs, what do you think? Tsunade thought that Yu Ming would be unhappy. He said that he would talk about it when he was 18. But now they both know about it. Just unexpectedly, Yu Ming seemed completely devoid of emotion. Asked for flowers. It doesn't matter and said, you know it if you know it. It's good to know early. Tsunade laughed. I thought you would be angry. Yu Ming smiled indifferently. Why are you angry? However, I think Master Jiraiya may be really dissatisfied. I can see that he seems to have always liked you. 0. Tsunade froze for a moment, then smiled and said, it's just friendship. Tsunade is very frank, because she knows Yu Ming won't care about these things. Just like Tsunade doesn't care that many girls like Yu Ming, she knows that Yu Ming won't make a move on them. Of course, Yu Ming must have the idea of appreciating beautiful women. Tsunade Shiyu came over at this age, and I know that Yu Ming's age can't be controlled. But Tsunade knows he's going to stick to the line. Yu Ming didn't ask any more questions on this question, because it didn't make any sense at all. He was more concerned about what he would do if Ōtsutsuki Kaguya came out early. Now let him face Ōtsutsuki Kaguya directly, without the halo of the protagonist. He is really a little stressed. Chapter 302 Little Sakura is entangled. Why is Yu Ming and Tsunade together? 302 330ths. Chapter 302 Little Sakura is entangled. Why is Yu Ming and Tsunade together? And he doesn't want to do anything himself. After Jiraiya and Little Sakura knew about Yu Ming and Tsunade, they didn't make it public. Since the two of them have been hiding it, naturally they don't want to be revealed now. It's just that Jiraiya was really disappointed. He thought he could be with Tsunade in the end. Even if you can't be with her, at least you can protect her for the rest of your life, but now with Yu Ming. He felt that no matter whether he was with her or protecting her for the rest of his life, he didn't seem to need himself anymore. What's more, they have a pair of children in the future. Their settlement has been decided. Jiraiya knew very well that she didn't need to protect Tsunade at all. Little Sakura remembered that time when she asked Yu Ming if he had a girl he liked. He replied sometimes. That person was actually Tsunade, and judging by his appearance, it was obvious that he had been with Tsunade for a long time. In the past, the intimacy between them was far beyond what other people could compare. At that time, she thought that Yu Ming and Tsunade were only because of the relationship between master and apprentice, and the reason why they were so close was because Yu Ming's talent in medical ninjutsu was so high that Tsunade paid special attention to him. Now it seems that it was because the two of them were already together at that time. No wonder Tsunade taught Yu Ming his most exquisite medical ninjutsu on the premise that Yu Ming had no formal apprenticeship at all, and even opened the database of the Senju clan to him, and even opened the database of Hokage. This kind of treatment, even she, Tsunade's closed disciple, doesn't have it. But at that time, she always felt that it was because Yu Ming's talent was too high, and Tsunade cared about his subordinates. Who knows, these two people turned out to be that kind of relationship. However, little Sakura really couldn't figure it out, although because of Baihao technique, Tsunade's body can always maintain a youthful state. But there is always a big age gap between the two. Let's not talk about how Tsunade fell in love with Yu Ming, but how Yu Ming won Tsunade. These questions surprised her the most. Although little Sakura feels that if it is compared to figure and appearance, she is indeed much worse than Tsunade. After all, it is not a joke that she is considered the #1 beauty in the ninja world by many ninjas. But at this point, it is simply incomprehensible for the two to be together. Of course, it's normal for little Sakura not to understand. After all, Yu Ming used the power of Rinnegan to completely freeze Tsunade's body in his 20s. No one knows. This has also led to, these days, every time little Sakura goes out on a mission, she always feels a little awkward when she sees Yu Ming and Tsunade in the Hokage room. One is his teammate, or his brother, and the other is his master. Now, Tsunade is Konoha's Hokage and Yu Ming is the Hokage guard, both of whom belong to the upper echelons of Konoha village. Every time I see them, Xiaolo feels very uncomfortable. After all, I once expressed my feelings to Yu Ming. And every time she sees Ino being so enthusiastic towards Yu Ming, she feels sorry for Ino. Unbeknownst to Ino now, Yu Ming already has someone he likes. And this person is Hokage. But both Yu Ming and Tsunade are very calm. It's still the same as before. Except for the small Sakura and Laya from 5.1, no one saw anything unusual. In other words, in fact, when they were in the Hokage room, even if there was no one there, the two of them rarely did anything beyond their identities. That kind of thing is only presumptuous after get off work. Not many people in Konoha village know about Ōtsutsuki Ura style. After all, a master of the Ōtsutsuki clan will really make the village panic. Chapter 303, Air Ninja Attack. 303 330ths. Chapter 303, Air Ninja Attack. That's a powerful ninja with a Rinnegan. Far more threatening than Nagato. So Tsunade didn't intend to tell the people in the village about it. More than a month after Ōtsutsuki Arashiki was killed, information came from the Temple of Fire in the Land of Fire. The Temple of Fire was destroyed by two Akatsuki ninjas. Ji-Lu of the Temple of Fire, a former master of the 12 ninjas, was killed by two people. After this matter was reported to Tsunade, Tsunade frowned. But because now Naruto is mastering Nine Tails Chakra, and also practicing Rasengan Shuriken. So there is no time to complete the task. Most ninjas in the village also have their own tasks. So this time Tsunade asked Asuma to take two Chunin to investigate clearly. While leaving, Yu Ming also talked to Asuma about Hidan and Kakuzu's abilities. He felt that with Asuma's ability, after knowing the opponent's ability, absolutely nothing would happen. How to say is also Elite Jonin, one of Konoha's several masters. As for why Yu Ming didn't go by himself, if he was a Hokage guard and would send him whenever he had any mission, then he wouldn't need to be the Hokage guard. How about being a ninja on a mission? Yu Ming's position could not have left Tsunade for half a step. Only when Konoha was short of manpower before, but the task was more important, Tsunade would send him. Sending Asuma, the Elite Jonin, and two Chunin this time has been particularly valued. After all, this trip is just for scouting, not for fighting. Moreover, Elite Jonin can directly command a large army during the Ninja World War. If Asuma didn't even have this ability, then he wouldn't be eligible to be an Elite Jonin. Tsunade's arrangement is no problem in anyone's eyes. Even if the opponent is a strong cage-level player, there is no problem. After Asuma left, Yu Ming frowned. Although he told him about the abilities of Kakuzu and Hidan, Yu Ming didn't feel a little insecure. But he didn't say it. I don't intend to make a move to change anything. In other words, what he can change has already changed. If everything has to be taken care of, then he doesn't think it's very interesting. After Asuma left, Yu Ming looked at Tsunade and said, "It seems that they are going to capture Naruto." Tsunade nodded, at the same time a little dignified. I really don't understand why Akatsuki released 10 tails. In fact, Nagato doesn't know the real purpose of collecting the 9-tailed beasts. He is just a knife manipulated by Uchiha Madara. At this time, Naruto, who is training his body in a practice field in Konoha, so that he can bear all the strength of 9 tails, is being watched by Yamato and Kakashi. At the same time he was still practicing Rasengan Shuriken. In fact, he wanted to master this ninjutsu very much before, but because this ninjutsu is indeed too harmful to the body, he has been unable to practice it. But this time, he felt that if he didn't practice this ninjutsu, he wouldn't be able to keep up with the powerful enemy he was about to face later. Kakashi looked at Wu-043 who was practicing Rasengan Shuriken hard, and Yamato next to him was paying attention to the 9 tails chakra on him all the time. Although Yu Ming has now lifted the seal on Naruto, and Ninetales and Naruto have reached a settlement, but because Naruto has not yet fully mastered Ninetales chakra. As a result, sometimes even Ninetales can't control Naruto's full-tailed beast. Kakashi has been lying on the side reading novels. At this time, countless flying vehicles suddenly appeared from the distant sky. Konoha's guards discovered it immediately. For a moment, the entire Konoha was caught in the alarm of emergency evacuation. Yu Ming, who had been reading in the Hokage room, heard the warning sound and stood up. Go to the window. Chapter 304 Lightning all over the sky, far surpassing human skills. 304 330ths. Chapter 304 Lightning all over the sky, far surpassing human skills. At this time, Tsunade was also standing by the window. Looking at the sky in the distance, countless black spots are attacking Konoha. The whole Konoha ninja looked at the sky, and the ninja who was flying towards them felt a little uncomfortable. Because their weapons are difficult to attack those ninjas in the sky. Tsunade said calmly, "Is this, Kuranin?" Yu Ming nodded, "It should be Kong Nin, but haven't they been destroyed long ago?" Tsunade frowned. Yu Ming continued, "If we don't stop them, I'm afraid it will pose a great threat to the village." Having said that, when Konoha's many weapons are launched into the air, it is difficult to shoot them down. Boom. These air ninjas flew over Konoha and began to drop explosive barrels filled with detonating symbols. For a moment, the entire Konoha was enveloped in an explosion. Countless buildings collapsed. This sudden attack caused Konoha a lot of losses. Tsunade clenched his fists, watching the arrows and shurikens constantly being fired into the air. It was difficult to knock down Kuranin's flying vehicle. This made her very angry. The orientation of Konoha did not take into account the defense of the sky. Moreover, the Sky Ninja, which has air combat units in the ninja world, was wiped out in the previous Ninja World Wars. Therefore, there are very few ninjas with air combat units in the ninja world. Yu Ming also frowned. These people really did go too far. After finishing speaking, his eyes narrowed slightly. In an instant, the sky over Konoha village began to become cloudy with thunder and lightning. Countless lightning flashes in the clouds. A lot of Kongnan ninjas are bombarding Konoha village wantonly. But at this moment, they suddenly felt a chill all over. Listen to the sound of lightning and thunder in the sky. Looked up. Suddenly their eyes popped out. Damn, what is this? Many Konan, who were enjoying the bombing, looked at the sky at this time, completely frightened. The next moment, with bright eyes trembling slightly, hundreds of lightning strikes fell instantly from the thunder and lightning in the sky. Catch, rumbling, hundreds of lightning strikes, like the scene of the end of the world. The sky above the entire Konoha village is filled with countless lightning, as if the entire Konoha village is a piece of lightning. Under the bombardment of countless thunder and lightning, hundreds of Kong ninjas were accurately struck. The thunder and lightning rolled in the clouds, and when the lightning flashes slowly receded, there was no trace of Kong Nin in the sky. Instead, countless ashes fell from the sky. Hundreds of air ninjas have turned into ashes flying all over the sky along with their flying vehicles. The apocalyptic scene just now shocked all the ninjas in Konoha village. This was the most brilliant and terrifying attack they had seen. Yu Ming. All Konoha's ninjas looked at the Hokage building in unison. Because there is Konoha, no, the most powerful man in the entire ninja world. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of Konan who were wantonly bombing Konoha village were all blasted into flying ash. This power is far beyond human comprehension. And Tsunade looked at Yu Ming. She was not surprised. Because Yu Ming's strength is far more than that, it's just that she marvels how about money that Yu Ming's control over chakra is simply perfect. It is actually possible to precisely control hundreds of lightning bolts to hit rapidly moving flying objects. But Yu Ming seemed very calm. It seems that someone is targeting Konoha. These Kongren must have a docked lair. They should send someone to their lair to destroy them. Otherwise, they will attack every 2 days. It is really annoying, and this time it must have caused a lot of damage to the village, and we need to strengthen the village's air defense. Tsunade nodded. Mao. Chapter 305 The leader of Kong Ninja can withstand the physical fitness of 8 inner gates number. 8 gates. 305 330ths. Chapter 305 The leader of Kong Ninja can withstand the physical fitness of 8 inner gates number. 8 gates. Tsunade gathered all the ninjas who had no missions now. On the roof of the Hokage building, Tsunade looked at the dozen or so ninjas standing in front of her. All Chunin, Jonin and only Kakashi. Yu Ming and Shizune stood behind Tsunade. Tsunade looked at the crowd and said, the people who attacked Konoha this time were the Kong ninja village that was wiped out by Konoha during the Ninja World War. This time they should attack Konoha, just some ninjas. For the safety of Konoha, we need to find out their lair and destroy it. After finishing speaking, Tsunade looked at Kakashi. Kakashi, this time you will lead the team, find Kuranin's lair, and find a way to destroy it. Kakashi nodded. 203 Seriously, yes, Hokage-sama. And the dozen or so Chunins behind Kakashi looked at Yu Ming with admiration. If Yu Ming hadn't made a move this time, Konoha's losses would have far exceeded the current situation. However, only Yu Ming in the ninja world can do this. Among the crowd of Chunins, little Sakura, Ino, Sai, Choji, and Neji looked at Yu Ming with serious eyes. Because they are strictly in the same class as Yu Ming, Neji and Xiaoli, Tian they are only one class older than Yu Ming. But now the gap between them has become desperate. Even little Sakura knew very well that Yu Ming's strength was much higher than many people imagined. It can even be said that Yu Ming is currently the #1 person in the ninja world. Even Ōtsutsuki Arashiki, who has Rinnegan, was not his opponent and was beaten by him throughout the process. It has already proved that Yu Ming is terrible. You know, Jiraiya was solved by Ōtsutsuki in 2s and 2s. At that time, if it wasn't for Yu Ming, she and Tsunade would have suffered worse than Jiraiya. From this, we can see how terrifying Yu Ming's strength is. It's just that the ninja world's impression of him is still at the cage level. In fact, Yu Ming has already far surpassed the boundaries of cage level powerhouses. It has reached a level that no one can match in the ninja world so far. Even Sage of Six Paths can only compete with Yu Ming, and it is not very sure whether they can win. And Sage of Six Paths is in the state of becoming Ten Tails Jinchuriki. If it is in an ordinary state, it cannot be compared with Yu Ming at all. Little Sakura may be one of the ninjas in the same class who knows how strong Yu Ming is. Kakashi also saw the lightning style released by Yu Ming before. To be honest, the difficulty of cultivating that lightning style has definitely reached the S level, or even more. Because that chakra's requirements for the amount of chakra, and the requirements for the control of chakra are too high. So high that even someone like Tsunade, who has extremely precise control over chakra, may not be able to do it. Kakashi can't do it even more, he doesn't have enough chakra, and he doesn't have such a high chakra control accuracy. After Tsunade explained the content of this mission, all the ninjas went to find the lair of Kong Nin under the leadership of Kakashi. At this time, among the leaves, an old man looked at Yu Ming standing on the top floor of the Hokage building, very dignified. This guy is stronger than the legend. He can actually release that level of ninjutsu, but as long as that thing is activated, destroying Konoha will be very simple. Even you can't block that level of attack. This guy is Shenong, the leader of Kongren. The body's regenerative ability is extremely strong, and its physical fitness is extremely strong, which can open the first 8 gate of the 8 inner gates. Of course, he is talking about physical fitness, which does not mean that he will be 8 inner gates. Chapter 306 Naruto's Strength. 306 330ths. Chapter 306 Naruto's Strength. 8 inner gates requires not only physical fitness, but also extremely high physical attainments. This is not something that any ninja can achieve. This guy is going to use Zero Tail to conquer the ninja world. After Kakashi took all the ninjas and left, Tsunade stood on the top floor of Hokage, frowning at the place where the village was bombed. These damned Kong ninjas have been wiped out for so many years, and now they have to do this kind of thing again. As Hokage, Tsunade naturally does not want this kind of damage to the village. And Yu Ming stood beside her, and said with a smile, Mr. Kakashi and the others must be able to find their lair, and then they will all be wiped out. Now the most dangerous enemy is not them, they are just a bunch of thugs and ugliness. Indeed, for the ninja world, the main enemy now is not those Karenin, but the Shisha organization, and Ōtsutsuki Kaguya that may appear in the future. If this person didn't have ultimates Yin Yang done, he wouldn't be able to seal him at all. Yu Ming is not sure if this time Ōtsutsuki Kaguya is still that silly and sweet. If her brain suddenly became easier to use this time, it would be very difficult to deal with. In terms of pure strength, she is really terrifying. When she was sealed in the end, Yu Ming was also very puzzled. Such a powerful person was actually sealed by Sasuke and Naruto, which is outrageous. And this time Yu Ming is very important, because who knows if there will be any changes this time. If this time Ōtsutsuki Kaguya suddenly behaves very well, if Sasuke and Naruto can't seal her at all, then Yu Ming must do it himself contested with her. As an ordinary ninja, no one is her match. Tsunade felt Yu Ming's dignified heart, and said with a smile, no matter what the result is, I will advance and retreat together with you. Yu Ming smiled and said nothing more. Tsunade can't actually help him much, even though Tsunade's strength is already a cage-level powerhouse, belonging to the top combat power in the ninja world. But for Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, and even for Uchiha Madara, there is a big gap. But Yu Ming thinks that Tsunade has the idea of advancing and retreating with him, which is enough. Naruto didn't come out this time, because he needs to practice hard in the practice field, and strive to master Nine Tails Chakra mode and even Kurama mode as soon as possible. As long as Naruto really masters Kurama mode and Rasengan Shuriken, then Konoha can have an extra cage-level powerhouse. Ask for flowers. There are many things that Yu Ming does not need to do. In fact, Yu Ming didn't want Konoha to be unable to solve everything, so he had to take action himself. Kakashi took a dozen Chunin to the seaside of the Land of Fire to find Kong Nin's whereabouts. Because according to intelligence, it is difficult to find them on land in the ninja world, and they should be motherships docked at sea. And the distance must be the nearest seashore. In terms of the amount of chakra that Kong Nin had, they couldn't fly much distance at all. A day passed. Yu Ming and Tsunade were doing their own things in the Hokage room. At this time, Naruto and Yamato suddenly broke in. Naruto looked at Tsunade and said, Grandma Tsunade, I heard that little Sakura and the others are all looking for the ninja who attacked Konoha this time. Tsunade put down the document in his hand, looked up at Naruto, and said calmly, yes, you want to go too. Naruto nodded and said, of course, those people dared to attack the village and caused so many casualties. I will find them and beat them away. Chapter 307 The Beam of Light That Can Destroy Konoha. 307 330ths. Chapter 307 The Beam of Light That Can Destroy Konoha. Yamato stood beside Naruto, very helpless. He actually stopped Naruto, but there was no way, he was too fast. Now Konoha can keep up with Naruto in terms of speed, just Yu Ming. Because Naruto can already master the state of 9 tails. After a while, you can master the full 9 tails. At that time, he can master the 9 tails chakra mode. Now, Naruto has already inherited part of the speed of 657 of 9 tails, which is close to the speed of 4th Hokage. So now, the only person Konoha can completely suppress Naruto in terms of speed is Yu Ming. Tsunade looked at Naruto. Some didn't want Naruto to go. The main concern is that if Naruto goes out, he will meet someone from Akatsuki. It's just that before Tsunade spoke, Yu Ming, who was sitting on the side, looked at Naruto and said, "Okay." Tsunade was stunned for a moment, looked at Yu Ming, then thought for a while and said, "I agree too, but Yamato will follow you when I go out this time." Yamato wanted to refute that it was too dangerous for Naruto to go out now. It's just that Yu Ming looked at Yamato and said, "Mr. Yamato, let Naruto go out. Now unless those people all go together, it's hard to be his opponent." Naruto, who is only in the state of 8 tails, actually already has the power to defeat pain. With Naruto's strength now, no ordinary member of the Akatsuki organization is his counterpart. What's more, during this period of practice, his strength has improved a lot, and it has long been no longer the strength of ordinary Jonin, at least it is also at the Kage level. And most importantly, Naruto knows the intelligence of most of the Akatsuki members. What's more, there is a Yamato watching beside him. Although Yamato is not very strong, he is still an elite Jonin in Anbu. With him watching, as long as Naruto doesn't die, basically nothing will go wrong. Yamato looked at Yu Ming and Tsunade agreed, and said, "Okay," helplessly. Naruto smiled and said, "Don't worry, mother-in-law Tsunade, Yu Ming, this time I will definitely blow away those who destroy Konoha." After Naruto and Yamato left, Yu Ming sighed, "There are so many things during this time." Tsunade smiled and said, "There is no way. This kind of thing happens almost every once in a while. There are many people who want to attack Konoha, and there are not many in these years. It's just that it happens so concentrated. It's really rare. In fact, not only Konoha, but also the 5 great ninja villages, there will be ninjas attacking them every once in a while. After all, as the 5 most powerful ninja villages in the ninja world, they are naturally the best targets for attack. No matter what the purpose is, attacking these 5 ninja villages will cause a great reputation. The air ninja attack on Konoha this time did cause relatively large casualties to Konoha. Among the many cases of attacks on Konoha, the damage is second only to Orochimaru's attack on Konoha's Konoha Collapse Plan, and the Nine Tails Rebellion. But because Yu Ming is there, Tsunade is actually not worried. Kakashi takes a dozen Chunin to the seaside of the Land of Fire. It took several days, and finally found the location of their mothership. At the same time, Naruto also found the ruins of Kong Nin. These days, Yu Ming actually didn't do anything, and went to and from get off work as usual every day. Have a drink with Tsunade now and then. 3.5 The person who can threaten him now has not yet come out. But what Yu Ming didn't know was that Naruto didn't prevent Shenong from launching an attack on Konoha this time. Hokage room. Yu Ming suddenly felt something approaching. And it's fast. With a flash, they appeared above Konoha with Tsunade. Because he has the Rinnegan, he can float in the air. A beam of light shot from afar. Chapter 308 Thunder Prison appears. 308 330ths. Chapter 308 Thunder Prison appears. The energy contained in it is even more terrifying than ordinary tailed beast bomb energy. Tsunade was stunned. This attack was aimed at Konoha. At this time, all the ninjas in Konoha felt the beam of energy light. At the same time they also saw Yu Ming and Tsunade floating in the sky. The ninjas below didn't know what happened, but they saw that beam of light was bombarding Konoha at an extremely fast speed. Many ninjas appeared on the roof. They could naturally feel the chakra contained in that beam of light. If this beam of light really hits Konoha, then Konoha will really be destroyed. But now who in Konoha can block this beam of light? That's not the tailed beast bomb. You can use the flying thunder god to guide minds to other places. Tsunade was also a little dignified at this time. 16. Even Yu Ming was a little dignified. He could feel that the amount of chakra in this beam of light was definitely much more than the amount of chakra in the general tailed beast bomb. Looks like Naruto was caught. How did that guy do it? This chakra beam of light was obviously blasted out by Shenong with the help of Nine Tails chakra. Tsunade looked at Yu Ming. If you are not sure to block it, then evacuate here. Tsunade also didn't want Yu Ming to take the risk of blocking this attack. This is no longer something that a Kage-level powerhouse can stop. This is also Shenong's confidence. He firmly believes that no one can stop the shadow of the 5 great ninja villages. This is also his confidence to conquer the ninja world. Yu Ming's gaze was serious, not because of the strong beam of light, but because of why Naruto was caught. Just when the beam of light was about to hit Konoha, many ninjas had already started to scatter around Konoha. Yu Ming said calmly, "I'm just curious, where did this attack come from?" After finishing speaking, Yu Ming stared at Sage Art Lay Prison slightly. The next moment, Yu Ming directly entered Sage mode. Hands together, a spatial rift suddenly appeared in front of Yu Ming and Tsunade. Suddenly, on both sides of the space crack, 2 huge hands of blue and white thunder and lightning grasped the 2 sides of the crack. Tsunade froze. This was the first time she met Yu Ming's lay prison. Not only Tsunade, but the entire Konoha ninja was completely stunned at this time. A black crack of hundreds of meters appeared in the sky. In the cracks, countless black lightning appeared. And when they just sighed, the two sides of the crack were suddenly grasped by a pair of huge hands condensed by blue and white lightning. Catch! The space rift seemed to be torn open by the enormous power of the creatures within. Accompanied by terrifying power, black lightning continuously flashed in the sky. These black lightnings touched the forests outside the leaves, and in an instant, large craters of hundreds of meters appeared in the forests outside the leaves. The trees in it have been reduced to ashes. These black lightnings are lightning storms in space. Terrifying. Originally, the otherworld created by Yu Ming using Rinnegan did not have these space-time lightning. It's just that Yu Ming condensed Lei Prison next to the lightning storm in the space. The purpose is to let those space lightning storms continue to temper Lei Prison. Increase their power. After opening the space rift, a giant thunder flash of more than 200 meters came out. At this moment, everyone was stunned, including Tsunade. What is this 300? Yu Ming said calmly, this thing can block this attack. Sure enough, as soon as Lei Prison came out, his hands began to condense into a shield. The beam of light bombarded the shield all at once. Boom! A violent tremor of tens of kilometers around caused everyone's eyes to be fixed on the lightning shield in front of the Titan. Under the continuous bombardment of the beam of light, the huge shield in front of the Thunder Titan did not shake at all. Even Chakra, who was still constantly absorbing the beam of light. However, the shock wave caused by the impact of energy still caused huge earthquakes and mountain shakes in the surrounding tens of kilometers. Fortunately, Konoha was right behind Lei Prison, so it was not affected by the shock. But beyond Konoha, in the surrounding tens of kilometers, countless cracks have appeared on the ground. Chapter 309 The Flying Fortress headed to Kurigakure. 309 330ths. Chapter 309 The Flying Fortress headed to Kurigakure. This terrifying power stunned all the ninjas in Konoha, as if seeing a god. Tsunade, standing beside Yu Ming, looked at Lei Prison who blocked the beam of light, and this time she was really shocked. She grew up so big, she has never seen such a shocking ninjutsu, and what kind of terrifying creature Yu Ming summoned. Actually, relying on the condensed shield alone, it has already held back the chakra beam of light, which is even more terrifying than the tailed beast bomb. After the beam of light competed with Lei Prison's shield for a few seconds, the horizon in the distance couldn't hold on for the first time. Although there are many chakra in Nine Tails, they are also limited, and it is impossible to blast hundreds of kilometers continuously. When the chakra beam of light was resisted, Shenong was on the surface of the sea hundreds of kilometers away, and Shenong's eyes were slightly focused, looking at the scene displayed on the monitor. The unsuccessful result made him very dissatisfied. Damn it, why does that guy have such a terrifying power? Well, since Konoha cannot be destroyed, then I will choose the next target. After the attack launched by Shenong was held back by Yu Ming, he immediately shifted his target to other ninja villages. At this time, in the Flying Fortress, Yamato is trying to rescue Naruto. It's just that Shenong's strength is too strong, which made him unable to face him directly. This time, Lingwei can fully withstand the chakra of Nine Tails. It may be that Shenong has investigated the amount of chakra in Nine Tails, so Naruto keeps outputting chakra, but Lingwei does not feel overwhelmed at all. Driven by Nine Tails chakra, the Flying Fortress began to fly towards Kurigakure in the Land of Water. Originally, Shenong's idea was to use Zero Tail to conquer the ninja world. To conquer the ninja world, he first needed to destroy the 5 great ninja villages, but now Konoha obviously has no way to destroy it, so he can only turn to the weaker Kurigakure. He may not be able to carry Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure in a short time. Sunagakure was too far away from him. Only Kurigakure, the Land of Water across the sea, is relatively close. While the Flying Fortress was flying towards Kurigakure, Konoha and the ninjas who were destroying the mothership on the Kong Ninja Sea were stunned. And under the blessing of Nine Tails chakra, the speed of the Flying Fortress is very fast, much faster than running at full speed. So within a few hours, the Flying Fortress appeared on the coast of the country of water. And Yu Ming also knew that Shenong was going to the Land of Water. Kurigakure doesn't know anything about the Flying Fortress at this time. In addition, Kurigakure has just recovered from the blood mist, and his strength has not yet recovered. It is impossible to block a bombardment of the Flying Fortress. If in the past they had 4th Mizuka Jigura, the Jinchuriki who can completely control the tail beast, then there is some hope. Release the tailed beast bomb to block it for a while. But now, Kurigakure's 3 tails is in a wild state, and 6 tails Yugao has defected. Although Terumi Mei's ninjutsu has several large-scale attacks, it is used to counteract the chakra beam of light, which is more powerful than the tailed beast bomb, and there is indeed a big gap. When this incident was reported to Tsunade, in the Hokage room, Tsunade frowned and said, Yu Ming, can you stop Shenong from doing this? Shenong is driven by Naruto's chakra. If Kurigakure is attacked, if so, it may trigger a ninja world war. Money. Yu Ming was also a little dignified. He was not worried about the occurrence of the ninja world war. But he didn't want the ninja war to break out at this time either. And Tsunade is still Hokage. She needs to consider Konoha's current situation. If Konoha participates in the ninja world war now, even if she doesn't lose, it will cause a lot of losses. The current Konoha cannot afford such a loss. That's why Tsunade hoped that Yu Ming would take action to stop Shenong's actions. And she doesn't want to be an enemy of Kurigakure. Chapter 310 Terumi Mei's Water Style. 310 330ths. Chapter 310 Terumi Mei's Water Style. Yu Ming nodded and said, "Don't worry, when I went to the Kingdom of Water to complete the mission, I left a Flying Thunder God spell there." After speaking, Yu Ming disappeared into the Hokage room. At this time, Shenong had already appeared in the sky several kilometers away from Kuritaker, driving the flying fortress. Facing the behemoth flying in the distance, Kuritaker's ninjas were all shocked. 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei appeared on Kuritaker's castle walls with Ao and Chojuro. Next to her gathered several high-level Kuritaker. What the hell is that? It seems to stop there. Terumi Mei frowned. She didn't know what it was. However, after the flying fortress stopped on Sky 377 outside Kuritaker and gathered chakra for a while, Shenong decisively issued an attack command. Under Zero Tail's ability, after mobilizing 9 Tails chakra, the flying fortress blasted at Kuritaker a beam of chakra light that was the same as the one that attacked Konoha before. Boom. The moment the chakra beam blasted out, Ching immediately pulled down the eyes that had been covered all along. Blind eyes. After opening her eyes, Ching discovered that the chakra beam of light that bombarded her had a chakra that surpassed the level of Tailed Beast Bomb. Ao was completely dumbfounded. "Master Mizukage, if this chakra beam of light falls into the village, I am afraid the village will be completely destroyed." In fact, Ching didn't need to explain. Terumi Mei could already feel the terrifying power zone contained in this chakra beam of light. But Terumi Mei is still unwilling to give up. The hands are quickly sealed. Water Style Water Column, Water Style Water Dragon Bomb. Released 2 high-level Water Style Ninjutsu in succession. And also output a lot of chakra. This is a powerful water style that can completely extinguish Uchiha Madara's fire. MJU4NDA2 Nadizemta4 NTK10DA4 OJQ equals. Of course, it is also so powerful because the person using it is Terumi Mei. The same Water Dragon Bomb. Terumi Mei's Water Dragon Bomb can hit Uchiha Madara's incomplete body into the air, but it can only be used for comparison if it is not cut. This time Terumi Mei wants to use 2 water styles to carry the chakra light beam this time. But the Water Dragon Bomb and the Water Array Pillar were scattered by the beam of light just after they flew hundreds of meters BGAB away. There is no hindrance effect at all. Originally, after Terumi Mei released Water Style Ninjutsu, the ninjas of Kuritaker also wanted to collectively use Water Style Ninjutsu to block. But Terumi Mei's 2 super powerful water styles were immediately scattered by Chakra's beam of light, and they put out this idea. Terumi Mei looked at the beam of chakra light that was already blasting towards them, and shouted, "Retreat." Glancing at the chakra beam of light, Terumi Mei clenched her fists. Although the speed of this chakra beam of light is not very fast, it cannot be stopped, and she is very clear about the result of it blasting into Kuritaker without any hindrance. Kuritaker has just ended the Bloody Era, and he did not expect to encounter such an attack before communicating with the outside world. Perhaps under this blow, Kuritaker was directly removed from the 5 great ninja villages. Terumi Mei felt a little uncomfortable. Even if there are still many living ninjas left under this bombardment, Kuritaker's strength will be greatly reduced. Originally, Kuritaker was basically the bottom of the 5 major ninja villages, and has been reduced to the point where it is on par with Tsunade. You know, Tsunade has always been the weakest village among the 5 great ninja villages. If Kuritaker is hit this time, then Kuritaker may not even be as good as Tsunade. And just when Terumi Mei glanced at Chakra's beam of light angrily, and was about to leave the city wall. In front of the city walls of Kuritaker, a giant thunderbolt suddenly appeared. Chapter 311 Thunder Prisoner reappears, a power that does not belong to humans. 311 330ths. Chapter 311 Thunder Prisoner reappears, a power that does not belong to humans. Roar. Raiden Titan is more than 200 meters tall, standing in the forest outside the city wall of Kuritaker. There were violent vibrations within a few kilometers around. Boom. Catch. The moment the Thunderbolt Titan appeared, he condensed a huge Thunderbolt shield hundreds of meters away with both hands, and rushed towards the chakra beam of light. Every step of the Lightning Titan produced violent vibrations within several thousand meters. The next moment, something that shocked everyone happened. The Thunderbolt Titan raised the shield in his hand and headed towards the chakra beam of light. Boom. For a moment, the chakra beam of light and the lightning shield were built together. With a violent energy shock wave, within dozens of kilometers around, everything appeared like an earthquake, landslides and ground cracked, and the ground shook. Like Konoha before, this time except for Kuritaker, other places are in the midst of violent shocks. Numerous cracks appeared on the ground. Each crack even spread for more than 10 kilometers. Some even cracked tens of meters, forming a winding canyon. After holding it for a few seconds, the chakra beam of light simply disappeared. At this time, both Terumi Mei and Kuritaker's ninjas were stunned when they saw such a huge Thunderbolt Titan. Does this inhuman power really exist? Terumi Mei reacted first, looking around for the ninja who controls Raiden Titan. She doesn't believe that no one controls Raiden Titan. This Thunderbolt Titan is more like a weapon made of pure chakra energy. Like a tailed beast, although she doesn't think humans can control such a hopelessly powerful weapon, she feels that someone must control it. Terumi Mei unfolded her chakra perception, while looking around all the time. The next moment, she saw a man standing on the trunk of a big tree in the forest, just over 100 meters away from their city wall. The moment Terumi Mei saw Yu Ming's face, her eyes narrowed. It's him. Terumi Mei was really shocked, because when she saw Yu Ming, it was completely clear that this Thunderbolt Titan must be controlled by Yu Ming. Because of this period of time, rumors about Yu Ming were flying everywhere in the ninja world. Tsurumi Mei has also heard about it, and has seen pictures of Yu Ming. This is the man who was closest to the first Hokage of their village among Konoha's new generation. Did not expect that he would appear here. Seeking flowers 0. Ao obviously noticed it too, looked at Tsurumi Mei and asked, Master Mizukage, should we please invite him over? After Tsurumi Mei looked at Yu Ming for a while, she shook her head and said, no, he will come over, and I'm sure that thing must have something to do with Konoha, otherwise he would never appear here, help us carry this attacks. Hearing this, Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, you mean that thing has something to do with Konoha? 0. Tsurumi Mei nodded, she is more rational, so it is clear that Yu Ming appeared here and helped them withstand the bombardment of the flying fortress strangely. Obviously this flying fortress must have something to do with Konoha, otherwise the weakening of Kurigakure would be of great benefit to Konoha. He didn't think Yu Ming would help them except that the flying fortress had something to do with Konoha. It's just that Yu Ming's power is much more terrifying than the rumors. Tsurumi Mei's eyes narrowed slightly, this guy is only 17 years old now, why is he so strong? That is no longer the power that human beings should have. Manipulating such a huge weapon, and allowing this Thunderbolt Titan to have such agility and wisdom, is definitely not something that humans can do. And Yu Ming kept his eyes on Lei Prison. Chapter 312 Destroying the Flying Fortress is stronger than the impression of Zero Tail. 312 330ths. Chapter 312 Destroying the Flying Fortress is stronger than the impression of Zero Tail. Shen Nong was a little out of breath, damn it, why did I go, where did this guy follow me? Okay, instead of attacking Kurigakure, I'll attack Cloud Shinobi Village, and I'll see if you can keep up. Knowledge sees that the flying fortress is preparing to leave next to Kurigakure. Yu Ming stared slightly and said, how could I let you escape this time? It was a big mistake not to knock you down last time. It depends on where you go this time. After finishing speaking, Yu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, the extremely terrifying pupil power crazily output, 250, and the celestial chakra in his body also crazily output. And Lei Prison's body immediately swelled under the terrifying pupil power of Shanshu chakra and Yu Ming's Jugoyu Rinnegan. From the original more than 200 meters, it expanded to more than 500 meters. At the same time, a golden chain appeared in both hands. Come down you. With Yu Ming's crazy output of pupil power, Lei Prison let go of the golden chain in his hand. The golden chain immediately flew into the sky, extremely fast, even faster than the chakra beam. The golden chains flew several kilometers above, entwining the flying fortress all of a sudden. The moment the golden chains bound the flying fortress, Lei Prison pulled with great force. The terrifying power immediately pulled down the flying fortress from the sky. No matter how Shen Nong tried to control Ling Wei, he couldn't break free. Roar, roar. Zero Tail couldn't break free, and immediately manifested the prototype, like a huge python wrapping around the flying fortress. The giant python transformed from Zero Tail is even thousands of meters long. Chakra of Nine Tails keeps drawing and wants to pull the flying fortress to fly towards the sky. It's just that no matter how much it struggles, how many Nine Tails chakra it draws, under the pull of Lei Prison, the flying fortress is still falling. Finally, the flying fortress was pulled down only 1,000 meters from the ground, and Lei Prison's eyes shone with a golden light. Roar. Zero Tail and Lei Prison roared at each other in the air. Lei Prison held the golden chain with both hands and exerted an extremely terrifying force. Boom. The terrifying power instantly threw the flying fortress from a height of more than 1,000 meters to the ground. The flying fortress hit the ground instantly, and it shattered into ruins. There were also violent earthquakes on the ground. More than 1,000 meters away from Kurigakure, there was a puff of smoke that rose hundreds of meters away. The Kurigakure ninja standing on top of the Kurigakure city wall was completely awed. They all sighed, is this really something that humans can do? That is simply a god. Tsurumi Mei frowned, if Konoha possessed this kind of power, then who would dare to provoke Konoha in the 5 great ninja villages? Isn't that courting death? Only Yu Ming exists alone, whoever dares to attack Konoha will only incur a devastating blow, and Yu Ming alone can destroy a large ninja village. According to the strength he showed just now, who in the ninja world will be Yu Ming's opponent, or in other words, who can resist Yu Ming's attack? Tsurumi Mei even wondered if Yu Ming came to intimidate Kurigakure. After the flying fortress was destroyed, Yu Ming appeared on top of Lei Prison. And Zero Tail is still alive. Moreover, after absorbing a large amount of Nine Tails chakra, instead of being overwhelmed, it also became stronger. This is the variable. Yu Ming remembered that the Zero Tail in his impression did not have such terrifying power. But it doesn't matter anymore. 2.0. Looking at Shenong who has been integrated with Zero Tail, and Naruto who is embedded in Tail at this time. And Yamato who came out of the ruins at this time, and Sasuke who came out of it. But at this moment, Sasuke looked at Yu Ming standing on Lei Prison's head with serious eyes. I didn't expect that I have practiced so hard for more than 3 years, and the gap with him is getting bigger and bigger. Sasuke also felt that the power displayed by Yu Ming at this time no longer belonged to human beings. Chapter 313 Yu Ming, you wait to die. 313 330ths. Chapter 313 Yu Ming, you wait to die. Shenong had already merged with Ling Wei at this time, and he also possessed the power of Ling Wei. And continuously extract the Nine Tails chakra in Naruto's body. Because Shenong has enhanced the zero-tailed chakra threshold this time, it is difficult for Naruto to reach the zero-tailed limit no matter how much chakra it outputs this time. Originally only a 30 to 40 meter zero tail, after absorbing 9 tails chakra continuously, it unexpectedly soared to more than 1,000 meters. After coming out of the ruined flying fortress, Lingwei raised his head, and the raised head in front of him was already more than 500 meters away. It is the same height as Thunder Prisoner 16. Lei Prison's eyes shone with golden light, and his hands began to condense his weapons. One hand condensed a fighting shield, and the other hand condensed a long knife. The scale of this battle is no less than that of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Even the destructive power of Zero Tail at this time is more terrifying than Uchiha Madara's original tailed beast difficulty. And to deal with a giant creature with a soul like Zero Tail, using wood style is obviously not a good way. And in terms of destructive power, Yu Ming's Thunder Prisoner is no less difficult than the tailed beast. It is even much stronger, and it can already be almost the same as true several thousand hands. A Thunder Prisoner of more than 500 meters, standing outside Kurigakure, is like a high mountain, and the zero end of the kilometer also makes people feel desperate at this time. You must know that the largest of the 9-tailed beasts is only over 100 meters. And 10 tails is only more than 1,000 meters, this size makes people feel hopeless. Now the zero tail of more than 1,000 meters and the Thunder Prison of more than 500 meters really shocked the whole Kurigakure. This is two god tiers fighting. After Shenong integrated into Lingwei, he felt the huge chakra in Lingwei's body. This feeling is really wonderful. Ha ha ha, Zero Tail's strength really surprised me. Now, it's not too difficult to defeat you. At this time, Shenong felt the huge quantity and quality of Nine Tails chakra, and was shocked, so he forgot the power of Yu Ming for a while. He even felt that he could easily defeat Yu Ming. In this war, Yamato and Sasuke can't get involved at all. Yamato is an elite Jonin. Although he is a Grandmaster wood style, he cannot use many wood styles. And Sasuke's current Sharingan is only at the level of the 3 Guyu, which is only at the level of the Shadow Strength. He can't participate in a battle of this level, so he stood aside, watching the battle between these two giant creatures, his eyes narrowed. This kind of battle can reflect his real battle. The huge bodies of Lei Guan and Zero Tail, not to mention their strength, their size alone has made many masters in the ninja world helpless. Even if this giant creature doesn't have too many ninjutsu attacks, it can cause great damage just by relying on physical strength, and can even easily destroy a large ninja village. 240. Originally, Sasuke thought that after more than 3 years of practice, he could shorten the distance with Yu Ming, but he did not expect that the gap with him now is not only not close, but even further. Standing on Lei Prison's head, Yu Ming looked at Zero Tail, who raised his head up to the same height as Lei Prison in front of him, and smiled. It's really interesting to know how to extract the chakra from 9 tails to increase his body size. But don't just increase in size. Shenong was at the moment when he was inflated by the mighty 9 tails chakra. When he heard Yu Ming's words, he laughed. Yu Ming, you just wait to die. The arrogant Shenong felt that he could kill Yu Ming at this time. And it's easy. And Yu Ming chuckled, thinking it was quite ridiculous. Chapter 314 Lightning Armor. 314 330ths. Chapter 314 Lightning Armor. His eyes narrowed slightly, after the huge fairy art chakra in his body was output crazily. Lei Prison clenched the thunder knife in his hand, took a step forward and rushed towards Lingwei. Boom, boom, boom. Lei Prison's speed was very fast, and every step he stepped on the ground caused violent vibrations. That was a mountain that kept rising and falling, and the weight alone was already quite terrifying. Seeing Yu Ming attacking him, Shenong roared angrily, "Go to hell, Yu Ming." After finishing speaking, he controlled Zero Tail and swam to Lei Prison's side at an extremely fast speed like a giant python, trying to use his huge body to wrap Lei Prison around him. But the moment he walked in front of Lei Prison raised his knife and chopped off Lingwei's head with lightning speed. The speed was so fast that even Shenong didn't realize it. It's just that Zero Tail's regenerative ability is too strong. As a result, the moment its head was cut off, it grew back, still trying to wrap around the rich man's body. However, Lei Prison was faster, took a step back, raised the shield in his hand and slapped the regrown head. Boom! The huge collision triggered a violent energy shock wave. Let Lingwei's body be sent flying by a huge force, loading a mountain several kilometers away with a height of hundreds of meters. The mountain was directly cut in two by Zero Tail. For a while, Shenong only felt a little uncomfortable in his head. And the battle between the two destroyed everything within a few kilometers around the two. The terrifying destructive power is even worse than the battle between the two-tailed beasts. Just a few moves shocked everyone who was watching the battle. Even Tsunade, the strongest among these spectators, lamented, "This battle is simply a natural disaster. If this kind of battle happened inside the village, I am afraid that the whole village will be destroyed by these two loyal creatures." Although that guy doesn't know why he came here, and why he helped us, but I have to say that he really saved us Kurigakure. Without him, Kurigakure would be destroyed today. Tsunade is a cage-level powerhouse with super water style and two kinds of blood succession boundaries. The key point is that she is about the same age as Kakashi, and she is definitely a genius ninja. But even though she is so strong, and she is still the shadow of Kurigakure, seeing this kind of battle, I still feel extremely desperate. Because she knew that if Zero Tail's target was Kurigakure and Yu Ming didn't appear, Kurigakure would be unstoppable. The two-tailed beasts, three tails and six tails are not in Yuanian village at this time. Although her two types of blood inheritance boundary and powerful water style have a large attack range, it is impossible to shake the zero tail of the kilometer. That's a dozen times the size of three tails. With that size alone, he can already slap three tails. And it seems to be holding a chakra beam of light, the power of which is no less powerful than the tailed beast bomb. If there is a fight, even if both three tails and six tails are there, it may not be possible to win. Not to mention, three tails and six tails are not in Kurigakure at all. Looking at Yu Ming standing on Lei Prison's head, Terumi-Mei was a little dignified. She felt that if Yu Ming wanted to attack Kurigakure at this time, no one could stop him. Even Terumi-Mei knew that it was impossible for her to stop Yu Ming. And after Ling Wei was shot flying, he could quickly adjust his mentality, raised his head, and lightning swam to Lei Prison's feet, ready to bite Lei Prison's thigh. Lei Chu's golden eyes narrowed slightly. A lightning armor appeared all over his body. Boom. The moment Ling Wei bit it, he bit into the lightning armor. The thunder and lightning armor is not only for defense, but also the terrible black lightning that will shock the tail to death at once. Even Zero Tail's mouth was charred. Roar. 10. After a roar, Zero Tail raised his head towards the back. Chapter 315 Seal of Sealing Evil, Zero Tail turned to ashes. 315 330ths. Chapter 315 Seal of Sealing Evil, Zero Tail turned to ashes. Although the mouth is recovering rapidly, it still feels severe pain. Lei Prison didn't give it a chance to recover at all this time. Waving the thunder knife in his hand, he chopped off Ling Wei's head again with one blow. At the moment when Ling Wei wanted to recover, the shield in Lei Prison's other hand was condensed with mysterious runes. Boom. Just as Zero Tail's head was about to recover, Lei Prison drew the shield that had condensed mysterious runes and exuded a strong aura of fairy art chakra on its head. As a shield hit Ling Wei's head, the shield instantly turned into countless lightning runes, covering Ling Wei's huge body. 393. The thunder knife in Lei Prison's hand disappeared, and he clasped his hands together. Boom. The golden eyes narrowed slightly. Sage Art Seal of Sealing Evil. At this moment, Yu Ming mobilized the huge fairy chakra, and used a very basic sealing chakra's sealing technique. Because of the blessing of the immortal technique, and the terrifying thunder and lightning power of the thunder prisoner, the very basic evil seal was instantly enhanced to an unimaginable level. In an instant, the connection between Zero Tails and Nine Tails chakra was disconnected, and all Zero Tails chakra was sealed. The moment the seal was completed, Naruto fell out from Zero Tail's seventh daughter, BGEG. Yamato is not far from where the battle is. Seeing Naruto fall out, he quickly sealed, wood-style big force technique, with both hands. Hundreds of meters away, a big tree came out of the ground and caught Naruto. Only at this time Naruto has fainted. A large amount of chakra has been extracted. Even if the amount of chakra in Nine Tails is large, it is not drawn like Kunobi. After completely sealing Ling Wei's huge body collapsed instantly. Without the support of Nine Tails chakra, Zero Tail couldn't maintain its huge body at all. All of a sudden it shrinks back to its original size, only tens of meters. And Yu Ming also disbanded Lei Prison. Boom. After Ling Wei fell from the sky, it landed on the ground that had already been cracked. A big hole was smashed. Shenong walked out of it, but at this time he was very emaciated. It seems to have lost that powerful regenerative ability. Even Orochimaru is envious of Shenong's mysterious regeneration ability. Let Sasuke come here and take this arcane. It's just that Shenong is obviously impossible to hand over to Orochimaru. It's just that this secret method is now sealed by Yu Ming and after chakra, it is useless. Shenong's body is shrinking continuously, because he is already very old, and he has been relying on the ability to regenerate to maintain his youth. This secret method and Tsunade's previous method of maintaining youth are good. As long as chakra does not dissipate, it can always maintain youth. But one thing stronger than Tsunade is that the regenerative ability is even stronger than Tsunade's Baihao technique. Otherwise, Orochimaru wouldn't let Sasuke come and get it. This physical quality can remain undead even after opening the 8th gate of 8 inner gates. It is a very powerful secret method of regeneration in the ninja world. However, he met Yu Ming, and the simple seal of evil cannot seal Shenong's chakra, but Yu Ming integrated the fairy chakra, and with Yu Ming's sealing skills, this simple seal of evil can seal Shenong's chakra completely closed. And he, who should have died originally, is now recovering to his original state. Yu Ming appeared in front of Shenong, watching his hair turn white quickly in front of her, and then wither. The body is also skinny. Teeth are also falling out. But at this time, Shenong still pointed at Yu Ming tremblingly. Your revenge for destroying our Kongan village. Even if I die, I must curse you and die a bad death. 9LH. Chapter 316 Meet Terumi-Mei for the first time. 316 330ths. Chapter 316 Meet Terumi-Mei for the first time. At this time, Yamato also appeared in front of Yu Ming with Naruto who had passed out behind his back. Looking at Shenong in front of him, his eyes narrowed slightly. How could he be like this? Yamato couldn't believe that the formerly strong man would become such an old man. Yu Ming smiled. This is what he should look like, but he used a special secret method to keep his body in a young state. But now that chakra is lost, it becomes the same as before. He raised his head and looked at the dying Guo Wei. This thing can also be called a tailed beast. It's just a monster. Although Zero Tail may be much stronger than Tailed Beast after absorbing chakra, without the corresponding support of chakra, it is just a low-strength monster, and it is still a monster created by Shenong. After finishing speaking, Yu Ming raised his head, and a lightning ball condensed in his hand. After the thunderball spun for a while, suddenly, a thunderbolt blasted out. Boom! Lei Ju's speed was so fast that he smashed Lingwei into ashes in an instant. At the last moment, Shenong saw that the results of his decades of preparation had been smashed into ruins by Yu Ming. He dragged his already hard-to-move body and took a step, wanting to punch Yu Ming. It's just a pity that just after taking a step, his body couldn't hold on anymore. A bolt of lightning blasted from Yu Ming's body. Catch! After the thunder and lightning, Shenong's body was completely reduced to ashes on the ground. This battle is over. Yamato looked at Yu Ming at this time, and couldn't believe that Yu Ming had become so powerful. However, Yu Ming seems to have been so strong since he was a child, and he already possessed the peak strength of Cage level at the age of 12. At that time, he was destined to grow to the point where he is today. It's just that Yamato didn't expect that Yu Ming would master the kind of power beyond human beings. After finishing Shenong, Yamato and Yu Ming were about to leave. Terumi Mei appeared in front of Yu Ming with Ching and Chojuro. Looking at the ruins within a few kilometers around, a forest has now turned into bare ruins. This kind of destructive power is really terrible. Moreover, within dozens of kilometers around Kuritaker, cracks like canyons appeared. Asking for flowers, change the terrain of Kuritaker in a single battle. This is the first time Yu Ming saw Terumi Mei. She is indeed very beautiful and charming. She has long wine red hair, with bangs covering half of her face, but the face under the bangs is actually more charming and beautiful. Now it is about the same as Kakashi, and he is only 30 years old. And that figure, Silk Tsunade almost less. A blue dress really suits her quite well. Of course, these are not the main points. What Yu Ming wants to know is what she wants to say. After seeing Terumi Mei appear, Yamato frowned. He doesn't know much about Kuritaker, because Kuritaker was very close before, and there is no intersection with Konoha, so even Yamato, who is Konoha Anbu, doesn't know Kuritaker very well. Didn't even know Kuritaker had switched to Mizukage. Just Yamato knows, this woman is strong. As soon as Terumi Mei appeared, she looked at Yu Ming and said with a slight smile, Yu Ming, Konoha's Hokage guard, your strength is much stronger than the legends. Death. Chapter 317 Terumi Mei Invitation. 317 330ths. Chapter 317 Terumi Mei Invitation. Yu Ming looked at Terumi Mei. He knew that Terumi Mei was definitely not here to say hello, so he said calmly, Fifth Mizukage, I don't know what you want to ask. If it is about the Flying Fortress, it really has nothing to do with Konoha. What relationship? It's just a farce of a Kongan ninja who got a weapon and wanted to conquer the 5 major countries. The reason why we are here is also to prevent the accidental, 410, meetings in our 2 villages. Terumi Mei didn't pay too much attention to this, she could see it naturally. Looking at Yu Ming, he said, please explain this matter to us in detail. The shadows of the 5 great ninja villages will not be weak because the opponent is too strong. Like the shadow of the 5 great ninja villages who can suppress the 5 great ninja villages in momentum, it is impossible to appear. Since he is the shadow of the 5 great ninja villages, he naturally represents the village. Even if he is not an opponent, he will never compromise with his opponent. And Terumi Mei is very polite, but her attitude is very decisive. Yu Ming thought for a while, looked at Yamato and said, Teacher Yamato, it seems that we have to stay in Kuritaker for a while. Yamato is also a former Anbu, so it is clear that the communication between this kind of villages is not that simple. Then nodded. Anyway, with Yu Ming here, he doesn't need to worry about anything. At this time, Ao kept his eyes open, and Chojuro was ready to draw out his swords at any time. Terumi Mei did not take any action, because she knew that if Yu Ming really wanted to attack Kuritaker, no one in Kuritaker could stop him now, not even Terumi Mei herself. The strength that Yu Ming showed just now is no longer something cage-level powerhouses like them can contend with. Yu Ming, Yin and Naruto, who was carried by Yamato, followed Terumi Mei into Yuanian village. Because Yu Ming wants to explain the flying fortress to Kuritaker. Of course, Yu Ming can also not explain, but this will cause Kuritaker to misunderstand, and Yu Ming doesn't want to cause trouble. Although he has the capital not to explain, he has no intention of coercing Kuritaker by force. When entering Kuritaker, Yu Ming could still see that Kuritaker had indeed developed quite backward. No matter from the strength of the ninja, or from the various constructions of the village. It is completely incomparable with Konoha. Although Konoha's current overall strength is indeed a bit worse, it is definitely much better than Kuritaker. The main reason is that the daimyo of the Land of Fire has a good relationship with Konoha. Therefore, although military expenditures have been reduced like other big names in the ninja world, they have not been cut too severely. Konoha's military expenditure is still quite sufficient. But because Kuritaker was assassinated by Hoshigaki Kisame before the daimyo of the Water Country, the daimyo of the Water Country didn't trust Kuritaker at all. If you want to develop a ninja village, what you need most is resources and financial support. All these need to be provided by the daimyo of the Country of Water. Even if the daimyo of the Land of Winds is not very satisfied with Tsunade, and he didn't cut it too hard, at least Tsunade's military expenditure can barely be maintained. However, for a while, the daimyo of the Land of Water stopped paying 0.4 directly to Kuritaker's military expenditure. Moreover, there are actually many small ninja villages in the Country of Water. After these small ninja villages received the support of the daimyo of the country of water, many excellent ninjas also appeared. In addition, Kurigakure was also cholerate by Obito for a while, the elite ninjas in the village, who were dying and escaping. So the ninjas from other small ninja villages gathered and almost caught up with Kurigakure. Chapter 318 Ninjas in the Secular World. 318 330ths. Chapter 318 Ninjas in the Secular World. The daimyo of the country of water also assigns a large number of missions in the country of water to several other ninja villages. Obviously he is the daimyo of the country of water, but he assigns tasks to the ninja villages of other countries. This kind of thing has already shown that the water country daimyo has extreme distrust of Kurigakure. The main thing is to do stupid things like ghosts, so it's justifiable not to kill Mizukage. After all, it was Mizukage who did Kurikakure's place of blood mist. In addition, this person is very cruel. When he was in the ninja school, he actually killed all his classmates in the same class in the exam. With his character, it is easy to want to assassinate Mizukage. But Hoshigaki Kisami's assassination of the water country daimyo is the most incomprehensible. The daimyo usually has nothing to do with ninja village other than giving 16 money. If you go to assassinate him, isn't that a problem with your brain? In the end, even though Kurigakure has opened up to the outside world and changed the original policy of Blood Mist Village, the daimyo of the land of water is not in place, and even stopped for a while, so Kurigakure cannot develop, which is normal. After all, the resources and funds spent to train a ninja are already very high. Coupled with the fact that the current productivity is not very high, daimyo's financial support has played a decisive role. Although several elders of Kurigakure have been negotiating with the daimyo of the water country for a long time now, Terumime's representative Kurigakure has also misidentified the daimyo of the water country, so the water country daimyo has also reallocated funds. However, compared with other countries' military support for their ninja village, it is still much worse. Of course, Kurigakure can also kill the daimyo and replace him himself. But once they do this, they will definitely be crusaded by the entire ninja world, and the scale of the war will definitely surpass the ninja world war. Because they broke the balance of ninja and secular power. You must know that if ninjas had not reached a balance with secular power in the past, the daimyo with the most resources would have cultivated an army of ninjas by himself, and because the daimyo had the most resources, his army's battles would even have to be compared ninja village at the mercenary level is much stronger. Unless strong men like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara can suppress ninjas of an era, if the daimyo really uses all the resources to cultivate their own ninja army, the level of horror is far beyond what ninja village can match. It's just that for so many years, ninjas have been hired by daimyos from various countries, and daimyos have spent resources to maintain the strength of ninja village, and a balance has been formed. If this balance is broken, then it will not be a ninja world war, but a world war. Kurigakure will definitely be defeated by the other four major ninja villages. This has nothing to do with the country of water, but the daimyos of the other four major countries absolutely do not allow this kind of thing to happen. Similarly, the rural Peking universities in the other four big countries do not want this kind of thing to happen even more. Every time a war between ninjas is called the 187 Ninja World War, it is because generally civilians are not involved, unless cannon fodder like the Land of Rain is used as a battlefield where several major powers are at war. Spread. And judging from Yu Ming's impression, in fact, most of the civilians in the Land of Rain were not affected by the ninja war at all. Even if many ninjas participate in wars in the Land of Rain, they are required not to hurt civilians. This is the division of worldly power in ninja world, because in addition to the top ninja strength, such as Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, other levels, such as Genin, Shunin, Jonin, and even Cage level can be trained with sufficient resources and funds. Chapter 319 Yu Ming's Explanation. 319 330ths. Chapter 319 Yu Ming's Explanation. And if you train with the requirements of the regular army from the beginning, the combat effectiveness of the trained ninja army is definitely not comparable to that of ninjas in the ninja village. This point, even Yu Ming, who has the world's top strength, is very clear. As long as ninjas can be cultivated, it is only a matter of time before the daimyo wants to cultivate their own regular army. What's more, with the development of technology, ninjas below Cage level can be replaced by various scientific ninjas. So Kurigakure must not be so brain dead, and they can't replace the daimyo of the country of water. After all, in secular power, they are separated from ordinary people, and the ninja world is completely different from the world of ordinary people. Therefore, although Kurigakure is guided by Terumime's open policy, it is moving in the direction of restoring its original strength. But the speed is not very fast. There is no way, even if Kurigakure is reopened, without the financial support of the daimyo of the Land of Water, the funds obtained from the opening are at least a drop in the bucket. But Terumime is not discouraged. With her means, she is fully confident in building a powerful Kurigakure. At least in the future one can get a thorough understanding from the daimyo. The daimyos of various countries actually get along very well with each ninja village, and some families in many ninja villages even marry daimyo's family. The Senju clan once married a daimyo from the Land of Fire. So in fact Tsunade and the daimyo of Fire Nation are relatives. It's just that this time, because of Kisame Kurigakure, the relationship between Kurigakure and daimyo of the water country has dropped to a freezing point. Walking on the road, Yu Ming could also see that many ninjas in Yuanian village still had some hostility. Fortunately, he didn't attack Yu Ming. Obviously Terumime used her own strength to suppress everyone. After all, Kirigakure is different from other ninja villages, and it is stipulated that Mizukage should be served by the strongest person in Kirigakure. If there is no political ability, the government affairs will be handed over to the elders to carry out. So in many cases in Kirigakure, in fact, it is not Mizukage who has the highest power, but Nagashi. Of course, if Mizukage feels that he is fully capable of handling government affairs, the elders will naturally dare not hold power. So Tsurumi is definitely the most powerful ninja in Kirigakure at this time. Invite Yu Ming and Yamato into Kirigakure, and they came to the Mizukage building together. Tsurumi said, please, and sit. Yu Ming and Yamato sat on the sofa in the Mizukage room. Yamato was a little nervous. After all, as Anbu, he had been to Kirigakure, but it was a long time ago, and he left after taking a look around Kirigakure. At that time, Kirigakure was still in the period of 4th Mizukage. Tsurumi kept looking at Yu Ming, and thought in her heart, if this guy is really angered, he might destroy the village directly, but fortunately, he seems to be quite talkative. In fact, when Yu Ming was first invited to Kirigakure, Tsurumi also suffered a lot of pressure. I just didn't expect. Yu Ming is unexpectedly easy to get along with. Without the arrogance of the strong. Tsurumi, who was sitting on the seat, looked at Yu Ming with a calm face and asked, Mr. Yu Ming said that the flying fortress belonged to Kongyun village. Wasn't Kongyun village destroyed decades ago? You Konoha were destroyed. The time is awkward. Yu Ming said calmly, that's the leader of Kongyun village, a ninja who has used a certain Haojao secret technique and lived for a long time. He kept some ninjas from Kongyun village and created a monster at the same time. That is, the monster that was the same as the giant python in the battle just now. The reason why I appear here is because the ninja in our village was captured by him, and he extracted the chakra of 9 tails to provide energy. In order to avoid misunderstandings between Kirigakure and Konoha, Hokage-sama sent me here to get rid of this person. Whoa, in fact, he also attacked Konoha before, but he was unsuccessful at that time. Who knew he would come to the country of water? Chapter 320 Living in Kirigakure. 320-330. Chapter 320 Living in Kirigakure. Tsurumi looked at Yu Ming for a while, then thought about it and smiled. I believe in you, but I believe in you, and some old people in the village still don't believe it, so if Mr. Yu Ming can, stay in our Kirigakure for a few days. There are places in our Kirigakure that are fun. Yamato frowned, isn't this house arrest? Immediately wanted to stand up against it. But Yu Ming pressed it down, and said calmly, it's nothing, but please hurry up, I think with Kirigakure's Anbu level, it only takes a day or two. Yu Ming actually doesn't mind staying in Kirigakure for a while, after all, there is no one in Kirigakure who can threaten him. Even if Yu Ming told Tsunade about this matter, she would definitely agree with Tsurumi's 180 opinion. After all, she is a Hokage, Tsurumi is a Mizukage, and both of them have to give each other some face. Tsurumi didn't expect Yu Ming to agree so happily, and said with a wry smile, unexpectedly, you actually agreed. Tsurumi is not a person who can't be bothered. After Yu Ming agreed, she ordered Ching to receive Yu Ming personally, and arrange the best place for him. Next to the Mizukage building, there is a hotel. This place is only opened when entertaining VIPs from Kirigakure. Now Yu Ming and Yamato and Naruto who has passed out are in this hotel. At night, Yu Ming came to Yamato's room. Naruto is in his room, because Naruto passed out, so Yamato takes care of him. Yu Ming came in to use medical ninjutsu on him. Seeing that Yamato has been vigilant, Yu Ming smiled and said, Teacher Yamato, don't be so nervous. As long as 5th Mizukage's mind is normal, it is impossible to attack us. Let alone my strength. We are also representing Konoha, yes, our identities are different. As long as Kirigakure doesn't want to start a war with Konoha, he can't do anything to us. Yamato, who was standing by the window and even drew all the curtains, said, it's better to be careful. This was Anbu's subconscious thought. Yu Ming also knew that he couldn't change his habits, so he could only helplessly smile and say, then do whatever you want. Coming to Naruto's side, Yu Ming began to apply medical jutsu to Naruto. Now that Yu Ming does not rely on Rinnegan and Shanjutsu, medical ninjutsu has surpassed Nasho by a lot. It can be said that Yu Ming is undoubtedly the strongest ninja in medical ninjutsu in the ninja world. But it took Yu Ming more than an hour to cure Naruto BGCJ. He lost too much chakra, and stretched the zero tail to a length of more than 1,000 meters. One can imagine how much chakra Naruto has drawn. Not even 9 tails can handle it. More than an hour later, Naruto woke up, opened his eyes and saw Yu Ming. Naruto immediately looked around. Yu Ming, where's that guy? Yu Ming knew who Naruto was talking about, so he explained, it was killed by me, as well as the zero tail, and the flying fortress has now become ruins. Naruto was a little surprised, and looked at Yu Ming, it's great that you killed him, that guy is indeed a bit strong, and that one with a zero tail is a bit difficult to deal with. After Yu Ming cured Naruto, the 9 tails in Naruto also communicated with Yu Ming through chakra. Yu Ming, thank you. But Yu Ming said, it's really embarrassing for you to lose to a 0 tails, or 9 tails, and the 9 tails are the strongest. You haven't done anything for decades, so your strength has dropped too much. From the very beginning, Yu Ming ridiculed her head and face. 9 tails gasped for breath, feeling aggrieved. I wanted Naruto to cooperate and kill that guy, but Uchiha Sasuke appeared on the way, and that guy used Sharingan to sneak attack on me, which made me pause for a moment and was killed by that guy. The zero tail of the old guy has been drawn chakra. Although the strength of the zero tail is not very good, after he draws chakra, I can't wake up Naruto. Naruto is actually dizzy, what can I do? Now he hasn't fully mastered my chakra, so at the time unless I completely turn into a tail beast, it is impossible to break free. But when I was ready to completely transform into a tailed beast, you made a move, so what would I do if I didn't make a move? Chapter 321 Meeting Terumi Mei. 321 330ths. Chapter 321 Meeting Terumi Mei. Hearing the wronged words of Nine Tails, Yu Ming frowned. With your ability, if you completely transform into a tail beast, you can completely sever the connection with Nine Tails. Nine Tails nodded, yes, yes. Just after it finished speaking, Yu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, obviously a little unkind. Worried that Yu Ming would beat him up, Nine Tails immediately said, isn't it too late? I'm preparing to turn into a tailed beast. You're here, I can't disturb you to show your strength. This time, you also want to show your strength. Kurigakure knows your strength. Nine Tails barely fooled it. Of course, the most important thing is that Yu Ming didn't even think about teaching him a lesson. After Naruto woke up, he felt certain. He remembered that he was clearly in the flying fortress, why he appeared here. Yamato looked at Yu Ming in amazement at Yu Ming's medical ninjutsu and asked, Yu Ming, how long are we going to stay in Kurigakure? Yu Ming stood up, sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said calmly, it will probably only take a day or two. Kurigakure's Anbu is still quite strong. It may take less than a day to investigate this matter. Yamato was still a little uneasy. It's not that they are worried that they are in danger, but that Yu Ming caused Konoha's defense to be empty in Kurigakure, and Akatsuki took advantage of this time to attack Konoha. At night, in the Mizukage room, Terumi Mei sits on a chair, and Ao and Kurigakare's elders sit in the Mizukage room. Anbu has been sent out by Terumi Mei. But today Yu Ming has shocked all the ninjas in Kurigakure. They never imagined that, decades after Konoha, there would be such a ninja who brought despair to the ninja world. They have seen Yu Ming's strength with their own eyes, and it is very clear that if Yu Ming really wants to attack Kurigakure, no one can stop Yuanian village. These people are discussing how to compete with Yu Ming. Yu Ming appeared here today, ostensibly to prevent Zero Tail from attacking Kurigakure, but his real purpose may be to show his strength and frighten Kurigakure. Although Kurigakure really has no one who can compete with Yu Ming now, they still feel that Yu Ming has an ulterior motive, which is definitely not as simple as what he himself said. There is no way, these people are high-level executives of Kurigakure, so they have to think too much. What they shoulder is the safety of Kurigakure, and if they make a wrong move, it will bring great danger to Desolate Village. Ask for flowers, and Terumi Mei, who has been silent all this time, said at this time, okay, with his strength, if he wants to attack Kurigakure, it will be useless for us to think of any countermeasures. Let's investigate the problem first and guess here. It's of no use. The elders thought for a while and stopped talking. Although Mizukage generally does not care about government affairs, if Mizukage wants to intervene, the elders can only back down. 0. Terumi Mei is actually not in a very good mood now. She was shown off by others at her door, but she could only watch helplessly. She was already very upset. After coming out of the Mizukage building, Terumi Mei stood on the street, and the streets of Kurigakure were brightly lit. Terumi Mei sighed, but when she was walking on the street, she suddenly saw a familiar person in a seafood shop. After the two looked at each other for a while, Terumi Mei smiled slightly and said, our Kurigakure is not very good at anything, seafood is not bad. The person Terumi Mei met was Yu Ming. In the evening, he took Naruto and Yamato out of the hotel for supper. Chapter 322 Accepting Terumi Mei's Invitation. 322 330ths. Chapter 322 Accepting Terumi Mei's Invitation. Terumi Mei came in and looked at the table, a large table of seafood ordered by Yu Ming. Yu Ming also said with a smile, if you don't mind Mizukage, you can come together. Yamato and Naruto, who were sitting opposite Yu Ming, were binge-eating when they saw Terumi Mei suddenly and almost choked. The two of them never expected that they could see Terumi Mei when they went out for supper. Yu Ming warmly invited Terumi Mei to sit next to him. On the table, Yu Ming ordered a lot of seafood, octopus, 553, lobster, crab, sea fish and various seafood unique to Kurigakure. Terumi Mei glanced at Yu Ming first. She didn't expect Yu Ming to be so calm when he was trapped in Kurigakure. But thinking about it is right, it is impossible for Kurigakure to trap Yu Ming. Yu Ming is here only because of him. If he is not willing, Kurigakure may not be able to trap him. Yu Ming poured Terumi Mei a glass of wine. The degree of these wines is not high, only about 10 degrees. It is a light alcoholic beverage. Terumi Mei had been listening to the analysis of those elders in the Mizukage room just now, and her nerves were a little tense. So at this time, I picked up the wine glass and drank it in one sip. After drinking, I let out a long sigh of relief. It's so comfortable, Mr. Yu Ming, our Kurigakure seafood is not bad, isn't it? Yu Ming, who was sitting next to Terumi Mei, was calm and said with a slight smile, it's not bad, this is the best seafood I've ever eaten. This sentence, Yu Ming is right, the country of fire also has coastal cities, but Konoha is inland. It is quite easy to eat some river fish, but it is quite rare to eat sea fish. What's more, Kurigakure is located in the country of water, which is an island country, and the quality of seafood in this country is the best. Terumi Mei sat next to Yu Ming, and after drinking a few glasses of wine, she chatted with Yu Ming. And Yamato and Naruto basically couldn't get in any words, and didn't want to get in, so they just cared about eating. After chatting with Terumi Mei for over an hour, the meal was finally finished. Yamato has always been vigilant, Naruto is fine. It's just that being in Kurigakure always feels a little weird. After eating, when Yu Ming settled the bill, he spent several thousand taels, which was a reward for AD level mission. The food is really delicious, but also quite expensive. This is still a very cost-effective item in Kurigakure. With Mizukage here, Yu Ming believes that this store will not cheat himself. However, it can be seen that the price level of Kurigakure is indeed quite high. Seafood is so expensive, but to Yu Ming, such a meal is really nothing. He didn't know how much his deposit was, but it was at least 500 million. At least he doesn't use money often. In fact, you can't make much money just by completing tasks. One task, the most S-level tasks, is only a few million taels. If you want to save 500 million, you need to complete at least 100 S-level tasks. But Yu Ming actually only completed a dozen or so S-level tasks. Therefore, most of the money was obtained by Yu Ming during the completion of the task. Yamato took Naruto back to the hotel. Terumi Mei invited Yu Ming to visit her home. Terumi Mei's family is actually not a big family in Kurigakure. Came to Terumi Mei's house, as Mizukage she still has a courtyard with a yard. It is quite elegantly furnished. Yu Ming did not expect that a ninja with such a 4.6 inches enthusiasm, ninjutsu would have such an elegant home. Courtyards are rare in Kurigakure. When the two came to the courtyard, Terumi Mei began to serve some tea to Yu Ming. And he took the trouble to show off his own tea ceremony. The movements are smooth and flowing, very skillful, and very subtle. Yu Ming looked a little admiring. I didn't expect Mizukage-sama to be a master of tea ceremony. Chapter 323 Akatsuki's Information. 323 330ths. Chapter 323 Akatsuki's Information. Terumi Mei smiled slightly. After operating for a while, he finally poured Yu Ming a cup of tea. Regardless of whether the tea is good or not, the tea ceremony is worth waiting for Yu Ming for a long time. Seeing that Yu Ming felt good, Terumi Mei smiled and said, "We Kurigakure just came out of the state of blood mist, so we don't have any good tea. Please Mr. Yu Ming, please don't dislike it." But Yu Ming didn't think that the quality of this tea was good. After all, it was a Mizukage from a Dainin village, so how could it be shabby? After drinking tea, Yu Ming looked at Terumi Mei and said with a smile, "If Master Mizukage has something to do, just say it." Terumi Mei put down the teacup in her hand, thought for a while and said, "I also know about Mr. Yu Ming's matter. This matter is to avoid misunderstanding between our two villages, so please don't mind 16. What Terumi Mei said was about the investigation. Yu Ming really didn't care about this matter. So I said calmly, "It's okay, I understand, but Mizukage-sama doesn't just want to ask me about this, right?" Terumi Mei's red lips trembled slightly, and she smiled. "That's right, I wonder if Mr. Ming knows about Xiao's existence." Yu Ming thought to himself, sure enough, she wanted to ask this after a long time. Yu Ming was silent for a while. Terumi Mei also looked at Yu Ming very calmly. This matter is confidential no matter which village it is, and Terumi Mei is not sure whether Yu Ming will tell it. After a long time, Yu Ming said, "I know." Terumi Mei stared slightly, but she didn't speak. Akatsuki's organization is now capturing tailed beasts in the ninja world, and in this organization, there are many cage-level masters, and several of them are from Kurigakure. Of course, in addition to Cloud Shinobi Village, several ninja villages are in the dawn. There are traitors and forbearance. Terumi Mei's originally serious face calmed down after hearing Yu Ming's last few words. Quietly listening to what Yu Ming said later. After thinking about it, Yu Ming continued, Akatsuki should have been created at the end of the Third Ninja World War. Their leader is a ninja named Pain, who possesses the advanced pupil art of Rinnegan. Terumi Mei didn't know much about this. Rinnegan. Although Terumi Mei is Mizukage, she is also very strong, and seems to be about the same size as Tsunade. In fact, she and Kakashi are of the same generation, only 30 years old now. So she doesn't know much about Rinnegan. Yu Ming nodded. Rinnegan belongs to the Eyes of Sage of Six Paths, who created the ninja world in ancient times. It has very strong power, and even has the power to create the world. Of course Rinnegan doesn't have such a strong power, it's just that Yu Ming hopes to use an understandable description to make Terumi Mei understand. It's just obvious that Yu Ming's metaphor is indeed a bit exaggerated. So Terumi Mei looked at Yu Ming with a frown and questioned, creation of the world. Although there is a legend that this world was created by 6903 immortals, isn't that a myth? Terumi Mei lives in Kurigakure, and has never been in contact with the outside world, and has no news. So regarding the matter of Sage of Six Paths, it is the least among the shadows of the five great nations. Yu Ming shook his head, and said seriously, I'm afraid it's not a myth, but a truth, because I've seen it before. Our Konoha has indeed seen the horror of Rinnegan. I don't know if it has the power to create the world, but it must have the power to destroy the world. The power of. Isn't destroying human beings destroying the world? Human beings no longer exist, and the world is tantamount to destruction for human beings. Terumi Mei always felt that what Yu Ming said was somewhat unreal. Chapter 324 Terumi Mei's Trust. 324 330ths. Chapter 324 Terumi Mei's Trust. But she has seen with her own eyes the inhuman strength that Yu Ming displayed today. That is not the power that a normal ninja can display at all. So Terumi Mei is somewhat dubious. After pondering for a while, Terumi Mei said, is that monster today also related to Akatsuki? Yu Ming shook his head, smiled and said, no, he has nothing to do with Xiao, He is an accident. It seems that he has found something that allows him to have a strong regenerative ability and prolong his life. He lived to the present during the Second Ninja World War, and was once the leader of Kongyun Village. I have lived to this day by relying on the secret technique of regeneration, and created the monster of today, which is a monster that can absorb chakra and become stronger. And what it absorbs today is chakra, the tailed beast of Jinchuriki of our Konoha. Our Konoha tail beasts are 9 tails, I think you should know this. After Yu Ming finished speaking, Tsurumime nodded. After owning the huge chakra of 9 tails, Zero Tail became very strong, and even drove the flying fortress to attack Konoha village, but I stopped it. After Konoha had nothing to do, he turned to Ukurigaker, because that guy used our Konoha's Jinchuriki chakra Hokage-sama, worried that we two kanji would have a misunderstanding, so he asked me to come and get rid of that monster. But neither that monster nor Shen Nong has anything to do with Xiao. Tsurumime saw that Yu Ming was speaking sincerely, and there was no need for Yu Ming to lie, because even if they really came to Kurigaker to show off their power, what could they do? Yu Ming was willing to explain to her, and after explaining it twice, Tsurumime believed Yu Ming. I quite believe it, but the elders of the village need to be more cautious. After all, this kind of thing involves a problem between 2 Darren villages, so please forgive me, Mr. Yu Ming. Yu Ming waved his hand and said with a smile, I don't have any problems. It's actually nice to have a look in Yinkyun. Tsurumime is still brooding about Akatsuki. After all, they made their Mizukage puppet for so long, and they still made things like the blood mist. Akatsuki and their Kurigaker are destined to be sworn enemies. So Tsurumime went on to ask, isn't Akatsuki's leader the Sharingan who owns the Uchiha clan? The kind that can control the Jinchuriki? Yu Ming chuckled, no, although there are not all ninjas in the Akatsuki organization who have Sharingan, and there are 2, but their leader has Rinnegan, which is a higher level pupil art than Sharingan. Only the leader of the Shao organization has it, and among the Uchiha clan, there are 2 ninjas with Sharingan, one is our Konoha rebel, Uchiha Itachi, and the other we are not sure whether his Sharingan is transplanted, or he is a member of the original Uchiha clan. Because during that time, there was also a rebel in the Uchiha clan, and that was Uchiha Itachi. Before the Uchiha clan was exterminated, there really was no rebellion, and Uchiha Madara was not a rebellion. When he left Konoha at that time, he had a disagreement with Senju Hashirama and left, but neither Senju Hashirama nor Senju Tobarama considered him a traitor. From that time until the Uchiha Itachi extermination, the Uchiha clan had no rebellion. Otherwise, in the ninja world, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan would have been flying all over the sky. From this point of view, the loyalty of the Uchiha clan to Konoha is not bad. Tsurumime thought about it. Uchiha Itachi. Yu Ming nodded. Well, Uchiha Itachi, but he is only 20 years old now, so I don't know if he can manipulate Jinchuriki. Tsurumime thought about it, and it seems that when 4th Mizukage was manipulated, it must have been more than 10 years ago. Yu Ming said with a smile, he became a traitor about 9 years ago. Tsurumime shook her head, that's not it. Yu Ming knew what Tsurumime meant, but he still asked, what? Tsurumime thought for a while, and because Yu Ming was willing to share information about Akatsuki, Tsurumime also decided to tell Yu Ming the secret of Kurigaker. Actually, Kurigaker became like that because 4th Mizukage was controlled by a person who owns Sharingan organized by Akatsuki. This is Kurigaker's shame, so we have never said it to the outside world. Chapter 325 What is Akatsuki's purpose? 325 330ths. Chapter 325 What is Akatsuki's purpose? Yu Ming paused, and then said, no wonder, you asked about Xiao. Tsurumime continued, you said 2 of Akatsuki have Sharingan. Isn't the other one from the Uchiha clan? Yu Ming thought for a while and said, actually, I'm not sure if he is a member of the Uchiha clan. It stands to reason that from the establishment of the Konoha village to the extermination of the Uchiha clan by their own clan, there was not a single traitor appeared, so I guess it is more biased that the person is not a member of the Uchiha clan. It's just a Sharingan. In fact, there is such a person in Konoha, that is, Hitaki Kakashi, who is called a copy ninja in the ninja world. Tsurumime has heard of Kakashi's name 670, nodded and said, Kakashi does have Sharingan, but he should have nothing to do with 4th Mizukage. Yu Ming laughed and said, it's definitely not a problem, Mr. Kakashi is about the same age as Mizukage-sama, and his Sharingan doesn't have the power to control the tailed beast yet. If you want to control the tailed beast, or Jinchuriki, you need at least a very strong illusion and a pupil technique called Mangekyo Sharingan, which is a further pupil technique for ordinary Sharingan, and 4th Mizukage is the perfect Jinchuriki, ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan it has no effect on him. BGBE, so this matter must have nothing to do with Kakashi-sensei. Tsurumime nodded, she thought so too, Kakashi's strength is not as good as hers. Although they are all ninjas of the same generation, Tsurumime is indeed a super genius of Kakashi's generation. At the age of 30, he already possessed Kage-level strength. Moreover, instead of relying on Jinchuriki, he developed 2 kinds of blood succession boundaries. Even Yu Ming admired this talent. If it's not Kakashi, who is it? Could it be another ninja from the Akatsuki organization? Tsurumime was lost in thought. After a long time, Yu Ming said, actually, you don't need to care about who it is, it must be the Shao organization anyway. Tsurumime always thought it was the Uchiha clan of Konoha who did it, but judging from what Yu Ming said, I am afraid that it is not the Uchiha clan who controls Mizukage. Of course, strictly speaking, Uchiha Obito is indeed a member of the Uchiha clan. It's just that many people don't know that he is still alive. Tsurumi didn't feel that Yu Ming would deceive herself. Just because he is so strong, he is willing to stay and cooperate with Kurigaka's investigation, which already shows Yu Ming's sincerity. Tsurumi actually wants to know who did it. After all, she is the 5th Mizukage, and she must find out the truth about the control of 4th Mizukage. She is not as open-minded as Yu Ming, not to mention, it is also related to Kurigaka's face. Impossible not to investigate, it's just that the strength of the Akatsuki organization is beyond Tsurumi's judgment. According to what Yu Ming said, in Akatsuki, it seems that there are many cage-level strong people. And their leader also has the fairy eye of Sage of 6 Paths. A pair of eyes that can destroy the world. Seeing Tsurumi's pensive look, Yu Ming didn't bother drinking tea. Tsurumi seems to be aloof and charming when she looks innocent, but when she is serious, she is very heroic. After a long time, Tsurumi looked up at Yu Ming, and asked curiously, the Akatsuki organization has gathered the most powerful rebels in the entire ninja world. What is their purpose? Chapter 326 Terrible Yu Ming, in Konoha. 326 330ths. Chapter 326 Terrible Yu Ming, in Konoha. Yu Ming put down the teacup in his hand, and said with a smile, I don't know yet, I just know that they collect tailed beasts, maybe they want to start a war, and the ninja villages that lost the tailed beasts really lack strategic weapons on the battlefield. Although tailed beast is so easy to defeat, it seems that a cage level strong can be suppressed. In fact, if the tailed beast appeared on a battlefield like the Ninja World War, its lethality would be terrifying. Basically when a tailed beast bomb comes down, a battlefield battle is over. It may not be very good at single-handedly attacking tailed beasts, but for group killing, the power of tailed beasts is the strongest attack in every village. From the perspective of tailed beast bomb alone, even Uchiha Madara's full body, Susanoo's full blow can be compared to himself, and he is very proud. And how terrifying is Uchiha Madara's full body blow? That was an attack that could cut off countless mountain peaks with a single blow, and it was even just a random blow by him. If he used all his strength, it would be destroyed within a few kilometers around him, just like a map cannon. In the ninja world, no one can stand up to the tailed beast bomb except for Senju Hashirama's true several thousand hands. At most, ninjas with some special abilities cannot die, that's all. And Tsurumi, as Mizukage, is actually the clearest. Even though the 3 tails of Kurigaka are still wild, they are stocked in the waters near Kurigaka. It's just that Kurigaka hasn't found a suitable Jinchuriki to seal 3 tails yet. And Kurigaka was actually worried that someone would enter the land of water and take 3 tails away. After listening to what Yu Ming had to say, Tsurumi asked, collect tailed beasts, do they want to start a ninja war? Yu Ming didn't speak. Tsurumi thinks it should be so, otherwise what are they doing so hard to collect tailed beasts? And he didn't hesitate to offend the 5 great ninja villages. Even if Akatsuki's goal wasn't to launch a ninja war, the villages where the tailed beasts were captured would probably start a war against them. Tsurumi felt that what she was thinking was very possible. After staying at Tsurumi's house for a while, Liming went back to the hotel. The next day, Anbu from Kurigaka found out that it was indeed what Yu Ming said. So Tsurumi personally sent Yu Ming and Yamato and Naruto to the entrance of the village. Looking at Yu Ming, Tsurumi smiled and said, sorry, Mr. Yu Ming, for taking you so long. Yu Ming smiled and said, it's all right. Without too much nonsense, Yu Ming took Yamato and Naruto back to Konoha using the Flying Thunder God technique. Ask for flowers. Seeing Yu Ming and Yamato disappear in an instant, Tsurumi's eyes narrowed slightly, is this the legendary Flying Thunder God technique? What a terrible guy. Although I communicated with Yu Ming for a while last night, I know a little about Yu Ming. But Tsurumi still thinks Yu Ming is scary. A person who is only 16 years old has a powerful strength beyond the cage level, and can even compete with Hashirama back then. Tsurumi is not willing to provoke Yu Ming, but at the same time she is afraid of Yu Ming. Yu Ming's strength is obviously not ahead for Kurigaka. Although the 2 villages rarely clashed, that is, during the First Ninja World War and the Third Ninja World War, the 2 sides fought for a short period of time. The remaining 2 villages basically have no conflicts. But if Yu Ming is too strong, Konoha's strength will be improved a lot. If a ninja war happens, who can beat Konoha? From yesterday's battle where Yu Ming suppressed Zero Tail, we can know that Yu Ming's strength can already keep suppressing a large ninja village. I'm afraid that if all 5 ninja villages go together, they may not be able to suppress Yu Ming. And such a person in Konoha really made Tsurumi very worried about the knife. Chapter 327 Tsunade's Sorrow. 327 330ths. Chapter 327 Tsunade's Sorrow. Yu Ming and Yamato, who had returned to Konoha, came to the Hokage room. Tsunade looked at Yamato and Naruto, a little disappointed. Naruto, you should continue to practice, there is no task until you fully master the power of 9 tails. Naruto was a little bit dissatisfied with Grandma Tsunade, this time it was definitely a mistake. It's just that before Tsunade finished speaking, Tsunade said seriously, enough, you are Jinchuriki from Konoha, you should be aware of your importance now, this is an order, go and practice the 870, practice. Although Naruto wanted to explain something, but after seeing Tsunade's tough attitude, he immediately shut up. Although Tsunade is usually nice to him, but at this time, he also knows that what he just said was serious, and if he continues to say it, she should be angry. After Tsunade finished speaking, he said to Yamato, "Yamato, look at him, don't let him go out until I have no order." Yamato also felt Tsunade's anger, and quickly said, "Okay, Hokage-sama." After Yamato took Naruto out of the Hokage room, Tsunade complained, "It's so troublesome for everyone." This time Tsunade was really angry. She originally thought that with Naruto's current strength, she would definitely be able to defeat Shenong easily, but she was almost captured by Shenong. Yu Ming, who was sitting in his seat, rarely saw Tsunade so angry. But it's also true to think about it, as Hokage Tsunade, if Konoha's Jinchuriki is lost, she is the one who is most worried. The pressure is all on her, so it's totally understandable to be so angry. So I walked over, patted her on the shoulder, and comforted me, "I did make some mistakes this time, but don't be so angry, just take it as a lesson." Tsunade talked for a while, held Yu Ming's hand, looked up at Yu Ming, "I'm really exhausted when this Hokage is, I really want you to take over." Yu Ming was a little helpless, looked at Tsunade with a wry smile and said, "Don't be ridiculous, I've said it all, I'm not Hokage material, but you can arrange everything, but I can let Mr. Kakashi handle it for you." In this regard, Kakashi is quite talented. How else can I say, Kakashi is a panacea, can do almost everything, and do everything well. Although he is not the top one, he can achieve excellence in every ability, so in the ninja world, his comprehensive strength is actually the strongest. Except for the former Namikaze Minato, he is basically the ceiling of elite Jonin's comprehensive ability. Taijutsu, illusion, ninjutsu, he is very good at all of them, and all of them are done very well. Even under normal conditions, in terms of physical skills, he can be about the same as Guy, who specializes in physical skills, Jonin. In terms of illusion skills, although he is not as good as Yuji Hong, the difference is not much. In terms of ninjutsu, he also has the title of Konoha technician. In addition to the copied ninjutsu, Chidori, Thunder Prisoner, and various sealing techniques, he has good attainments in ninjutsu with 5 attributes. Even in dealing with government affairs, he is very unique. So Yu Ming has always been very optimistic about Kakashi. He's definitely doing a great job as Hokage. Tsunade knew that Yu Ming would refuse, so he could only sigh helplessly, "I'm training Kakashi now, but I hope that after Kakashi, you can also take over. He can be the 6th Hokage, and you can also be the 7th Hokage." Yu Ming shrugged. He felt that he didn't want to be Hokage 3.0. It wasn't that he didn't like it, but he simply felt that if he didn't want to do it, he shouldn't delay the village. "Okay, let's stop talking about this issue. When I went to Kurigakure, I talked with Mizukage. It seems that their village was also harmed by the Akatsuki organization. The 4th Mizukage was even controlled by the ninjas of the Akatsuki organization using Sharingan. I think that what happened in the Blood Mist before was probably done by Xiao Xiao." Chapter 328 The Low-Pitched Little Sakura. 328 330ths. Chapter 328 The Low-Pitched Little Sakura. Having said that, Tsunade's eyes became serious. Akatsuki controls Mizukage. Isn't 4th Mizukage perfect Jinchuriki? Utilizing the Sharingan, there is simply no way to control a perfect Jinchuriki bar. In fact, even a Mangekyo Sharingan can hardly control a perfect Jinchuriki. Unless your illusion attainments are very high, such as Uchiha Madara level. Of course, Uchiha Obito's Sharingan has extraordinary pupil power because of Senju Hashirama's cells. And a ninja like Sasuke who is not very good at illusions, when facing the perfect Jinchuriki, illusions will soon be cracked. This is also an illusion he casts with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yu Ming said with a smile, "It also depends on what kind of Sharingan it is. If the illusion skills are 16 high and the pupil power is strong, the perfect Jinchuriki will also be controlled." Tsunade was also a little dignified, so, even if Naruto completely controls Nine Tails chakra and becomes the perfect Jinchuriki, it is still possible to be controlled by then. Yu Ming nodded. "Well, as long as the opponent's Mangekyo Sharingan illusion is strong enough, it will be fine." Originally, Tsunade thought that as long as Naruto became a perfect Jinchuriki, it would be difficult for Akatsuki to catch Naruto. It still doesn't look safe. Yu Ming patted Tsunade on the shoulder and reassured him, "It's okay, although it is possible to be controlled outside of becoming a perfect Jinchuriki, but it is not something ordinary people can do." Among the Akatsuki organization, there are 2 ninjas with Sharingan, one is Uchiha Itachi, and the other is unknown, but his Sharingan is also expected to be Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsunade was indeed a little worried, but thinking of Yu Ming, she wasn't too worried. After all, with Yu Ming here, Xiao no matter who came, or even came together, could not be his opponent. And as long as Naruto doesn't leave the village, after he has fully mastered Nine Tails chakra, at least he will have a strong ability to resist Akatsuki. Ordinary ninjas are really unlikely to be opponents of Naruto who can fully master Nine Tails chakra. It's just that Tsunade is worried that the Akatsuki organization will capture the Jinchuriki of other ninja villages and let the rest of the tail beasts start a war against Konoha. In that case, Konoha will face great pressure. Naruto was confined in Konoha village, unable to go out to perform tasks, so he could only put all his energy on cultivation. But at this time in Konoha village, little Sakura didn't know what she could do. "My own strength is no longer comparable to Naruto and Sasuke, and I can't keep up with them at all, let alone Yu Ming, who was once on the same team as them." However, Sakura's strength is stronger than the rest of the 12 Xiaoqiang. On this day, little Sakura made some Bingliangwan and planned to send it to Naruto. "On the way, I met Sai. Sai, A ninja who came out of his roots, was indeed brought about some changes by little Sakura and the others. It's starting to feel a little off roots. Of course, Danzo didn't stop Sai from doing that. Now that he has been severely beaten by Anbu, he must be cautious in doing any tasks, for fear that Anbu will catch him and hit him again. The two came to the place where Naruto practiced. Kakashi didn't go to perform the task during this time, but just lay in the practice field, watching Naruto practice. This time Naruto will practice his own body and practice Rasengan Shuriken. He needs a powerful killing move. Standing in the midst of power and watching Naruto practice multiple shadows, little Sakura put down the basket containing Bingliangwon. And did not go out. She knew that Kakashi must have known he was coming. Sai was a little curious. Won't little Sakura go in and say hello to Naruto? Little Sakura smiled and said, I won't go, let him practice hard. Chapter 329 Asuma died in battle. 329 330ths. Chapter 329 Asuma died in battle. Little Sakura put the basket containing the ration pills in the woods and then turned and left. Sai stood there, looked at Naruto, then at little Sakura. He really didn't understand what little Sakura was thinking. Doesn't she know that Naruto has done so much for Sasuke? Sai doesn't know that little Sakura likes Yu Ming now. If she knew, she would probably be very speechless. This relationship is really messed up. After a few days, Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji return with news that Asuma was killed by Hidan and Kakuzu. It was not Tsunade who was most shocked to hear the news, but Yu Ming. Standing in front of the window, he looked at Shikamaru and asked very puzzled, didn't I tell Mr. Asuma about Hidan and Kakuzu? Why did something happen to him? Yu Ming thinks that with Asuma's strength, even if he is not the opponent of Hidan and Kakuzu, he can escape. Shikamaru lowered his head and said solemnly, Ms. Asuma is protecting us. Akatsuki's two men used us to threaten Mr. Asuma. Mr. Asuma died fighting to hold them back. Yu Ming was very dignified. It seems that I underestimated the two of them. Don't tell Teacher Hong about this news for now. The three of Shikamaru nodded, and Yu Ming worried that Yuhi Hong would not be able to accept it. After the three of Shikamaru left, Yu Ming blamed himself a little. Asuma died in battle because of his misjudgment, which made Yu Ming feel a little guilty. Seeing Yu Ming's downcast look, Tsunade stood up, walked in front of Yu Ming, and held his hand. The warm hands calmed Yu Ming down. I really don't blame you, it's because the two people organized by Akatsuki are too strong. Although Asuma is an elite jonin, there is still a huge gap from Kakuzu. Kakuzu is a very strong cage-level powerhouse. As long as Hidan's special ability is known, it is not a big threat. But with Kakuzu on the side, getting Asuma's blood is not difficult at all. Yu Ming nodded, I just don't know how to tell Teacher Hong. Yu Ming was a little embarrassed. The relationship between Asuma and Yuhi Hong has always been very good, and the two even discussed getting married. But at this time, Asuma actually died in battle. Tsunade also sighed, Yuhi Hong should be understandable. It is indeed the norm in the ninja world that ninjas die in battle. What the ninja profession does is to lick blood on the tip of a knife. It is indeed very common to be weak, or to be targeted and killed. It's just that it is really rare for elite jonin to be killed as a top ninja village. Although Asuma does not seem to have too many characteristics among elite jonins, his overall strength is indeed at the top among elite jonins, and in terms of comprehensive ability, he is second only to Kakashi among Konoha's jonins. So his passing, for Konoha, is an unacceptable loss. After killing Asuma, Kakuzu took his body to the gold exchange for bounty. After receiving a reward of 100,000 taels, Kakuzu counted for a long time before getting up and walking towards Konoha. This time their purpose was originally for Naruto. The wound on Hidan's neck was also stitched up by Kakuzu. Among the Konohas, Kureni Yuhi, who has not heard the news of Asuma's death in battle, is eating meatballs with Anko at this time. Yu Ming came to the ball shop and stood at the door, looking at Yuhi Hong who was talking and laughing with Anko. With a wry smile, I still have to say it. Although Yu Ming was somewhat reluctant, he wanted Shikamaru to speak, but was sent by Tsunade. When Yu Ming who was standing at the door was about to go in, Anko saw Yu Ming first. Having not seen him for a long time, Anko misses, Yu Ming, here. Yuhi Hong also looked at Yu Ming, a little curious why Yu Ming appeared here. He probably doesn't like eating meatballs very much. Yuhi Hong always felt some ominous premonition in her heart. Yu Ming came over and sat beside Anko. Anko pushed a plate of meatballs over and said with a smile, this is my favorite honey ball, I'm curious. Looking at Anko, Yu Ming smiled, Miss Anko, you should eat less of this kind of food, and be careful of gaining weight in the future. Yu Ming knows very well what Anko will become in the future. She was originally a beautiful woman with a good figure, but just to eat sweets, she actually turned herself into that ghostly look. Yu Ming couldn't bear it. It's just that Anko puffed up his face and looked at Ming, you don't want my son either. Yu Ming smiled wryly and explained, it's not that I don't want you to eat, but I just hope that you can control the amount. If you eat meatballs as your staple food every time, you will really gain weight in the future. In the previous Chunin exam, when Anko became the examiner, she sat at the entrance of the Death Forest and ate meatballs. You can tell how many meatballs she ate just from the pile of sticks. It feels like a lot to eat as a meal, not to mention that it is a meatball that will make people fat. Anko likes eating meatballs very much, but she also thought that she would gain weight. Especially Yu Ming said that she would gain weight, which made her hesitate a bit. If it was anyone else, she wouldn't care so much, but she still really cares about Yu Ming's opinion. After thinking about it, she said with some reluctance, well, I will control the amount in the future. Yu Ming nodded, but today he came here not to persuade Anko not to eat meatballs, but to tell Uchiha about Asuma. It's just that Yu Ming really didn't know what to say. Seeing Yu Ming like this, Uchiha knew that he had something to tell her. And it doesn't seem like a good thing yet. Yu Ming, you can say whatever you want. Anko, who had been persuading Yu Ming to eat meatballs, was taken aback for a moment, and looked at Yu Ming curiously. Yu Ming, you are a little strange today, and it is really weird that you would come to eat meatballs. Seeing that these two people looked at him, Yu Ming said helplessly, I do have something to say to Teacher Hong today, that is, Teacher Hong, you have to hold on. Hearing this, the old heart trembled. You, tell me. Although she suddenly felt a little scared, Hong still asked Yu Ming with a forced smile. Yu Ming thought for a while, raised his head and said, Mr. Hong, this mission, Mr. Asuma, sacrificed. Hearing this, Yu Hong felt a bolt of lightning hit him, and couldn't believe that he would hear such news. Are you kidding me? On the red face of the son, there was a smile but not a smile, a cry but not a cry, and the corners of his mouth trembled. She cannot accept this fact. Anko was also completely stunned, looked at Yu Ming and asked seriously, Yu Ming, don't be kidding, Asuma is so powerful, how could he die? Absolutely impossible, you must be joking with Hong, right, it must be like this right? It's just that Yu Ming was silent and didn't speak. Yu Hong clenched her fists, although she didn't collapse, but she cried without making a sound. Anko looked at Kurenai Yuhi, and said distressedly, Red, don't do this, just cry if you want to cry. As he spoke, he walked to her side and hugged her. Yu Ming was silent for a long time. Hong kept crying, but she didn't cry out. They were all ready to get married, but before such an important time, Asuma died unexpectedly. Yu Hong couldn't accept it, and it would be difficult for anyone to accept it. Yu Ming looked at Yu Hong, and said after a long time, Teacher Hong, don't be sad. Teacher Asuma is here to protect his students. In this regard, he should have no regrets at the beginning. How can Yu Hong listen to these words now, leaning against Anko's chest very sad? Yu Ming also sat across from the two of them and did not speak. And Konoha quickly spread the news. Asuma is Konoha's elite Jonin, an absolute top combat power. But now he died in battle, making it hard for many people to believe. At the same time, many ninjas in Konoha have a deep understanding of Akatsuki's strength. Naruto, who is practicing, also knows about Asuma, and at the same time he is a little worried about Shikamaru and the others. Among the Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang, only Asuma died in battle. The others, Guy, Raihong and Kakashi are alive and well. Naruto was worried that Shikamaru would not be able to accept it. Primarily during peacetime, elite Jonin of a large ninja village are rarely killed at all. Elite Jonin already has extremely strong power, even if he is facing a cage-level powerhouse, as long as he is not plotted against, he has a chance to escape. But now Asuma actually died in battle. It is difficult for anyone to accept this kind of news. The whole Konoha is in grief. With Asuma's departure, Konohamaru lost his two closest people one after another. Third Hokage and Asuma are almost the backbone of the Sarutobi family. Although the Sarutobi family is very powerful now, Jonin is not without it, but it is true that there are no masters at the level of Asuma and Third Hokage. Most of them are Jonin who are, after all, mediocre. Fortunately, the number is not bad. Apart from the Hyuga family, it is the Sarutobi family. A few days after Asuma died in battle, the three of Shikamaru came to the Hokage room to seek revenge on Kakuzu and Hidan. Tsunade looked at the three of them with a headache, but she really wanted them to take revenge. If they can't do it, it is estimated that these three people will really be useless. Asuma really had a deep influence on them. Compared with other Guide Jonin, Asuma may be the teacher who cares most about his students among all the Team Guide Jonin. And most importantly, he spends almost most of the time with Shikamaru, Choji and Ino and knows them well. Emotion. In their hearts, Asuma is really similar to their father. Such a person died in battle. For them, the blow is very big. So emotionally, Tsunade is willing to let them take revenge, but as the Hokage of the village, for their safety, Tsunade cannot allow it at all. Just when Tsunade was about to object, Kakashi came in from outside the door and said, Master Hokage, let me take them. The three of Shikamaru turned their heads to look at Kakashi. Some couldn't believe that Kakashi would stand up at this time. Kakashi looked at Tsunade and said very seriously, I know, if they can't take revenge, their life is really useless. Yu Ming, right. After Yu Ming was silent for a while, he nodded, Teacher Kakashi, you are right, go ahead, I have already told you about their information, I hope you can be careful this time. This time, Yu Ming went straight past Tsunade to allow a three-man idea. Although Tsunade wanted to object, but after thinking about it, she nodded and said, go ahead, be careful. Kakashi nodded seriously, yes. The three of Shikamaru originally thought that Tsunade would not allow this time, but they did not expect to allow it so easily. They looked at Yu Ming gratefully. Because without Yu Ming, they must not be allowed, they know it well. Yu Ming laughed and said, Master Hokage has already agreed. Yes, but your opponents are very capable and strong, so you have to be careful and think twice before acting. Shikamaru understood Chuyu's meaning best, so he nodded. When several people were about to leave, Yu Ming called Kakashi, Teacher Kakashi, take this, if you really can't beat them, put your kunai into this kunai. Chakra, I will come immediately for reinforcements. Yu Ming threw Kakashi a flying thunder god kunai. Kakashi held the kunai and nodded, yeah. He knew that this kunai, Nuouchin is good, was precious, and Yu Ming would rarely give away his flying thunder god kunai to others, because the value of such a kunai was very high. Even Minato wasn't developed in the first place. Yu Ming has incorporated the principle of the reverse summoning technique. As long as someone else's chakra is input, Yu Ming can get Kakashi's location coordinates. It's just such a handful of flying thunder god kunai, and the cost alone needs to be 200,000 taels, which is the reward for an A- level mission. This is just the cost, and the technique is really difficult. Although it is not difficult for Yu Ming, it still needs Ming to spend a chakra of Jonin level to carve it. Kakashi took Shikamaru and the others to intercept Hidan and Kakuzu. Yu Ming sighed, I hope this time, the last tragedy will not happen. Tsunade nodded. In fact, she was also a little dignified. Asuma's loss, to her, was the loss of a powerful minion, Konoha's loss of an elite ninja. What's more, Asuma is not her teacher's son yet. The form of the ninja world is getting more and more complicated. Although Yu Ming can kill pain at once, Yu Ming still wants to wait until Ōtsutsuki Kaguya comes out to compete with her. Tsunade looked at Yu Ming's eyes and sighed, I hope you can defeat Ōtsutsuki Kaguya in the future. I don't know how strong this strong man is. The Ōtsutsuki family, Tsunade also saw a Ōtsutsuki Ura style. That really opened her eyes. It turns out that there are such powerful people in the ninja world. Stronger than Sasuke, who already has Rinnegan, and Jiraiya, who has mastered the art of immortality. When facing Ōtsutsuki Arashiki, there is no way to fight back. Fox. In the end, if it wasn't for Yu Ming's action, Naruto would definitely be taken away and Konoha would be destroyed. In this era, she has heard too many anecdotes, many of which she has never heard before. Chapter 330 Peace in the Ninja World End. 330-330ths. Chapter 330 Peace in the Ninja World End. Kakashi took Shikamaru 3 to intercept Hidan and Kakuzu. Yu Ming is quite at ease, after all Kakashi is wearing Yu Ming's flying thunder god kunai. Even if they were not their opponents, Yu Ming could arrive in time. It was just when Yu Ming felt that everything was going according to what he wanted. A few days later, a few ninjas appeared outside Konoha, and if Yu Ming was here, he would definitely recognize them as Pen Six Paths. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be here at this time, but they suddenly appeared here. While Yu Ming was reading a book in the Hokage room, Konoha village suddenly experienced a violent tremor. Yu Ming frowned. Tsunade also stood up. What happened? At this time, several ninjas rushed into the Hokage room, and said in a panic, Master Hokage, people from Akatsuki rushed into the village, and now they are destroying everywhere. Tsunade frowned, and came from the Hokage room to the top floor of the Hokage building. Yu Ming followed behind her. Tsunade looked up at several places that were exploding in the distance. Damn, how did they break into the village? Didn't they have early warning? The ninja behind Tsunade said helplessly, they don't know what method they used. We didn't know until they broke into the village. Yu Ming frowned all the time. At this time, he stood up and walked to Tsunade's side. This is Akatsuki's leader, Pen Six Paths. Tsunade looked at Yu Ming. Yu Ming, are you sure? Yu Ming nodded. Of course Yu Ming is sure, and it can even be said that Yu Ming is completely slapping Nagato now, but he is curious why Pain appears here at this time. It's different, Pain's attack on the village may take a long time. But regardless of this much, Yu Ming made a lightning bolt and disappeared on the top floor of the Hokage building. After Yu Ming disappeared, Tsunade immediately waved his hand and said, all ninjas are going to rescue the affected villagers, and choose the place where Yu Ming and Akatsuki fought. At this time, dozens of ninjas who had gathered here immediately nodded and dispersed. The breeze blows on Tsunade's body, and the robe flutters. The beautiful face is a little dignified. Yu Ming, get rid of you all. At this time, Naruto, who was training in the practice field, also appeared behind Tsunade, as well as Yin. Grandma Tsunade, what's going on? Tsunade glanced at Naruto, his gaze narrowed slightly, so that's it, can't wait now. We need to capture Naruto now. Thinking of this, Tsunade looked at Yamato and said, stay here with Naruto, their purpose is to capture Naruto, and wait until Yu Ming defeats them. In fact, Tsunade is very worried about Yu Ming, because the other party is a ninja with Rinnegan. The last time she dealt with Ōtsutsuki Arashiki, she really saw how scary Rinnegan was. At this time, Yu Ming, who had already appeared in front of Tiandao Pain, looked at Tiandao Pain who was using Shinluo Tianzheng to kill the Konoha shinobi. I didn't expect you to come so soon. The moment Tiandao Pain saw Yu Ming, his whole body trembled. Although it was a corpse, at this moment, his body reflected Nagato's fear at that moment. But Nagato, who has Rinnegan, doesn't think he will lose to Yu Ming at all. If you tell me where Nine Tails is, I can give you a more comfortable choice of death. Hearing words he hadn't heard for a long time, Yu Ming even missed, you are very confident. Tiandao Pain found Yu Ming and immediately summoned the other Six Paths. Soon, Pen Six Paths was surrounded by Yu Ming. Surrounded by Pain Six Paths, even those cage-level powerhouses in Akatsuki's organization dare not confront them head-on. However, Yu Ming just glanced at a few people, and then said calmly, I originally wanted you to live longer, but you insisted on coming to die. Tiandao Pain stared slightly, no more nonsense, let other Six Paths besiege Yu Ming in an instant. Just at the moment when the other six paths, bodies had just shot, Yu Ming turned into a bolt of lightning. Almost at the same time, Yu Ming returned to his position. Boom. Then, 5 violent explosions came from the positions of the other 6 paths. Tiandao Pain looked at the 5 people who had been smashed to pieces at this time. He was completely stunned, because he never thought that Yu Ming's strength could be so strong. At first, Nagato felt that Yu Ming might be stronger than Jiraiya. Now it seems that it is not stronger, but too much stronger. After being stunned for a moment, Tiandao Pain immediately raised his hand towards Yu Ming, Shenluo Tianjiang. Tiandao Pain wants to use Rinnegan's power to kill Yu Ming quickly, and Yu Ming is too much of a threat to him. Boom. After Shenluo Tianjiang blasted out, Tiandao Pain was completely stunned, because the affairs around Yu Ming were being shattered. But Yu Ming stood there without shaking. Tiandao Pain couldn't believe it at all. Impossible, that's absolutely impossible. Yu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and under the shielding barrier, Yu Ming's eyes had turned into Jugoyu Rinnegan. Die. With the crazy output of Yu Ming's pupil power, Tiandao Pain's black stick instantly lost connection with Nagato's Rinnegan. In just an instant, Tiandao Pain turned into a dead body and fell to the ground. Already waved. The corpses of Pain's 6 paths or the remains of corpses all appeared in flames. A moment later, Pain, 6 paths, completely disappeared into Konoha. I thought it was a war of landslides and landslides, but the battle ended in less than 2 minutes, which was beyond everyone's expectation. Not to mention the ninjas in Konoha village, even Nagato, who was far outside Konoha village at this time, didn't think of it. After killing Pain's 6 paths, Yu Ming stared slightly. Nagato's location instantly appeared in his perception. At this moment, the door trembled. Not good. It was only too late. Yu Ming appeared in front of Nagato and Conan almost the moment Nagato realized it. Seeing Yu Ming with a serious face, Conan immediately launched countless paper shurikens and flew towards Yu Ming. Yu Ming just glanced at it, and the next moment, all the paper shurikens near Yu Ming suddenly had extremely high temperature flames. In an instant, all these paper shurikens were reduced to ashes. Conan was completely stupefied and lit my shuriken with just one glance. What are you kidding? Although there are various ways of making seals in the ninja world, some people can even use eyes to make seals. But Yu Ming released such a precise fire style with just one glance, which really made Conan very frightened. Nagato still has a lot of chakra at this time, because he didn't release Super Shenluo Tianjiang and Super Planetary Devastation at all. Yu Ming looked at Nagato. I didn't want to talk to you at first, but who knew you would come to die by yourself? Nagato said, you are too arrogant, you are the one who is going to die now. Yu Ming chuckled, oh, is that so? The eyes of the two were fixed at the same time. Yu Ming turned into a bolt of lightning, and Nagato clasped his hands together. Countless wind blades were sprayed towards the sign of Yu Ming. Conan also scattered a lot of papers, all of which were detonators. The power is terrible. Just the next moment, Yu Ming surpassed these ninjutsu and appeared in front of Nagato. Chidori, puff. Almost instantly, Yu Ming appeared in front of Nagato, Chidori nade, and Yu Ming's hand pierced Nagato's heart. His heart was instantly destroyed by Yu Ming's Chidori. Even with Rinnegan, it is still difficult for Nagato to recover at this time. It's just that his vitality is indeed terrifying, and the vitality of the Whirlpool clan is fully reflected in him. When the heart was beaten to ashes, he was still alive. Nagato, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, looked at the serious Yu Ming. I didn't expect that you are so strong. If you can, please let Conan go. At this moment, Nagato already felt the amount of chakra and the strength of chakra in Yu Ming's body, which was so huge that his scalp tingled, and his heart was full of despair. That's not the amount of chakra that humans should have at all. Even if he is a member of the Uzumaki family, the comparison with the terrible chakra amount on Yu Ming's body is the comparison between dripping water and the sea. Terrible. Yu Ming calmly withdrew his hand. Conan's detonating talisman was moving towards Yu Ming, and even stuck to Yu Ming's body. But before Conan detonated, Yu Ming suddenly disappeared. Conan was startled, but the next moment, Yu Ming grabbed her by the neck. In front of Nagato, Nagato was not dead yet. Looking at Conan who was about to be killed, he yelled, let her go. Yu Ming said calmly, do you think you are qualified to talk to me? It's just that Yu Ming really didn't have the idea of killing Conan. With a casual flick of the hand, Conan was thrown hundreds of meters away with tremendous force. A ravine was drawn in the woods. After glancing at Nagato, Akira disappeared here. Now Nagato must die. Not even Rinnegan could save him. The heart is gone. He is not the sage of 6 paths, nor the 6 paths Madara. If these two people knock out his heart, his head can be restored. But Yu Ming didn't have the idea of chasing and killing Conan. Anyway, he would be killed by Obito in the end, so why bother himself? As for saving her, Yu Ming doesn't know her well, so what is she doing? After Yu Ming disappeared, Conan returned to the tree hole dragging his body full of pain. But at this time Nagato has lost his life. Conan looked at Nagato who had lost his life in frustration, and cried out in pain. She hates Yu Ming very much, but not very much. Because she knew that even without Yu Ming, Nagato would not be able to last for a few days. It is precisely because he felt that time was running out that he came to Konoha to take risks, and wanted to use his last strength to capture Nine Tails. Who knew that he would meet such a terrifying opponent as Yu Ming? After returning to Konoha, Yu Ming appeared behind Tsunade. Smell the blood on Yu Ming's body. Tsunade frowned. The opponent is strong. Yu Ming was very calm. It's not very strong, but I didn't expect them to come so fast. Now that I've killed them, what's the loss of the village? Yu Ming didn't care at all that he killed a Super Cage level powerhouse, because he had killed several such powerhouses before. There are many more ninjas stronger than Nagato. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief. It was a fierce battle, and he didn't expect Yu Ming to defeat his opponent so quickly. Konoha didn't lose much this time around, as Pen only damaged Konoha village for a few minutes. After Nagato was killed and news of Konan's serious injury was sent back to the Ōtsutsuki organization. Everyone in the organization, they all froze. Unexpectedly, Nagato actually died in battle, but he had Rinnegan. And after being killed in battle, Konoha didn't suffer any damage, and Nine Tails didn't catch it back either. For a while, Xiao's organization had a deep fear of Yu Ming's strength. Even Kakuzu and Hidan were called back. Originally, Kakashi and the others were about to find the two of them, but they were recalled at the last moment. Obito, who re-accepted the Ōtsutsuki organization, got the Rinnegan from Konan who came back. After more than a month, the Ōtsutsuki organization was mobilized again. 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails are now in their hands. Most of Erwei's chakra is in Ōtsutsuki's hands, and the two Erwei and Wooden Golem's body were reshaped by Yu Ming using Yin-Yang Dun. A little over a month later, Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke had a big fight. In the end, nothing changed. Uchiha Itachi was defeated, and Mangekyo Sharingan was opened. At the same time Obito told Sasuke Uchiha Itachi was Konoha's spy. Sasuke finally chose to take revenge on Konoha. Although he knows that Yu Ming is in Konoha, but because he has activated the Mangekyo Sharingan now, he feels that the strength of himself and Yu Ming has been drawn into a lot. Sasuke, who owns the Mangekyo Sharingan, takes the Hawk Squad to Cloud Shinobi Village to capture Killer Bee. In the end, although Killer Bee was not captured, he also got a tentacle from 8 Tails, which is a part of chakra from 8 Tails. After this, Uchiha Obito intends to start the Ninja War. With other tailed beasts besides 8 Tails and 9 Tails, he can already launch Ninja War, and it is a good way to capture 8 Tails and 9 Tails with Ninja War. Obito also collaborated with Shiyu Zebo and Yakushi Kabuto to create the White Zetsu army. But Killer Bee ran out of the Operation Village. 4th Raikage thought he was really captured by the Ōtsutsuki organization. Immediately want to hold the 5 Cages conference. During this period of time, the Ōtsutsuki organization captured all the Jinchuriki from each ninja village. I believe that the shadows of each ninja village will participate. The Samui team was sent to Konoha by 4th Raikage to inform Konoha. The reason why the Samui team was sent here was because they were familiar with Yu Ming. They also heard that the leader of the Ōtsutsuki organization was killed by Yu Ming when he attacked Konoha. Among the 5 Cages talks, Raikage is most concerned about Konoha's attitude, because the strongest ones are Cloud Shinobi Village, Konoha and Iwagakure. Because of the existence of Yu Ming, Konoha has become the strongest village among the 5 great ninja villages. Although in terms of comprehensive ability, he can only rank 3rd, but Yu Ming evened the gap. It took the Samui team several days to reach Konoha. It is also the first time they have come to Konoha. Standing at the door of Konoha, the 3 of them were a little curious. After all, Konoha Village and Cloud Shinobi Village are indeed somewhat different. The topography and humanities are actually different. Standing at the gate of Konoha Village, Galui asked curiously, isn't Konoha being attacked? Why does it look like there's no loss? Omoi smiled and said, didn't you say that Yu Ming solved it? Does Yu Ming's strength, do you think there is anything strange? And Samuel said calmly with a cold face, okay, stop talking, let's go in. After the 3 handed over some documents to the guard, they were taken to the Hokage room. At this moment in the Hokage room, Tsunade is assigning tasks. Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang are all here except Sasuke. They are going to investigate Sasuke's whereabouts because he was seen fighting with Uchiha Itachi. At this time, Samui was brought here by Konoha's ninja, and everyone looked at the 3 of them. Yu Ming saw Samuel and looked away from the book. When looking at Sam Yi, he smiled and said, a rare guest. Tsunade didn't know Samui, but she knew that the 3 belonged to Cloud Shinobi Village. Tsunade didn't know what the 3 Cloud Shinobi Village ninjas were doing here. But let them in anyway. After seeing Tsunade, the 3 of them had a polite conversation for a while, and then Samui revealed the purpose of this trip. After hearing this, Tsunade frowned. 5 Cage talks. How many years has it been? What does 4th Raikage want to do? The 5 Cage talks are already a matter of the Senju Hashirama era. But it was only opened once. Since then, there have been no 5 Cage talks. So when hearing this word, Tsunade was even a little strange. Tsunade looked at Yu Ming, and Yu Ming looked at Samui and asked, did Master Raikage say what the purpose is? Samui explained. Yu Ming understood, it was because of Xiao. Yu Ming looked at Tsunade and smiled, Master Hokage, what do you think? Tsunade pondered for a while, then said, okay, we will go back and participate in that time. After getting Tsunade's reply, Samui glanced at Yu Ming and left. But Naruto on the other side kept frowning. Apparently what Samui said just now made him feel a little different. After staying in Konoha for a while, the 3 left Konoha. After coming out of Konoha, Samuel has always looked a little disappointed. Kalui looked at Samui curiously, why is Samui so depressed? Omoi looked at Samui, and said calmly, maybe it's because Yu Ming didn't come out to see her off. After all, Samui seems to like Yu Ming. It's just that Samui, who heard this, looked at Omoi with a little anger. Now Omoi was a little embarrassed. It's just that he was right, Samui was indeed because Yu Ming didn't come out to see her off. At this time, Yu Ming was discussing with Tsunade who should go with the 5 cages this time. According to the practice of the first 5 cages meeting, the cages of each village usually go with their heirs and ninjas they are optimistic about. For example, during the first meeting of the 5 cages, the guards brought by the cages of each village later served as the cages of each village. Finally, Yu Ming laughed and said, "Take Kakashi-sensei to go." Tsunade nodded. "I think so too." Now Tsunade already knows that Yu Ming really doesn't want to be Hokage, and she didn't make up her mind on Yu Ming, shifting her focus to Kakashi, and has decided to make him her heirs to cultivate. It was originally planned to let Kakashi be the 6th Hokage, and Yu Ming took over Kakashi as the 7th Hokage. Now Yu Ming is unwilling to do Hokage, so he can only let Kakashi do it. When Kakashi received the mission, he actually knew what Tsunade meant. The meaning of the 5 shadow talks is very different, and the guard is basically equivalent to the successor of the previous generation of shadows. Tsunade's approach has made it clear to everyone. As for the daimyo, just say hello to him when the time comes, after all daimyo doesn't care about Ninja Village. A few days later, Tsunade took Kakashi and Neji to the Land of Iron to participate in the 5 cages meeting. Neji has been getting stronger all these years because of Hinata, so he is also practicing hard, and his strength is indeed much stronger than before. Now his strength has reached the level of elite Jonin, and among the 12 young masters of Konoha, his comprehensive ability is the strongest. It also has white eyes, which can be used as a perceiving ninja. In the 5 shadow talks, one of the 2 people is generally a sentient ninja, and Kakashi is used as a combat power output. Neji's physical strength is still very strong, much stronger than this period in the original book. In terms of physical skills, if Guy doesn't open 8 inner gates, he and Neji will win or lose. Neji is now so strong. Coupled with the unique physical skills of the Hyuga clan, his strength is definitely at the level of elite Jonin. What's more, this time he is mainly acting as a perceiving ninja, who has insight into danger. White eyes is far better than Sharingan in terms of detection. The reason why Yu Ming didn't go by himself was because he wanted to watch Konoha village. And with Kakashi and Neji plus Tsunade, this combination, even if Akatsuki really wants to besiege, is very difficult. What's more, Kakashi also has the Kunai of Flying Thunder God technique given by Yu Ming. Danzo's plan was originally to use the opportunity of Pain's attack on the village to make Yu Ming die in order to protect the village. It would be best if Tsunade died in battle, but Pain was easily dealt with. Danzo was so disappointed that he could only stay underground, and now his root members are running out. Under the attack of Yamato and Tsunade, General has become an illegal organization. So many rooted ninjas are included in Anbu. Tsunade took Kakashi and Neji for several days and arrived in the Iron Land. At the same time, the shadows of each ninja village have arrived in the Iron Country. There was also an episode in which Naruto begged 4th Raikage to let Sasuke go. It's just that 4th Raikage naturally didn't agree. In 4th Raikage's consciousness, Sasuke was the one who killed his brother. Killer Bee is his most important person, now he can't wait to beat Sasuke to ashes, how could he let him go? However, this is only a small episode after all. The 5 cages meeting was held as scheduled. When the shadows of the 5 ninja villages sat together, the guards were standing on the 2nd floor watching. From the very beginning, 4th Raikage was the first to attack. Talked to the other 4 shadows for a long time. After the 5 shadows talked about each other for a long time, Sasuke came in from nowhere. It's just that he originally wanted to kill Danzo. Trying to threaten Danzo with Tsunade. He has activated Mangekyo Sharingan now, so he feels that his strength must be higher than Tsunade, and it is very easy to catch her. Who knew that with Kakashi and Neji working together, he couldn't even get close to Tsunade. Even if Mangekyo Sharingan was used, it was avoided by Kakashi and Neji. Kakashi has some understanding of Mangekyo Sharingan, and Neji's pupil power has been greatly improved. Although still no match for Mangekyo Sharingan, Sasuke's illusion couldn't work against Neji. Except for Mangekyo Sharingan, in other aspects, Sasuke and Neji at this time are not much better. So the 2 sides fell into a bitter battle from the beginning. Although Kakashi and Neji played 2 against 1, they could only draw with Sasuke. But there were other shadows and shadow guards at the scene. So after fighting for a while, Sasuke and Hawk Squad fell below and were almost killed. In the end it was Uchiha Obito who rescued them. Uchiha Obito also took advantage of this opportunity to declare war on the 5 major powers. Under the organization of Tsunade and Raikage, the shadows of the 5 great ninja villages began to unite. Akatsuki organizes an alliance of ninjas to take on Obito. After Yu Ming learned about this, he didn't take any action. He didn't even participate in the ninja coalition. After that, he entered the headquarters of the ninja alliance. When 4th Raikage and 3rd Tsuchikage saw Yu Ming, they both lamented Yu Ming. Young. Such a young man possesses the ability to suppress the tailed beast and kill pain, which they admire very much. Especially Onogi, who has cooperated with Akatsuki many times, knows how strong the leader Akatsuki is. But such a strong man was actually killed by Yu Ming in the end. Yu Ming's strength has already surpassed 5 cages. A few days after forming the Ninja Alliance, the White Zetsu BGAB army rushed towards the Ninja Alliance. The 2 sides launched a fierce battle. The White Zetsu army is all made by Uchiha Obito who got Senju Hashirama's cells from Yakushi Kabuto, and everyone is very strong. Basically, they all have the strength above Chunin, and there are a lot of them. For a time, the Ninja Coalition army was beaten by the White Zetsu army and suffered heavy losses. Not only that, Uchiha Obito also reformed Six Paths. Basically a few Jinchuriki of the predecessor. This Six Paths is much stronger than Nagato's Six Paths. And they used to be Jinchuriki, so after being transformed into Six Paths, they can also use the power of the tailed beast in life. However, Yu Ming has not participated in the frontline fighting, because that belongs to the Battle of the Ninja Alliance. Although both sides suffered heavy losses, the Ninja Alliance did not lose. Until Yakushi Kabuto used Impure World Reincarnation to summon the Shadows of the Ages. That caught Wukage's attention. As for Fourth Raikage in the headquarters, Tsunade frowned after hearing the news. At this time, Yu Ming had no plans to make a move. Because these people can be dealt with by relying on Gaara, Onoki and Naruto alone. Tsurumime on the other side is protecting the daimyo of the 5 great nations at this time. The war lasted for a long time, and finally when Yakushi Kabuto Impure World Reincarnation came out Uchiha Madara, everyone was shocked. Uchiha Madara's inhuman, desperate power really made all the ninjas completely desperate. Facing such a strong person, how could it be possible to win? Even at the end when Uchiha Madara used Tengai Shinsei, it was really the last straw that broke the Ninja Alliance. And at this time, Fourth Raikage looked at Yu Ming. Yu Ming, Uchiha Madara appeared. It's time for us to appear on the battlefield, otherwise the front line will definitely retreat. Tsunade is also very dignified. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are people of the same era, except for Senju Hashirama, the most powerful ninja. Yu Ming was sitting on the sofa and stood up. He smiled and said, Master Raikage is right. After speaking, he walked up to Tsunade and Raikage, patted Raikage on the shoulder and said with a smile, Master Raikage, I will use the Flying Thunder God technique to send you and Master Hokage to the frontline battlefield. Fourth Raikage looked at the Flying Thunder God spell on himself. If it is normal, it is absolutely impossible for Yu Ming to impose it. As long as this thing is added, unless Yu Ming is willing, it will never disappear. But now is the critical moment. So he didn't blame Yu Ming. The next moment, 3 people appeared in front of Uchiha Madara. At the same time, Tsurumime was also moved to the frontline battlefield by Konoha's ninja using a lightning rod. The 5 shadows gather, and there is also a Yu Ming. At this time, the Ninja Alliance looked at Yu Ming who was standing next to Wukage. Under the aura of 5 cage-level powerhouses, Yu Ming, a young man in his teens, actually suppressed them. Many people have heard of Yu Ming's strength and legend, so it is not surprising why Yu Ming will stand with Wukage. And Uchiha Madara, who was standing on a boulder, looked at the 5 shadows that appeared, and smiled. Is this the 5 cages of this generation? Compared to your predecessors, you guys are a bit worse. It's just that when he saw Yu Ming, his eyes became slightly serious. Oh, there's also a little guy with good strength. Although Uchiha Madara couldn't feel the chakra on Yu Ming's body, he could feel that there was definitely more chakra on Yu Ming's body than in his heyday. This kind of master is actually just a young man in his teens. I didn't expect such a strong man to appear in the ninja world. This era is a bit interesting. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were the ninjas who could suppress all ninjas in that era. The supreme ninja god. But now Uchiha Madara feels that Yu Ming's breath is stronger than his peak. But Uchiha Madara is very excited. At first I thought Hashirama was the only one who was my opponent, but I didn't expect a little guy like you to appear now. It's interesting, really interesting. Let me test your strength. After speaking, he rushed towards Ming. And Yu Ming didn't care about other shadows, and rushed towards Uchiha Madara. After the two collided, they exchanged hundreds of moves in just 5 minutes. In the end, Uchiha Madara was kicked by Yu Ming and flew out. It was mounted on a boulder tens of meters high, and the huge force even smashed the solid stone into pieces. 5 cages were completely stunned by Yu Ming's formidable strength. Especially Gaara and Onoki. Just now they saw how Uchiha Madara slapped the Ninja Coalition army, and the 2 of them plus Naruto were still not his opponents. But now it was completely suppressed by Yu Ming. This is simply terrifying. Yu Ming's strength, at this moment, completely overwhelmed the other cage levels except Tsunade. And Uchiha Madara was also beaten at this time. In his previous life, at most he lost to Senju Hashirama by a small amount. Unless he turned on the high-level ninjutsu such as true several thousand hands and tailed beast difficulty, he would lose. In the usual contest between pure taijutsu and ordinary ninjutsu, he would not lose to Senju Hashirama. But now it was completely suppressed by Yu Ming. Soon, though, Uchiha Madara used Sharingan's power zone. In front of Yu Ming appeared a full-body Susanoo more than 100 meters away. Standing in the energy block of Susanoo, Uchiha Madara smiled and said, Ha ha ha, boy, you have some strength, but without the powerful bloodline, you are not my opponent after all. The moment Uchiha Madara turned on Susanoo, Gokage was completely overwhelmed by this tall energy titan. Even Tsunade couldn't believe it at this time. His grandfather fought against a master of this level back then. It's just that she's not worried about Yu Ming, because she knows very well that this Susanoo Yu Ming also has. Possibly even more powerful than Uchiha Madara's Yamato. At the moment when Susanoo appeared, Yu Ming put his palms together. Sage Art Thunder Prisoner. Roar. After a roar, a pair of huge palms tore open the space from Yu Ming's back. Stepped out of it, a Thunderbolt Titan more than 100 meters away appeared, and Yu Ming appeared on the Thunderbolt Titan's head. Uchiha Madara frowned when he saw the Thunderbolt Titan, but he said, it's all fancy. No nonsense, control Susanoo and attack Yu Ming. While Lei Prison looked at Susanoo's samurai sword, he condensed a long lightning sword with both hands. Boom! Susanoo and Rei Prisoner collided. All of a sudden, violent vibrations occurred within several kilometers around the two behemoths. In desperation, the ninja coalition continued to retreat. Stay away from the battlefield of these two people. Even the 5 Kages couldn't intervene in a war of this level. Gokage also met Gaara, Tsunade and Terumi with Yu Ming's Thunder Prisoner. Seeing the continuous collision of the two behemoths, 4th Raikage said solemnly, it seems that the legend is wrong. Yu Ming's strength is much stronger than the legend. Onoki also couldn't believe that Yu Ming could compete with Uchiha Madara and is still suppressing him now. This is something Onoki can hardly imagine. The battle lasted for a long time, about an hour, and finally Lei Kun completely disabled Susanoo of Uchiha Madara. In the end, it was split into 2 halves by the Thunder Prisoner. This Shiyu Zebo Madara would have lost long ago if it wasn't for the infinite chakra of Impure World reincarnation. He appeared thousands of meters away from Thunder Prison, and he couldn't believe that besides Senju Hashirama, there was actually someone who could beat his own Susanoo. But Uchiha Madara clasped his hands together and began to use his old friend's ninjutsu. Wood-style wood dragon technique. Boom. Soon, dozens of towering trees grew on the ground, and the trunks of these trees merged into a huge wooden dragon more than 100 meters long. When this wooden dragon rushed towards Yu Ming, at the same time, Yu Ming also combined wood-style Shulong technique with both hands. This is the first time Yu Ming used wood-style in front of people in the ninja world. Boom! A giant wooden dragon hundreds of meters broke through the ground directly. The terrifying destructive power made everyone amazed. Except for Tsunade, the other actors were completely stunned. Why does Yu Ming also wood-style? And Uchiha Madara was also dumbfounded. It never occurred to him that Yu Ming not only knows wood-style, but also is much more powerful than him, even stronger than Senju Hashirama's wood-style. Roar! One wooden dragon was more than 100 meters long, and the other was about 300 meters long. Soon the two big dragons collided together. In the blink of an eye, the wooden dragon created by Uchiha Madara was smashed into sawdust. And Yu Ming's wooden dragon blasted towards Uchiha Madara. The huge force shattered several high mountains along the way. Uchiha Madara retreated several kilometers away. As soon as you stand firmly, quickly seal, wood-style cutting technique, with both hands. Countless wooden thorns grew instantly on the ground. A wooden thorn more than 100 meters high stopped the wooden dragon at once. Gave Uchiha Madara some respite. But just when Uchiha Madara was about to fight back, someone used Rinne Tensai technique on him. His body is slowly recovering. The power of the peak appeared. Rinnegan also appeared on him. At this moment, Uchiha Madara stared slightly, but he did not launch an attack on Yu Ming, but used the space-time ninjutsu in Rinnegan to appear at Uchiha Obito. There is also a part of the ninja coalition over there, which happens to be the ninja coalition led by Kakashi. And Yu Ming looked at Wying, and didn't intend to take them away. The next moment, Yu Ming appeared beside Kakashi. At this time, part of the 9 tails chakra of Naruto's body has been taken away. Seeing Black Zetsu who had killed Obito, Yu Ming frowned. This guy is really sinister enough. Kakashi looked at Yu Ming and said helplessly, that guy is too strong. This Shiyu Zebo Madara has pressed Uchiha Obito's Rinnegan into his eyes. And using ninjutsu, sealed 10 tails in his body. For a time, Uchiha Madara's strength was upgraded to the 6 paths level. But at this moment, Yu Ming's eyes suddenly changed drastically. An extremely powerful force erupted from Yu Ming's body. Yu Ming's Jugoyu Rinnegan began to tremble. At the same time, the original purple-gold background color began to slowly turn into red. 9 Tomo has not changed, but the background color has changed. At this moment, Yu Ming felt his chakra surge again. It is several times the original. Originally, the amount of chakra of Yu Ming was already 5 times that of 9 tails, but now it has soared to more than 10 times that of 9 tails. Ōtsutsuki Kagai's amount of chakra at this time is far from being comparable to that of Yu Ming. Watch 6 Paths Madara enters 6 Paths mode. The terrifying power stunned all the ninja coalition forces, because that power was too terrifying, and it was impossible for human beings to possess power. But no one knew that Yu Ming's life level had undergone tremendous changes at this time. 6 Paths Madara didn't have any waves, and immediately used the opened reincarnation Sharingan to project onto the moon, and used infinite Tsukuyomi against the whole ninja world. Uchiha Madara smiled and said, ha ha ha, no matter how strong you were in the past, just let me fall into a deep sleep now. After Uchiha Madara unleashed infinite Tsukuyomi, the entire ninja world did exactly as he said, all fell into a deep sleep. Only Yu Ming was completely unaffected. Uchiha Madara was a little curious why Yu Ming was not affected. The next moment, Yu Ming removed the shading barriers on his eyes. Yu Ming double-eyed reincarnation Sharingan appeared in front of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. The terrifying pupil power made the reincarnation Sharingan on Uchiha Madara's forehead tremble slightly. Although they are all reincarnation Sharingan, it is obvious that the pupil power of Yu Ming's 2 reincarnation Sharingan is far higher than that of Uchiha Madara. To be precise, it is far away from Ōtsutsuki Kagaya. Just when Uchiha Madara was about to shoot Yu Ming, suddenly, he was backstabbed by Black Zetsu. And using his body as a vehicle, he summons Ōtsutsuki Kagaya from the moon. Uchiha Madara was stripped of all chakra without any resistance. Unlike the original book, Uchiha Madara's body was only initially used as a summoning vehicle. After summoning Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, his body was stripped after chakra and discarded by Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. Black Zetsu was not the son of Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, but her will before she was sealed. So Black Zetsu was quickly fused with Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. Boom! The terrifying chakra, like a mountain roar and a tsunami, is released in all directions towards the ninja world. Ōtsutsuki Kaguya appeared, and Yu Ming also instantly entered the Six Paths mode. 9 truth-seeking balls appeared behind them, and a lightning cloak appeared on them. But the body didn't change. There was also a black pointed stick in his hand. This is the truth-seeking ball turned into a weapon. Looking at Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, Yu Ming said calmly, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Ōtsutsuki Kaguya looked at the reincarnation of Yu Ming's eyes Sharingan, frowning, "How can you have these eyes? And it's still a pair." Even Ōtsutsuki Kaguya fused with 10 tails is at best a reincarnation Sharingan. But Yu Ming actually has a pair. And the pupil power is far above her reincarnation Sharingan. It's incredible. It's just that Yu Ming didn't talk nonsense with Ōtsutsuki Kaguya at all. After Yu Ming finished speaking, he attacked Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. The battle between the two lasted for a day, and Ōtsutsuki Kaguya's space was completely destroyed by Yu Ming. A day later, Ōtsutsuki Kaguya was defeated by Yu Ming. Infinite Tsukuyomi is unlocked. This ninja war has become a one-man show for Yu Ming. Although Yu Ming's reincarnation Sharingan pupil power is far higher than Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, but I have to say that the two still fought all day. It can be seen that Ōtsutsuki Kaguya is indeed very strong. This time, because Black Zetsu directly fused with her, and her consciousness returned, Ōtsutsuki Kaguya's combat power was much stronger than in the original book. So even if Yu Ming's reincarnation Sharingan pupil power is higher than hers, it still took a day to defeat her. Yu Ming's defeat of Ōtsutsuki Kaguya is remembered by everyone in the ninja world. For the next 2 years, Ōtsutsuki Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Tonari wanted to destroy the ninja world. They were all killed by Yu Ming. But after Tsunade and Yu Ming's child was born, Deming and Tsunade entrusted the child to Kakashi and disappeared. Since then, it has always been a mystery to the ninja world. At the same time, Ōtsutsuki Kaguya also disappeared. After Yu Ming defeated her, he didn't kill her. Yu Ming had the ability to kill her. Not only was Ōtsutsuki Kaguya not killed by Yu Ming, in the following 2 years, a child was born between them, a child named Ōtsutsuki. People are different from Ōtsutsuki Hamura and Yuya, both of whom were obtained by Ōtsutsuki Kaguya with the blessings of Ninja World. And Ōtsutsuki Wooden Golem is the product entirely of Yu Ming and Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. What people in the ninja world don't know is that in addition to Tsunade, the person who left the ninja world with Akira is Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. And Ōtsutsuki Wooden Golem was sealed in the moon by Yu Ming and Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. Some knowledge of the ninja world and some knowledge of how to behave in the world were sealed in his mind by Yu Ming and Ōtsutsuki Kaguya. When he was 16 years old, the seal would be lifted automatically. Yu Ming didn't want Shenxi, Xingying and Ōtsutsuki Wooden Golem to fight. The reason why Ōtsutsuki Wooden Golem was sealed by the two is because he was born with Rinnegan, born with awakened wood style and yin-yang dun, and inherited Yu Ming's saved body. Putting Ōtsutsuki Wooden Golem in the ninja world is too dangerous. But that's about all Yu Ming and Ōtsutsuki Kaguya can do for Ōtsutsuki Wooden Golem.